Chapter 001 The Heavenly Palace of Thunder in the Nine Heavens. In the celestial realm of Luzhou, upon the ethereal Lingxiu peak of the Sword Sect, Yi Jin lay upon his bed, his gaze fixed intently upon the ornate yet unostentatious ceiling. A bitter smile played at the corners of his mouth. To wield the thunderous tribulations of the heavens and govern the life and death of myriad realms, have I truly been rendered senseless by Zhu Lai? Yi Jin shook his head, as if the deafening roar of countless thunders echoed in his ears, causing his head to thrum with an incessant buzz. Unconsciously, he clasped his hands behind his head, savoring the remnants of the extraordinary dream he had just experienced. In that dream, Yi Jin traversed the boundless realms, commanding the heavenly tribulations, bestowing rewards and punishments upon all beings, omnipotent in his authority. Reflecting on this, Yi Jin could not help but let out a wry chuckle. Indeed, dreams encompass everything. If I were truly capable of commanding the heavenly tribulations, the Sword Sect would not have fallen to such dire straits. The Sword Sect, the foremost sect of cultivation in Luzhou, majestically perched upon the celestial Lingxiu mountain, wielding immense influence. None dared to defy its authority. Yi Jin, however, was merely the young master of the Sword Sect, a notorious idler, a prodigal son of the highest order, devoid of any notable skills. His father, Yi Zhuxian, was renowned as the strongest in Luzhou and the master of the Sword Sect. With unparalleled cultivation, he stood at the pinnacle of the tribulation transformation realm, merely awaiting the moment to transcend the tribulation and ascend to immortality, living an eternal life of freedom. At that time, the Sword Sect would undergo a transformation, becoming a true sect of the celestial path. In a month's time, Yi Zhuxian would face his tribulation and ascend to immortality. Yet, merely 7 days prior, he was ambushed by several unknown assailants, sustaining grave injuries. His once near-mortal prowess was reduced to less than 30%. Despite consuming countless rare treasures and the few healing elixirs available within the Sword Sect, Yi Zhuxian's condition showed no signs of improvement. In such dire circumstances, facing the heavenly tribulation was tantamount to certain death. The heavenly tribulation, an ironclad decree of the heavens, once decreed, could not be altered unless Yi Zhuxian chose to forfeit his cultivation. However, relinquishing his powers would yield the same fatal outcome as forcing his way through the tribulation. Yi Zhuxian opted to take a perilous gamble, retreating to seclusion to heal, hoping to seize a slim chance of survival beneath the impending tribulation in a month's time. In the present, with Yi Zhuxian incapacitated, the Sword Sect faced internal strife and external threats that erupted overnight. 3 days prior, the esteemed disciple of the Grand Elder, Zhu Lai, the Sword Sect's foremost genius, seized upon a trivial excuse to severely injure Yi Jin. Though Yi Jin was the favored son, his talents were mediocre, and his cultivation was lacking, rendering him no match for Zhu Lai. Furthermore, Yi Jin's arrogant demeanor had alienated the sect's disciples, who were too intimidated to voice their grievances. Thus, when Zhu Lai pummeled him, the sect's members could not contain their delight. Yi Jin had lain in bed for a full 3 days, during which he experienced that bizarre dream commanding the heavenly tribulations and dispensing rewards and punishments to all beings. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a sprightly young girl of around 16 or 17, her bright eyes and pearly teeth accentuating her charm. She stealthily entered, clutching a tattered burlap sack. Upon noticing Yi Jin awake, she exclaimed with delight, "Young master, you are awake. If you had not awakened soon, I would have had to stuff you into this sack and carry you away." Yi Jin was taken aback, bewildered. "Carry me away in a sack? Why on earth would you do that?" This girl was named Ying Luo, Yi Jin's personal maid. Originally, Yi Jin had 4 maids and 18 attendants. Although his demeanor was often arrogant and overbearing, he treated his subordinates with kindness, frequently bestowing them with various rewards, be it rare herbs or exquisite elixirs. However, following Yi Zhuxian's injury and Yi Jin's subsequent fall from grace, 3 of the maids and most of the attendants abandoned him, leaving Ying Luo as his sole companion. With a hint of hesitation, Ying Luo spoke carefully, The Grand Elder has declared that young master is unworthy of his position and should be demoted to a menial role, banished from Lingxiu Peak. Therefore, I thought to take you away from the sword sect, far from this place of strife." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Yi Jin's eyes. My father is not dead yet, and they are already eager to usurp his position? Did they not fear that pressing too hard would provoke Yi Zhixian to break through and perish alongside them? Yet it soon dawned on Yi Jin that he was now his father's sole vulnerability. With the Grand Elder manipulating him, Yi Zhixian could only passively face the tribulation and meet his demise. Yi Jin even suspected that the Grand Elder was involved in his father's injuries. But had the Grand Elder and his allies considered what would become of the sword sect if Yi Zhixian perished? Or perhaps there were other forces at play behind the Grand Elder. Lost in contemplation, Yi Jin, a mere idler, realized he should not be pondering such matters. Suddenly his expression froze. He sensed something within his dantian stirring to life. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, Yi Jin addressed Ing Luo, "I understand now. Please go prepare something to eat. I have not eaten for 3 days." Ing Luo wished to say more, but thought better of it, recalling her young master's usual temperament, and obediently went to prepare. Once Ing Luo departed, Yi Jin swiftly sat up, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Boom! The sound of thunder roared in his mind. Internally, Yi Jin could distinctly perceive, within his previously empty dantian, a magnificent palace floating the 9 heavens palace of thunder. At the center of the grand hall, within the palace, sat a colossal statue of a divine being, its features strikingly resembling Yi Jin himself. In his dream, Yi Jin had embodied this divine figure, seated atop the palace of thunder, commanding the heavenly tribulations and dispensing rewards and punishments to all beings. And now, this 9 heavens palace of thunder had undeniably manifested within his dantian. This was no mere dream, it was reality. In that instant, an enigmatic cultivation method flowed forth from the statue within the 9 heavens palace, gradually embedding itself into Yi Jin's consciousness. The eternal sutra of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens manifest the tribulations. The 9 tribulations extinguish all life. All beings perish. Yet I remain unscathed. The heavens and earth decay. Yet I endure. The red heavens realm governs the tribulation of shape-shifting spirits and demons. The orange heavens realm governs the tribulation of ascension for cultivators. The yellow heavens realm governs the tribulation of scattered immortals over a millennium. The green heavens realm governs the 9 tribulations faced by immortals. The blue heavens realm governs the 3 calamities faced by immortals. The purple heavens realm shatters the tribulation of the great Luo immortality. The tribulation heavens realm signifies the annihilating heavenly punishment. The silent heavens realm embodies eternal annihilation. Boom! The thunderous roars resonated within Yi Jin's mind, nearly severing his senses. Around the majestic 9 heavens palace within his dantian, crimson lightning crackled fiercely. Simultaneously, Yi Jin's hair danced wildly, each strand entwined with fine red bolts of electricity. 9 heavens red, heavens realm. When Yi Jin opened his eyes once more, he found himself no longer in his room, but soaring high above the earth. Below him lay a colossal volcanic crater. Beside the crater, a small phoenix, adorned with crimson feathers and surrounded by swirling black flames, raised its head defiantly, locking eyes with Yi Jin in midair. In that fleeting moment, a profound realization struck Yi Jin. Princess Fengqinga of the Phoenix tribe. Her true form is the mutated divine beast, the eternal inferno phoenix, unwelcome in the realms of heaven and earth. Now, as she faces the tribulation of shape-shifting, she must endure the 9-fold tribulations, a battle to the death, her soul scattered. Yi Jin's gaze flickered with intensity. Could it be that he was truly the one governing the heavenly tribulations? The eternal inferno phoenix was a legendary divine beast, known only from ancient texts. How could it be unwelcome in the heavens, forbidden from transforming? Yet this small phoenix was destined to face the 9-fold tribulations, risking disintegration of her very soul. However, The heavenly tribulations now lay within Yi Jin's dominion. Did this not imply that he could alter this inevitability, allowing the eternal Inferno Phoenix to successfully transform? If so, if Yi Jin could cultivate to the Orange Heavens realm within the month to come, he could assist his father in transcending his tribulation. Chapter 002. The Divine Envoy of the Tribulations. With this thought, Yi Jin's heart ignited with fervor. Within the Nine Heavens Palace of Thunder in his Dantian, a wealth of information surged forth. These were the heavenly tribulations that Yi Jin grasped at this stage. The 4-9 Thunder Tribulation, the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation, the 9-9 Heavy Tribulation, the 1,000 Crushed Demonic Tribulation, the myriad tribulations of world refinement, and the chaotic heavenly punishment. Below, Feng Qingge was acutely aware of her bloodline's curse, deemed unwelcome by heaven and earth, unable to transform. Yet she remained fiercely determined to defy fate, aspiring to become the first eternal Inferno Phoenix to successfully transform throughout the ages. To ensure her tribulation's success, Feng Qingge endeavored to avoid accruing karmic debts, abstaining from violence, and adopting a vegetarian diet. For this, she had spent a century gnawing on grass. The grasslands within a 3,000-mile radius of Qiyun Mountain had been thoroughly plowed by her beak multiple times. Little did she anticipate that during her tribulation, she would attract the gaze of the heavenly punishment. In the memories passed down through her lineage, her ancestors did not face such absurdity during their tribulations. Thus, could grazing on grass truly invoke karmic debts? Heaven was indeed blind. No, heaven was quite perceptive, contemplating how to extinguish her existence. On the surface, Feng Qingge appeared like a proud hen, her head held high, indifferent to life and death, ready to confront any challenge. Yet deep within, she was in a state of panic, tears unshed. Under the oppressive weight of the heavenly punishment's gaze, Feng Qingge found herself paralyzed, unable to move. Boom! Finally, the skies roared with thunder. A crimson lightning bolt descended from above, striking down upon Feng Qingge with tremendous force. Feng Qingge was momentarily stunned. The 4-9 Thunder Tribulation? Is this it? The heavenly punishment's gaze was surprisingly lackluster. With a mere flap of her wings, she could pass through it. Joy illuminated Feng Qingge's features. Uncertain of how much time had passed, beside the vast caldera, a grayish bird-like charred figure lay on the ground, its exterior crisp while remaining tender within, emanating wisps of black smoke and an alluring aroma. Feng Qingge felt utterly desolate. She had erred, gravely so. The eye of heavenly punishment was not trivial. It was her youth that led to her folly. A solitary tear cascaded down the corner of her phoenix-like eyes, trickling slowly. What had become of the promised 4-9 Thunder Tribulation? How was it that within a mere quarter of an hour, the 4-9 Tribulation, the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation, and the terrifying 3 additional tribulations, which only resided in her inherited memories, all descended upon her at once? At that moment, inhaling the savory aroma of roasted meat wafting from her own being, Feng Qingge's smoke-ridden throat quivered slightly. Had her body not been immobilized, this little phoenix, who had not tasted meat in a century, would undoubtedly have taken a bite from her own wing. Could it be that the heavens desired to feast upon a roasted phoenix? Were her ancestors, the other eternal Inferno fire phoenixes, similarly consumed by the heavens during their tribulations? The inherited memories of the eternal Inferno fire phoenix only recorded the fleeting moment before death. As for what transpired thereafter, whether one's form and spirit were utterly obliterated or transformed into barbecue, remained a mystery. In the sky, Yi Jin's eyes gleamed with fervor. He had finally confirmed that he could indeed command the tribulations, wielding them at his whim to reshape what was meant to be. In other words, the tribulations were under his dominion. All that occurred within them would be dictated by his will. When faced with the 9-9 Tribulation, which should have shattered the soul of the eternal Inferno fire phoenix, Yi Jin, through intentional manipulation, allowed it to experience the 6 major tribulations in succession while preserving its life. At this juncture, with just a thought, Yi Jin could disperse the tribulations entirely. Feng Qingge would become the first eternal Inferno fire phoenix to successfully transform into human form in history. However, Eugene did not intend to let matters rest there. He aspired to claim this mutated super-divine beast as his own. Presently, the Sword sect faced internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink of disaster. Although he could aid his father in transcending the tribulation and alleviating the sect's crisis by breaking through to the Orange Sky realm within a month, who could predict what might transpire in that time? Eugene needed to secure a formidable ally. Suddenly, an intent resonated from the statue within the heavenly palace of the nine heavens. The god of tribulations. The red sky comprises 3 realms, and in each realm, Eugene could recruit a god of tribulations. As he was currently at the first realm of red sky, akin to the chi refinement stage among cultivators, he was poised to claim the eternal inferno fire phoenix beneath him. The eternal inferno fire phoenix, a mutated super-divine beast, was a forbidden existence, unwelcomed by heaven and earth, thus qualifying it to become his god of tribulations. With this thought, a mesmerizing scarlet glow erupted from Eugene's dantian within the heavenly palace of the nine heavens, enveloping Foam King's form. Foam King's once charred body shook, her injuries fully healed as she transformed into a human shoppy, seemingly 17 or 18-year-old girl clad in red, with flowing black hair and an exquisite visage. Foam Chinga stood dazed for a moment, and after a while, as realization dawned upon her, she exclaimed, "Holy cow, there really is a deity!" In the next instant, Foam Chinga shivered violently and promptly knelt, bowing before the eye of heavenly punishment in the sky, proclaiming, "The first god of tribulations, Foam Chinga, pays homage to the heavens. Or no, I pay homage to the Lord of tribulations." Eugene simply responded with a nonchalant, "Come back with me." Back with the young master? Where to? In Eugene's chamber, Ingluo held a prepared bowl of lotus seed porridge. Observing Eugene seated on the bed, drooling and grinning foolishly, her face filled with confusion. Upon returning, she found Eugene sitting cross-legged on the bed, palms turned skyward, seemingly in a meditative posture. Initially, she thought that the young master had finally resolved to cultivate diligently after experiencing some shock. Though somewhat belated, it was nonetheless a case of a prodigal son returning. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. At that moment, Eugene wore a smug grin, drool at the corner of his mouth, and emitted rhythmic snoring sound she had fallen asleep. Truly, he was the young master, capable of sleeping even in such a position. Ingluo felt utterly disheartened. Following such a young master, the future appeared bleak. Eugene abruptly opened his eyes, immediately locking gazes with Yingluo's complex expression, and instinctively asked, "Did I just go somewhere?" Ingluo sighed, speaking earnestly, "Young master, you just want to play chess with Lord Zhou." Eugene was taken aback. So, he had merely been dreaming a continuous dream at that. To command the tribulations and mete out rewards and punishments to all beings? How could such a thing be possible? Eugene beckoned, and Ingluo understood, bringing the lotus seed porridge closer. Watching Eugene devour his meal ravenously, she felt a twinge of discomfort and whispered, "Young master, once you finish eating, we should move to the servant quarters at the foot of the mountain." At this moment, the vicinity of Lingxiu Peak was rife, with the elder spies escaping was no longer an option. Being a servant was still preferable, at least it could preserve one's life. Eugene looked up in surprise. Ingluo pursed her lips. "Wherever the young master goes, I shall follow." Eugene remained silent for a moment before sighing. "You've already formed your core, haven't you?" Ingluo paused. Eugene lamented, "With your current abilities, you could easily become a core disciple of the Sword sect, no longer needing to endure hardships by my side." He bore no resentment towards those who departed. Staying beside a wastrel like him, who had lost his backing, could only lead to a dismal fate. Perhaps due to that bizarre dream, Eugene's thoughts had shifted from the past. Ingluo bit her lip and shook her head. "I shall go pack my things." Without waiting for Eugene to speak further, she turned and exited the room. Ingluo possessed commendable talent, yet she was not one to form her core at merely 16. It was merely that Eugene, the prodigal son, often bestowed precious pills upon those around him. Ingluo and several others who had once served Eugene had been inadvertently nurtured to the core formation stage by his generosity. Having finished the lotus seed porridge, Yi Jin placed the bowl on the bedside table and reclined lazily once more. He began to contemplate the path ahead. If he could truly wield the tribulations. Ouch! Just as Yi Jin settled down, a plaintive and clear voice emanated from beneath him. Lord of Tribulations, you're sitting on me. Yi Jin's body stiffened instantly. Then, he felt a small, fluffy creature wriggle out from beneath him. It was a tiny phoenix, no larger than a palm, with crimson feathers and dark plumage, flapping its diminutive wings as it valiantly climbed onto Yi Jin's chest, its black pearl-like eyes locking onto his in an intense gaze. Yi Jin. Chapter 003 Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix. As Yi Jin gazed upon the living embodiment of the Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix before him, he fell into a peculiar stupor. After a moment of shock, he abruptly closed his eyes, attuning himself to his dantian. Within his dantian, it was as if a tempest of thunder raged, crimson lightning intertwining amidst the golden and resplendent nine heavens thunder palace, which flickered in and out of visibility within the sea of thunder. At this moment, Yi Jin could distinctly perceive that in the center of the main hall of the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace, beside the statue that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, there now stood another statue, a magnificent, poised to fly, eternal purgatory fire phoenix, the first Heavenly Tribulation envoy, Feng Qinga. It was no dream. It was indeed real. He could truly command the Heavenly Tribulation. Suddenly, a profound realization dawned upon Yi Jin. The source of his control over the Heavenly Tribulation lay within the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace that had unexpectedly manifested in his dantian. By merging his consciousness with the statue in the main hall, he could transform into the Tao, wielding dominion over the Heavenly Tribulation. This statue encapsulated the essence of all the myriad creatures poised to undergo tribulation across the realms of the immortal world and beyond. By merging his spirit with the statue, everything would be within Yi Jin's grasp with a mere thought. Moreover, the realm of Qishao governed not only the tribulations of these creatures, but also the emergence of certain extraordinary elixirs, defying artifacts or other treasures, which would also invite tribulations. These tribulations fell under the jurisdiction of Qishao. Furthermore, within the three tiers of the Qishao realm, each tier could claim a powerful being as a Heavenly Tribulation envoy. Once Yi Jin advanced to the second tier of Qishao, should he encounter another anomalous super-divine beast akin to the Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix, he could likewise recruit it as a Heavenly Tribulation envoy. Most importantly, the next realm was the Chengshao realm. It would grant him control over the tribulations faced by cultivators on their path to immortality. At that time, he could also master his father's tribulation. In the very next instant, a surge of excitement welled within Yi Jin as a torrent of information flowed from the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace into his mind. Was this the innate ability of the Heavenly Tribulation envoy? Yi Jin was momentarily stunned. He hastily shut his eyes, deeply contemplating the information flooding his consciousness. Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix, two extraordinary talents, inherited memories, Eternal Purgatory Divine Fire. Suddenly, a small black flame ignited within Yi Jin's dantian. His pupils dilated. This was the legendary, defying divine fire, the very source of the Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix's inability to coexist with heaven and earth. Upon Feng Qinga becoming the Heavenly Tribulation envoy, Yi Jin instantly gained command over this phenomenal divine fire. Simultaneously, the inherited memories of the Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix surged forth, merging into Yi Jin's consciousness like rivers converging into the sea, enriching his knowledge that if mastering the Heavenly Tribulation felt elusive, then the Eternal Purgatory Divine Fire, along with the inherited memories of the Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix lineage, were precisely what Yi Jin required at this moment. All of this was the gift of Feng Qinga. Did this not signify that Yi Jin could also acquire the talents of other Heavenly Tribulation envoys? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Jin's heart began to tremble, and his hands involuntarily clenched with determination that he must strive to cultivate diligently, breaking through to the second and third tiers of Qishao, enabling him to recruit two more defying divine beasts. Would he not then become a humanoid divine beast? Feng Qinga, grasped firmly in Yi Jin's hand, gazed blankly at the excited expression on his face, still smeared with drool and remnants of soup. In that moment, the little phoenix recalled a terrifying speculation that had crossed her mind during the tribulation. The Lord of Tribulation intends to feast upon roasted phoenix. Indeed, it must be so. At this juncture, Fengqinga could distinctly sense the fleeting glimmer of black divine fire in Yi Jin's eyes, which unmistakably signified an intent to roast her. The little phoenix could not help but whimper, pleading, "Lord of Tribulation, I'm not delicious." Yi Jin, stirred by a tumultuous emotion, instinctively wiped his mouth and murmured, "How can one know if it's delicious without tasting it?" Fengqinga instantly stiffened, nearly fainting from fright. So, the so-called Heavenly Tribulation envoy was merely a dish for the Lord of Tribulation. As the first eternal purgatory fire phoenix to transcend the transformation tribulation, she had anticipated soaring to the pinnacle of avian existence. Yet now faced the prospect of being devoured by the heavens. Though Yi Jin's cultivation was merely at the qi refinement stage, Fengqinga dared not entertain even the slightest thought of resistance. If Yi Jin truly desired to consume her, the little phoenix would have no choice but to submit to Yi Jin. Regaining his composure, seemed to realize the implications of his previous words, but offered no explanation. He placed the little phoenix on the bed and furrowed his brow, asking, "Why do you not transform into human form?" Upon hearing human form, Fengqinga sighed in relief and hastily replied, "In response to the Lord of Tribulation." Yi Jin interrupted her, saying, "Call me young master." Fengqinga promptly corrected herself. "In response to young master, I am but a bird, so I prefer my avian form." Yi Jin conceded, "Very well, the eternal purgatory fire phoenix is indeed a bird." "That is not incorrect." The little phoenix trembled and said, "If the Lord of Tribulation commands, I can also transform into human form. As beings of the Tao, the otherworldly creatures could only continue their cultivation of the heavenly path by taking human form. However, for the spirit creatures, their original forms were the most familiar and comfortable. Yi Jin shook his head. No need. This form is just fine. If you suddenly transform into a human, it might frighten Luo." Since Yi Zhaoxian was gravely injured, Yi Jin had become an outcast. With only Ying Luo remaining by his side, he was quite fond of this little maid. Moreover, a bird's profile was far less conspicuous than that of a human. If a person were to suddenly appear beside Yi Jin, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the elders. However, who would concern themselves with a mere bird? After a brief pause, Yi Jin added, "Transform into a sparrow. Your current form is a bit intimidating." With crimson feathers and black plumes, the eternal purgatory fire phoenix was a legendary, anomalous super-divine beast that if Fengqinga's existence were to be discovered, not only would the sword's sect face peril, but the entire Luzhou would be laid to waste by the frenzied immortals. Fengqinga quickly concealed her phoenix traits, transforming into an ordinary low-tier spirit bird of the immortal realm, a scarlet spirit sparrow. Finally, she cautiously inquired, "Young master, will you not eat me?" Yi Jin rolled his eyes. "As long as you serve me well, I might consider sparing you." The little phoenix felt tears welling up again, fearing that failing to fulfill her duties would result in her being consumed. Yi Jin then inquired, "What is your cultivation level?" Fengqinga promptly responded, "In response to young master, I am at the harmonization stage, not far from the tribulation transformation stage." With this thought, Fengqinga's mood brightened considerably. As a heavenly tribulation envoy, she was exempt from the tribulations of countless calamities. Not only was she spared from the tribulation of ascension to immortality, but even the subsequent 3 disasters and 9 calamities were entirely averted. Yi Jin's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of the harmonization stage. There were 9 stages of cultivation: qi refinement, foundation establishment, essence condensation, core formation, infant transformation, spirit refinement, void exploration, harmonization, and tribulation transformation. Beyond these 9 stages lay immortality. Within the Sword sect, apart from Yi Zhaoxian, who was a tribulation transformation expert, there were also 3 elders at the harmonization stage. Among them, the Grand Elder had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, merely a step away from tribulation transformation. Before Yi Zhaoxian emerged, the Grand Elder was deemed the most likely candidate for ascension. Thus, many felt emboldened by the situation. Even with Yi Zhaoxian's demise, the Sword sect still had the Grand Elder. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a wave of resentment surged within Yi Jin. Damn it, when would the Grand Elder undergo his tribulation? I shall ensure he faces the weakest 4-9 thunder tribulation, slowly obliterating him. Just then, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside, seemingly belonging to the maidservants who had attended to Yi Jin earlier. Yi Jin frowned, swiftly seizing Feng Qingge and stowing her within his sleeve before rising from the bed. At that moment, in the courtyard, Ying Luo was being held down on her knees by two maidservants, one on each side, that a bright red handprint marred her fair face, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. The result of a blow from one of the maidservants. The trio consisted of the other three maidservants who had previously attended to Yi Jin: Pearl, Jade, and Ling Long. Ling Long stood before Ying Luo, delivering several harsh slaps to her face before coolly declaring, "Ying Luo, do not be ungrateful. Young Master Zhu Gang's attention towards you is a blessing. What benefits could be derived from following that good-for-nothing wastrel Yi Jin?" Behind them stood a haughty young man clad in green robes, arms clasped behind his back. Zhu Gang, another prodigy of the Sword Sect, was the Grand Elder's disciple and also the elder brother of Zhu Lai. Not long ago, the Grand Elder had decreed that the Spirit Peak be granted to Zhu Gang. Ling Long, Pearl, and Jade had all sided with Zhu Gang, becoming his personal maidservants. Their purpose in coming here was to force Ling Long to acknowledge Zhu Gang as her master, thereby humiliating Yi Jin. With blood trickling from her mouth, Ying Luo fixed her gaze defiantly on Ling Long, teeth clenched in silence. Her eyes radiated both stubbornness and mockery. Seeing this, Ling Long delivered a few more resounding slaps to Ying Luo's face, causing her cheeks to swell instantly. Suddenly, Zhu Gang chuckled leisurely, proclaiming, "The Spirit Peak is now mine, and its maidservants are likewise under my command. Since you refuse to comply, we shall strip this lowly maid and hang her at the entrance of the Spirit Peak." Ying Luo's body trembled violently, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a word. As Zhu Gang's words hung in the air, a chilling voice, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss, abruptly arose. "What did you say?" Once again. Chapter 004. The rebirth of the immortal monarch 004. Yi Jin's expression was as dark as water as he stepped forward into the center of the courtyard. He paid no heed to the others present, his gaze fixed intently on Ying Luo's swollen cheek. That Yi Jin was a frivolous wastrel, known for his reckless behavior, and now, utterly forsaken, he had descended into the depths of despair. Those who once flattered and sought to please him had all departed, leaving only Ying Luo steadfast by his side. 10 years ago, on a stormy night, Yi Jin's mother had brought home the 6-year-old Ying Luo. 7 years prior, on another stormy night, Yi Jin's mother had vanished without a trace. The young Yi Jin had asked his father about her whereabouts more than once, but Yi Zhixian had remained silent. It was during this time that Yi Jin's temperament underwent a drastic change, transforming him into a notorious spendthrift in Luzhou. Upon seeing Yi Jin emerge from the room, Ying Luo's defiance morphed into despair. The three maidens, Ling Long, Jinzhu, and Fei Chui, instinctively felt trepidation at the sight of Yi Jin, but soon they gathered their courage and stood tall. Ling Long tossed a tattered bundle at Yi Jin's feet, her tone dripping with derision. "Yi Jin, these are the clothes and token of a mere servant disciple. Take them and promptly return to the servant quarters." Her words exuded an air of superiority. As if she were untouchable, Yi Jin's gaze shifted from Ying Luo's bruised visage to Ling Long's face, his voice icy. "Did you strike her?" Ling Long lifted her chin slightly, disdain evident in her reply. "Indeed, I did." "What of it?" Yi Jin nodded. Acknowledgement is sufficient. That moment, Zhu Gang, who had been standing with his hands clasped behind his back, suddenly interjected. "What are you waiting for? Strip this lowly maid and hang her at the mountain gate." Zhu Gang did not even cast a glance at Yi Jin. Once the esteemed young master of the Sword Sect, he now regarded Yi Jin as a worthless servant, unworthy of his attention. Ying Luo's body trembled slightly. Only then did she turn to Yi Jin, pleading, "Young master, let us leave." Ling Long, with a smirk playing at her lips, suddenly raised her hand and struck Ying Luo's cheek again with a resounding slap. At the very moment the slap landed, a crimson shadow seemed to flicker past, smack. Ling Long was sent flying, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall before sliding down helplessly. The next instant, Ying Luo spat out a mouthful of bloodied teeth, and a crimson handprint marred her left cheek. Zhu Gang's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Who did this?" His heart sank. He had only seen a flash of red and could not discern what had truly transpired. Bang bang! 2 dull thuds answered him, as Jinzhu and Fei Chui were also sent hurtling, crashing into Ling Long crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed. Yi Jin stepped forward, lifting the dazed Ying Luo from the ground. Her arms were broken, yet she gritted her teeth in silence. In that moment, Yi Jin's voice resonated like that from the depths of hell. You may choose to ally with others in my downfall, but you shall not lay a finger on Ying Lu at this juncture. Jinju and Fei Chui, dazed and disoriented, bore crimson handprints on their left cheeks, while Ling Long's bones were shattered from the impact. They remained oblivious to the events that had just unfolded or who had struck them. Zhu Gang's expression oscillated between dark and light. Yi Jin still had formidable allies. Ying Luo, her face filled with bewilderment, instinctively uttered, "Young master." Yi Jin's demeanor softened slightly as he replied, "It is the guardian my father left for me." Zhu Gang narrowed his eyes, fixating on Yi Jin, and instinctively retorted, "Impossible. That guardian was slain by my master." Zhu Gang's master was the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, a pinnacle cultivator of the harmonious Dao realm. Yi Jin then turned to Zhu Gang, his expression devoid of emotion. "What did you just say? Whose clothes were to be stripped and hung where?" Zhu Gang's heart tightened, but he quickly regained composure, smirking. "Yi Jin, give it up. The Sword Sect is no longer what it used to be. You and your father are merely clinging to life. Even if you have a guardian, what does it matter? 3 days ago, that guardian met a gruesome end." Bang! Before Zhu Gang could finish his words, a crimson shadow darted past and struck him heavily in the dantian. Zhu Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward to crash against the opposite wall of the courtyard. His face paled, disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Yi Jin. You shattered my dantian." That single blow had indeed fractured his dantian, rendering his cultivation null and void. In that moment, he finally saw that the one who had attacked him was not some guardian, but a sparrow, the most common lowly demon bird in the celestial realm, the Qi Ling sparrow. When had sparrows become so powerful? Yi Jin cast a glance at the horrified Jinju and said flatly, "You shall strip him naked and hang him at the mountain gate of Lingxiu Peak." Zhu Gang screamed in shock. "You dare!" Jinju trembled but hesitated to act. Though the slap had sent her flying, she was still a cultivator of the core formation realm and had not lost her capacity for action. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Jin's expression hardened. "It seems you wish to meet your end." Instantly, Jinju recalled the terror of being subjugated by Yi Jin and hurriedly scrambled to her feet, frantically starting to undress Zhu Gang. Within moments, she had stripped him bare, hoisting him toward the mountain gate. Yi Jin glanced at Ling Long before turning to Fei Chui, coldly instructing, "You shall strike her until she breathes her last." At this, Ling Long was instantly filled with dread and began to plead for mercy. "Young master, spare me, spare me. I have served you for so long." Yi Jin ignored her pleas and addressed Fei Chui. "If you do not strike her to death, I shall end you myself." Fei Chui shuddered, seizing Ling Long by the collar and striking her face with brutal force. Though Ling Long was also a cultivator of the core formation realm, her bones had been shattered in the previous attack, rendering her powerless against Fei Chui, who was of the same cultivation level. Ling Long's cries of agony filled the air, and she hoarsely shouted, "Yi Jin, you will not escape retribution. Young Master Zhu Lai will surely have you torn apart." Yet her voice was swiftly drowned out by the sound of another resounding slap in the courtyard. Only the crisp sound of slapping and the piercing screams remained. Ying Luo observed the scene before her with an impassive expression. After Yi Xian's grievous injury, Ying Luo had witnessed the cruelty of the world. Once, Jinju, Fei Chui, Ling Long, and Ying Luo had all held equal status, benefiting from their positions as the young master's attendants. Now, however, the three had betrayed Yi Jin and returned to add insult to injury. Ying Luo felt no sympathy. With their paths to survival obliterated, it was better to drag a few down with them before their demise. Turning to Yi Jin, Ying Luo hesitantly murmured, "Young master, should we head to the servant quarters?" Yi Jin scoffed. "The sect leader of the Sword Sect is still my father, and I remain the young master of the Sword Sect, the Lord of Lingxiu Peak, within the Sword Sect. Aside from my father, who has the authority to demote me to a mere servant? In this month, I shall indulge in some entertainment with you all. Let you understand what it means to wield heavenly tribulation and judge the fates of mortals." As for Zhu Lai, Zhu Gang is but Zhu Lai's elder brother. Deprived of his cultivation and stripped bare at the gate of Lingxiu Peak, he is sure to elicit Zhu Lai's wrath. The Sword Sect, one of the 7 main peaks, Tianjin Peak, the Grand Elder's cave dwelling. Grand Elder City Yun's expression darkened upon receiving reports from his disciples. As anticipated, Yi Zhixian indeed has contingencies. Yi Jin is accompanied not by just one guardian. Opposite Situ Yun sat a graceful youth clad in white, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with red lips and white teeth. Exuding an air of elegance, none other than the Sword Sect's foremost genius, Zhu Lai, only 18, he had already reached the transformation realm. Zhu Lai nodded. A mere sparrow incapacitated Zhu Gang. That guardian is indeed clever. Refraining from exposing himself to danger, both Situ Yun and Zhu Lai believed the sparrow to be a mere facade employed by Yi Jin's guardian. Within the Sword Sect, there were still many who remained fiercely loyal to Yi Zhixian. Serving as Yi Jin's guardians 3 days ago, Zhu Lai had beaten Yi Jin to draw these loyalists out. Situ Yun contemplated for a moment before continuing. My dear disciple, this matter cannot be overlooked. Zhu Gang is your brother. You must handle the ensuing events and ensure that all of Yi Jin's guardians are drawn out. Zhu Lai paused for a moment before respectfully responding. Disciple shall obey. The Grand Elder nodded, satisfied. Rest assured, I will send people to monitor the situation closely. I will not allow any mishap to befall you. Zhu Lai nodded, rising to say, Disciple will attend to this matter at once. As he left the cave dwelling, the warmth on Zhu Lai's face dissipated, replaced by an icy indifference that a hint of barely perceptible malice flickered in his eyes. A mere ant dares to use me as a pawn? Once I inherit the legacy of the unparalleled Sword Immortal, I shall ensure that this Sword Sect is left with naught but ruin. Unexpectedly, this Sword Sect's immortal spirit mountain is indeed the resting place of the unparalleled sword immortal Mu Changsheng from ancient times. Should I acquire Mu Changsheng's legacy, I shall undoubtedly surpass my former self. Those who betrayed me in the past shall pay the price. Zhu Lai is no longer the Zhu Lai of yore. He is now the ancient immortal Jun Gulan, who once shook the immortal realm a millennium ago, 1,000 years past. During his tribulation, he was betrayed by his childhood sweetheart and the disciple he had raised himself. Perishing beneath the heavenly tribulation, yet a wisp of his soul remained undying, condensing within an ancient ring. 8 years ago, the then 10-year-old Zhu Lai fortuitously obtained this ancient ring. Originally possessing mediocre aptitude, Zhu Lai, under the guidance of immortal Jun Gulan, emerged as the Sword Sect's foremost talent. 3 months ago, Zhu Lai made a breakthrough, becoming the second youngest cultivator in the history of the Sword Sect to reach the transformation stage. This also aligned with the criteria for immortal Jun Gulan's reincarnation. Thus, immortal Jun Gulan successfully took over Zhu Lai's body, replacing him and resurrecting in a new life. Chapter 005, 9 Revolution Spirit Forging Pill. The Sword Sect boasts 7 principal peaks. Sword Peak, Heaven Sword Peak, Earth Sword Peak, Human Sword Peak, Spirit Show Peak, Spirit Nurturing Peak, and Spirit Hidden Peak. These 7 peaks are the legacy left by the unparalleled sword immortal Mu Changsheng. To unlock this legacy, one must simultaneously refine all 7 peaks. Currently, aside from Yi Zhixian's Sword Peak and Yi Jin's Spirit Show Peak, the other 5 peaks are under the control of the Grand Elder. Situ Yun. Behind Grand Elder Situ Yun, others are also scheming for the legacy of the unparalleled Sword Immortal, though this information has yet to be disclosed, and everything is proceeding in the shadows. Once a month has passed, and Yi Zhixian meets his demise, the Grand Elder will become the new head of the Sword Sect, and everything will fall into place at that time. The legacy of the unparalleled Sword Immortal will quietly awaken, unnoticed by anyone present. Although Zhu Lai has been reborn as an immortal, he is still merely at the transformation stage and cannot confront the Grand Elder and his allies head-on, thus must remain hidden and plot slowly. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhu Lai's mind, and he murmured to himself, My 9 Revolution Spirit Forging Pill is about to be completed. With the 9 Revolution Spirit Forging Pill, I can change my spiritual root and forge an unparalleled immortal spiritual root. Although Zhu Lai is hailed as the Sword Sect's foremost prodigy, in the eyes of immortal Jun Gulan, his aptitude is akin to that of a waste. 3 months ago, after successfully taking over, immortal Jun Gulan began preparations to refine the 9 Revolution Spirit Forging Pill. Within the treasure trove of his past life, there exists an immortal's alchemical furnace and the primary herb for crafting the 9 Revolutions spirit-forging pill. The 9 Refinements Immortal Herb, which immortal Jungu Lan narrowly acquired in a secret realm. Initially intending to nurture disciples, he never anticipated this would ultimately be used for himself. Furthermore, immortal Jungu Lan was also a master of alchemy. Even now, having fallen to the transformation stage, he can still refine spiritual pills thanks to the foundation laid in his past life. That 9 Revolution Spirit Forging pill has been in the process of refinement for 49 days. And today it is finally complete. Though the 9 Revolution Spirit Forging pill does not reach the level of an immortal pill, it is more extraordinary than some immortal pills. This spirit pill can transform the most ordinary mixed spiritual roots into the supreme, immortal spiritual roots of the immortal realm. However, the emergence of such a defying spirit pill will inevitably attract a pill tribulation. Yet Zhu Lai is unconcerned about the trivial tribulation. He is refining the pill within a hidden treasure trove left from his past life. Even if the Heavenly Tribulation is summoned, it will be blocked by the Immortal's Great Formation. The cunning immortal Jungu Lan had already made numerous contingencies before facing the tribulation. The ring Zhu Lai acquired is one of immortal Jungu Lan's backups. Within the ring lies a small-scale teleportation array, which can only be activated by immortal Jungu Lan's soul imprint. This small teleportation array leads to various hidden treasure troves, containing half of immortal Jungu Lan's riches. Unknown even to his partner and disciples, Zhu Lai quickened his pace, returning to his cave abode, but he hesitated for a moment, silently thinking, I cannot neglect that useless brother. I still need the identity of the sword sect's foremost prodigy. Subsequently, Zhu Lai summoned a disciple from Spirit Hidden Peak and instructed, Junior brother, go fetch Zhu Gang. The disciple promptly responded, yes. After a pause, he added, what about Yi Jin? Zhu Lai shook his head, do not provoke him for now. The disciple did not hesitate further and turned to leave that a cold smile crept across Zhu Lai's lips. 3 days prior, he had already been used as a pawn by the Grand Elder and had no desire to be used a second time. The pressing matter is to first consume the 9 Revolution Spirit Forging pill, allowing Zhu Lai's cultivation to soar and fully awaken the foundation of the Immortal's reincarnation. With this thought, Zhu Lai sealed off his cave with formations and, using the teleportation array within the ring, vanished from the sword sect in an instant. Before the gate of Spirit Show Peak, Pearl hung the nearly lifeless Zhu Gang like a dead dog. Letting out a sigh of relief that Yi Jin, as expected, remained the same fool, allowing me to leave unscathed. Yi Jin is a wastrel, vengeful to the core. Those who provoke him rarely end well. Pearl descended from Spirit Show Peak. Naturally unwilling to return to seek death, that a cruel smile appeared on Pearl's lips. Yi Jin, once you enter the servants' quarters, I shall make you wish you were never born. But before she could finish her words, a surge of black flames suddenly erupted from her dantian. Pearl did not even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes beneath the black flames. Not far away, atop the branches of an ancient tree, a small red spirit sparrow blinked its small, bean-like eyes and murmured to itself. I almost thought the young master was soft-hearted. The moment I moved, the person was gone down on Spirit Show Peak. Emerald had already dragged Ling Long out of the courtyard, continuing to slap her face. According to Yi Jin, she was to slap her until death. Watching the flock of red spirit sparrows perched on a nearby treetop, Emerald dared not entertain any other thoughts. Within the small courtyard, the residence of cultivators is typically a cave dwelling. Only Yi Jin, an oddity, built a small courtyard atop Spirit Show Peak, constructing several elegant rooms. Ling Long's injuries were treated by herself. The severed arm was reattached with true essence, and her face was smeared with ointment. She had grown up alongside Yi Jin, often tending to his injuries from childhood mishaps during his escapades deep within the immortal spirit mountain. Now that Ling Long had reached the core formation stage, these minor injuries were nothing to her. Moreover, she possessed various spiritual pills and miraculous medicines bestowed by Yi Jin, which he had never been willing to consume. Seeing this, Yi Jin let out a sigh of relief and said, Ling Long, take good care of yourself. Ling Long, somewhat worried, replied, Young master, please do not allow that senior to reveal herself. Otherwise, Yi Jin understood Ling Long's concern and comforted her. Rest assured, she will not seek her own demise. Returning to his room, Yi Jin eagerly sat cross-legged, focusing his mind skyward, and began to cultivate the 9 heavens responding to Tribulation Indestructible Sutra. Half an hour later, Yi Jin opened his eyes, a bitter smile crossing his face. After half an hour of effort, he had not even completed a single cycle of the technique. His aptitude was too poor, inherently lacking, and he possessed merely the most ordinary mixed spiritual roots. Even if Yi Jin were to become the master of tribulations, controlling the heavenly tribulations would not alter this fact that in other words, the one controlling the heavenly tribulation is the 9 heavens Thunder Palace. Whoever possesses it in their dantian can command the heavenly tribulation, which has little to do with Yi Jin's own abilities. Unless, suddenly, a thought sparked in Yi Jin's mind. Unless he could reforge his spiritual roots. In the memories passed down from the eternal Inferno Fire Phoenix clan, there exists a miraculous pill known as the 9 heavens Spirit Forging Pill, capable of reforging spiritual roots. Even for mortals without spiritual roots, consuming the 9 revolution Spirit Forging Pill would grant them the legendary immortal spiritual roots, a true defiance of nature, that is, for how to refine such a pill. The eternal Inferno Fire Phoenix clan does not possess alchemical knowledge. Given Yi Jin's current aptitude, attempting to break through to the Tao Orange Sky realm within a month is practically impossible. Should I first check the heavenly tribulation? Perhaps some unfortunate soul has refined such a pill, and I could take advantage of it that in the memories of the eternal Inferno Fire Phoenix clan. When the 9 revolution Spirit Forging Pill emerges, a pill tribulation is sure to follow. And at present, Yi Jin's Red Sky realm can also command the pill tribulation. With this thought, Yi Jin immersed his mind into the statue within the 9 heavens Thunder Palace. In an instant, scenes from countless realms flashed through his mind. All beings undergoing tribulations or about to undergo tribulations appeared at the mere thought of Yi Jin. What the suddenly, Yi Jin was taken aback. There truly is an unfortunate soul who has refined a batch of 9 revolution Spirit Forging Pills. In the next moment, his mind surged, instantly merging with the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 006. Bestowing treasures upon the immortal lord in the immortal realm. Within an unknown secret domain, a golden red alchemical furnace radiated a dazzling light. And the rich aroma of pills permeated the entire secret realm. The 9 revolution Spirit Forging Pill, a miraculous pill capable of forging immortal roots, is on the verge of being born. On the other side, a flicker of joy appeared on Zhu Lai's face. The immortal spirit root, one of the most exceptional roots in the immortal realm, was something even the ancient immortal Lord Gulan had never possessed in his previous life. Had it not been for Gulan's desperate efforts to retrieve a 9 refinements immortal herb from a perilous location, he would not have been able to concoct this extraordinary elixir today. Gulan himself was a top-tier alchemist in the immortal realm, and with his past experiences and the current royal-grade alchemy furnace at his disposal, Zhu Lai, despite only being at the transformation embryo stage, was more than capable of refining the 9-Spirit Forging Pill that in the pursuit of crafting this elixir. Zhu Lai had expended nearly all of the premium, celestial herbs available in this secret realm. Today, the elixir was complete. Boom! Just then, dark clouds loomed overhead, and silver lightning roared within them. The heavenly tribulation. Zhu Lai looked up, a trace of disdain flashing across his lips. Although the 9-Spirit Forging Pill was extraordinary, it ultimately belonged to the category of spirit pills and had not reached the level of an immortal-grade elixir. The tribulations faced by spirit pills were typically the 4-9 Thunder Tribulations, which could easily be resolved with the power concealed within this immortal lord's secret stash. However, in the next instant, Zhu Lai's gaze became vacant. The eye of heavenly punishment. In the sky above, Yi Jin slowly opened his eyes, surveying the scene below. In the next moment, Yi Jin was rendered speechless. His eyes were met with a dazzling array of celestial scriptures, various extraordinary artifacts, and treasures beyond count, even in the sword sect's treasury. He had never encountered such a wealth of riches that the sword sect's treasury paled in comparison to this place, which undoubtedly belonged to a high-ranking immortal's abode. Yi Jin's gaze gradually shifted to the massive golden-red alchemy furnace at the center of the cave. In an instant, a piece of information flowed into Yi Jin's mind. Heavenly Great Supreme, 9-Spirit Forging Pill, capable of crafting supreme, immortal spirit roots for mortals. This pill was crafted from the rebirth of the fallen immortal Lord Gulan. The act of seizing a body and returning to life violates the harmony of heaven, and the completion of the pill defies celestial order. Thus it must face the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Gulan, seizing a body and returning to life. Yi Jin's brows furrowed slightly, and he instinctively glanced at the figure beside the alchemy furnace. Zhu Lai. How could he be here? At this moment, Yi Jin, in the state of the heavenly tribulation, could effortlessly survey the entire secret realm below. He could ascertain that, apart from Zhu Lai, there were no other living beings in this secret domain. Furthermore, this was the immortal Lord's hidden treasure. So, Zhu Lai is the reborn body of immortal Lord Gulan. Possessing the eternal memory of the Hellfire Phoenix clan, it all clicked into place for Yi Jin in an instant. Damn. That fool of a Grand Elder is even more oblivious than I am, unaware that his disciple has been usurped. Immortal Lord Gulan has reclaimed the secret stash left by his former self, yet still lingers in the Sword Sect, clearly with ulterior motives. Moreover, as he is a reincarnated being, he would not feel gratitude towards the Sword Sect. He is merely a leech, clinging to the Sword Sect and draining its lifeblood. Once immortal Lord Gulan obtains what he desires or accomplishes his goals, the entire Sword Sect will surely be reduced to ashes. Such a being would undoubtedly erase all traces of his rebirth. That I end the eternal memories of the Hellfire Phoenix clan, there are numerous examples of such occurrences. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Jin's eyes. Since I have encountered him, then let him perish. Boom. The rolling silver lightning in the tribulation clouds instantly transformed into a deep crimson. The crimson lightning, thick and long, aimed directly at Zhu Lai below. But in that fleeting moment before the lightning struck, a cerulean light shield suddenly surged upwards, intercepting the oncoming thunder. Yi Jin's brow furrowed slightly. Below was the immortal Lord's hidden treasure, evidently protected by an immortal grade formation. What of an immortal grade formation? A sinister smile crept across Yi Jin's lips. This moment, Zhu Lai was completely stunned that he had not anticipated that the emergence of the 9-turned spirit-forging pill would attract the eye of heavenly punishment, nor that the previous crimson lightning was clearly a portent of the 9-9 catastrophe. The 9-9 catastrophe? The 9-turned spirit-forging pill was so defiant that its emergence would invoke the 9-9 catastrophe. The 9-9 catastrophe, known for its relentless nature, could only be provoked by an existence that heaven would not tolerate. In other words, as long as the 9-turned spirit-forging pill remains intact, the heavenly tribulation shall not dissipate. Even though the immortal grade formation here could withstand it momentarily, it could not endure the continuous bombardment of the 9-9 catastrophe. In an instant, Zhu Lai's expression twisted in anguish, murmuring to himself, the 9-9 catastrophe is not insurmountable. If heaven seeks to destroy me, I shall defy heaven. As long as I can shatter this tribulation cloud, I can naturally break the 9-9 catastrophe. With this thought, the ring in Zhu Lai's hand began to glow as he sought to activate more formations within the hidden treasure. However, in the next moment, all color drained from Zhu Lai's face, leaving him as pale as a sheet. Boom. High above, the eye of heavenly punishment was cold and merciless. The crimson lightning exploded, transforming into a scarlet light shadow, as if a tangible world from a distant, unknown realm pressed down upon them. The immortal grade defensive formation crumbled under this terrifying pressure, akin to a fragile egg being crushed. Instantly, a horrifying thought pierced Zhu Lai's mind. Chaos, heavenly punishment. Zhu Lai screamed in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the teleportation array on his ring and fled the scene. Escaped. In the sky above, Yi Jin's brow furrowed slightly. That terrifying chaos, heavenly punishment dissipated into nothingness. Seemed the teleportation array had sent him to another hidden realm. This implies that immortal Lord Gulan possesses more than one such secret abode. In the state of the heavenly tribulation, Yi Jin could easily discern Gulan's whereabouts. However, the heavenly tribulation was targeting the 9-turned spirit-forging pill below, not Gulan himself. Otherwise, Yi Jin would have surely ridden the heavenly tribulation to pursue him to the ends of the earth. Nevertheless, for Gulan to be reborn, he must also undergo tribulation to ascend to immortality. If he dares to transcend, I shall personally strike him down. No, I cannot kill him just why ETS a reborn immortal. His abilities would undoubtedly be formidable, and he might conjure other extraordinary treasures that could provoke the Heavenly Tribulation. Without the 9-turn spirit forging pill, Gulan would be unable to reforge his spirit root and rapidly elevate his cultivation, thus posing no immediate threat to the sword sect that Ye glanced below. At the dazzling array of treasures in the hidden realm, his heart ablaze with fervor. This is the immortal lord's hidden treasure. Compared to it, the sword sect's treasury is but a drop in the ocean. This time, Yijin not only obtained a 9-turn spirit forging pill, but also the hidden stash of immortal Lord Gulan. However, the secret treasure is riddled with formations and prohibitions. Unless Gulan himself were present, any immortal below his rank would be obliterated the moment they stepped into this place in search of treasure. This moment, Yijin sat upon the tribulation clouds, gazing down at the immortal lord's hidden treasure, lost in contemplation. But how shall I transport these treasures away? Suddenly, a thought struck Yijin. The ethereal image of the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace materialized above him. In the next instant, a violent sucking force emerged, drawing the entire immortal lord's hidden treasure into the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace. Below, only an expanse of empty white ground remained, as if licked clean by a dog. Devoid of anything, Yijin stared blankly. Is this truly possible? Does this mean that if I were to become a Heavenly Tribulation bandit, I could seize any tribulation passerby I desired? Surely there must be some limitations. Yijin carefully contemplated, ultimately realizing there were none. Above the Heavenly Tribulation, everything was dictated by him. If I say it is so, then it shall be so. Thankfully, I am merely a minor miscreant, not yet wicked to the core. Otherwise, those cultivators in the immortal realm would be in for dire straits. Initially, Yijin's plan was merely to discreetly take a few pills while the Heavenly Tribulation descended. However, since the owner of the pills is the usurped Zhu Lai, he felt no need for courtesy to in the next moment. Another chaos, heavenly punishment descended from the heavens. The white ground below dissolved into nothingness. The control of the Heavenly Tribulation is a matter that must not be leaked in the slightest. Nor can it raise even a hint of suspicion. The Heavenly Tribulation is a sword hanging over all cultivators' heads. Now, this sword is wielded by an ant, and it is being misused should this information leak. There would be no place for Yijin to hide in this world. Since Zhu Lai has already witnessed the chaos heavenly punishment, let the heavenly punishment continue. Within the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace, Yijin's statue slowly opened its eyes that he scanned the entirety of the Thunder Palace, but found no trace of the immortal lord's hidden treasure. Where has it gone? Yijin was taken aback, searching meticulously once more. Finally, in a corner, he discovered a light orb roughly the size of a soybean. It was indeed the immortal Lord Gulan's hidden treasure that Yijin was momentarily stunned. The hidden treasure appeared quite large earlier. So how has it shrunk to such a size now? It must be the Chinquan ring that in the next moment, a stirring in his heart caused the luminous orb to descend before him. Yijin cast a glance, and indeed, within the orb lay a vast secret realm, teeming with treasures, various celestial scriptures and esoteric texts, an abundance beyond counting. The center of this hidden trove. A golden-red alchemical furnace emitted a singular 9-turn spirit refining pill, though regrettably, only one that the formations and prohibitions within the secret stash of the celestial monarch were trivial when compared to the Thunder Palace of the 9 Heavens. Gazing at the dazzling array of treasures, Yijin murmured to himself, he is not the ancient Lan celestial monarch. He is clearly the treasure-giving celestial monarch. Finally, Yijin shifted his gaze towards the golden-red alchemical furnace, for that was precisely what he needed at this moment. Within the secluded chamber, Yijin slowly opened his eyes, revealing a golden-hued spiritual pill resting in his palm, the 9-turn spirit refining pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed this exceedingly rare and miraculous elixir. I sincerely hope that the ancient Lan, no, the treasure-giving celestial monarch, can refine more heavenly treasures that attract heavenly tribulations before achieving immortality. Last time, you left me bedridden for 3 days. Now, I'm merely taking a little something from you. Surely that is not too much to ask. However, should there be a next time, let it not be the chaotic celestial punishment, lest it frighten him away, rendering him too afraid to refine again. Yes, he must be shown a glimmer of hope. Chapter 007. The Great Void Universe Scripture in another secret stash of the ancient Lan celestial monarch. Zhu Lai propped himself up with both hands on the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. The chaotic celestial punishment, merely attempting to refine a 9-turn spirit refining pill, had summoned forth the chaotic celestial punishment. This punishment signifies annihilation. Could it be that I provoked the heavens by breaching our agreement, seizing Zhu Lai's body, and forcibly refining a defiant spirit pill to forge a celestial root, thus invoking the chaotic celestial punishment? Seizing a body to be reborn inherently defies the celestial order, and now, refining a defiant spirit pill and forging a celestial root further transgresses grave taboos. This explanation seems quite reasonable that I in the celestial realm. Numerous extraordinary treasures exist capable of reshaping the physical body. 10 years ago, the ancient Lan celestial monarch made an agreement with the young Zhu Lai. He guided Zhu Lai's cultivation with the promise that once Zhu Lai attained immortality, he would procure treasures for the ancient Lan to reshape his body. Yet, from the beginning, the ancient Lan had no intention of keeping his word. His guidance was merely to mold Zhu Lai into a suitable vessel for his own possession. After a considerable time, Zhu Lai finally rose from the ground, and he sensed that the secret stash of the celestial monarch had long since turned to ashes. Under the chaotic celestial punishment, a mere celestial monarch's secret realm was utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, Zhu Lai's heart remained heavy with trepidation that in his past life, he had perished beneath the heavenly tribulations, and now, in this life, his initial attempt at refining a defiant spirit pill had summoned the eye of heavenly punishment and the chaotic celestial punishment. In the next moment, Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and muttered. This time, the chaotic celestial punishment destroyed the 9-turn spirit refining pill. It should also absolve my karmic burdens that I refuse to believe that next time I can still invoke such a formidable heavenly tribulation. Since the 9-turn spirit refining pill has failed, I shall consume the dustless sword body pill and refine my physical form into the dustless sword body. With the dustless sword body, I should be able to align with the legacy of the eternal first sword immortal. The 9-turn spirit refining pill and the dustless sword body pill are both top-tier elixirs prepared for this life, using the accumulation from my past existence. The dustless sword body pill is currently being nurtured in another secret stash of a celestial monarch and will be ready for refinement in a few days. However, the emergence of the dustless sword body pill will likewise attract heavenly punishment that I must return to the sword sect. In the sword sect, on the Lingxiu Peak, within the secluded chamber, Yi Jin's body was enveloped in a golden radiance. The torrents of primordial energy from heaven and earth, guided by some unseen force, cascaded towards him. The entire Lingxiu Peak was shrouded in a misty azure haze, the moment the anomaly heralding the birth of a celestial root manifested. Yi Jin's divine statue within the Thunder Palace of the 9 Heavens suddenly opened its eyes, suppressing the phenomenon. Even so, the commotion at Lingxiu Peak drew the attention of the entire sword sect. Within the sword sect, the 3 elder Taoists of harmony and 12 protectors of the Dongshu realm all turned their gazes towards the direction of Lingxiu Peak. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows and could not help but exclaim, "What is that little brat up to now?" Clearly, this was not the first time such an anomaly had occurred at Lingxiu Peak. Time and again, Yi Jin devised various schemes to create disturbances. However, this time, the commotion was particularly great, even stirring the primordial energy of heaven and earth. It seems that the little brat is cornered and desperately trying to create a stir to prove his worthiness to remain on Lingxiu Peak. By the side of Situ Yun, a youth bearing a striking resemblance to him spoke. "Father, since Yi Jin still has an unknown guardian by his side, why don't we publicly dispose of him on the day of the grand ceremony? I refuse to believe that if Yi Jin is crippled, that Yi Zhaoxian will still have the heart to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. The sword sect has existed for 3,000 years, and Yi Zhaoxian is the only one qualified to achieve immortality. Even though Yi Zhaoxian is currently gravely injured, to outsiders, he still appears to have the opportunity to transcend the tribulation. Moreover, the immortal behind the 9 refinements Grand Elder holds Yi Zhaoxian in considerable regard. Of course, since the Celestial Mountain harbors treasures, that great figure cannot act directly at this moment to avoid drawing attention from others." The Grand Elder nodded slightly before shaking his head. "You need not intervene. Let your disciple Zhu Lai handle it." The youth was momentarily taken aback. then burst into laughter. The sword sect's greatest prodigy? Merely a dog to their father-son duo, just as Zhu Lai returned to the sword sect through the teleportation array. He was astonished to see the strange phenomena occurring at Lingxiu Peak. This is a genuine celestial anomaly. Could it be that Yi Jin has obtained some fortunate encounter? Zhu Lai's perceptiveness naturally surpassed that of everyone in the sword sect. He could immediately discern that the commotion at Lingxiu Peak was unlike any previous occurrence. It was a true celestial anomaly. Then, Zhu Lai chuckled derisively. That fool dares to show off at this time? Is he afraid of dying too slowly? Yet inexplicably, Zhu Lai suddenly recalled his own 9-turn spirit refining pill, and a pang of bitterness welled up within him. Instantly dampening his spirits, he sulked back to his own cave dwelling. Brooding in silence, in the secluded chamber, the vast and overwhelming medicinal power of the 9-turn spirit refining pill hammered down upon Yi Jin's previously hapless mixed spiritual root like a colossal iron hammer. In an instant, Yi Jin's mixed spiritual root was reforged 9 times, transforming from scrap metal into splendid celestial spiritual root. Spiritual roots of 6 grades exist. Mixed spiritual root, 5-element spiritual root, earth spiritual root, heaven spiritual root, celestial spiritual root, and the legendary chaotic spiritual root. However, the chaotic spiritual root is merely a matter of legend, with no one having ever witnessed its existence in the celestial realm. The most potent spiritual root to have ever appeared is the celestial spiritual root. Yi Jin opened his eyes, and a fleeting azure brilliance shimmered within them. The celestial spiritual root. At that moment, Yi Jin felt an indescribable lightness and clarity, as though he had been reborn. Uncontrollably, he began to circulate the crimson sky scroll of the 9 heavens' indestructible scripture. Boom! In an instant, crimson true energy surged within him, erupting with a thunderous roar in merely a few breaths, he completed a full cycle. Not only that, but over the years, Yi Jin had consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the accumulated medicinal power of which now began to be refined and absorbed within his meridians. Yi Jin opened his eyes, and they gleamed with brilliance. This is the celestial spiritual root. His cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary cultivators by more than tenfold as for Yi Jin's previous mixed spiritual root. It paled in comparison to the celestial spiritual root Yi Jin smacked his lips, feeling a twinge of regret. Though the spiritual root has been reforged into a celestial spiritual root, my physique remains that of an ordinary mortal. If only I could alter my physique to become one of the legendary special physiques, I could immediately reach the mid-stage of the Crimson Sky realm. Yi Jin stretched languidly, and then chuckled to himself. Let me see what treasures lie within the stash of that treasure-giving celestial monarch. Having hastily consumed the elixir, he had not taken the time to examine it closely. Yi Jin's consciousness once again submerged into the divine statue within the Thunder Palace of the 9 heavens. Everything within the celestial monarch's secret stash was now at his beck and call. In the celestial monarch's secret stash, countless scriptures and texts abounded, while celestial artifacts, magical treasures, and celestial crystals glimmered with resplendent radiance. However, the items that could be utilized by cultivators were scarce, if not non-existent. Yi Jin pondered briefly and deduced that the items usable by cultivators must have been carried away by Zhu Lai, leaving behind mostly high-tier celestial treasures that cultivators had no need for. Reflecting on this, Yi Jin expressed his regret. Next time I encounter Zhu Lai, I must refrain from using the chaotic celestial punishment. I should employ the weakest heavenly tribulation to gradually strike him. I must give him hope, allowing him to believe that with effort, he can overcome the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, it is essential for him to perceive hope. With this thought, Yi Jin's mind stirred as he marked Zhu Lai, the vessel of the Ancient One, immortal monarch within the tribulation. Should a calamity related to Zhu Lai arise, the Jiuxiao Thunder Palace would promptly inform Yi Jin. Subsequently, Yi Jin cast his gaze upon the treasures within the immortal monarch's secret vault, whispering to himself, "Once my father ascends to immortality, the sword sect shall gradually transform into a sect of the immortal path. In due time, these treasures will begin to realize their potential. Particularly, there lay a mountain of immortal crystals, countless in number." Suddenly, Yi Jin's spirit flickered, and a scroll of scripture appeared before the divine statue. This scripture was bound by intricate seals, yet within the Jiuxiao Thunder Palace, Yi Jin could see through it effortlessly. the Sutra of the Great Void and Cosmic Universe, to dwell in the world while the spirit roams the vast expanse. Yi Jin was momentarily taken aback. This was not merely a cultivation technique, but a methodology of training. The physical body resides within the world while the spirit wanders the cosmos, that I in the next instant. A look of surprise graced his countenance. While mastering the tribulation, Yi Jin had merged his spirit with the divine statue within the Jiuxiao Thunder Palace, leaving his physical body in a state of slumber. However, if he were to cultivate according to the methods in the Sutra of the Great Void and Cosmic Universe, could it not mean that Yi Jin could simultaneously embody the divine statue, control the tribulation, and engage in cultivation? At that moment, with his spirit merged with the statue, Yi Jin was in a state indistinguishable from when he embodied the tribulation, and no matter how obscure the scripture, Yi Jin could comprehend it in an instant. Unable to restrain himself, he began to cultivate according to the teachings of the Sutra of the Great Void and Cosmic Universe within the meditation chamber. His physical form instantly entered a state of cultivation, and the Sutra of the Everlasting Tribulation began to operate at an astonishing speed that Yi Jin sensed his physical body and exclaimed with delight. It truly works. Yet the next moment a frown crossed his brow. But what significance does this hold? To cultivate while robbing those undergoing tribulation, it is indeed possible. Suddenly, a light ignited in Yi Jin's eyes. He could have those undergoing tribulation serve as sparring partners to enhance his combat experience. Within the tribulation, there exists the trial of the inner demons, that Yi Jin could transform into a manifestation of these inner demons and engage in combat with the tribulation participants. Chapter 008. Transformation into inner demon. The extraordinary phenomena gradually dissipated, and Lingxi Peak returned to tranquility. Down the mountain, Zhu Gang had been taken away by the disciples of Lingyin Peak, yet no one dared to ascend Lingxi Peak to trouble Yi Jin. Zhu Gang had been rendered incapacitated, and even the Grand Elder could not ascertain who was responsible. That a red spirit sparrow, Zhu Gang was at the pinnacle of the core formation realm. Who would believe he was defeated by a mere sparrow? The one who struck from the shadows must be a formidable beast master. However, the sword sect is a sect of sword cultivators, lacking any adept beast masters among its ranks. The identity of the assailant remained unknown, causing the Grand Elder to grow increasingly apprehensive. Thus, all matters were postponed until 3 days later, during the grand ceremony of the sect. The tradition of the sword sect permits disciples to seek guidance from the peak masters during the annual grand ceremony, a request that cannot be refused. The 7 peak masters of the sword sect were originally held by the sect leader and the 6 other most powerful individuals within the sect. Yet Lingxi Peak stood as an exception. The prior peak master of Lingxi Peak was Yi Jin's mother, who departed 7 years ago, leading Yi Zhaoxian to directly appoint his son as the successor of Lingxi Peak. Although the elders of the sword sect were greatly displeased with this, they dared not voice their objections due to Yi Zhaoxian's formidable strength. That Yi Zhaoxian was unconditionally indulgent towards Yi Jin. And during past grand ceremonies, no one dared to approach Yi Jin for guidance. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on Yi Jin would provoke Yi Zhaoxian's wrath. Previously, though the Grand Elder had demoted Yi Jin to a menial role, it was as Yi Jin stated, within the entirety of the sword sect, no one, save for Yi Zhaoxian, held the authority to demote him. That Yi Jin had never violated the sect's rules. The demotion was merely a provocation aimed at the reclusive Yi Zhaoxian. Seeing that no one dared to cause trouble any longer, Ying Luo let out a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded as a gray object plummeted before Ying Luo, revealing itself to be a spirit rabbit. Dumbfounded, Ying Luo looked up to find a crimson sparrow perched beside her, its eyes sparkling with anticipation as it gazed at her. After a moment of bewilderment, she seemed to grasp the sparrow's intent and tentatively inquired, "Do you wish to eat roasted rabbit?" Feng Qingge's eyes brightened, and it eagerly nodded, flapping its small wings with delight as it circled around Ying Luo's head. The little phoenix had gnawed on grass for a century to prepare for the tribulation. Now that it had successfully undergone the transformation tribulation and become a divine envoy of the Heavenly Tribulation, it was time to make up for past deficiencies in its diet. Understanding that this sparrow was her savior, Ying Luo hurriedly picked up the rabbit and moved aside to prepare it. Yi Jin had not abstained from food and often ventured deep into the immortal spirit mountain to catch some wild delicacies. So Ying Luo was already quite adept at this task. Just as Ing Luo was roasting the rabbit to a golden crisp, a resplendent decree suddenly appeared in the sky above Lingxi Peak. With a voice that resonated like thunder, it proclaimed, 3 days hence, during the grand ceremony of the Sword Sect, the master of Lingxi Peak, Yi Jin, must be present. Otherwise, he shall be dealt with according to sect regulations and demoted to a menial role. The sound rolled forth, echoing throughout the entire Sword Sect. Many disciples shivered at the proclamation that Yi Jin, as the master of Lingxi Peak, attending the grand ceremony meant that, according to tradition, they could openly seek guidance from him. At that moment, they were determined to be the first to approach him. Within the Sword Sect's thousands of disciples, not everyone had the privilege to seek guidance from the peak masters during the grand ceremony. Those who did were the cream of the crop, having been meticulously selected for their talent and potential. Rather than merely seeking guidance, it was an opportunity to showcase oneself and attract the attention of powerful individuals within the Sword Sect for mentorship. However, seeking counsel from Yi Jin would not be bound by so many formalities that a young man clad in black gazed toward Lingxi Peak, muttering coldly, "A year ago, I merely requested a spirit herb from a lowly outer disciple, only to be beaten by Yi Jin's underlings. This time, I shall reclaim what is mine." As a notorious wastrel, Yi Jin had amassed numerous enemies within the Sword Sect. Just 3 days prior, Yi Jin had been gravely injured by Zhu Lai, and rumors of his demotion to a menial role had spread. His adversaries eagerly awaited his arrival at the menial quarters to seek revenge. Yet, they had not anticipated that he would have a guardian who rendered Zhu Lai incapacitated. These individuals refrained from acting rashly. However, the upcoming grand ceremony presented an opportunity. They could openly approach the peak master for guidance, and if they were to beat Yi Jin or even accidentally slay him, the guardian would be hard-pressed to intervene to AT this moment. Many inner disciples of the Sword Sect were eagerly anticipating the chance to confront Yi Jin 3 days hence. Ing Luo stared at the decree for a while before hurriedly rushing toward Yi Jin's meditation chamber. Just as she was about to push the door open, she abruptly halted her movements. Inside the chamber, there were unmistakable fluctuations of spiritual energy. Is the young master cultivating? Ing Luo was taken aback for a moment, then quietly pushed open a crack in the door, discovering Yi Jin seated on the bed, adopting a posture of 5 hearts facing the heavens. Surrounding his body, strands of primordial energy coalesced rhythmically as he absorbed them into his abdomen. He truly is cultivating. A wave of joy surged through Ing Luo. The young master had finally returned to his senses and was willing to cultivate. Although somewhat late, it was still a good thing. Starting to cultivate now, while it may not change much, would at least help him endure some trials in 3 days. At least he would possess the strength to withstand a beating. With this thought in mind, Ing Luo retrieved a small array plate from her storage ring and set up a defensive formation to protect Yi Jin's chamber. Then, she pulled up a small stool and sat at the door, personally guarding him. Feng Qinga stood beside her, contentedly pecking at the roasted spirit rabbit. Outside the courtyard, the wrists of the jade figure had already been shattered by the backlash of Linglong's true essence. In her fury, she snapped Linglong's neck. Gazing down at the lifeless body on the ground, resentment filled her eyes. Looking up at the decree hovering in the air, a cold smile crept across her face. Must Yi Jin attend the grand ceremony in 3 days? I shall personally take his life. The jade figure, possessing the cultivation of the core formation realm, was more than qualified to join the Sword Sect as a formal disciple. Moreover, as a former servant of Yi Jin, having chosen betrayal, there was no turning back. The jade figure understood Yi Jin's vengeful nature. He would repay any offense with 100-fold retribution that I must leave this place. Otherwise, if he realizes what is happening, I will have no way to escape. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Fei Zue's lips as her body began to burn slowly. Unlike Xinju, who was consumed by flames and turned to ashes in an instant, Fei Zue was gradually engulfed by the fire. Soon, her form was entirely enveloped in flames, and she rolled helplessly on the ground, attempting to extinguish the strange fire, yet to no avail. The anguished cries resonated far and wide, causing the nearby disciples of the Sword Sect to turn pale in an instant. Ing Luo cast a glance at the burning Fei Zue, a slight smirk playing on her lips. To betray one's master is to deserve death. Ing Luo had already prepared herself to die alongside Yi Jin. Yet she did not expect that the first to perish would be those 3 traitorous subordinates. To AT this moment, Yi Jin's consciousness merged with the vastness of the Heavenly Tribulation, where a fierce fire dragon lion was undergoing its tribulation. This tribulation was the sixth Heavenly Tribulation, which, unlike the fourth Thunder Tribulation, was accompanied by various other forms of tribulation. The Five Elements Tribulation, Wind and Fire Tribulation, and the Heart Demon Tribulation. At this juncture, Yi Jin activated the Heart Demon Tribulation, transforming into the embodiment of the Heart Demon, and invaded the Fire Dragon Lion's Sea of Consciousness, engaging it in combat. Chapter 009. Cultivation amidst the Heavenly Tribulation. The most remarkable aspect of sentient beings is their thoughts and consciousness, an existence unfettered by time and space. Within the consciousness realm of the Fire Dragon Lion, despite the passage of millennia, the outside world could merely be a fleeting moment. Presently, as Yi Jin invoked the Heart Demon Tribulation and infiltrated the Fire Dragon Lion's Sea of Consciousness, the lion's cultivation was suppressed to match Yi Jin's own. The Fire Dragon Lion's mind had been completely ensnared by the Heart Demon, to the extent that it had forgotten it was undergoing a transformation tribulation. At this moment, the only thought occupying the Fire Dragon Lion's mind was to use any means necessary to tear the cultivator before it into shreds. Thus, with a thunderous roar, Yi Jin was reduced to ashes in an instant. In the next moment, he found himself bewildered, back amidst the storm clouds of the Heavenly Tribulation. Yi Jin possessed the inherited memories and combat experience of the Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix, and had anticipated a fierce exchange with this lion of equal rank. Yet, the result was that before he could even make a move, he was obliterated. The Fire Dragon Lion, momentarily dazed, soon regained its senses and realized what it had just experienced: the Heart Demon Tribulation. But this Heart Demon was far too weak, disappearing after a mere encounter. The Fire Dragon Lion lifted its head, gazing at the pair of bewildered Heavenly Punishment eyes hovering in the sky. Boom! In the next instant, crimson lightning surged forth, accompanied by the tumultuous Heart Demon Tribulation, once again descending upon them. Yi Jin transformed into the Heart Demon once more, infiltrating the Fire Dragon Lion's Sea of Consciousness. This time, the lion's power was further suppressed, rendering it a mere ordinary beast. However, although its strength had been curtailed, the Fire Dragon Lion's instincts for battle and ferocity remained unrestrained, as vicious as ever. In this round, Yi Jin endured 10 exchanges under the lion's claws before being torn apart. Did I ask this how weak I am? Again, Yi Jin, frustrated at being unable to best even a beast, clenched his teeth and once more transformed into the Heart Demon, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Fire Dragon Lion. Under the influence of the Heart Demon Tribulation, time flowed at an accelerated rate within the lion's Sea of Consciousness, 1,000-fold compared to the outside world. After enduring relentless assaults from the Fire Dragon Lion thousands of times, Yi Jin gradually adapted to this life-and-death combat. The combat techniques and various divine arts from the memories of the Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix began to manifest within him. Although these techniques belonged to the demon race, Yi Jin, in this state of merging with the Heavenly Tribulation, found his wisdom attuned to the heavens. In this state, none of the myriad paths could elude his perception. Now, he used the Fire Dragon Lion as a sharpening stone, slowly transforming the divine arts of the Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix to suit his own style. The heir of the sword sect. Yi Jin was a sword cultivator. This moment, the Heart Demon he embodied wielded a flying sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the Fire Dragon Lion. Initially, his combat style resembled that of a headless, chaotic phoenix, but as time progressed, he gradually adapted the phoenix's combat techniques into his own swordsmanship. Finally, after an unknown duration, Yi Jin triumphed over the Fire Dragon Lion of equal cultivation. However, he did not slay it. Should the Fire Dragon Lion be defeated by the Heart Demon, it would signify a failed tribulation, resulting in its utter annihilation beneath the Heavenly Tribulation. Although this creature had tormented him countless times, it had also facilitated his training. In gratitude, Yi Jin allowed it to successfully pass through the tribulation. The Fire Dragon Lion opened its eyes, gazing in confusion at the azure sky. Then, a radiant flame erupted from its body, transforming it into a robust man with crimson hair and bulging muscles. How did I just pass the tribulation? The transformed Fire Dragon Lion completely forgot the events that had just transpired, all erased by Yi Jin through the power of the Heavenly Tribulation. Elsewhere, amidst the heavenly tribulation, Yi Jin materialized his form through thunder, stroking his chin in self-reflection. That my ability to defeat the fire dragon lion stems from the sheer number of battles fought, allowing me to fully grasp its patterns and weaknesses. Yi Jin possessed the self-awareness to understand the reasons behind his victory and did not succumb to arrogance. That he then looked down at the regal beast undergoing its tribulation below, the golden-striped spirit leopard. Subsequently, he leaped forth, transforming into the heart demon, invading the leopardess sea of consciousness. For sentient beings, undergoing tribulation is akin to traversing the gates of the afterlife. Either they succeed or perish. Thus, the transformed beasts fighting Yi Jin, even if their minds were clouded by the heart demon tribulation, still instinctively regarded it as a life-and-death battle. Each beast exerted its utmost effort, nearly reaching their full potential. In this high-intensity combat, Yi Jin's battle awareness and instincts grew stronger. After an indeterminate period, Yi Jin finally exited the heavenly tribulation, returning to the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace. His brows furrowed as he murmured, "Though I am battling beasts, my father once said that all paths lead to the same destination. One sword connects all methods. Celestials, demons, gods, and devils can all be vanquished by my blade." This was the essence of the sword breaking through myriad laws. Yet, Yi Jin had not yet attained such a realm. Through countless battles against various beasts, he gradually adapted, discovering a combat style that belonged to him. In other words, after innumerable skirmishes, Yi Jin no longer needed to adapt to the fighting style of any specific beast to emerge victorious. What he needed to do was continually expand his own capabilities, rather than conform to the combat methods of those beasts. Regardless of the opponent, he merely needed to maintain his true self, wielding his unique sword to conquer all. After countless battles, most beasts of equal rank were no longer his match. The next step for Yi Jin was to attempt combat beyond his current level. Assessing his cultivation, Yi Jin sensed his true self had reached the mid-stage of the first realm of Qi Shao, equivalent to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Nearly 3 days had passed, and his cultivation had only progressed this little. While this speed was already quite rapid, Yi Jin remained unsatisfied. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one advances. According to his training trajectory, it was utterly impossible to reach the Chengxiao realm within a month. If only I could change my constitution. Yi Jin couldn't help but frown and smile wryly. Although his spiritual root had been reforged into a celestial root, his body remained that of a mortal. If he could undergo a complete transformation, becoming one of those legendary physiques, especially the sword body that many sword cultivators yearn for, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Currently, Yi Jin was unconcerned with foundational matters. He merely wished to reach the Qingxiao realm faster to assist his father in overcoming the tribulation. Yet in the next moment, Yi Jin felt a slight tremor in his heart. The mark he had made during the heavenly tribulation suddenly pulsed. Yi Jin's expression froze, surprise etched on his face. Did that treasure delivery? Oh no, it's Lord Gulan. What has he concocted now? Pure dust sword body pill. It will be ready in 2 days. The heavenly tribulation is a predetermined fate, akin to destiny itself. The starting and ending points of this fate are the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace. Whether spiritual objects or sentient beings, once they meet the criteria to invoke the heavenly tribulation, traces will be left within the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace. In other words, they are destined for tribulation. And the pure dust sword body pill being refined by Zhu Lai is scheduled for tribulation in 2 days. What is this pure dust sword body pill? Yi Jin rummaged through his mind, but found no record of it. To learn about the tribulation item, he would need to merge with the heavenly tribulation during the event. However, judging by the name of this pill, it seems to be a miraculous elixir capable of altering one's constitution, perhaps even a sword body. Yi Jin couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart ablaze with excitement. Truly, Lord Gulan is a generous benefactor. Whatever I lack, he seems to provide precisely that. Suddenly, Yi Jin felt a slight stirring in his heart. His spirit returned to his body. Ying Luo stood outside, knocking on the door. She had only dared to knock after sensing that the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the room had ceased. "Come in." Yi Jin lazily stretched, yawning as Ying Luo entered. Her eyes brightened upon seeing him, and she exclaimed, "Young master, your cultivation has actually reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement." Although he was not entirely satisfied with the pace of his own cultivation, Yi Jin couldn't help but smile at Ing Luo's delighted tone. Abruptly, Ing Luo took out a small jade-colored pill bottle from her storage ring and presented it to Yi Jin with both hands, whispering, "Young master, this is the Yuling Dan. Consuming it will allow you to immediately elevate to the late stage of qi refinement." The Yuling Dan was a high-grade spirit pill from the Sword Sect, reserved solely for core disciples of the inner sect. That was a reward Yi Jin had previously given to Ing Luo, and she had never brought herself to consume it. Seeing Yi Jin's hesitation, Ing Luo quickly added, "Young master, tomorrow is the Sword Sect's grand opening ceremony. The Grand Elder has issued an edict requiring you to attend. Otherwise, according to the sect rules, you will be demoted to a menial position. Tomorrow, many disciples will surely seek to trouble you." Ing Luo believed that the young master should strive to enhance his strength before tomorrow, even if only by a slight margin, to better withstand any challenges. Yi Jin paused for a moment, then sighed, saying, "Very well, I shall accept it." That a joyful smile instantly lit up Ing Luo's face. She had already resolved that if anything unexpected were to befall Yi Jin tomorrow, she would follow him to death. That moment, a sound of something slicing through the air was suddenly heard, and a small jade-colored pill bottle appeared abruptly before Yi Jin. Immediately after, a cold female voice echoed, "This is a top-grade Foundation Establishment pill. After consuming the Yuling Dan, take the Foundation Establishment pill immediately. It will allow you to establish your foundation directly. Tomorrow, I will do my utmost to preserve your life. As for that beast-controlling powerhouse behind you, it would be best for him to refrain from intervening, as he is not one of us from the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect does not boast any adept in beast control." From the tone of the voice, it was evident that the speaker was the protector assigned to Yi Jin by Yi Zhaoxian. After delivering the Foundation Establishment pill to Yi Jin, the protector fell silent and vanished. Yi Jin raised an eyebrow, surprised it was actually a woman. Within the Sword Sect, there were 3 Dao Integration Elders and 12 Void Realm Protectors. Originally, there had been 13 Void Realm Protectors, but 5 days prior, one had perished due to an unforeseen accident, namely, Yi Jin's protector. Among the remaining individuals, aside from the female Elder Lu Jin, there were 3 female protectors that asked for the identity of the previous speaker. Yi Jin was uncertain. Seeing Yi Jin lost in thought, Ing Luo couldn't help but interject. Whoever it was, it definitely wasn't Elder Lu Jin. Yi Jin looked at Ing Luo, puzzled, as she continued in indignation. "Our Lingxiu Peak's treasury was forcibly relocated to Rinjian Peak by Elder Lu Jin. If it weren't for that, I would have found the healing herbs in the treasury and cured the young master's injuries long ago. And you wouldn't have been bedridden for 3 days." Although Ing Luo possessed some healing pills, many precious medicinal herbs were stored in the treasury. At that time, Yi Jin's injuries were indeed quite severe. Hearing this, Yi Jin furrowed his brows. The treasury of Lingxiu Peak was not the property of the Sword Sect, but rather a collection of treasures left to him by his mother. Normally, even Yi Zhaoxian would not touch anything from there. Yet, during the 3 days when Yi Jin was gravely injured and unconscious, Lu Jin personally came to Lingxiu Peak and moved its treasury to Rinjian Peak. Yi Jin lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment before saying, "Ing Luo, do you see me as a fool?" Ing Luo was taken aback and quickly denied, "No, the young master is not a fool. The young master is far better than a fool." After a pause, realizing that her words were inappropriate, she hurriedly added, "Much better." Yi Jin rubbed his forehead and remarked, "That is good." Ing Luo opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Although Yi Jin could be somewhat erratic and disorganized, she would never consider him a fool. Yi Jin instructed, "Go to Rinjian Peak and thank Elder Lu Jin for the Foundation Establishment pill. Tell her that I will not disappoint her tomorrow." Ing Luo blinked, hesitating. "Young master, isn't this framing a bit too obvious?" Yi Jin replied earnestly, "Everyone in the Sword Sect believes I am a fool." "Correct? Would a fool employ schemes of division? As a wastrel fool, upon discovering that the 3rd Elder of the Sword Sect is my supporter, my only lifeline is to firmly grasp this opportunity. As for the treasury of Lingxiu Peak, Elder Lu Jin is merely safeguarding it temporarily to prevent others from seizing it. After all, the inner treasury is protected by my father's restrictions, which he cannot unlock." Ing Luo suddenly understood why Yi Jin waved his hand, saying, "Go on, and bring that bird along." That moment, Feng Qingge, who was pecking at a roast mountain chicken, hastily abandoned her meal and flew in through the window, landing atop Ing Luo's head. The next moment, Feng Qingji's voice resonated in Yi Jin's mind. Young master, there are immortals within the sword sect. That why Yi Jin's heart tightened, and he said sternly, protect Ing Luo well. Ing Luo stealthily descended from Lingxiu Peak, carefully avoiding crowds as she made her way toward Renjian Peak. However, her movements could not escape the watchful eyes of the Grand Elder's informants stationed there. Almost as soon as Ing Luo stepped down from Lingxiu Peak, she was followed. Grand Elder, Yi Jin's mate Ing Luo has descended from Lingxiu Peak and is heading toward Renjian Peak. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly at the content of the message conveyed through the jade slip before replying with 4 words, observe and wait. Ing Luo soon arrived at Renjian Peak. Although it was one of the 7 main peaks of the Sword Sect, Renjian Peak was the abode of one of the 3 Dao integration elders, Elder Lu Jun, and its grandeur was incomparable to Lingxiu Peak. The entire Renjian Peak was shrouded in a grand heavenly formation. Unless a disciple from Renjian Peak held a token, no one was permitted to enter freely. Other disciples of the Sword Sect wishing to visit Renjian Peak needed to be announced by the guarding disciples at the mountain gate. Ing Luo approached the mountain gate, bowed to the guarding disciple, and said, excuse me, esteemed brother, could you please announce that Ing Luo from Lingxiu Peak requests an audience with the 3rd elder? The guarding disciple, who had already reached the core formation stage, furrowed his brows slightly at her words. Scrutinizing her from head to toe, that a hint of mockery and disdain flickered in his eyes. This disciple of Renjian Peak recognized Ing Luo as one of the notorious servants who often flaunted her power while accompanying Yi Jin. Did this Ing Luo finally come to her senses and wish to submit to Renjian Peak? However, when this guarding disciple noticed the sparrow perched atop Ing Luo's head, his expression abruptly changed, and he hurriedly said, Miss Ing Luo, please wait a moment. I will report this immediately. So it turns out she relies on a bird for support. After a while, the guarding disciple returned, looking somewhat apologetic. Miss Ing Luo, please return. The 3rd elder is currently in seclusion. In truth, he had not even seen Lu Jun. He merely turned around halfway up the mountain and returned. Ing Luo sighed and muttered softly. I told the young master long ago that with the 3rd elder's status, how could she possibly meet me? Then she turned to the guarding disciple, her expression earnest. In that case, I must trouble you to relay a message to the 3rd elder. My young master has already consumed the top-grade foundation establishment pill bestowed by the 3rd elder, and by tomorrow, he will surely succeed in establishing his foundation. The grand opening ceremony. My young master will not disappoint the 3rd elder's expectations. Upon hearing this, the disciple of Renjian Peak couldn't help but raise his voice. Top-grade foundation establishment pill? Ing Luo's complexion changed drastically, and she quickly exclaimed, esteemed brother, be cautious with your words. The disciple's face also shifted, and he hurriedly covered his mouth, his expression one of shock. Could it be that the 3rd elder is actually Yi Jin's protector? Ing Luo found herself at a loss for words. I actually didn't want to come here. But my young master is truly... Ing Luo bit her lip, halting her speech, and then said, please, esteemed brother, relay the message. This time, my young master will certainly not let the 3rd elder down. Lastly, I ask that you keep this matter confidential. The guarding disciple stared at Ing Luo in astonishment, finally managing to articulate, the 3rd elder is truly Yi Jin Gongzi's protector. Ing Luo quickly made a shushing gesture, darting her eyes around before lowering her voice. Please, esteemed brother, keep this a secret. Do not let it leak. The disciple of Renjian Peak was utterly flabbergasted. Initially, he had planned to teach Yi Jin a harsh lesson at the grand opening ceremony tomorrow. But now that the 3rd elder had unexpectedly become Yi Jin's protector, upon realizing this, the disciple of Renjian Peak hurriedly turned around, ascending the peak to seek an audience with Elder Lu Jun. Ing Luo watched the retreating figure of the mountain guardian disciple and stealthily departed as well. High above the heavens, a vague silhouette fixated intently on the mountain guardian disciple's ascent to Renjian Peak, murmuring to himself, Lu Jun, the protector of Yi Jin? Or could it be that this is a deliberate act orchestrated by Yi Jin? Yet, in the next moment he chuckled, just a worthless fool. If he possessed such intellect, Zhang Yongjin would not have perished in vain 5 days ago. Zhang Yongjin was the protector who had been slain by the Grand Elder Situ Yin 5 days prior. Not long ago, many within the Sword Sect had already sensed that someone had utilized the Void Array to send items to Lingxi Peak to IT was likely the foundation establishment pills that Ing Luo had mentioned. However, This individual remained somewhat skeptical. Everything would have to wait until the grand ceremony to be definitively determined. Should Yi Jin truly succeed in establishing his foundation, a glint of coldness flickered in this person's eyes. As for the mountain guardian disciple, he ultimately failed to meet Elder Lu Jin. The treasure vault of Lingxi Peak had been entirely relocated to Renjian Peak by Lu Jin, who was currently attempting to unravel the restrictions within the vault. Those restrictions had been laid down by Yi Zhixin himself. Unless one's cultivation surpassed Yi Zhixin, no one besides him and Yi Jin could set foot within that inner vault at this moment. Yi Jin had continuously ingested both the Feather Spirit Pill and the Foundation Establishment Pill. Under the overwhelming potency of the medicinal effects, Yi Jin's cultivation advanced steadily. After approximately 2 hours, as twilight descended, Yi Jin finally broke through, elevating from the mid-stage of the first realm of Qishao to the second realm of Qishao. This marked the second stage of cultivation, Foundation Establishment. Chapter 011. The Transformation of the Sword Demon at Last. The second realm of Qishao. I can now recruit a Heavenly Tribulation envoy. Yi Jin opened his eyes, a flash of crimson lightning flickering within. The little phoenix possessed exceptional talent, with countless possibilities ahead. Yet it remained young and insufficient for Yi Jin's needs. He required even more formidable subordinates to assist him. Moreover, although Feng Qingge was the princess of the Phoenix clan, she had mutated into the eternal purgatory Fire Phoenix, destined to be unable to survive the transformation tribulation. Hence, shortly after her birth, she had been sent to the Qishao volcano by the Phoenix clan to fend for herself. Currently, Yi Jin was weak and utterly incapable of contending with the Grand Elder. He had to bolster his strength. The Heavenly Tribulation was his only reliance. With a thought, Yi Jin swiftly merged with the deity statue within the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace to in the next instant. Within and beyond the celestial realm, throughout the myriad worlds, all beings undergoing transformation tribulations or on the verge of doing so fell under Yi Jin's awareness. After searching for a considerable time amidst the Heavenly Tribulation, Yi Jin finally selected several targets. All divine beasts undergoing tribulation. Regrettably, none of these divine beasts matched the status of the eternal purgatory Fire Phoenix, for such extraordinary divine beasts were exceedingly rare. It was already a stroke of immense fortune for Yi Jin to encounter Feng Qingge, why Yi Jin meticulously scrutinized these targets. The Dragon Prince of the EC, for instance. Rumor had it that the EC Dragon clan was incredibly wealthy. At this moment, Yi Jin had yet to open his eye of heavenly punishment. Instead, he sat cross-legged upon the tribulation clouds, gazing downward at the azure divine dragon clawing and roaring amidst the thunder. The next moment, he shifted his gaze in another direction, murmuring, "There, undergoing tribulation, is the divine beast, the six-winged golden-winged tiger, renowned for its unparalleled speed." Although the six-winged golden-winged tiger was several worlds away from the EC Dragon Prince, Yi Jin was unhindered by the constraints of space at this point. In addition to the six-winged golden-winged tiger and the EC Dragon Prince, there were several other top-tier divine beasts undergoing transformation tribulations. Yi Jin ruffled his hair, uncertain which to choose. Each of these divine beasts boasted unparalleled identities, backgrounds, and talents, leaving Yi Jin feeling somewhat dazzled. My mother said I suffer from choice paralysis, and it appears to be true. He mused, just as Yi Jin hesitated. His brow suddenly twitched. Without further contemplation, his figure abruptly vanished from the tribulation clouds. When he reappeared, he had left the celestial realm, entering an unknown world. This land was shrouded in darkness. Darkness pervaded all, and the entire world resembled an unfathomable abyss. Aside from the howling, flickering crimson lightning in the sky, there was no other source of light. As the lightning flashed, it illuminated the ground, revealing what seemed to be an ancient battlefield, littered with crumbling ruins, shattered weapons and armor, and ancient war chariots amidst bleached bones. Yi Jin stood upon the tribulation clouds, surveying the desolate world below. In the entirety of his line of sight, he detected no signs of life. Yi Jin was certain that this place was a wasteland, a desert devoid of life, having long lost the ability to nurture existence. No life. Then what is undergoing tribulation? Yi Jin slowly lowered his gaze to the ground below. There, a deep azure sword was embedded in the skull of a towering cedar, piercing through from top to bottom. Was it this sword that was undergoing transformation tribulation? Yi Jin's eyes fixated intensely upon the deep azure sword. The information about the sword gradually surfaced in his mind. The sword was named Zhuxian, the fabled sword of the eternal sword immortal Mu Changsheng, forged from the endless malevolence and resentment of a dead realm, now transformed into a sword demon. Now, facing the tribulation of transformation, it must withstand the ninefold tribulation, neither living nor dying. The eternal sword immortal? Upon seeing this title, Yi Jin was momentarily taken aback and asked the young master of the sword sect, how could he be unaware of the renowned name of the eternal sword immortal? Since ancient times, only Mu Changsheng dared to proclaim himself the greatest in the celestial realm. Mu Changsheng was the deity revered by countless sword cultivators within the celestial realm. However, this renowned sword immortal had perished over 100,000 years ago, leaving behind an everlasting regret in the hearts of sword cultivators. Yet unexpectedly, his sword had appeared in this ancient battlefield, transformed into a sword demon, on the verge of undergoing transformation tribulation. Regardless of whose sword you are, you shall now become my Heavenly Tribulation envoy. A smile flickered across Yi Jin's face at this moment. The EC Dragon Prince and the extraordinary divine beasts were of no consequence, the young master of the sword sect. Nothing was more fitting for a second Heavenly Tribulation envoy than this sword. Boom! The resounding crimson lightning descended, the torrential ninefold tribulation cascading like a torrential downpour. The Zhuxian sword, which had previously been embedded in the skull, suddenly soared into the air, unleashing a series of resounding sword cries to counter the surging thunder tribulation. Yet soon, this sword, once belonging to the eternal sword immortal, was struck down by the lightning. Following that, the terrifying tribulation struck heavily upon it. This sword absorbed the malevolent aura of an entire realm. It had to be resolved by heavenly lightning. Time passed, enveloping the ancient battlefield in crimson mist. A tall, black-clad youth with white hair slowly rose from the ground. His brows were sharp, his gaze as piercing as a sword, and a faint crimson lightning pattern emerged at his brow. The next moment, he lifted his head, releasing a long, melodious cry akin to a sword's wail. With sword as my surname and Zhuxian as my name, I am called Jian Zhuxian. Immediately, he knelt on both knees, bowing deeply to Yi Jin amidst the tribulation clouds. The second Heavenly Tribulation envoy, Jian Zhuxian, pays respects to the Lord of Heavenly Tribulation. This time, Yi Jin did not instantly return to his original form as he had when recruiting Feng Qingge. He did not pay heed to Jian Zhuxian, but rather took time to thoroughly digest what he had just acquired. The three great talents of Jian Zhuxian: Zhuxian sword intent, Zhuxian sword technique, and Zhuxian sword array. A satisfied smile graced Yi Jin's lips. This was precisely what he had desired. Acquiring these three great talents instantly instilled Yi Jin with confidence in facing the challenges of the morrow, particularly the sword intent. Among the thousands of sword cultivators in the sword sect, only a handful had truly comprehended the sword intent. However, these three great talents, like the knowledge contained in Feng Qingge's inherited memories, were merely theoretical. Yi Jin needed to hone them through practical combat, and the battlefield for such combat would naturally be atop the Heavenly Tribulation, while the sword intent and sword technique posed no issues. The Zhuxian sword array required the possession of a sword body to be executed. Sword body. Yi Jin suddenly recalled the ancient Lan Xianjun and couldn't help but murmur. Once the sword sect's grand ceremony concludes, the Wuqing sword body pill from Lan Xianjun should be available, right? I hope it truly is a spirit pill capable of condensing a sword body. Finally, he turned his gaze toward Jian Zhuxian below and inquired, your undertaking of transformation tribulation at this juncture is no mere coincidence, is it? Jian Zhuxian, still kneeling, respectfully replied, replying to my lord, during the battle 100,000 years ago, I was left by Mu Changsheng to slumber in this ancient battlefield. Now, as the legacy left by Mu Changsheng approaches its unveiling, I awakened from slumber in response to its call, intending to select a successor on behalf of Mu Changsheng. The sword of extermination has accompanied Mu Changsheng through countless years, having long since developed sentience. Aware of all antecedents and consequences, after the battle 100,000 years ago, knowing his inevitable demise, Mu Changsheng left his life as sword here before returning to the celestial realm, bequeathing his legacy. As for the reason behind the sword of extermination transforming into a demon, Eugene has already glimpsed it amidst the tribulation. Upon hearing the word legacy, Eugene felt a stirring in his heart. The foremost sword immortal of all eternity is a legendary celestial king, an existence that surpasses the celestial monarch, that if he could inherit his legacy. It seems the sword of extermination has awakened from its slumber to select a successor for Mu Chongsheng. In other words, the inheritance of Mu Chongsheng lies in the hands of the sword of extermination. Let us return to the sword sect, Yi Jin declared. And from now on, you shall address me as young master. In the next moment, with a flicker of his consciousness, Yi Jin brought the sword of extermination back to the sword sect. Chapter 012. Young Master. The sword is feasting. Within the nine heavens thunder palace, crimson lightning roared. In the next instant, a colossal sword-shaped statue, stretching 100 zhang, materialized out of thin air, slanting beside the magnificent statue of the eternal purgatory fire phoenix. The second envoy of the tribulation god had returned. At that moment, the statue of the eternal purgatory fire phoenix trembled slightly, emitting a faint ripple of thought, gently poking the statue of the sword of extermination. Little brother, sword of extermination, Phoenix Chinga, little brother. Let me hear you call me elder sister. Sword of extermination, Phoenix Chinga, little brother, do you enjoy roasted meat? Sword of extermination, Phoenix Chinga, little brother, the roasted meat crafted by Ying Luo is simply divine. Sword of extermination, sword sect, Lingxiu Peak. Within Yi Jin's abode, the sword of extermination had transformed into its true form, appearing at Yi Jin's side. This was a sword of deep azure hue, ancient yet strikingly imposing. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, its blade enveloped in a thin layer of azure mist, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Although the sword of extermination is, by nature, a celestial sword, upon its transformation into a demon, it retained the cultivation of the harmonization realm, much like Phoenix Chinga. This is a limitation imposed by the laws of the celestial path. A celestial sword is not a living being. Its transformation into a demon must commence from the essence of the mundane. The highest attainment for a mundane spirit is the harmonization realm. For the next realm, which leads to ascension, can only be achieved after surviving tribulations. Of course, within the celestial realm, there exist heavenly beasts born as immortals, who upon transformation become celestial beings. However, the process of a celestial beast transforming is merely a fraction more simple than that of the eternal purgatory fire phoenix. A distinction between certain death and a slim chance of survival. That why Yi Jin gazed at the sword of extermination, its sharpness on full display, and remarked, "You are far too ostentatious that it would be best if you appeared more ordinary, even somewhat mediocre." Upon hearing this, the sword of extermination quivered, instantly transforming into an unremarkable azure sword that in an effort to align itself with Yi Jin's notion of mediocrity, the once enveloping azure mist swiftly receded, morphing into mottled rust that clung to the blade. Yi Jin was thoroughly pleased that in the past he had been overly flamboyant, excessively arrogant. However, after experiencing a series of tumultuous events and having his enlightenment sparked by the nine heavens thunder palace, he resolved to amend his ways. Thus, he transitioned from one extreme to another. As low-key as he had once been ostentatious, Yi Jin lifted his gaze and noticed a cup of hot tea on the table beside him. Indicating that Ying Luo had returned, he picked up the cup, taking a gentle sip to soothe his parched throat. Just then, the sword of extermination seemed to sense something, expressing astonishment. "Young master, I sense that Mu Chongsheng's legacy lies right beneath our feet." Yi Jin sputtered, spitting out his tea, staring incredulously at the sword of extermination. "What did you say? Repeat that." The sword of extermination replied with equal incredulity. "Young master, I have discovered that Mu Chongsheng's legacy resides within your home, beneath this very peak." Yi Jin blinked, sudden clarity dawning upon him. And no wonder his father, in seemingly perfect health, had been ambushed and grievously injured, suffering from an incurable wound, and no wonder the previously obsequious elder, who acted like a sycophant towards his father, had suddenly betrayed them. And that ancient artifact, the ancient master of the realm, had returned to claim the hidden treasures of his past life, instead of choosing a more prosperous location for secluded cultivation, remaining in this desolate sword sect. It turns out it was all for the legacy of the foremost sword immortal of all time. Yi Jin's gaze flickered with myriad emotions. The sword of extermination hovered in midair, cautiously observing Eugene. I can unlock the legacy for you right now, young master. There are two methods to unlock the legacy. One is to refine the 7 principal peaks of the immortal spirit mountain and face the trials left by Mu Chongqing. The second is that the sword of extermination itself serves as the key to unlocking the legacy, that in truth. The sword of extermination's true intention was that, although Mu Chongqing is hailed as the foremost sword immortal throughout eternity and the greatest sword immortal in history, his legacy is not worthy of the young master's regard. After all, the young master holds dominion over the tribulations, the very essence of the heavenly Tao. Even a Taoist who has traversed the 3 calamities and attained the immortal Tao would have to bow before the young master. While Mu Chongqing is merely a celestial king who has survived the second of the 3 calamities. The 3 calamities encompass the trials faced by celestial monarchs, celestial kings, and celestial emperors, all of which fall under Yi Jin's purview. Yi Jin took a deep breath, suppressing the greed swelling within him. Furrowing his brow, he stated, "There are many who covet that legacy. We must not act recklessly for the time being. However, it would not hurt to give them a small surprise. Although the Sword Sect is the foremost cultivation sect in Luzhou, it is but a corner of the vast celestial realm, where the exalted immortals are the true rulers. Luzhou is merely a speck within the celestial realm. The Sword Sect, it hardly qualifies as a rural landowner. The legacy of the foremost sword immortal, a celestial king's inheritance, is not something the Sword Sect can safeguard. The celestial beings behind the Elder, as well as the ancient Lord of Gulan, have yet to act against the Sword Sect, simply unwilling to stir unnecessary trouble and draw the attention of other immortals that a month hence. When Yi Zhixian fails his tribulation and perishes, the Elder will become the new leader of the Sword Sect, and everything will fall into place seamlessly. Yet, with the Sword of Extermination present, the legacy of the foremost sword immortal becomes Yi Jin's private domain. He must do something about it. However, such thoughts are premature. He must first navigate the immediate crisis. Moreover, the day after tomorrow, my dustless sword body pill will be ready, that I hope this elixir will truly assist me in cultivating the sword body. At the grand ceremony tomorrow, those seeking vengeance against Yi Jin will undoubtedly be numerous, that a misstep could lead to loss of face. Or worse, someone harboring malicious intent could strike him down, that why Yi Jin does not wish to further implicate his father, who has prepared protectors for him. Thus, Yi Jin seizes this final night to continue his cultivation. Suppressing the swirling thoughts in his mind, he directly merges with the tribulation, transforming into a heart demon. Waging battle against the demonic beasts undergoing their transformation tribulation. The celestial realm is vast, boundless, teeming with countless beings, and beyond the celestial realm lie 3,000 great worlds, with innumerable demonic beasts undergoing their transformation tribulation simultaneously. This time, Yi Jin chose not an ordinary demonic beast, but a far more formidable divine beast. Furthermore, after breaking through to the second level of the Qishao realm, he acquired a new ability, the division of mind and thought. He can split his consciousness into 3, simultaneously commanding 3 tribulations and battling 3 transforming divine beasts that as such. His cultivation efficiency is 3-fold that of the past. This evening, Yi Jin aims to amalgamate the intent of extermination and the techniques of extermination, fully integrating them into his own essence. At this moment, Yi Jin divides his mind and thought, splitting his consciousness into 3 as he simultaneously cultivates the intent of extermination, the techniques of extermination, and the extermination sword array. In the state of merging with the tribulation, Yi Jin can indeed deploy the extermination sword array. That as for whether these 3 innate abilities will reveal anything, he is not concerned. The intent of extermination, the techniques of extermination, and the extermination sword array are all talents birthed from the murderous and sinister energies absorbed by the sword of extermination over the past 100,000 years from that ancient battlefield. Diverging significantly from Mu Chongqing's sword path, that as the crimson sun rises, illuminating the sky, the mists of immortal spirit mountain swirl, enshrouded in ethereal melodies. The annual grand ceremony of the Sword Sect finally commences. Yi Jin emerged from his chamber, stretching luxuriously, muttering, "Ingluo, prepare something for me to eat." Before he could finish his sentence, he stood dumbfounded at the scene before him. The small courtyard was laden with an array of roasted meats, roasted rabbits, roasted mountain chickens, roasted fish, and roasted deer, all sourced from the demonic beasts of the rear mountains of Lingxiu Peak, that a fist-sized crimson spirit sparrow and a rusted long sword were voraciously feasting on the roasted meats. The spirit sparrow was one thing, but the sword— one could see a large gash on its blade as it bit down on the hind leg of a deer, chewing a few times before swallowing it whole. Bone and all. Yi Jin. Yingluo was utterly astonished by this scene. Upon seeing Yi Jin emerge, she spoke in an eerily trembling voice. Why, young master, the sword. The sword. The sword is eating meat. Chapter 013. A handsome talent? Who? The grand ceremony of the mountain opening has commenced at Qianshan. This annual event of the Sword Sect marks the day when disciples are recruited at the foremost cultivation sect in Luzhou. Countless talented youths from both within and beyond Luzhou gather at the Sword Sect today to partake in the entrance examination. However, regardless of the number of participants, the Sword Sect only admits a maximum of 108 disciples each year, comprising 72 outer disciples and 36 inner disciples. Among the 36 inner disciples, 10 of the most gifted are selected to join the 7 primary peaks, becoming core disciples at this very moment, atop the Wuxian platform. The elders, protectors, and other formidable figures of the Sword Sect have emerged to impart their wisdom and teachings to the disciples. The disciples also engage in sparring and exchanges, sharing knowledge and skills. This is the grand event of the Sword Sect, for one cannot attain immortality through isolation. Shutting oneself away in seclusion will only lead to becoming a stagnant immortal, discarded by the tides of time. This is a truth known to all. Even immortals do not remain in seclusion indefinitely. Numerous methods akin to the Taishu Universe Sutra exist in the immortal realm. When immortals retreat, they typically cultivate their physical forms while their minds traverse the vast expanse of the universe. Some even utilize rare treasures to refine their avatars, wandering the world to experience the myriad of life and the evolution of the Dao at this moment. 5 of the 7 peak masters have arrived at the Wuxian platform to enlighten the disciples of the Sword Sect. Naturally, only those who have become inner or core disciples of the Sword Sect are qualified to ascend the Wuxian platform to listen to the teachings of the sect's powerful figures and receive guidance. The remaining outer disciples can only watch from a distance outside the platform. The master of the Divine Sword Peak is the sect leader, Yi Zhixin, who is gravely injured in preparing for the impending tribulation in a month. Thus unable to attend, for the master of the Lingxiu Peak, Yi Jin, everyone eagerly anticipates witnessing his misfortune. Disciples who harbor grudges against Yi Jin eagerly rub their fists together, frequently glancing towards the direction of Lingxiu Peak. At this time, Elder Sidu Yun sits upon the cloud bed of the Wuxian platform, observing the atmosphere of the Sword Sect below, unable to suppress a smile as he strokes his beard. In a month, once Yi Zhixin falls, the Sword Sect will belong to him, Sidu Yun. Suddenly, a bell tolls, accompanied by a long, melodious chant that reverberates through the Xianling Mountain. The Lord of Luzhou has arrived. The sect leader of Qinghe Gate has come. The head of the Gongsun family is here. In an instant, the Sword Sect is in an uproar. Everyone turns their gaze towards the mountain gate, and Situ Yun's brow furrows deeply. The Luzhou Prefecture is, of course, the immortal official residence under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court, with the prefect Yu Qinxiu wielding significant power in Luzhou that he himself is a peak practitioner of the Tribulation Transformation realm. And before Yi Zhixin's rise, Yu Qinxiu was the strongest in Luzhou. Both Qinghe Gate and the Gongsun family rank among the top powers in Luzhou, on par with the Sword Sect. The sect leader of Qinghe Gate and the head of the Gongsun family are both peak practitioners of the harmonized Dao realm. Comparable to Elder Sidu Yun, can be said that without Yi Zhixin, the Sword Sect could not suppress these 2 formidable forces in previous years, although the Luzhou Prefecture and the 2 major powers would send representatives to observe the ceremonies. They were merely insignificant elders or attendants. However, this year, the 3 authorities have personally come that a cold smile creeps on Situ Yun's lips. Do they believe that without Yi Zhixin, the Sword Sect can be easily manipulated? Even without Yi Zhixin, there is still Situ Yun, and behind Situ Yun stands a genuine immortal. Nonetheless, Situ Yun rises to personally welcome them. After the formalities, he ushers the 3 to the Wuxian platform. During this time, the 4 engage in meaningless pleasantries, skillfully avoiding the topic of Yi Zhixin. However, Sidu Yun keenly perceives that these 3 are clearly harboring ulterior motives. Could it be that these three cunning old foxes have learned of the treasures hidden beneath the Xianling Mountain? Thus far, Situ Yun only knows that beneath Xianling Mountain lies a treasure of immense interest even to immortals, but he remains unaware of what that treasure truly is, just as Situ Yun contemplates. Someone suddenly shouts, "Yi Jin has arrived." Instantly, all the disciples inside and outside the Wuxian platform lift their heads in unison, gazing towards the direction of Lingxiu Peak. Hearing this, Gong Sunyu, the head of the Gongsun family, cannot help but chuckle. I have long heard of the accomplishments of Yi Jin, the son of the Sword Sect's sect leader, a young man of remarkable talent and appearance. Today, I shamelessly come to seek a marriage proposal for my daughter. May I inquire what the elder thinks of this? As soon as Gong Sunyu's words fall, an eerie silence envelopes the vicinity. Remarkable talent and appearance? Is he referring to Yi Jin? The individuals beside Gong Sunyu involuntarily glance towards Yi Jin. Yi Jin's appearance is passable, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, rosy lips and white teeth, and a tall, slender figure. He fits the mold of a typical handsome youth. Yet at this moment, he holds a rusty, battered sword in one hand and a roasted chicken leg in the other, chewing as he walks, utterly devoid of elegance. Having risen late and rushed out, a certain maid, startled by the incident involving the sword and meat, has not yet had the opportunity to groom him. Thus, Yi Jin's hair is disheveled, and he appears bleary-eyed. His moon-white robe bears a noticeable oil stain on the chest, and one wonders how this can be called remarkable talent and appearance. Yet at this moment, the elder's eyes narrow slightly, a glimmer of dangerous coldness flickering within to why Yi Jin has already established his foundation. Moreover, his foundation is exceptionally solid, evidently attained through the use of a superior-grade foundation establishment elixir. Situ Yun casts a glance towards the third elder, Lu Chun, and realizes that Yi Jin was not merely putting on a show yesterday. Lu Chun is indeed likely affiliated with Yi Zhixin. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, with her head bowed, appears somewhat absent-minded, deeply engrossed in contemplating how to unravel the restrictions within the treasure vault of Lingxiu Peak. Upon obtaining access to the treasure vault, Lu Chun has fallen into a frenzied state. Even unaware that yesterday, Yingluo had visited the Sword Peak, the disciples reported back, yet Lu Chun paid no heed. Now, her distracted demeanor appears to Situ Yun as a sign of guilt. Internally, the elder scoffs. This Lu Chun is quite adept at hiding her true intentions. She feigns allegiance to me while covertly working for Yi Zhixin. Fortunately, Yi Jin is a fool, incapable of concealing his thoughts. Otherwise, she would have truly outmaneuvered us this time. Noticing the elder's silence, Gong Sunyu awkwardly clears his throat. However, Prefect Yuchinshio chuckles. What a coincidence. My daughter has also taken a liking to this young man, and she has been urging me to speak on her behalf. The sect leader of Qinghe Gate, Meng Zhaixing, blinks, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he adds, my female disciple also thinks highly of Yi Jin. Gong Sunyu immediately grasps their intentions, realizing they share the same goal, and thus he laughs, given that Yi Jin is already a foundation establishment practitioner at such a young age. It is only natural that he might attract the attention of some exceptional young ladies. Situ Yun and the others of the Sword Sect exchange glances, bewildered. Are these three performing some sort of act? Speaking absurdities, what connection could there possibly be between Yi Jin and excellence? The elder's expression grows slightly stern. At this moment, he has confirmed that these three cunning old foxes are undoubtedly here for the treasure beneath Xianling Mountain. Meanwhile, Yi Jin remains oblivious, unaware that he has attracted the attention of several predatory wolves. That why Yi Jin sways as he ascends the Wuxian platform, settling onto his designated cloud bed, carelessly tossing aside the rusty sword as he focuses intently on devouring the chicken leg. Yingluo, with a sparrow perched atop her head, stands beside Yi Jin, her petite face contorted in concern to why Yi Jin has not explained the incident involving the sword and meat, and Yingluo has no time to inquire further. At this moment, her mind is consumed with thoughts of Yi Jin's impending misfortune. That delicate little face twists in distress as she contemplates the arrival of the Luzhou prefect, the sect leader of Qinghe Gate, and the head of the Gongsun family. Does this not imply that soon, the young master will not only embarrass himself in the Sword Sect, but will also bring shame upon all of Luzhou? Just then a youth in his 20s suddenly approaches Yi Jin, bows respectfully, and says, I am Qin Su, an inner disciple. Recently, I have encountered numerous challenges in my cultivation. I humbly request guidance from the esteemed Peak Master. Though his words are respectful, his tone drips with mockery. Just as Yi is about to respond, the second elder of the Sword Sect, Gu Qingze, leisurely interjects, "There is no rush for inquiries. Wait until the new disciples arrive. And then you may consult the Peak Masters." Upon hearing this, Qin Su is momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehends Gu Qingze's intent. This is a calculated blow, designed to humiliate Yi Jin in front of the new disciples, ensuring he can never lift his head again within the Sword Sect. Chapter 014. Taking action, Yi Jin furrows his brow. Returning to his cloud bed, he ignores Gu Qingze and gazes expectantly in another direction. Gu Qingze, Situ Yuan, and the others notice the shift in Yi Jin's focus and simultaneously turn to see Lu Chen seated upon her cloud bed, still appearing preoccupied and absent-minded. 8 times, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. At others, her expression grew somber, and yet at intervals, her countenance turned to one of in the span of merely a few breaths. The usually stoic third elder of the Sword Sect transformed through a myriad of expressions. The gazes of Situ Yuan and Gu Qingze briefly met, each perceiving the lethal intent reflected in the other's eyes. The Sword Peak oversees the alchemical arts, with Lu Xun being the foremost alchemist of the Sword Sect. Within the sect, Lu Xun is the sole individual capable of producing a high-grade foundational elixir of celestial rank. Such elixirs are exceedingly rare, and their concoction is a labyrinthine endeavor. Typically, Lu Xun refrains from crafting elixirs of this caliber, as it demands an exhaustive investment of mental energy. In the past, when the eldest elder's son, Situ Lin, was establishing his foundation, Situ Yun had sought a high-grade foundational elixir from Lu Xun, only to be met with her resolute refusal. However, to their astonishment, Lu Xun was now seen preparing a high-grade foundational elixir to assist Yi Jin in his cultivation. This was nothing short of wasteful extravagance, since Lu Xun had shown such duplicity. They could hardly be blamed for their ruthless intentions. Meanwhile, Lu Xun paid little heed to the unfolding events around her. Her entire focus was immersed in her consciousness, tirelessly seeking a means to unravel the prohibitions left by Yi Zhaoxian. In the inner vault of the Lingxiu Peak's treasury, there lay a treasure bequeathed by Yi Jin's mother before her departure, which she was determined to acquire. Seeing Lu Xun disregard him, Yi Jin felt somewhat awkward and resumed gnawing on a chicken leg. This moment, on the guest seats, Yu Qinxiu, Meng Zhaixing, and Gong Sun Yu exchanged glances, all acutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere within the Sword Sect. However, as mere guests, though they harbored certain agendas, they did not wish to overshadow the host. Yu Qinxiu mused to himself. These cunning old foxes of the Sword Sect must be hesitant to complicate matters further. They likely desire a legitimate means to eliminate Yi Jin, that if I can seize this opportunity to lend him assistance, perhaps I might gain control over the Sword Sect through Yi Jin. Yet, what could be the celestial treasure within the Sword Sect that even that esteemed individual must treat with such caution? If it were an ordinary celestial treasure, one could simply dispatch a celestial being to obliterate the Sword Sect and search methodically thereafter. However, the powers behind him chose to infiltrate the Sword Sect, indicating that the treasure in question was of extraordinary significance. Unless absolutely necessary, it must remain concealed. The Sword Sect is a registered cultivation sect under the Celestial Court. Should it suddenly face annihilation or significant upheaval, the Celestial Court would undoubtedly send investigators. Meng Zhaixing and Gong Sun Yu shared the same sentiments as Yu Qinxiu, both arriving with their own missions. After finishing another chicken leg, Yi Jin found that Ing Luo had retrieved a whole roasted chicken from her storage ring and offered it to him. Perched atop Ing Luo's head, a small phoenix drooled with longing. At this juncture, the inner disciples upon the questioning immortals platform had ceased to focus on Yi Jin and were fervently seeking guidance from the elders of the Sword Sect. Such an opportunity arose only once a year. Feeling somewhat aimless, and with Feng Qingge and Jian Zhuxian by his side, Yi Jin decided to close his eyes and immerse himself in the Heavenly Tribulation, seeking to engage in combat with some divine beasts or demon beasts possessing divine bloodlines to hone his skills. That, of course, his physical body was not undergoing cultivation. He had merely fallen into a deep slumber. Zhu Lai was also present on the Questioning Immortals platform, and Yi Jin dared not exhibit the Void Universe Sutra in his presence. As Yi Jin slumbered, many eyes were upon him, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. In such a setting, he could still sleep? Gong Sun Yu murmured to himself. It seems I must devise another strategy. Such a foolish individual is unworthy of my daughter. Although merely a concubine, Gong Sun Yu felt a pang of sympathy at the thought of marrying her to such a worthless lump. Yu Qinxiu, closest to Gong Sun Yu, revealed a smirk of satisfaction. Just the day before, he had taken in a foster daughter, Das from Meng Zhaixing. He remained indifferent, focused on marrying his disciple rather than a daughter. The criteria for selecting disciples in cultivation sects primarily assess spiritual roots, followed by temperament. Only those possessing at least a 5-star spiritual root and a suitable disposition may enter the celestial realm. Within the Sword Sect, there exists an array of formations to discern spiritual roots alongside illusions to test temperament. These two grand formations combined allow for simultaneous evaluation of all candidates. The examination at the mountain gate quickly concluded. New disciples were ushered to the Questioning Immortals platform, with 108 youths, ranging from 10 to 16 years of age, being presented. Among them were 72 outer sect disciples, 26 inner sect disciples, and 10 core disciples, all having been screened. Situ Yun raised his gaze to the 108 disciples, his heart sinking slightly that a few among the newly admitted were rather remarkable. That it seemed that not only Yu Qinxiu and his companions had their eyes on the celestial treasure of the Sword Sect, but others too were coveting it. However, Situ Yun felt little concern. He had a celestial being backing him. Once all the new disciples had gathered, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Elder, I have a matter of confusion." At that moment, everyone present, including the newly admitted disciples, turned their attention towards the speaker. The elder responded gently, "Qin Su, what troubles you?" The individual was none other than Qin Su, an inner disciple who had sought to consult Yi Jin moments earlier. He raised his hand, pointing at Yi Jin, who was dozing on the cloud bed, and indignantly declared, "Elder, what qualifications does this fool have to sit here alongside the esteemed elders and guardians?" This proclamation sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. Initially, some had thought that those disciples who harbored grudges against Yi Jin would only seek to humiliate him during the grand ceremony. Little did they expect that Qin Su would be so forthright. With palpable anger, he continued, "Our Sword Sect's grand ceremony is a moment of great solemnity, and this fool dares to sleep on the Questioning Immortals platform. What decorum is this? Moreover, he is naught but a good-for-nothing. Were it not for Elder Lu Xun's elixirs, he would still be at the early stages of qi cultivation. What right does he have to serve as the peak master of Lingxiu? Is it merely because he is the son of the sect leader? I, Qin Su, an inner disciple of the Sword Sect, refuse to accept this." Qin Su's voice resonated powerfully across the Questioning Immortals platform. The newly admitted disciples, still bewildered by the unfolding events, gazed at the youth who appeared to be so unwelcome. Yu Qinxiu, Gong Sun Yu, and Meng Zhaixing exchanged glances, remaining discreet. That moment, Lu Xun finally awakened from her contemplation, glancing at Qin Su with a look of perplexity. What was happening? Lu Xun's elixirs? Wasn't I Lu Xun? When did I give this boy any elixirs? Could it be that there exists another elder Lu Xun in the Sword Sect? Lu Xun's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, darkening as she fixed her eyes on Qin Su. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden flash of insight struck her mind, recalling a method to unravel the prohibitions, plunging her back in a deep meditation. Situ Yun and Gu Qingze keenly observed Lu Xun's expression, sensing an intensifying murderous intent. Qin Su's words acted as a catalyst, prompting the remaining inner disciples of the Sword Sect to echo in support. "Yes, we refuse to accept this. Even if Yi Jin is the sect leader's son, he lacks the qualifications to continue as the master of Lingxiu Peak. We petition the elder to take charge and depose Yi Jin from his position." Seizing the moment, Qin Su added, "If a disciple must be chosen to lead Lingxiu Peak, we nominate Brother Zhu Lai." Zhu Lai, who had been observing the drama unfold, nearly choked on his own blood at the suggestion. The elder was clearly using him as a pawn. Those core disciples who usually associated with Zhu Lai brightened at this proclamation, joining in the chorus of support. Zhu Lai's face hardened as he hissed under his breath, "Silence." He had no desire to be thrust into the limelight. The legacy of the first Sword Immortal had evidently leaked, and many were scheming in the shadows that Tob made the master of Lingxiu Peak. He was certain that someone would come seeking him out. The few disciples beside Zhu Lai, realizing the precariousness of the situation, promptly closed their mouths. Ling Luo had nudged Yi Jin several times without success. Ultimately, it was the little phoenix, whose consciousness transcended into the heavenly realm, merging with her divine form, that managed to pull Yi Jin back from the heavenly tribulation. Yi Jin yawned widely, wiping non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth before lazily asking, "What did you call me for? Is it time to eat?" All present were left speechless that Yi Jin has committed no error, nor has he violated the rules of the Sword Sect. The Grand Elder is not the sect leader and possesses no authority to unjustly dismiss the master of a peak. However, he can compel Yi Jin into making a mistake. The gathered crowd, upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, wore expressions of malicious glee. Although Yi Jin had established his foundation with the elixir provided by Elder Lu Jin, Qin Su was a bona fide cultivator at the condensation stage. It was said that 3 months prior, Qin Su had obtained a rare Jiangzhu spirit herb from an outer sect disciple, only to have it seized by Yi Jin. This time, Qin Su vowed that he would not let Yi Jin off easily. Guidance? How can one guide without taking action? At this grand ceremony, the notion of consulting the peak master is merely an opportunity for inner disciples to showcase themselves before the various peak masters, vying for a chance to ascend to the main peak and become core disciples. For both personal and public reasons, Qin Su would not hold back. Apart from Qin Su, the other inner disciples were also eager to try their luck, lining up in anticipation. Within the inner sect of the Sword Sect, there were many who harbored grievances against Yi Jin. Yi Jin cast a glance at the Grand Elder, then turned to Qin Su and nodded. Saying, "Very well," as he spoke, he rose from his seat, grasping the rusted sword Ji Xian, and descended from the cloud platform. That moment, Yi Jin felt a flicker of anticipation within him. He had battled divine beasts during the tribulation, but had yet to engage with a fellow cultivator. This would serve as an excellent opportunity to assess the fruits of his training. Ling Luo could hardly bear to watch. She stood at the edge of the cloud platform, eyes focused inward, her heart filled with a sense of grievance. Her young master was about to face a beating, yet she could not intervene to assist him. The Grand Elder stood nearby, watching intently, waiting for Yi Jin to falter. Should Ling Luo intervene, it would violate the rules of the ceremony, providing the Grand Elder with an excuse to strip Yi Jin of his position as the master of Ling Xiu Peak. If Ling Luo refrained from acting, Yi Jin would suffer a mere beating and lose some face. The surrounding disciples, upon witnessing Yi Jin wielding a tarnished and dilapidated sword, could not suppress their low chuckles. Indeed, without Yi Xian, Yi Jin was rendered insignificant. Now he could not even produce a decent flying sword. Qin Su regarded the rusty sword in Yi Jin's hand with a smirk, then declared, "Master Yi, I have recently encountered a bottleneck while practicing the Spring Thunder Sword from the Four Seasons Sword Manual that I humbly request your guidance to." Yi Jin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Very well, please proceed." The Four Seasons Sword Manual is a swordmanship manual practiced by the inner disciples of the Sword Sect, classified as a mid-grade mystic technique. Yi Jin had also studied it for a period during his tribulation. Without further ado, Qin Su lunged forth, striking towards Yi Jin. The Spring Thunder Sword. With this strike, a 3-foot sword light erupted, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder, resembling the mighty spring thunder, swift and urgent. "Good!" The surrounding disciples cheered loudly at the sight. This Spring Thunder Sword, subtly manifesting a sword momentum, had reached the minor accomplishment stage. The sword light coalesced, embodying the essence of spring thunder, making it fully qualified to ascend to the main peak and become a core disciple of the Sword Sect. The several guardians of the Sword Sect nodded approvingly, that a few even felt a sense of admiration, contemplating taking Qin Su under their wing after this battle concluded. Qin Su's sword, imbued with the momentum of spring thunder, descended upon Yi Jin's head. Should this strike land, Yi Jin would undoubtedly be left disheveled and in a state of embarrassment. Moreover, as Qin Su executed his strike, he stepped forward with his left foot and raised his right, aiming a kick towards Yi Jin's abdomen. The sword was leading, the foot following. This was a blatant humiliation that Yi Jin observed the strike, momentarily stunned, but then a large question mark floated above his head. Although the Spring Thunder Sword appeared exceedingly fierce, to Yi Jin's eyes, it seemed soft and full of openings, posing no threat whatsoever. Could it be that Qin Su was holding back? A thought flickered through Yi Jin's mind. Yet his movements were not hindered. He raised the rusty sword slightly, unleashing a subtle sword light that shattered Qin Su's sword attack. This sudden turn of events caught Qin Su off guard, leaving him no time to react, and his right foot was already aimed at Yi Jin's abdomen. Yet before the kick could reach its target, Yi Jin had already retaliated, delivering a precise kick to Qin Su's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Qin Su was sent crashing backward, tumbling off the Wu Xian platform that a profound silence enveloped the crowd. All present stared at Yi Jin in astonishment. One sword, one kick. Qin Su was defeated. What was happening? Wazati had said that Yi Jin was merely a waste, relying on Elder Lu Zhen's high-grade foundational elixir to succeed in establishing his foundation. Ling Luo, unable to restrain herself, had peeked and now gaped, her eyes and mouth agape in disbelief. When had her young master become so formidable? Zhu Lai cast a glance at Yi Jin, his brows slightly furrowed, but Yi Jin turned to Qin Su, who lay below the Wu Xian platform, and said with displeasure, "Please show your true strength. I do not require your leniency." Upon hearing this, the others finally grasped the situation that it turned out that Qin Su had been holding back, allowing Yi Jin to win. No wonder. Among the 108 newly admitted disciples, there was a youth clad in green, around 15 or 16 years of age, staring intently at Yi Jin. Qin Su, having fallen heavily, awkwardly rose to his feet, summoning his flying sword back into his grasp. He gasped for breath before returning to the Wu Xian platform, his eyes ablaze with intensity, fixated on Yi Jin. Indeed, he had underestimated his opponent. The next moment, Qin Su formed a sword gesture, sending his flying sword soaring into the air, where it exploded into 4 elongated beams of sword light, slicing towards Yi Jin from 4 directions. Each beam radiated with a fierce sword momentum. 4 Seasons Sword Manual. Spring thunder, summer rain, autumn wind, winter snow. The 4 beams of light were strikingly fierce, perfectly embodying the sword momentum of the 4 seasons. What a remarkable Qin Su! What an exceptional 4 Seasons Sword Manual! The Lord of Luzhou, Yu Qinxiu, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Although Yi Jin's earlier sword and kick had been unexpected, Yu Qinxiu had not discerned any profound significance. Even he suspected that Qin Su had been holding back. At this moment, the power Qin Su displayed made even Yu Qinxiu's eyes widen in surprise. At such a tender age, he had grasped the 4-sword momentum from the 4 Seasons Sword Manual, promising a limitless future ahead. Meanwhile, Meng Zhaixing and Gong Sun Yu wore solemn expressions. The sword sect, even without Yi Zhixian, was not to be underestimated. With a talent like Qin Su's, he would undoubtedly be a core disciple in their own sects or families. Yet within the sword sect, he was merely an inner disciple. Yi Jin regarded the 4 incoming beams of sword light, and a strange notion crept into his mind. Could it be that Qin Su was also one of his own? Otherwise, why would he so blatantly hold back? He referred to this technique as the 4 Seasons Sword Manual. How could it possibly be compared to Yi Jin's understanding of the 4 Seasons Sword Manual gained during his tribulation? Qin Su was considered a minor celebrity within the inner sect, worthy of becoming a core disciple, that if he were truly a genius, he should not be of such a caliber. Therefore, Qin Su was undoubtedly holding back. Thinking this, Yi Jin called out in a deep voice, "Qin Su, your 4 Seasons Sword Manual indeed requires guidance. Pay attention. Spring brings the fragrance of plum blossoms. Summer winds rustle the lotus. Autumn nights condense the moonlight. Winter snows break the bridge." In the instant before Qin Su's 4 swords reached him, Yi Jin suddenly unleashed his own sword. 4 chilling beams of sword light surged forth, summoning a vast sword domain that shattered Qin Su's 4 beams into fragments. Yi Jin's sword was not merely 4 beams of light. Within the light lay 4 seemingly illusory yet profound realms, as if embodying the cycle and transformation of the seasons. Qin Su's high-quality flying sword was instantly sent flying far away. The terrifying backlash coursed through the sword into Qin Su, making him feel a surge in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Jin had also employed the 4 Seasons Sword Manual. Yet his interpretation was entirely distinct from Qin Su's. That the 12 guardians rose in unison, one of them exclaiming in astonishment, "That is not merely sword momentum. It is the sword realm." Yi Jin had actually comprehended the sword realm. With just one step further, he would grasp the sword intent. Chapter 016. Not holding back, but he is too weak. The fragrance of plum blossoms, the rustling of lotus leaves, the moonlight of the spring, and the broken bridge in winter are the hidden true realm of the sword within the Four Seasons sword manual, incomparable to the spring thunder, summer rain, autumn wind, and winter snow that Qin Su had demonstrated. The true realm of the sword is the realm of swordsmanship, which progresses through 3 levels: sword momentum, sword realm, and sword intent. Currently, within the sword sect, whether among the inner disciples or even core disciples, very few can reach the level of sword realm. Who would have thought that the sect leader's so-called waste of a son would demonstrate the sword realm before the eyes of all? Yi Jin was unexpectedly powerful. But how could he have been so severely beaten by Brother Zhu Lai just a few days ago, with rumors suggesting he had been bedridden for 3 days? Some disciples regained their senses and began to whisper among themselves that Yi Jin is even worthy of being compared to Brother Zhu Lai. Brother Zhu Lai is the most talented in our sword sect, a transformation realm expert at just 18. Though Yi Jin had attained the realm of sword, he was merely a low-grade miscellaneous spirit root, were it not for Elder Lucian as high-grade foundational elixir. He would likely still be languishing at the Qi refinement stage. Elder Lucian, just awakened from his contemplation, wondered, what high-grade foundational elixir? How come I was unaware of this? On the other side, the Grand Elder Situ Yun had fallen, and the second Elder Gu Qingze could not help but cast a cold glance at Lucian. Yi Jin, at the tender age of 16, had already attained the realm of swordsmanship, undoubtedly ranking just below Zhu Lai as a prodigy in the current sword sect. Alas, he was ultimately a mixed spirit root, destined to tread a limited path in the cultivation of immortality, that as for changing one's spirit root, if that were possible, Yi Zhixian would have already done so for him. The alteration of spirit root talent is indeed a celestial feat. Even transforming it into the 5 elemental roots would be an act of defiance against the natural order. Such a treasure could not possibly emerge from a mere Luzhou. Meanwhile, Yu Qinxiu, Meng Zhaixing, and Gong Sunyu exchanged glances. Gong Sunyu murmured, truly deserving of being Yi Zhixian's son, to grasp the realm of swordsmanship at such a young age, he is indeed worthy of my illegitimate daughter. If he were to have the fortune to change his spirit root. Yu Qinxiu had already contemplated expelling his newly adopted daughter from the family, as he had several illegitimate daughters, that a glimmer of admiration crept into Yu Qinxiu's gaze as he looked at Yi Jin. And he chuckled softly. This Yi Jin is quite clever, knowing precisely when to showcase his abilities, that if he merely remains hidden and subdued, he risks fading into obscurity without a trace. However, the notion of changing one's spirit root, Luzhou lacked such miraculous treasures. Yet the Celestial Court possessed them. Yu Qinxiu, being an official of the Celestial Court, was aware of this. Yi Jin turned his earnest gaze towards Qin Su and said, have you comprehended? A talent like yours should be performing the 4 Seasons sword technique in such a manner. Henceforth, do not hold back. Unleash your full potential and allow this peak master to witness your true strength. Qin Su looked up, his face a mask of bewilderment and confusion. Hold back? When did I ever hold back? What I just demonstrated was already an extraordinary display of my 4 swords. As a genius like myself, what kind of 4 Seasons sword technique should I be employing? Like you, brother, you are in the realm of swordsmanship. I have barely grasped the surface of sword intent. I am leagues away from the realm of swordsmanship. Are you deliberately trying to humiliate me? The surrounding disciples, hearing Yi Jin's words, cast astonished glances at Qin Su. Hold back. Could it be that Qin Su has also reached the realm of swordsmanship and was intentionally yielding to Yi Jin? Yet, judging by Qin Su's expression, that does not seem likely. Upon witnessing Qin Su's bewildered and indignant demeanor, and hearing the surrounding discussions, Yi Jin came to a realization that it was not a matter of holding back. Rather, it was that Qin Su was simply too weak. Was he truly considered a genius of the inner sect? During Yi Jin's training amidst the Heavenly Tribulations, his opponents were transformed beings subjected to the tribulations of shape. Although he had suppressed his own cultivation, all means at his disposal could be employed. And they were all fighting desperately against Yi Jin. Comparison, Qin Su was astoundingly weak. Moreover, Yi Jin himself was merely a novice in the realm of immortality, generally oblivious to such matters and unaware of what a genius should truly be like. He had no cultivator to use as a point of reference to compare his own strength. After all, having been labeled as a waste for over a decade, it was challenging for him to shift his mindset. Deep down, Yi Jin still perceived himself as a failure. At most, he had gained the ability to control the heavenly tribulations, allowing him to increase his minuscule practical experience through them. However, according to the memories inherited from the eternal Inferno Fire Phoenix, true practical training must be experienced firsthand. One must comprehend life and death to attain genuine refinement. Yi Jin's training on the heavenly street was one of transforming his spirit into a manifestation of his inner demons, rather than a direct confrontation. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the trial of the heart demon utilized the sea of consciousness of demonic beasts as the battlefield. A single thought could stretch into eternity. And in that instant, countless battles were fought, leading to a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Furthermore, that occurred above the heavenly tribulation, where Yi Jin, as the master of the tribulation, was present in spirit, almost as if he were truly there. His essence and spirit coexisting in stark contrast to the memory of spiritual training from the eternal Inferno Fire Phoenix. This was an entirely different affair. Yet, no one had informed him of these nuances. Yi Jin believed that if he, a so-called waste, could display the four-season sword technique of the realm of swordsmanship, then Qin Su, a reputed genius of the inner sect, ought to have already reached that level. At that moment, upon hearing Yi Jin's earnest yet mocking words, Qin Su felt heat rising to his face. Wishing he could find a crevice to hide within, he had been ridiculed by someone he considered a failure. No, how could he be deemed a failure? If Yi Jin was a failure, then what did that make him? Even more of a failure. That fellow was clearly pretending to be weak while concealing his true strength. A most insidious act, gritting his teeth. Qin Su replied in a low voice, "Disciple thanks the Peak Master for the guidance. Upon returning, I shall certainly strive to cultivate diligently and endeavor to grasp the realm of swordsmanship at the earliest opportunity." Yi Jin nodded and returned to the cloud bed. Addressing Ying Luo, "I am hungry. Bring me a chicken leg." Ying Luo gasped, snapped back to reality, and hurriedly retrieved a roasted chicken leg from her storage ring, handing it to Yi Jin. After a moment's contemplation, she also produced a roasted rabbit and placed it beside him. The little phoenix perched atop Ying Luo's head chirped with glee and dove towards the food. Seizing the opportunity, Ying Luo quickly transmitted the events that had just transpired to Yi Jin. Then he nodded and said, "You should eat as well, Ying Luo." The others present. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, his expression growing increasingly grim. Yi Xian's son was indeed as insidious as his father. It seemed that Yi Jin, aside from his spirit root, possessed top-tier talent in the way of the sword. Yi Xian had been secretly nurturing him all along. This time, had it not been for his own use of the grand ceremony to force Yi Jin into a corner, that young man would likely have continued to survive in obscurity. No wonder Lu Jin would pay a great price to refine a high-grade foundational pill for Yi Jin. A lowly mixed spirit root required the highest-grade foundational pill to successfully establish a foundation. As for Yi Jin's rapid ascension from the early stages of qi cultivation to the late stages, it was undoubtedly due to Lu Jin's pill. Contemplating this, Situ Yun's eyes glinted with a deadly intent as he glanced over at Lu Jin. Lu Jin, momentarily lost in thought, resumed her calculations to decipher Yi Xian's restrictions. She was mere moments away from discovering the means to unravel that accursed restriction and obtain the coveted treasure she had longed for. At this moment, Lu Jin had no time to concern herself with other matters. In an instant of inspiration, Lu Jin found the method to break Yi Xian's restrictions. Her mood lifted considerably. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxing, and a faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. Situ Yun observed this with growing fury. Lu Jin was evidently quite pleased with Yi Jin's performance. The previous night, Situ Yun had confirmed that Lu Jin was indeed the Beast Master who had rendered Zhu Gang incapacitated. This woman had concealed her true self quite adeptly. Just last night, Situ Yun had personally visited the Sword and Man Peak, wishing to test Lu Jin and avoid being outmaneuvered, thus inciting some blunder. However, he was met with a closed door, completely unable to see Lu Jin. Moreover, on his way back to the Heavenly Sword Peak, Situ Yun had keenly sensed that several seemingly ordinary sparrows were tailing him, almost as if they were monitoring his every move. The facts were laid bare before him. Situ Yun could no longer deny that Lu Jin was the Beast Master he had feared for so long. As Yi Jin munched on his chicken leg, he listened to Ying Luo chatter on about the recent events. Just then, another individual approached, seeking Yi Jin's counsel. This was a young man clad in a brown robe. Robust in stature, that he clasped his hands towards Yi Jin and stated earnestly, "I am Ling Chu, disciple of senior brother Zhu Lai from the Lingyin Peak, here to seek guidance from Peak Master Yi." Meanwhile, Zhu Lai lifted his gaze slightly to regard Ling Chu, a cold smirk flitting across his lips. Yet he offered no response that a mere swarm of ants dares to regard this immortal lord as a mere tool. Once this immortal lord obtains the legacy of the eternal sword immortal, I shall surely raise this trivial sword sect to the ground. The ancient immortal, Gulan, has escaped as nothing more than a wisp of his lingering soul. His heart long since shattered that in his current state, he would not spare those audacious enough to scheme against him. Originally, Zhu Lai possessed no remarkable talent. Upon joining the sword sect, he was merely an ordinary outer disciple. It was only through the guidance of Gulan that he gradually began to shine, ultimately rising to become a core disciple and taking residence at Lingyin Peak. Later, the Grand Elder recognized Zhu Lai's potential and took him as his disciple. However, despite becoming a student of Situ Yun, Zhu Lai adhered to Gulan's teachings and refrained from moving to Tianjin Peak, choosing instead to remain at Lingyin Peak. The primary reason for this was Situ Yun's status as a harmonized realm cultivator, a level where the primordial spirit merges with the heavens, allowing one to glimpse the great truths of the world. At that time, Gulan was but a wisp of residual soul, not yet restored to his full vitality. Remaining beneath the Grand Elder's watchful gaze for too long would likely lead to his exposure. The master of Lingyin Peak, Zhang Daoquan, a staunch loyalist of the Grand Elder, harbored no objections to Zhu Lai's continued presence at Lingyin Peak, as the Grand Elder's disciple wished to stay. With Zhang Daoquan's protection, Zhu Lai enjoyed considerable prestige at Lingyin Peak, and many disciples were eager to follow him in their cultivation. Thus, Zhu Lai had effectively become the little peak master of Lingyin Peak. Situ Yun, however, was exceedingly displeased with this arrangement. While he maintained a facade of indifference, internally, he had completely lost all fondness for this disciple. Consequently, Zhu Lai had become a tool in Situ Yun's hands, tasked with handling all the dirty work, including the recent manipulation involving Yi Jin to scheme against the reclusive Yi Zhixian. Although severely injured, everyone believed Yi Zhixian would inevitably perish in the impending tribulation a month later. However, the individual backing Situ Yun remained apprehensive and sought to eliminate Yi Zhixian preemptively to avert any unforeseen complications. In truth, the last ambush aimed to directly slay Yi Zhixian, but through sheer fortune, he had evaded death and fled back to Xinjian Peak. Now, with Yi Zhixian in seclusion at Xinjian Peak, the crucial site of the first immortal sword cultivator's legacy, no one dared to act against him. Thus, they were compelled to utilize Yi Jin, a mere pawn, to resolve the situation. At present, Ling Chu was one of Zhu Lai's many followers. This time, he acted on the directives of Zhang Daoquan to confront Yi Jin. Naturally, Ling Chu harbored his own ambitions. By defeating Yi Jin, Zhu Lai would be able to claim the title of Peak Master of Lingxiu Peak, consequently elevating the status of all his followers. With this in mind, Ling Chu inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit, and proclaimed, "Peak Master Yi, I humbly request your guidance on the mountain-dwelling sword classic, as I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation." Though his tone was respectful, it carried an underlying arrogance, as if to say, "Come forth and witness my prowess." At this moment, the grand ceremony had entered its proper course. The inner disciples who had originally intended to challenge Yi Jin fell silent, realizing that even their strongest contender was only marginally superior to Qin Su. Yet, upon witnessing Ling Chu stepping forward to seek guidance from Yi Jin, they perked up, eager to observe the unfolding spectacle. Unable to contend with Yi Jin themselves, they found satisfaction in watching him face off against another. Ying Luo, observing from the sidelines, quickly cautioned, "Young master, be careful. Ling Chu is a core disciple of Lingyin Peak, at the pinnacle of the condensing essence realm, and reportedly on the verge of forming his core." Ying Luo had managed to reach the core formation stage at the tender age of 16, largely thanks to the abundant and invaluable elixirs provided by the extravagant Yi Jin. In ordinary circumstances, bullying the inner disciples was manageable, but against a core disciple like Ling Chu, she stood no chance. Ling Chu had been a member of the sword sect for 12 years, entering as a core disciple. Throughout this time, he had faced countless life-and-death battles, having slain numerous cultivators who, like Ying Luo, had relied on pills for their core formation. Although Ling Chu had yet to form his core, his prowess had been forged in the crucible of relentless combat. Among core disciples, he was indeed exceptional. Qin Su, he was hardly worthy of comparison, Yi Jin nodded, tossing the remnants of a chicken leg to a nearby little phoenix before descending from his cloud bed. Rusty sword in hand, he looked at Ling Chu with earnestness and inquired, "The mountain-dwelling sword classic. What do you find unclear?" Ling Chu grinned, unsheathing the heavy sword strapped to his back. Unlike the lightweight flying swords favored by ordinary sword cultivators, Ling Chu's sword measured 5 feet in length and 2 feet in width, resembling a door panel. Moreover, this heavy sword was forged from black dust gold, weighing no less than 5,000 pounds. Many sword cultivators would never even consider wielding such a cumbersome weapon. As Ling Chu grasped the sword, a deep hum resonated from its blackened blade. In an instant, a shadowy mountain emerged behind him, intertwining with his peak-level true essence, generating an overwhelming pressure directed at Yi Jin. Mountain-dwelling sword realm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the looming mountain behind Ling Chu. This young man was indeed a genius who had reached the true realm of swordsmanship. Was this the depth of the sword sect? Here I thought Yi Zhexian was the sole prodigy of the sect. Meng Zhaixing, the leader of Qing's sect, could not suppress his admiration. Initially, he believed the sword sect had become insignificant without Yi Zhexian. Yet he now realized that the current sword sect had far surpassed its former glory. Even in the absence of Yi Zhexian, the sword sect remained the foremost sect in Luzhou, due to its formidable foundation. Yu Qianxiu remarked pensively, Yi Zhexian's ambition was to elevate the sword sect to the premier immortal sect of Luzhou. Had it not been for the matter of the immortal treasure, he may have succeeded. The emergence of an immortal sect in Luzhou was a boon for Yu Qianxiu, as it brought him honor. He was not merely the head of a sect, but an official within the immortal court. And the establishment of a sect under his jurisdiction would earn him commendations from the court. At this moment, Yu Qianxiu observed with keen interest the confrontation between Yi Jin and Ling Chu. If Yi Jin were not burdened by his mixed spiritual roots, his current strength might not be inferior to that of Ling Chu. Ling Chu's aura intensified as the sword realm and true essence merged, rendering him an unassailable mountain, resolute and immovable. Ignoring Yi Jin's words, he shouted, "Peak Master Yi, allow me to witness the true strength of your four-season sword realm." Yi Jin paused momentarily before responding. "Four-season sword realm. Did you not seek my guidance on the mountain-dwelling sword classic? Your mountain-dwelling sword classic indeed harbors significant issues. Your sword realm is flawed." Chapter 018. The Will of All Beings Flawed Sword Realm. Upon hearing Yi Jin's words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Not only Ling Chu, but even the other sword sect experts present could not help but chuckle. How could a sword realm be flawed? It was merely a manifestation of one's understanding of the sword path, devoid of any definitive standards. The mountain-dwelling sword classic is one of the most esteemed sword arts within the sword sect, accessible to all core disciples. Each individual is unique. When practicing the same technique, differences in comprehension, preference, experience, and even personality can yield varying interpretations and insights, thus leading to distinct sword realms. While techniques, swordplay, and divine abilities can be conveyed through teaching, the essence of understanding cannot. Now, for Yi Jin to claim that Ling Chu's sword realm was flawed was nothing short of absurd. Was Yi Jin becoming arrogant, believing that his comprehension of the four-season sword realm granted him the audacity to declare that senior brother Ling Chu was in error? Moreover, Yi Jin practiced the four-season sword classic, an intersect sword art ranked low in the Xin grade, while Ling Chu's mountain-dwelling sword classic was a ground-level sword art reserved for core disciples. The inner disciples on the Immortal Inquiry platform began to murmur, all believing Yi Jin had become conceited. Sidu Yun regarded Yi Jin with a cold smile that he had expected that after experiencing such dramatic highs and lows, the young man would temper his behavior, yet he remained as arrogant as ever. This provided Sidu Yun with both an opportunity and an excuse. Sidu Yun then spoke, "Peak Master Yi, since you assert that Ling Chu's mountain-dwelling sword realm is flawed, why not personally enlighten him?" Yi Jin cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Isn't that precisely what I'm doing?" He then extended his greasy finger toward Ling Chu, beckoning, "Come at me, and I shall reveal where you err." Ling Chu scoffed, stepping forward and, in one fluid motion, struck downward at Yi Jin with his sword. In an instant, a torrent of earthy sword light surged forth, imbued with terrifying force, as if a towering mountain sought to crush Yi Jin into powder. At that moment, the distance between them spanned 5 zhang. Yet, in the face of such a formidable strike, 5 zhang was hardly a barrier. While Yi Jin's gaze remained serene to him, Ling Chu's strike was hardly formidable. No more than a fraction of the power exhibited by the Tribulation Beast during the heavenly calamity. Suddenly, Yi Jin moved. The 3-foot-long, rusted sword erupted in a deep azure light. Simultaneously, Yi Jin let out a long, resonant cry. Setting sun, distant thunder peak. With a single stroke, a desolate and solitary aura emanated from Yi Jin, filling the air with an ethereal presence. Clouds fly, abandoning the Jade Emperor. The winds of the empty mountains arrive late. The solitary mountain crane has returned. In quick succession, he unleashed 4 strikes. The sword light danced like a brush, painting the void with images of autumn winds, setting suns, solitary mountains, flowing clouds, and returning cranes, as if everyone were witnessing a solitary scene at dusk. In that fleeting moment, the once light and agile Qingfeng sword in Yi Jin's grasp appeared as solid and formidable as a mountain. The sword realm of Ling Chu lay before Yi Jin, crumbling like mere paper, instantly shattered into fragments. At this moment, countless cultivators on the Wuxian platform stared in disbelief at Yi Jin, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sword intent. Yu Qianxiu sprang to his feet in incredulity, exclaiming, This is the mountain-dwelling sword intent. This boy has actually comprehended the mountain-dwelling sword intent. Yu Qianxiu had once been defeated by Yi Zhaoxian's mountain-dwelling sword intent. And although Yi Jin's interpretation was starkly different from Yi Zhaoxian's, Yu Qianxiu could not mistake it. Beside him, Gong Sun you could not help but interject, Is he still a useless waste? If he is a waste, then what does that make me? The ultimate waste. Meng Zhaixing mused internally. Oh no, is there still time for me to go back and have a daughter? C2 Yun's expression darkened, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable murderous intent. He had initially thought of Yi Jin as a mere pawn to deal with Yi Zhaoxian, a tool for exploitation, yet he never anticipated the depths of Yi Jin's capabilities. Had he not been forced into a corner today, Yi Jin might have continued to conceal his true strength. Mixed spiritual roots. What do they signify? This is the immortal realm, where treasures capable of defying fate abound. Not to mention, the Lord of Luzhou possesses the ability to summon treasures that can alter Yi Jin's spiritual roots. My lord, he was informed, there are already those who have sensed the aura of the immortal treasure and are fixated on the sword sect, that we cannot allow them to come into contact with Yi Jin. We must act swiftly to eliminate him. As C2 Yun pondered his strategy, Lu Jin suddenly stood up, clapping her hands in delight before turning to leave the Wuxian platform. She had finally deduced the method to break Yi Zhaoxian's restrictions and could no longer remain idle. She hastened back to the sword peak to enact her plan. That a cold glimmer flashed in C2 Yun's eyes. Of course, we must first eliminate this traitor who feeds on our hospitality. Zhu Lai furrowed his brow, feeling inexplicably that Yi Ran's gaze seemed oddly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen such eyes before. Ling Chu stood motionless, staring blankly at Yi Jin. Stammering, sword intent? Yi Jin nodded, affirming, sword intent, but he then asked, Do you understand where you went wrong? Ling Chu, bewildered, shook his head at why Yi Jin raised his sword, the Zizuxian, and tapped it 3 times on Ling Chu's forehead before turning to leave. Ling Chu felt as though struck by lightning. In his mind, it was not Yi Jin's sword intent he perceived, but rather the rusted Qingfeng sword. In that instant, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Just moments ago, Yi Jin wielded the 3-foot Qingfeng sword as if it weighed nothing, manifesting a sword intent as formidable as a mountain. Ling Chu glanced at the heavy sword in his hand, a bitter expression crossing his face, that it was only through the weight of his sword that he could evoke the mountain-dwelling sword realm. Without this blackened, dust-laden heavy sword, Ling Chu would lose his sword realm. Thus, Yi Jin's assertion about his sword realm being flawed rang true. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chu called out, Disciple Ling Chu, thank you for your guidance. Peak Master, Yi Jin ignored him, returning to his cloud bed, frowning in contemplation. Ying Luo felt no joy. Instead, she was filled with trepidation. Sword intent? Her young master turned out to be a peerless genius who had grasped sword intent. Yet, even if he were a genius, this was not the time to flaunt it. Having previously revealed his sword realm was already sufficient. Now, witnessing the terrifying, murderous gaze of the Grand Elder, it seemed he no longer bothered to conceal his intent. If looks could kill, Yi Jin would have long since been reduced to ashes. Ing Luo, her voice trembling, stammered, "Master, how could you reveal your sword intent before so many eyes?" Noticing Ing Luo's distress, Yi Jin smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. Let him come to kill me." Last night, the Sword of Extermination had stated that immortals would not act against the Sword sect, with the legacy of the #1 Sword Immortal awakened. Should an immortal strike at this moment, it would not only provoke the premature emergence of that legacy, but also result in the immortal's demise due to the backlash of the legacy's power. Hence, Yi Zhaoxian remained alive that if anyone were to kill Yi Jin, it would undoubtedly be the Grand Elder and his ilk. Accompanying Yi Jin was an eternal infernal fire phoenix, and even a peak-level powerhouse would find no return once faced with a demonized sword. He feared nothing. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that Yi Jin's cultivation had broken through. He had advanced from the initial stage of the second realm of Qishao to the mid-stage, which signified a progression to the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. When Yi Jin defeated Qin Su, he had discovered that, without any training, his cultivation had inexplicably risen. Thus, Yi Jin used Ling Chu as a test subject. Indeed, his cultivation had once again improved, directly breaking through to a minor realm. As for the force that had enhanced Yi Jin's cultivation, it was the collective will of sentient beings that Yi Jin, having assumed control over the heavenly tribulations on behalf of the heavenly path, could naturally absorb such power. However, Yi Jin could not ascertain which step had allowed him to successfully draw upon the collective will of sentient beings. Was it the ostentatious display of divine power before others? Or was it the instruction of Qin Su and Ling Chu in swordsmanship, or perhaps the mockery from the sword sect disciples? This remained to be verified, and Yi Jin planned to experiment further with a few individuals. Of course, even though the enhancement of his cultivation was secondary, Yi Jin discovered that he could utilize the gathered collective will of sentient beings to summon heavenly tribulations. The greater the collective will, the stronger the tribulations summoned. However, at present, the amount of collective will Yi Jin had absorbed was insufficient to even call forth the most ordinary lightning tribulation. Chapter 019. Speaking for the disciple, as Yi Jin pondered the matter of the collective will of sentient beings. The gazes of the numerous disciples of the sword sect towards Yi Jin shifted dramatically, and no longer was he regarded as the despised waste of a second-generation heir. He had transformed into a genius of sword intent. A stark contrast. Ing Luo felt a slight relief that it then occurred to her that a powerful guardian was concealed beside her young master. As long as it was not Lu Zhen, Ing Luo could not help but murmur softly. Now, no one dares to question the young master. Though her voice was soft, the surroundings were filled with cultivators, and those with intent could hear her clearly. Question Yi Jin. He was now a sword cultivator who had reached the level of sword intent, a status only Zhu Lai among the sword sect disciples had attained. Zhu Lai was hailed as the first genius of the sword sect, not only because he was an 18-year-old transformation realm cultivator, but also due to his attainment of sword intent. Within the sword sect, it was rare to find anyone, young or old, who had reached the level of sword intent. Moreover, Yi Jin was 2 years younger than Zhu Lai, even if he possessed mixed spiritual roots. The majority of disciples in the sword sect were not even comparable to him in that regard. Suddenly, Qin Su stepped forward, sneering. Even if Yi Jin comprehends sword intent, I still believe such a person is unworthy of being a peak master. In the next moment, Qin Su knelt down and bowed to the Grand Elder, proclaiming, "Inner disciple Qin Su of the sword sect beseeches the Grand Elder to arbitrate." As he spoke, he knocked his head against the ground 3 times. The Grand Elder's expression softened slightly, yet he remained somewhat impassive, asking, "What is it this time?" Qin Su's eyes reddened as he replied, 3 months ago, I risked my life to retrieve a Zhuangzhu spirit herb from the depths of the ice abyss, only to be robbed of it by that Yi Jin upon my return to the sect, relying on his status, such oppression of fellow disciples. What qualifications does he have to be a peak master? I implore the Grand Elder to take action on my behalf." As he spoke, Qin Su knocked his head again. Following Qin Su's lead, over a dozen inner disciples also knelt before the Grand Elder. Their voices filled with sorrow as they pleaded, "We beseech the Grand Elder to act on our behalf." That Yi Jin, relying on his status, once commanded his subordinates to severely injure us. nearly resulting in our deaths." In a cacophony of voices, the disciples recounted Yi Jin's misdeeds in unison. The newly initiated youths exchanged glances, unable to contain their shock. They had certainly heard of Yi Jin's notorious reputation. Not only was he the young master of the sword sect, but also the #1 wastrel of Luzhou. However, after witnessing Yi Jin's sword realm and sword intent, these newly initiated youths had begun to harbor a modicum of respect for him. Yet, upon hearing the words of the inner disciples, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, chilling them to the bone, that Yi Jin was nothing less than a villain with a dark past. Even the elders of the sword sect had been driven to tears by his bullying, only daring to seek the Grand Elder's intervention during the grand ceremony of the sect's founding. What hope did they, as mere newcomers, have against such oppression? C2 Yun cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jin, a smirk playing on his lips, before turning to Gu Qingze and murmuring, "Second Elder, according to the sword sect's regulations, what punishment is warranted for those who abuse their power and bully their fellow disciples?" Gu Qingze replied with a stoic expression, "Deprivation of cultivation and expulsion from the sect." Yu Qinxiu and his companions frowned slightly. This was an internal matter of the sword sect, and as outsiders, they could not interfere. All three were cunning individuals who naturally did not take such one-sided claims at face value. However, whether they believed it or not was inconsequential. The Grand Elder clearly seemed willing to give credence to these allegations. C2 Yun turned to Yi Jin, a knowing smile on his face as he asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" The implication is to grant Yi Jin an opportunity for defense. However, the ultimate authority over this matter still resides with the Grand Elder. As Ling Luo attempted to speak, an invisible force sealed her lips, yet it was the little phoenix that obstructed her. Ling Luo was merely a maid, not even considered a disciple of the sword sect. Should she dare to confront the Grand Elder at this moment, Yi Jin would likely remain unharmed, but Ling Luo would certainly meet a gruesome end. Yi Jin yawned lazily and said, "Ling Luo, you may speak." The power that had silenced Ling Luo dissipated instantaneously, allowing her to regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, Ling Luo respectfully addressed the Grand Elder. "Esteemed Grand Elder, the Peak Master has not seized Qin Su's Jiangzhu spirit herb." Upon hearing this, Qin Su interjected furiously, "Silence. You wretched maid, Grand Elder." It was Yi Jin who forcibly took the Jiangzhu spirit herb from the disciples. And this maid was complicit. With a sharp clap, a crimson spirit sparrow suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into his mouth with a forceful impact. Taken aback, Qin Su found himself losing several teeth, while one side of his face swelled up. The crimson spirit sparrow then spun mid-air and headed towards the human sword peak. The little phoenix, pecking at roasted meat, chirped in bird language, "Miss Ling Luo is the servant of the young master. What right do you have to speak to her in such a manner?" "Young master, the Lord of the Heavenly Tribulation. Miss Ling Luo is indeed the servant of the Lord of the Heavenly Tribulation." C2 Yun cast a glance towards the human sword peak, his eyes brimming with barely contained murderous intent. The others around instinctively recoiled. Beside Yi Jin stood a formidable protector, the third elder of the sword sect. "Lu Zhen." Yi Jin turned to Qin Su, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Just now, did you refer to Ling Luo as a wretched maid? Ling Luo is a disciple of the Ling Xiu Peak. While you, a mere inter-sect disciple, dare to insult a core disciple of the sword sect." As he spoke, Yi Jin casually tossed a token into Ling Luo's arms. Indeed, it was the identity token of a disciple from Ling Xiu Peak. Yi Jin, being the Peak Master, could easily admit anyone he chose into Ling Xiu Peak. The status of a core disciple in the sword sect far surpassed that of an inter-sect disciple. With one hand covering his swollen cheek, Qin Su glared at Yi Jin with a venomous expression that Yi Jin paid him no further heed, turning instead to Ling Luo. "Please continue." Holding the identity token, Ling Luo felt a sense of elation. She had not anticipated that Yi Jin would formally acknowledge her as a disciple of Ling Xiu Peak at this juncture. From this moment onward, Ling Luo was a core disciple of the sword sect, no longer merely a maid. Taking a deep breath to steady her composure, Ling Luo regarded Qin Su with a cold smile. "Qin Su, you claim that the Jiangzhu spirit herb was procured by you at the perilous depths of the frozen abyss." Qin Su, with one hand covering his face, growled, "Of course," due to his swollen mouth and missing teeth. His words came out somewhat slurred. The Jiangzhu spirit herb did not belong to Qin Su. He had seized it from an outer sect disciple. However, since Qin Su dared to speak on the matter, it was evident he had dealt with that outer sect disciple himself. Ling Luo smiled mischievously and inquired, "Might I ask when you ventured into the frozen abyss, junior brother Qin Su?" Qin Su's heart sank. Ling Luo continued, her smile enigmatic. "In the past 6 months, you have remained within the sword sect and have not once left the immortal spirit mountain. The frozen abyss lies 90,000 miles away from the immortal spirit mountain. Junior brother Qin Su, did you perhaps dream of visiting the frozen abyss?" Qin Su's complexion turned ashen, as he had not expected Ling Luo to catch him in such a blatant lie. At that moment, a staggering figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, stumbling forward to kneel before the asking immortal platform, crying out in a choked voice, "Outer sect disciple, He Dezhuang pays his respects to the esteemed seniors. 3 months ago, Qin Su stole my Jiangzhu spirit herb, and just last night he sought to eliminate me to silence me. Were it not for Sister Ling Luo's timely intervention, I would now be a lifeless corpse. I beseech the esteemed seniors to seek justice on my behalf." In that instant, Qin Su fell in an instant. An increasing number of outer disciples fell to their knees, and ultimately, the entire assembly of over 8,000 outer disciples knelt in unison, raising their voices in fervent exclamations that resonated throughout the celestial spirit mountain. The 108 newly admitted disciples wore expressions of bewilderment, questioning if this was indeed the sword sect. The Grand Elder's countenance darkened, and Gu Qingzi remained silent. The 12 guardians exchanged glances, all too aware of the situation. They typically turned a blind eye, disinterested in intervening, that in truth, the sword sect had not always been this way. The esteemed leader, Yi Zhexian, had diligently endeavored to reform the sword sect, vowing to elevate it to the pinnacle of the Lu Prefecture's immortal sections. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of the tribulation transformation realm and sensing the impending heavenly tribulation, he entrusted the management of the sword sect to 3 elders while he focused on preparing for the tribulation. The 3 elders, differing in ideology from Yi Zhexian, paid little heed to the outer disciples, seeking only elite inner disciples and core members. Observing the scene, Gong Sun Yu chuckled, remarking, "So this is how Yi Jin earned the notorious title of the first prodigal son, that I can finally rest easy regarding my daughter's marriage." Yu Qinxiu and Meng Zhaixing nodded in agreement. That Yi Jin stroked his chin, muttering, "When did I ever have the leisure to meddle in such affairs?" He cast a glance at Ling Luo, who was advocating on behalf of the outer disciples. Realizing she was merely acting under his banner, Ling Luo caught Yi Jin's look and awkwardly cleared her throat. In that moment, Yi Jin was certain that this spectacle was orchestrated by his true protector, who sought to undermine him by supporting Qin Su and others in their bid to strip him of his position as the master of Lingxi Peak. But he also recognized that He Dezhuang was part of this scheme. Yet, at present, Yi Jin was unconcerned about such intrigues. His sole desire was to utilize every means available to enhance his cultivation and assist his father in overcoming the tribulation. Yi Jin meticulously sensed the situation. Among the 8,000 outer disciples, many held deep gratitude towards him, but there was no manifestation of collective will. Thus, he concluded that the emergence of collective will was unrelated to acts of kindness. Was it a display of sanctity before the masses? Yi Jin divided a fragment of his consciousness to merge with the divine statue within the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace, contemplating its essence. It appeared to convey the notion of showcasing divine authority before the masses, essentially a desire for recognition. While this moment highlighted Yi Jin's prominence, it was He Dezhuang who truly basked in the spotlight. Yi Jin was merely a tool of divine artifacts. Contemplating this, he stroked his chin and mused, "I originally intended to maintain a low profile, but it seems the heavens do not permit such discretion." He noticed that with the influx of 2 waves of collective will, the divine statue within the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace began to emanate other subtle energies. Summoning tribulation through collective will was but one facet. If Yi Jin could absorb sufficient collective will, he would likely acquire another ability. However, this was not the moment to seek further attention. Observing Situ Yun's expression, it was evident he wished to eliminate him. No. To first deal with Lu Jin. Thankfully, he had found a shield to deter that old man. Otherwise, he would have been swiftly dealt with. That fool Lu Jin, naturally, would carry the treasures my mother left for me instead of stashing them away in the treasury. Lu Jin had seized the Lingxi Peak's treasury, which contained some seldom-used herbs and elixirs in the outer vault, while the valuables in the inner vault had long since been relocated to Yi Jin's storage ring. Thus, he had no concerns about Lu Xun accessing the treasury. Nevertheless, Yi Jin dared not provoke Situ Yun further, fearing that the old fellow, in a fit of rage, might strike him down without mercy. At that moment, the 8,000 outer disciples of the Sword sect roared like a tidal wave, their voices echoing throughout the sect. Situ Yun felt a surge of frustration, inwardly cursing Yi Zhixian. Before Yi Zhixian assumed leadership, the Sword sect had not boasted such a multitude of outer disciples. The founding ceremony was held once every decade. However, after Yi Zhixian became the head, he implemented sweeping reforms, transforming the founding ceremony into an annual event, attracting an ever-growing number of disciples. Furthermore, what initially served as a mere recruitment ceremony evolved into a grand assembly where the Sword sect strong would openly guide their disciples in cultivation. Consequently, the sect's strength surged, producing numerous talents. Even if Yi Zhixian were to perish in the upcoming tribulation, the Sword sect would remain the foremost sect in Lu Prefecture. Of course, with an increase in disciples came a greater demand for resources. Where would these resources come from? Naturally, they would need to vie and seize them. The celestial realm was never a tranquil place. The struggle for treasures often led to ruthless bloodshed. Why else would one need celestial swords and artifacts? In the meantime, Qin Su and his cohorts were taken aback, never anticipating that the typically submissive outer disciples would erupt in unison at this juncture. Situ Yun's gaze grew, increasingly frigid as he cast a cold glance towards the direction of the Sword Peak. Realizing why Lu Xun had chosen to depart at this moment, this unfolding drama was undoubtedly orchestrated by her. What a cunning illusion! I underestimated you. Situ Yun's heart seethed with murderous intent. He could not allow Lu Xun to see the light of another day. In truth, among the outer disciples, only he Dezhuang and a few others were part of the Protector's plan. The rest had spontaneously rallied in response to the increasing oppression they faced. In the days following Yi Zhixian's grave injuries, Qin Su and his ilk had escalated their exploitation of the outer disciples. Why, if they could accuse a peak master, could they not confront Qin Su? Yu Qinxiu glanced at Situ Yun, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Grand Elder, this is an internal matter of the Sword sect that as an outsider, I ought not to interject. Yet, Qin Su and his fellows are not innocent. How much credence can we place in their words? Situ Yun's expression remained impassive, that if you should refrain from interjecting, then remain silent. You refer to yourself as this master. Do you think I can ignore your words in such a setting? The Sword sect prided itself on being the foremost in Lu Prefecture, yet it remained a sect under the Celestial Court, and thus, some deference to the celestial officials was required in public gatherings. Without further ado, Situ Yun commanded, seize Qin Su and the others, and after the founding ceremony, conduct a thorough investigation into these matters. As his words fell, those law enforcement disciples who had intended to apprehend Yi Jin were compelled to escort Qin Su and his companions away. Upon hearing Situ Yun's intent to investigate, Qin Su and his cohorts collectively exhaled in relief, obediently following the enforcement disciples out. The outer disciples erupted in cheers, proclaiming the Grand Elder's brilliance. Situ Yun felt a deep sense of disgust, his expression remaining unchanged. Let the ceremony continue. Soon, the question-and-answer platform regained its lively atmosphere, and Qin Su's predicament did not disrupt the proceedings for the other inner disciples. Just then, Yi Jin turned his gaze towards the direction where Zhu Lai was situated. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Lai had already departed. Tomorrow marked the day the Wuchen sword body elixir would be completed, and the Heavenly Tribulation would descend as well. Zhu Lai must have gone to tend to the elixirs for Yi Jin. The treasure-bestowing immortal lord. What a kind soul. In the last treasure trove obtained from the immortal lord, Yi Jin had failed to find a remedy for his father's ailment. He hoped this time would not bring disappointment. Yi Zhixian suffered from a Dao injury, and ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures could not cure him. However, the ancient Lan immortal lord was likely to possess treasures capable of addressing such injuries. With this thought, Yi Jin felt a surge of fervor within him. Yingluo observed Yi Jin's eager expression and inquired, "Young master, what is the meaning of this, regarding He Dezhuang?" Yi Jin returned to his senses and replied with a smile. Did that individual not say last night, at the founding ceremony, she would ensure my safety? To Yingluo's eyes widened in realization that I thought so. she didn't intervene to save Yi Dezhuang last night. Then, she added earnestly, we must express our gratitude to her when we return. Situ Yuan, ever vigilant regarding Yi Jin's movements, overheard their whispered conversation, although they did not explicitly mention the third elder within the sword sect. Who else possessed such power to disrupt his plans? If Yi Dezhuang and the other outer disciples had no backing, they would not have dared to create such a ruckus during the founding ceremony. Qin Su and his cohorts had only acted with the Grand Elder's tacit approval, which emboldened them to confront Yi Jin in such a public setting that as the founding ceremony gradually regained its momentum. No one sought to trouble Yi Jin any further. Feeling bored, Yi Jin merged with the Heavenly Tribulation, seeking to engage in combat with the Tribulation beasts. After an uncertain duration, Yi Jin's consciousness stirred as Jian Zhuxian called him down from the heavenly street. Young master, I have detected a trace of Mu Changxing's aura. Jian Zhuxian's voice echoed in Yi Jin's mind, while Yi Jin blinked in surprise, exclaiming, What? Mu Changxing? Was he not dead for 100,000 years? Yi Jin's voice, transmitted through the divine statue within the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace, communicated directly with Jian Zhuxian's statue. Inaudible to outsiders, that in the next moment, Yi Jin realized the possibility of a reincarnation through possession. Which one? He inquired. The sword of Jian Zhuxian trembled slightly, its tip directing towards a young man standing on the Wengxian at this moment. The sun hung low in the west, and the grand ceremony of the sword sect had reached its final segment. The 10 newly initiated prodigies were formally welcomed into the sword sect's main peak, becoming the core disciples of that lofty summit. The individual Jian Zhuxian pointed to as unexpectedly one of these 10 geniuses, a youth of similar age to Yi Jin, clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of brilliance, and notably the foremost among the 10 core disciples. Jian Zhuxian remarked, This is not a case of possession. Otherwise, such a spectacle would be unnecessary. He must be the reincarnation of Mu Changxing. Reincarnation? Yi Jin pondered momentarily before exclaiming, At this moment, only Ying Luo and I remain on Lingxi Yufeng. Therefore, I have resolved to accept 2 core disciples for Lingxi Yufeng. Chapter 022. The Three-Sword Pact is Lingxi Yufeng recruiting disciples. Upon hearing Yi Jin's declaration, the entire Wengxiantai fell into a profound silence. All eyes involuntarily turned toward Yi Jin. Had he lost his bearings? Did he truly believe that comprehending the essence of the sword rendered him invincible? With the cultivation of a foundational stage, he grasped the 4-season sword realm and the mountain-dwelling sword intent, rare feats in the annals of the sword sect. Yet genius does not equate to strength. Moreover, Yi Jin's reputation as a genius seemed somewhat undeserved. Despite his comprehension of sword intent, he remained merely at the foundational stage, the initial phase of cultivation. Most critically, Yi Jin possessed a mixed spiritual root. What could core disciples learn by joining Lingxi Yufeng? Was he not misleading them? Situ Dun, upon hearing Yi Jin's sudden pronouncement, could not help but chuckle, saying, Yi Peak Master, are you truly intending to recruit disciples? Yi Jin smiled. Lingxi Yufeng has grown somewhat desolate. Thus, I wish to take in 2 disciples to invigorate the atmosphere. That as his words fell, a voice suddenly rang out. Although Lingxi Yufeng is one of the 7 peaks of the sword sect, its lineage has been severed, and it lacks the qualifications to recruit disciples anew. Among the 7 peaks, 6 retain their respective lineages, yet Lingxi Yufeng stands alone in its absence. Otherwise, even though Yi Jin is the son of the sect leader, the elders would not permit him to preside over Lingxi Yufeng. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a dark robe, seated upon a cloud platform. Zhang Daoquan, the protector of Lingyin Peak, previously humiliated by Yi Jin's victory over his disciple Ling Chu. Zhang Daoquan had long sought revenge. However, since that incident, Yi Jin had remained quietly seated on the cloud platform, providing no opportunity for retaliation. Yet now, just before the conclusion of the grand ceremony, Yi Jin's sudden intent to recruit disciples presented Zhang Daoquan with the perfect chance. At this moment, the outer disciples had dispersed, leaving only the core and inner disciples. All gazes were fixed upon Yi Jin. Among the 10 newly selected core disciples, several displayed signs of anxiety, fearing selection by Yi Jin and admission to Lingxi Yufeng. With only Yi Jin, a foundational disciple, and Ying Luo, a core disciple at the gold core stage, joining Lingxi Yufeng would undoubtedly spell disaster for their futures. Conversely, a few others watched with keen interest. For them, Gaining entry to any of the 7 main peaks held equal significance. Yi Jin regarded Zhang Daoquan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Misleading disciples? Zhang Daoquan. Your disciple Ling Chu is at the pinnacle of the condensing essence stage, yet he could not best even me. A foundational stage waste. Who, then, is truly misleading disciples? Meanwhile, Ling Chu felt a mix of shame and anger, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Zhang Daoquan's eyes narrowed slightly. Did I ask the foremost protector of the sword sect? He had reached the pinnacle of the void stage, just a step away from the harmonization stage, which would grant him the status of an elder. Did this insignificant Yi Jin, devoid of his sect leader's backing, truly believe he could insult him merely because of a third elder? He retorted coldly, Yi Jin, do you genuinely believe that grasping a mere glimpse of sword intent grants you the right to be arrogant? How about this? I will suppress my cultivation to match yours, the initial stage of the foundational realm. Should you withstand 3 of my sword strikes, it would demonstrate your potential as a peak master. And I shall consent to your recruitment of 2 core disciples for Lingxi Yufeng. What do you say? At this moment, Yi Jin's cultivation and spiritual roots were concealed by the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace. Thus, to all, he appeared to remain at the foundational initial stage. That why Yi Jin tilted his head, staring at Zhang Daoquan for a long while before responding. Can you make such decisions? On the other side, the elder Situdun interjected. Let it be as Zhang Daoquan suggests that if Yi Peak Master can withstand Zhang Daoquan's 3 strikes, we shall agree to your recruitment of 2 core disciples. That, of course, this idea was merely a ploy devised by Situdun to find an opportunity to undermine and potentially eliminate Yi Jin. Yi Jin nodded, picking up the rusted green sword. He descended from the cloud platform, cheerfully declaring, Then I would trouble my esteemed seniors to bear witness. Today, I shall receive 3 sword strikes from Protector Zhang. And from among the 10 newly initiated core disciples, I shall personally select 2 to join Lingxi Yufeng. A profound silence enveloped Wang Xiantai. No one anticipated that Yi Jin would truly agree, whether it was self-humiliation or sheer arrogance. Yuqiankyu, Meng Zhaixing, and Gong Sun Yu remained, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Yuqiankyu mused, is Yi Jin truly foolish or merely pretending? Does he not realize that Situdun seeks to utilize him as a pawn against Yi Zhaoxian? In Yuqiankyu's view, Yi Jin's actions were nothing short of reckless, seeking attention and creating trouble, fully embodying the term dandy. Originally, Yuqiankyu and the others intended to approach Lingxi Yufeng after the grand ceremony to win Yi Jin over. But now his unexpected bravado left them utterly disappointed. Zhang Daoquan, the foremost protector of the sword sect, was also a master who had comprehended sword intent that I in the same realm. He could easily dominate Yi Jin. Among the 10 newly initiated core disciples, the one ranked last, a youth in a green robe, could not help but glance up at Yi Jin, muttering to himself, could it be that he has recognized me and wishes to recruit me for Lingxi Yufeng? Surely not. When we last met, I was but a child, and he has likely forgotten me by now. Yet a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the boy's eyes. Not far from him, the reincarnated Mu Chongqing frowned, muttering, could it be that he has taken a liking to me? Thankfully, he is no match for Zhang Daoquan. This black-clad youth, the foremost among the 108 newly initiated disciples, possessed the cleanest of backgrounds. Meanwhile, other inner and core disciples were eagerly awaiting Yi Jin's impending humiliation. Indeed, even though he had reached the foundational stage and comprehended sword intent, he remained but a fool, audacious enough to challenge Protector Zhang. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice resonated. How about this? If Yi Peak Master can withstand 3 strikes from Protector Zhang, Lingxi Yufeng may recruit 2 core disciples. Should he fail, it would demonstrate his unworthiness for the position of Peak Master. The speaker was a disciple of Lingyin Peak, who had been training under Zhu Lai. Situdun, highly satisfied with the disciple's suggestion, offered no chance for Yi Jin to respond, promptly declaring, This is excellent, that if Yi Peak Master can withstand 3 strikes from Protector Zhang, it will confirm his potential as a Peak Master. Should he fail, it would indicate that Yi Jin still has room for improvement and should diligently cultivate that in that case. He shall relinquish his position as the master of Lingxi Yufeng and join the ranks of Zhang Daoquan's disciples at Lingyin Peak. Yi Jin cast a sidelong glance at Situdun, casually twirling the green sword in his hand, and replied nonchalantly, Very well. Yuqiankyu and the others furrowed their brows, disappointment evident in their eyes that Yi Jin was being utterly reckless. Blithely leaping into such a trap, handing Situdun the leverage he sought. Ing Luo, her face etched with concern, felt compelled to step forward and support Yi Jin, demonstrating that he was not alone. Yet, at that moment, a warm and powerful force held her in place. Subsequently, a clear and melodious female voice echoed in her mind. Rest assured, young master will be fine. That Zhang Daoquan is merely a clown, not worthy of being cleaved by a single sword of young master. Ing Luo's eyes brightened. Could it be that the guardian spirit had transmitted a message to her? Just this once, the voice of the guardian seemed somewhat different from last night. The transmission, of course, came from Feng Qingge, who remained entirely unfazed at Yi Jin held the sword Juxian in his hand, a weapon of celestial retribution, embodying the essence of a celestial sword and the cultivation of the harmonious path realm. Merely a Zhang Daoquan, what could he possibly accomplish? Even should he unleash his full power, what would it matter? Chapter 023. Cheating Yi Jin had never intended to confront Zhang Daoquan's 3 strikes using only his own abilities. His father, Yi Zhixian, had once informed him that the ancient practitioners of the sword sect were all devoid of celestial virtue, shameless to the core. Although Zhang Daoquan claimed to exert only the strength of an early foundation establishment practitioner, one could never discount the possibility of him employing some underhanded tactics. Were it not for the Juxian in Yi Jin's possession, he would truly hesitate to take center stage to AT that moment. Yi Jin had changed from his moon-white robe, which bore a few stains, into a tunic of deep green. His previously disheveled hair was now meticulously arranged with the adornments of a phoenix. In this instant, Yi Jin stood at the very center of the Wuxian platform, his garments fluttering gracefully, exuding an air of nonchalance. Had it not been for the rusted Qingfeng sword in his hand, he would indeed have possessed the demeanor of a sword immortal. Zhang Daoquan's eyes fixed intently upon the rusted blade, his expression unyielding as he remarked, "Yi Jin, do you intend to receive my 3 strikes with that Qingfeng sword?" Flying swords possess 4 grades: the earthly, the mysterious, the yellow, and the heavenly, with the heavenly being the highest. Beyond the heavenly, there lie celestial artifacts. As for the Qingfeng sword, it does not even enter the grading system. In the realm of mortals, the Qingfeng sword is a formidable weapon, yet within the sword sect, it is merely a tool for the outer disciple's self-defense. The last time Zhu Gang and his companions came to humiliate Yi Jin, they brought along a rusted Qingfeng sword. Yi Jin gazed at Zhang Daoquan, a serious expression on his face as he inquired, "What of the Qingfeng sword? Do you have any idea how hard it has worked? What gives you the right to look down upon it? Did not this very sword defeat your proud disciple Ling Chu?" Ling Chu wielded a heavy sword of the mysterious grade, yet it too fell to the Qingfeng sword. Once again named, Ling Chu wished to avert his gaze from the wooden plank in his hands, yearning to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. Zhang Daoquan, his expression devoid of emotion, stated, "If that is the case, then let me witness your Qingfeng sword, Yi Peak Master." Without allowing Yi Jin a moment to respond, he pointed, and with a swift motion, a beam of snow-white sword light, seemingly from nowhere, darted through the void, aiming for Yi Jin's brow with a chilling radiance. This strike was swift beyond measure. Yu Qiankyu, Meng Zhaixing, and Gong Sun Yu exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. Particularly Yu Qiankyu, a practitioner of the Tribulation Transformation realm, recognized that while this sword appeared to utilize only the strength of an early Foundation establishment practitioner, it concealed within a far more formidable and cunning sword intent. Zhang Daoquan's seemingly singular strike was, in reality, 2, one overt and one concealed. He aimed to eliminate Yi Jin with his initial move, ensuring that Lu Chun would have no opportunity to intervene. Yu Qiankyu sighed internally, feeling somewhat helpless. Situ Yun remained vigilant, preventing the trio from interfering. In that moment, Yi Jin appeared unprepared, his gaze still fixed upon Zhang Daoquan, seemingly oblivious to the impending strike. Yet, at that very instant, the Qingfeng sword in Yi Jin's hand erupted with a resounding sword howl. Buzz, like the might of a mountain, the sword intent blossomed forth from the blade. The next moment, the Qingfeng sword surged upward like a towering mountain, its blade crashing heavily against the incoming snow-white sword light. As the metallic clash echoed, the snow-white sword light shattered instantly, revealing a 3-foot-long flying sword, which was Zhang Daoquan's low-grade heavenly sword. The moment the sword's essence materialized, it was met with the overwhelming force of the Qingfeng sword, sent soaring into the heavens, vanishing without a trace. Throughout the encounter, Yi Jin's gaze had not wavered from Zhang Daoquan. He extended a finger, stating earnestly, "One strike." Silence enveloped the surroundings. Had Yi Jin truly withstood Zhang Daoquan's near ambush? Or was it possible that Zhang Daoquan had intentionally allowed it? Surely, it must have been deliberate. Just then, a disciple from Lingyin Peak spoke up. That sword strike from the Peak Master neither employed divine powers, nor contained sword intent. It was merely a casual blow. Yi Jin had utilized the sword technique peak insertion in a cloud scenery from the Mountain-Dwelling Sword Classic, employing sword intent to counter the Peak Master's seemingly casual strike. If the Peak Master had unleashed sword intent, Yi Jin would surely have faced defeat. Indeed, it was as such. The disciples of Lingyin Peak could not accept the spectacle before them, leading to a flurry of discussion. The corners of Yi Jin's mouth curled slightly in a smile, refraining from offering any rebuttal, that he sensed a trickle of collective will from the onlookers surging towards him, that he then spoke. "Zhang Guardian. Let us continue." "Continue?" Zhang Daoquan's eyes were filled with confusion, not because of Yi Jin's ability to receive his seemingly unfair strike, but because at that moment, he could no longer sense his flying sword. The moment the low-grade heavenly sword was propelled into the sky, it severed its connection with Zhang Daoquan, that he turned to Yi Jin, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Where is my sword?" Yi Jin paused, instinctively glancing at the small phoenix that had just landed atop Yingluo's head, and chuckled. "Your sword? It must have been snatched away by a bird, this." Yingluo could not help but laugh heartily. Among the 10 core disciples, the young man in the green tunic also stifled a chuckle. However, they quickly realized that those around them were silent, prompting them to close their mouths in embarrassment. Zhang Daoquan's expression turned icy as he coldly retorted, "Where exactly did you hide my flying sword?" Yi Jin feigned astonishment. "Zhang Guardian, do you truly intend to demand your sword back from the opponent who sent it flying during your duel? Is this how you teach your disciples? If you are without a sword, do you cease to be a sword cultivator, unable to fight?" Yi Jin's words struck a chord within the hearts of the sword sect's inner and core disciples. Each one lowered their gaze to their own swords as sword cultivators. Their swords were akin to a second life. Yet, without their blade, did they still qualify as sword cultivators? Now, Yi Jin had effortlessly sent Zhang Daoquan's low-grade heavenly sword flying using nothing more than an unremarkable Qingfeng sword. Of course, these individuals remained unaware that what Yi Jin wielded was not merely a Qingfeng sword, but rather a celestial sword endowed with the cultivation of the harmonious path realm. Yi Jin slowly raised the sword in his hand, its tip directed at Zhang Daoquan as he announced, "Zhang Guardian, it is time for your second strike." Just then, Yukiankyu interjected, "It should be the third strike." Earlier, Zhang Daoquan had seemingly executed but one strike. Yet it contained both an overt and a covert sword intent. The first indeed bore the power of an early Foundation establishment practitioner, while the second had already reached the might of the core formation realm. Yukiankyu realized that it was not Yi Jin's antics, but rather that he genuinely possessed the strength and confidence to back his claims. He could not help but ponder inwardly. Could it be that this young man had discerned something, prompting him to reveal his talents at this moment to garner support? Yes, it must be so. Thus, Yukiankyu chose to show favor to Yi Jin. Impossible. Yukiankyu's words ignited a stir among the sword sect's disciples. Zhang Daoquan was the guardian of the sword sect and the master of Lingyin Peak. How could he possibly resort to such actions? Within a single strike, the presence of 2 sword intents was plausible. Yet to attribute the second sword intent to the core formation realm, was this not cheating? The disciples of the sword sect were unwilling to believe that their illustrious first guardian, the master of Lingyin Peak, would stoop to such tactics. Humph. At that moment, Yukiankyu let out a cold snort. "Are you questioning my authority?" In the next instant, the aura of the Tribulation transformation realm erupted forth. The disciples of the sword sect paled. Hastily sealing their lips, Yi Jin maintained a nonchalant demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "It matters not if Zhang Guardian believes that he cannot contend with my initial cultivation of the early Foundation establishment realm. Then he may utilize the strength of the core formation realm, or even greater." Chapter 024. A heartfelt dilemma. Yi Jin's comments, laced with mockery, left Zhang Daoquan's face flushed with embarrassment. Situ Yun furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at Zhang Daoquan. Suddenly, Zhang Daoquan shivered, regaining his composure as he spoke. Since Ye Peak Master has stated it thus, should I refuse further, it would be tantamount to belittling your capabilities. As he spoke, Zhang Daoquan's aura surged violently, transitioning from the early Foundation establishment realm to the pinnacle of the core formation realm. The onlookers were left in shock. The core disciples of Lingyin Peak could hardly bear to witness the spectacle, wishing they could find a crevice in the ground to hide themselves. What utter humiliation! It was simply too disgraceful. Yi Jin's words, half taunt and half provocation, had compelled Zhang Daoquan, the sword sect's foremost guardian and a powerhouse of the Void Realm, to ascend the ranks in such a manner, casting aside all sense of dignity. The expressions of the surrounding disciples and other guardians varied significantly, yet Zhang Daoquan remained undeterred. Dignity. The moment he stepped into the fray, it had become a luxury he could no longer afford. What use was dignity? Could it withstand the tribulations of the heavens? It could not. At this moment, Yi Jin had evidently escaped their grasp entirely. Everything he now displayed, even with his mixed spirit roots, posed a tremendous threat that needed to be resolved promptly. Having just received Zhang Daoquan's sword strike, the talent he exhibited led many to believe they would be eager to help Yi Jin reconstruct his spirit roots. Seeking to win him over, to say nothing of others, Yu Qinqiu certainly harbored such intentions. Therefore, even if they could not eliminate Yi Jin today, they must thoroughly incapacitate him to prevent future troubles. With this thought, Zhang Daoquan fell silent. His right hand gently grasped the void, and a deep azure flying sword adorned with ancient patterns fell into his hand. Holding the sword was akin to unleashing the vast sword intent of the boundless cosmos, radiating from Zhang Daoquan's being, merging him with the surrounding heavens and earth. The Tai Su sword intent. Observing from the Wenxian platform, the other guardians gasped in astonishment. Even the second elder, Gu Qingze, wore a troubled expression. No one had anticipated that Zhang Daoquan would comprehend the Tai Su sword intent. Within the sword sect, there existed countless sword classics, each replete with various magical sword techniques. Among them, the most formidable was the Tai Su sword canon. Classified as a top-tier celestial text, the other sword texts, whether the Four-Season sword canon or the Mountain Resident sword canon, could be cultivated by anyone possessing talent in swordsmanship, imposing no requirements on the practitioner's innate roots. This was because the sword texts recorded the magical sword techniques and sword moves, rather than cultivation methods. However, the Tai Su sword canon was different to cultivate the magical techniques stemming from this sword canon. One not only required an exceptionally high talent in swordsmanship, but also had stringent demands regarding their spirit roots. At the very least, one needed earth spirit roots. Practitioners below this level could not even enter the door of cultivation. Zhang Daoquan had not only practiced the Tai Su sword canon, but had also grasped the Tai Su sword intent. In other words, once Zhang Daoquan's cultivation reached the realm of harmonization, and he became an elder of the sword sect, his strength would instantly surpass Gu Qingze. Ranking just below Situ Yuan, Yu Qingze's fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of apprehension flickering in his eyes. Having initially thought that Lu Jin was already cunning enough, he was taken aback to discover that Zhang Daoquan was equally adept at masquerading as a fool while hiding his true prowess. At this moment, Zhang Daoquan held the sword with one hand, his gaze fixed squarely on Yi Jin. Upon the emergence of the Tai Su sword intent, he achieved a unity of man and sword, a fusion of heaven and humanity. Yi Jin, witnessing Zhang Daoquan manifest the Tai Su sword intent, expressed his astonishment. "Isn't this rather splendid? I had assumed you wouldn't engage in battle without your sword." The onlookers were bewildered. Did this lad not recognize that this was the Tai Su sword intent? Within the sword sect, only about a dozen individuals were qualified to cultivate the Tai Su sword canon, yet only 4 had managed to condense the Tai Su sword intent. The sect leader Yi Zhixian, the Grand Elder Situ Yun, and the previous generation's Lingxiu Peak Master, who happened to be Yi Jin's mother. Zhang Daoquan was the 4th. However, at this moment, no one dared to mock. All eyes were riveted on Zhang Daoquan. Scrutinizing his every move, to witness the Tai Su sword intent up close and comprehend its profound essence was immensely beneficial for the core and inner disciples of the sword sect. No longer did anyone concern themselves with whether Yi Jin could withstand this sword strike. The answer was painfully evident. Zhang Daoquan snorted coldly, his flying sword quivering in his grasp, yet it did not fly from his hand. Instead, a streak of azure sword light erupted forth, cleaving towards Yi Jin. The first move of the Tai Su sword cannon. A sword opens the heavens. Buzz! A Tianzhonglong azure sword light instantly pierced through the void, enveloping Yi Jin's form. The Tai Su sword intent contained within surged forth like the vast, boundless sky, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The disciples of the sword sect beheld this scene, their eyes lighting up as they fixated on the trajectory of the sword light, striving to comprehend the sword intent encapsulated within this strike. Those core disciples who had reached the transformation into infancy realm turned pale. They could not withstand this sword strike. Although Zhang Daoquan executed this strike with his pinnacle golden core cultivation, its might had already transcended the transformation into infancy realm. This was the swordsmanship of the sword sect's foremost protector, a master of the Dongshu realm that, of course, this sword strike still harbored a second, even more formidable and lethal sword energy. Since they had already lost face, why bother maintaining appearances? It would be far better to decisively eliminate the threat. That Yi Jin gazed at the azure sword light before him and murmured, "Tai Su sword cannon, it looks quite promising. I shall practice it upon returning." Yi Jin had filled Yi Jin's storage ring with all the cultivation secrets of the sword sect over the past 2 days. Yi Jin had only practiced the 4-season sword cannon and the mountain resident sword cannon above the Heavenly Tribulation. But as he pondered, Yi Jin suddenly flicked his Qingfeng sword upward, that a similarly deep azure sword light soared into the sky. Standing like a magnificent mountain before Yi Jin was the very same sword move from before. The peak inserts the clouds. Boom, boom. The two sword lights collided with tremendous force, unleashing thunderous sounds of impact. Yi Jin felt a colossal wave of impact surge towards him, nearly lifting him off his feet. Yet at that very moment, a gentle force enveloped his body, dissipating the terrifying impact. Fengqinga had unexpectedly landed on Yi Jin's shoulder. As the sword light faded, Yi Jin stood firmly in place, clad in a flowing azure robe, his graceful demeanor etched into everyone's minds. The rusted Qingfeng sword hovered before him, piercing upward toward the heavens. The Wenxian platform fell into silence yet again, for Yi Jin had actually withstood Zhang Daoquan's strike, which contained the Tai Su sword intent. On the cloud bed, Situ Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on the small crimson sparrow perched on Yi Jin's shoulder. That it was indeed Lu Jun. No wonder Yi Jin, who had been quietly dozing, suddenly declared his intention to accept 2 core disciples into Lingxiu Peak. This was undoubtedly Lu Jun's idea. Moreover, Lu Jun must have anticipated their subsequent reactions and had preemptively influenced Yi Jin. That seemingly ordinary crimson spirit sparrow was undoubtedly Lu Jun's spirit beast, infused with her harmonization realm magical power. Although Zhang Daoquan possessed Dongshu realm cultivation, he could only unleash the strength of a golden core peak practitioner, utterly incapable of breaking through Lu Jun's magical power. Thus, it became clear that Yi Jin's 4-season sword realm and mountain resident sword intent were not his own accomplishments, but rather the result of Lu Jun's covert machinations, orchestrating a grand display for Yi Jin. In this moment, Situ Yun experienced an epiphany, feeling as though he had unraveled Lu Jun's schemes entirely, and no wonder he had always sensed something amiss. How could this previously inept practitioner of cultivation suddenly reach the level of sword intent? At this time, many were probing the sword sect's celestial treasures and subtly attempting to recruit the upper echelons of the sword sect as their informants. Lu Jun aimed to showcase Yi Jin's extraordinary swordsmanship at the sword sect's founding ceremony, drawing attention from those influential forces, thus enticing them to invest in Yi Jin and help him reconstruct his spirit roots. Lu Jun's cunning was exceedingly profound. It was no wonder Yi Jin had chosen her as a protector. Fortunately, Yi Jin, being as oblivious as he was, had inadvertently exposed her. Otherwise, Situ Yun felt a surge of dread. Lu Jun absolutely could not be allowed to remain. Previously, Situ Yun had sent a message to the celestial being behind him, requesting action to eliminate Lu Jun. However, that celestial being had informed him that not long ago, an incident had occurred with a celestial treasure under the sword sect's jurisdiction. Not only the divine sword peak, but also other main peaks were affected, preventing the celestial being from acting atop the main peak, lest it trigger a disturbance in that celestial treasure. Sita Yun then understood why Lu Jun had hastily returned to the Human Sword Peak. The Human Sword Peak was Lu Jun's stronghold, and with her own harmonization realm cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult for Sita Yun to kill Lu Jun there. Yet, Lu Jun had to die. She was a grave threat. Even more so than Yi Jin. Sita Yun began to contemplate how to eliminate Lu Jun. Why Yi Jin beckoned to Zhang Daoquan with his fingers, signaling him to unleash the third, fourth, and indeed the fifth strike. Zhang Daoquan's expression darkened to the extreme as he glared at the small sparrow on Yi Jin's shoulder, sneering, "Yi Jin, it seems that the sparrow on your shoulder has shielded you from my strike." Yi Jin blinked innocently and replied, "Zhang Protector, could it be that your sword cannot even slay a mere sparrow? After all, wasn't your famed flying sword snatched away by a sparrow?" Chapter 025. The Heavenly Tao's mind-reading technique. Yi Jin's words elicited a mix of amusement and incredulity among the surrounding disciples. Yet they dared not speak freely, knowing the formidable reputation of the first protector of the sword sect. Although they had heard tales of the core disciple Zhu Gang from Lingyin Peak being incapacitated by a sparrow, the sparrow perched on Yi Jin's shoulder was indeed an exceedingly ordinary crimson spirit sparrow. Moreover, everyone had just witnessed the rusted Qingfeng sword, emanating a mountain-like sword intent. Executing the peak inserts, the clouds moved to block Zhang Daoquan's ferocious strike of a sword opens the heavens. Was this something a mere sparrow could accomplish? Instead, Zhang Daoquan's pointed inquiry bore an unmistakable scent of defeat. In an instant, Yi Jin perceived an overwhelming surge of collective willpower converging from all directions, merging into the celestial realm of the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace. That moment, Yi Jin couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Although his cultivation had not ascended, it seemed as though something had been added to his mind. Did this scoundrel truly believe I would hesitate to slay him? Alas, indeed, I cannot dare to kill Yi Jin, for then Yi Zaxian would surely go mad and leap forth to take my life. That accursed Sita Yun, having clung to the immortal's leg for benefits, dares to treat me as a mere tool. Perhaps, for my next strike, I could intentionally hold back, reclaiming a semblance of dignity. After all, with Lu Jin present, I would not harm this little scoundrel. Yi Jin's gaze toward Zhang Daoquan gradually transformed into one of astonishment. What is the meaning of this? Were these words spoken by Zhang Daoquan? Yet his lips did not move at all. Furthermore, as the esteemed protector of the sword sect, he could never utter such words in public. Could it be a transmission? But this voice is distinctly different from any transmission I have encountered. Could it be? Realizing this, Yi Jin hastily sent a fragment of his consciousness into the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace. That moment, in the very center of the Grand Hall, an effigy identical to Yi Jin appeared, now adorned with a faint, nearly imperceptible halo that had mysteriously materialized behind it. It was undeniably the manifestation of collective willpower. Yi Jin had endured 2 attacks from Zhang Daoquan, undoubtedly garnering much attention. Especially the second time, when the sword infused with the essence of the void failed to harm Yi Jin and left Zhang Daoquan feeling the weight of defeat. The immense collective willpower now surged forth, surpassing all previous instances. Among this multitude were not only the onlookers at the Asking Immortals platform, but even the outer disciples who had departed earlier were now observing from a distance. As this collective willpower flowed into the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace, it instantaneously congealed behind the effigy, transforming into a radiant halo. Yet, Yi Jin felt that this effigy already possessed invisible halos behind it, and that the collective willpower merely made them manifest. The emergence of the halo did not elevate Yi Jin's cultivation, but instead granted him a remarkable divine ability, the Heavenly Tao divine ability. Mind reading. With a mere glance, he could penetrate the hearts of all living beings. In the realm of immortals, there indeed existed similar abilities like mind reading and heart communication. However, these abilities could only discern the thoughts of mortals. Once a being stepped into the realm of cultivation, they would fortify their minds, creating defenses against such intrusions. Even immortals could only glimpse into the minds of those at the Qi refinement stage. Yet this Heavenly Tao divine ability, mind reading, entirely disregarded mental defenses, allowing for the forceful extraction of any immortal's or cultivator's thoughts. The operation of this divine ability consumed Yi Jin's mental energy. And as long as his mental force was sufficiently powerful, he could even glean the thoughts of an immortal emperor. The so-called mental energy is akin to what mortals refer to as spirit or intellect. As a divine ability, Yi Jin could initiate or cease the mind reading at will. When activated, he merely needed to gaze at the target to uncover their current thoughts. With this in mind, Yi Jin's fragment of consciousness returned to his body, and he found himself involuntarily glancing at Situ Yun At that moment. Situ Yun sat cross-legged on a cloud bed, his expression inscrutable and enigmatic. Ah, that wretched Lu Jun. Ever since her partner perished 3 centuries ago, she appeared cold and indifferent. Yet in Yunhu City, she has seemingly found a charming young man, and their relationship seems to be thriving. Tonight, I shall send someone to Yunhu City to capture that young man. Surely, she will succumb if I eliminate Lu Jun. Then Yi Jin. He poses no threat whatsoever. Such were the thoughts swirling in Situ Yun's mind. Yi Jin couldn't help but touch his nose. Initially believing that the poorly constructed frame-up would bear no fruit, he was taken aback by its unexpected success that he wondered what exactly Ying Luo, the formerly expressionless elder. Upon witnessing the scene, displayed a hint of delight. Mu Wuxing was indeed the foremost among this year's newly initiated disciples, possessing a pure lineage and harboring no ulterior motives, which naturally garnered the approval of Situ Yun. Yi Jin remarked, "What an interesting fellow. Your previous incarnation was Mu Changsheng, and in this life, you are Mu Wuxing." However, neither Yi Jin nor Jinju Xian could ascertain whether Mu Wuxing was indeed a reincarnation of Mu Changsheng. Rebirth does not equate to possession. It involves undergoing the trials of gestation, leading to the amnesia of all past lives. Even an immortal king cannot escape this fate. Only upon attaining immortality can one recall their past existence. At present, Mu Wuxing, with merely the cultivation of the qi refining stage, could only be regarded as at the threshold of the immortal path. What infuriated Yi Jin was that this youth, in his audacity, dared to publicly undermine his authority, mistakenly believing that Yi Jin, the notorious scion of Luzhou, could be trifled with. Just moments ago, Zhang Daoquan had countered Yi Jin's display with a skillful rebuttal, further aggravating his displeasure. The other disciples of the sword sect were also keenly observing Yi Jin's embarrassment. What could Yi Jin achieve by receiving 3 strikes from Zhang Hufa? If Lingxi Peak sought to recruit disciples, the candidates were not necessarily inclined to accept that a genius of swordsmanship. Have you ever encountered a genius with mixed spiritual roots? Noticing that Situ Yun seemed poised to speak, Yi Jin preemptively interjected. Earlier, I, as the Peak Master, accepted 3 strikes from Zhang Hufa, which granted me the privilege to recruit disciples first at Mu Wuxing, since you are unwilling to join Lingxi Peak. Mu Wuxing cast a disdainful glance at Yi Jin, his eyes reflecting a sense of superiority. I possess Earth's spiritual roots and swordsmanship talent that rivals Zhu Lai's. How could I be hindered by a mere dandy like you? Yi Jin scoffed internally and leisurely replied. Now, you need only withstand 1 strike from me. Should you survive, I shall personally recommend you to Tianjian Peak, Mu Wuxing, the others. Yi Jin's words seemed to resonate with a semblance of logic. The Peak Master had indeed received 3 strikes from Zhang Daoquan, a formidable figure of the Dongxi realm. To earn the right to recruit, that if you were unwilling to join Lingxi Peak, it seemed reasonable to take a strike from the Peak Master. Yu Qinxiu, Gong Sunyu, and Meng Zhaixing exchanged glances, each detecting a note of approval in the other's eyes, that if Yi Jin were to let Mu Wuxing go unscathed, the authority he had established by withstanding Zhang Daoquan's 3 strikes would become a mere joke. Mu Wuxing, merely a fledgling prodigy, dared to challenge the dignity of the Lingxi Peak Master. Was this not an indication of his perceived vulnerability? If Yi Jin refrained from striking him down, it would be a disservice to the grievances expressed by Qin Su and others. Buzz! In the next instant, the rusted Qingfeng sword before Yi Jin erupted with a dazzling sword light, its formidable intent slicing through the void and imposing a tremendous pressure upon Mu Wuxing. Crack! Mu Wuxing, like a pancake, was forcefully pressed against the stone tiles of the Wuxian platform. Situ Yun's eyelids twitched slightly, yet he refrained from intervening. To act now would undoubtedly provoke Lu Chun, who would not remain indifferent. Having already devised a strategy against Lu Chun, it was imperative to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Let Yi Jin continue his display for a while longer, that why Yi Jin gazed down at Mu Wuxing, pinned to the ground by sword intent, and earnestly inquired, Mu Wuxing, are you prepared? Though his body was subdued by the sword intent, Mu Wuxing still managed to speak. that he hastily pleaded, "Master, I concede. I wish to become your disciple." A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. First, I will pledge myself to him, then seek an opportunity to align with the elder. Yi Jin chuckled. "Who is your master?" "I merely mentioned inviting you to Lingxi Peak. But I never said I would take you as a disciple. You wish to apprentice under me. It is not that simple. I am the master of the Heavenly Tribulation. To become my disciple would indeed be a significant boon." Mu Wuxing quickly amended. "I am willing to join Lingxi Peak and become a core disciple. No need to become a disciple. That would be splendid. This way, I can still justifiably seek the elder's tutelage." Yi Jin. This fellow's rebellious nature has already reached the heavens. Yi Jin grinned, ominously stating, "Core disciple, you are overestimating yourself. Upon arriving at Lingxi Peak, you will be fortunate to serve as a mere errand boy. Alternatively, if you survive one strike from me, you may go to Tianjian Peak, Mu Wuxing. An errand boy is still an errand boy. Given my talents, the elder will undoubtedly wish to take me on as a disciple." The elder's gaze upon me earlier clearly indicated a desire to accept me. He simply refrained from breaking the facade in public. I shall find an opportunity to escape to Tianjian Peak. I refuse to believe this dandy would dare to contest with the elder for disciples. I am willing. I am not willing. Yi Jin rolled his eyes, ignoring Mu Wuxing, and turned his attention to the remaining 9. Eager to hear their thoughts, suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Yi Jin. This was due to insufficient mental power to discern the hearts of others. Only 2 individuals' thoughts remained unreadable. One of them was the ranked lowest among the 10. At this moment, they looked at Yi Jin with eager anticipation. As Yi Jin's mind stirred. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with them. Without hesitation, he asked, "Do you wish to join Lingxi Peak and become a core disciple?" The eyes sparkled, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes, yes." He then bowed to Yi Jin, his face radiating joy. "Disciple Su Ran, greetings to the Peak Master. Su Ran." Upon hearing that name, Yi Jin nearly lost his composure. Su Ran winked at him. Yi Jin cleared his throat and turned to the other unreadable, inquiring, "What about you? Do you wish to come to Lingxi Peak?" This appeared to be of similar age to Yi Jin, clad in a moon-white robe. His demeanor exhibiting a hint of nonchalance that Yi Jin's remaining mental power was scant, likely allowing him to read the thoughts of one more Dongshu realm cultivator. The individuals whose thoughts remained unreadable were at least at the He Dao realm. Although Su Ran in this white robe appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the Qi refining stage, they had concealed their true abilities through special secret arts, which even Situ Yun could not unveil. The legacy of the first sword immortal of eternity had indeed attracted many. The emergence of this legacy at this moment was likely due to Mu Wuxing's arrival in Luzhou at this point. The shed his previous air of indifference, gazing at Yi Jin and declaring, "Disciple Jingyu, greetings to the Peak Master." For Jingyu, entering any of the 7 main peaks was of little consequence. Gu Qingze frowned. "Yi Jin, did you not say you would only accept 2 core disciples?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jin replied earnestly, "Indeed, Su Ran and Jingyu are the 2 as for Mu Wuxing. He is merely an errand boy. There is no relation to core disciples Mu Wuxing. Why did I not feign politeness earlier?" Situ Yun cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qingze, who swallowed his impending retort. Suddenly, Yi Jin's brow twitched, and he looked at Jingyu, smiling. "I perceive a noble air in your every gesture. You must hail from a prominent family. Given my humble abode, I fear you might find it uncomfortable. How about this? This errand boy shall attend to you from now on." Jingyu's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, Peak Master." Jingyu indeed came from a significant background, and his selection to infiltrate the sword sect for intelligence gathering indicated he was no ordinary brute. However, he had led a life of luxury, often surrounded by attendants. Now, coming to the sword sect without his entourage had rendered him somewhat uneasy, yet he had not anticipated that the young Peak Master would directly assign him an errand boy. Jingyu's regard for Yi Jin instantly soared. Had it been anyone else, Jingyu would have perceived it as the sword sect monitoring him. Yet Mu Wuxing, like him, had traversed numerous trials to reach this point today. Jingyu had long harbored disdain for this brash upstart. Mu Wuxing's face twisted in disgust, as if he had ingested a fly. "I am the foremost among this year's new disciples." "The foremost? You scoundrel. You truly regard me as an errand boy to serve others. Once I secure the elder's tutelage, I shall repay this debt manifold. The remaining 7 core disciples on the Wuxin platform exchanged glances, their faces reflecting schadenfreude. Why, Yi stretched lazily, grinning. Elder, if there is nothing further, I shall return to Lingxi Peak to AT this moment. His spirits were lifted once more. With a playful nudge at Mu Wuxing, he unexpectedly garnered a small surge of wish power. After all, he was the foremost among the initiates this time. As for Jing Yu and Mu Wuxing, Yi Jin truly did not care. Last night, the Sword of Extermination had already slipped into the realm of inheritance to make necessary arrangements. Unless Mu Wuxing could reclaim his past life, he would be utterly unable to obtain that inheritance. That, of course, according to Mu Changxing's design, his successor would ultimately be his own reincarnation. That if the Sword of Extermination had not transformed into a demon, it should have found various avenues to depart from that battlefield and eventually locate Mu Wuxing to assist him in obtaining the inheritance. Alas, there are no ifs. Chapter 027. The Void. As Yi Jin departed, Yu Qinxiu and the other two also rose to follow. Just at that moment, Sita Yin approached with a beaming smile, bowing to the three and saying, "Today, I am grateful for your presence at my sword sect ceremony. I have arranged a banquet at Tianjian Peak, and I kindly invite you all to grace us with your presence." That Yu Qinxiu, Gong Sunyu, and Meng Zhaixing were momentarily taken aback. Although somewhat reluctant, they could only acquiesce. Situ Yun smirked inwardly. If these three were to reach Lingxiu Peak, they might encounter Lu Jun and jeopardize his grand scheme. That on the way, Yi Jin randomly nibbled on a few wild fruits that Feng Qinga had brought. Upon returning to Lingxiu Peak, he directly instructed Ying Luo, please arrange for Jing Yu and the servants to go to Nanshan, and let Su Ran reside in my courtyard. With that, he retreated into his own quarters. Jing Yu and Mu Wuxing exchanged puzzled glances, while Su Ran's eyes brightened at the prospect of staying here. Ying Luo cleared her throat and said, "Recently, the young master has been engrossed in his cultivation." "So," Su Ran replied with a smile, "it's all right. This is wonderful." This courtyard, aside from Yi Jin's private quarters, also contained 2 guest rooms. Furthermore, Lingxiu Peak was quite expansive, housing 4 mountain peaks in the cardinal directions. Nanshan was considered the most advantageous of the 4. Jing Yu, accompanied by his servants, followed Ying Luo with delight towards Nanshan. Inside the quarters, Yi Jin sat cross-legged on his bed, with 3 palm-sized jade slips arranged before him. The Tai Su Huanyu Jing, the Tai Su Jian Jing, and the Tai Su Yushin Jing. The Tai Su Jian Jing was a classic of the sword sect, while the other 2 had been discovered in the secret treasury of the ancient Lan immortal monarch. There was likely some connection among them. The Tai Su Yushin Jing was a technique for cultivating the mind, and both the Tai Su Jian Jing and Tai Su Huanyu Jing began with Tai Su, evidently deriving from the same lineage. If Yi Jin's conjectures were correct, it likely pertained to Mu Changxing of your... And no wonder the ancient Lan immortal monarch sought out the sword sect. It seemed he had long coveted the inheritance of the immortal who was the first sword immortal of all time. Contemplating ancient Lan immortal monarch brought Yi Jin great joy. In a few hours, his concoction of the Wuchan sword body pill would be complete. He hoped that the ancient Lan immortal monarch was still concocting pills within the immortal's secret treasury. Of course, with Zhu Lai's current cultivation level, he could not refine a pill capable of attracting a tribulation after leaving the immortal's illusion. First, he would cultivate the Tai Su Yushin Jing to enhance his mental power, lest he be outmaneuvered and find himself counting coins for others. The next month would not be tranquil for the sword sect. Aside from hastening his cultivation, Yi Jin also needed to bolster his mental power. With the Heavenly Tao's mind-reading technique, he would at least be able to see through others' thoughts and avoid being schemed against. With this in mind, Yi Jin immersed his entire consciousness into the statue within the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace. In a state of unity with the statue, the Tai Su Yushin Jing, an advanced technique for mental cultivation, revealed no secrets to him. Indeed, Yi Jin could utilize the Tai Su Huanyu Jing to practice this technique. In the celestial realm, techniques focused solely on mental cultivation were exceedingly rare. At least, the sword sect had none. In the ancient Lan immortal monarch's secret treasury, Yi Jin had only found this Tai Su Yushin Jing. Mental cultivation comprised 4 realms: tranquility without ripples, clarity of heart and recognition of self, unity of knowledge and action, and the perfection of mind. In truth, the first step of cultivation involves refining the heart. Only upon achieving tranquility can one harmonize their spirit with the heavens and earth, drawing in the essence of the universe to embark on the path of cultivation. Once the spirit harmonizes with the universe, it will naturally receive the protection of the heavenly principles, rendering mind-reading techniques and other such abilities ineffective against cultivators. However, Yi Jin's mind-reading technique was a divine power of the heavenly Tao. Capable of directly disregarding the universe's protection, Yi Jin's mental state was naturally at the initial level, tranquility without ripples that this moment. He followed the methods outlined in the Tai Su Yu Shenjing, instantly conjuring a vast expanse of heaven and earth within his mind. Yi Jin's spirit soared through this realm, clearly sensing the augmentation of his mental power. This form of mental cultivation could be considered a type of spiritual visualization, distinctly different from conventional cultivation methods. If that is the case, I can practice both simultaneously. With this thought, Yi Jin's body trembled, and the nine heavens should catastrophe indestructible sutra began to operate. Boundless true essence flowed within him, harmonizing seamlessly with the Tai Su Yu Shenjing. It seemed that if he were to undergo a heavenly tribulation now, presiding over the tribulation would not hinder the cultivation of the Tai Su Yu Shenjing. Contemplating this, Yi Jin's thoughts merged with the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, the Tai Su Yu Shenjing continued uninterrupted, still envisioning the vastness of the void. Yi Jin utilized the power of the tribulation to manifest a body. Seated cross-legged atop the tribulation clouds, with a flick of his hand, a torrent of thunderous might coalesced into a jade slip, revealing itself as the Tai Su Jianjing. This Tai Su Jianjing was evidently a fragment. Under the influence of the heavenly tribulation, upon examining the Tai Su Jianjing, Yi Jin could swiftly discern its flaws. In the next instant, he transformed into a manifestation of his inner demons, plunging into the consciousness of the tribulation beast below. Despite Yi Jin possessing the inherited memories of the eternal refining fire phoenix, mastering the sword of extermination's extermination sword intent, extermination sword technique, and extermination sword array, he still needed to cultivate the sword sex sword techniques. Within the inner sanctum of the Lingxiu Peak treasury, aside from the items left by Yi Jin's mother, there were the sword sect's entire collection of texts, which Yi Jin had long since transferred into his oversized storage ring. In the preceding days, Yi Jin primarily practiced the four-season sword canon and the mountain-dwelling sword canon. This time, he would begin with the Tai Su Jianjing, attempting to complete this sword technique. Currently, Yi Jin could split into three, presiding over the tribulations of three beastly entities. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yi Jin's spirit suddenly stirred, a glint of joy flickering in his eyes. My Wuchan sword body pill is here. Immediately, his three incarnations prepared to detach from the current heavenly tribulation and ascend to the clouds of the Wuchan sword body pill. Suddenly, one of Yi Jin's incarnations halted, gazing at the beast that had just been his sparring partner. Yi Jin scrutinized the information regarding that beast, frowning. This fire-tailed wolf, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast, has slaughtered 13 human cities, resulting in the death of over 100 million ordinary beings, thereby accumulating a weighty karmic burden that if it were for survival, for sustenance, such killings would be in accordance with the natural order. Entirely justifiable. However, this fire-tailed wolf has rampaged through the mortal realm with strength akin to that of the Tao, deriving pleasure from its massacres. Should I allow this creature to successfully undergo its tribulation, the karmic burden it bears would inevitably fall upon me. Under normal circumstances, the intensity of the tribulation faced by a candidate arises from the karmic ties they have accrued. The heavier the karma, the stronger the tribulation. Typically, minor karmic burdens dissipate after a few strikes from the tribulation. Naturally, this is accompanied by the tribulation candidate. If they can withstand it, they succeed. If not, they are reduced to ashes. However, such karmic burdens are not easily dissipated by a few strikes from the tribulation. Once entangled, they remain until death. If Yi Jin were to allow of being burdened by karma, like this fire-tailed wolf, to succeed in its tribulation, the unsolved karmic weight upon it would seep into the heavenly Tao, landing squarely on Yi Jin, who was presiding over the tribulation. To cleanse these karmic burdens, Yi Jin would need to expend a considerable amount of collective wish power. But why should he expend the hard-earned wish power for such a creature? Thus, it would be better to let it perish. Of course, had Yi Jin not come to preside over this tribulation. The fire-tailed wolf would have undoubtedly triggered a catastrophic ninefold tribulation, perhaps even a thousandfold annihilating magic tribulation, until either it or its enemies were utterly obliterated. Did I end the next moment? Yi Jin's mind stirred. A bolt of crimson lightning descended from the heavens, striking the fire-tailed wolf into oblivion. Chapter 028. The Inner Demons of Ancient Lawn and Mortal Monarchm. Suddenly, Yi Jin's eyes brightened. There is still wish power to be found. After vanquishing the fire-tailed wolf, the karmic burdens it bore unexpectedly transformed into a faint willpower, merging into the luminous halo behind the divine statue. This flicker of willpower, though not particularly potent, paled in comparison to the vast amounts Leaf Jew had previously garnered during his moments of glory. However, even the smallest of mosquito legs is still flesh, and by absorbing this sliver of willpower, Leaf Jew's cultivation saw a slight enhancement, equivalent to the fruits of an hour's practice in an instant. Leaf Jew's eyes sparkled with a mischievous light. To annihilate a tribulation bearer ensnared by karma and encounter such a stroke of fortune was indeed rare, though it was crucial that Leaf Jew personally preside over the tribulation's eradication. As dawn began to break in the east, the world remained shrouded in darkness. In a certain corner of the celestial realm, wisps of cloud gathered, forming a dense canopy. Below, concealed within the secret treasure trove of the immortal monarch nestled in a mustard seed of Shumi. Zhu Lai stared at the resplendent gold-red alchemical furnace before him, his palms slick with cold sweat and his heart heavy with apprehension. He was reluctant to attempt concocting the dustless sword body pill again. The previous chaotic heavenly punishment had left an indelible psychological scar on this reborn immortal monarch. Yet the preparation for this dustless sword body pill had commenced nearly 2 months ago, and today marked its completion. Even if Zhu Lai wished to halt the process, it was already too late. It had come. He fervently hoped never to face a chaotic heavenly punishment of that magnitude again. Zhu Lai lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through space, fixated on the gathering ominous tribulation clouds above, while his spirit remained tethered to the ancient ring on his hand. Should anything go awry, Zhu Lai would promptly utilize the teleportation array inscribed within the ring to escape. Although this treasure trove of the immortal monarch was concealed within a mustard seed of Shumi, tribulations were manifestations of heavenly will and were not bound by spatial constraints. It was indeed a 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Zhu Lai's expression brightened, yet he remained vigilant. The last time he faced the pill tribulation for the 9 transformations spirit-forging pill, it had initially begun as a 9-9 tribulation, only to suddenly evolve into a chaotic heavenly punishment. There was no heavenly punishment. It shouldn't mutate again, should it? Zhu Lai finally exhaled in relief. The previous chaotic heavenly punishment had hinged upon the presence of the heavenly punishment. Boom, in the next moment, a massive crimson lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking fiercely down towards the alchemical furnace. Rise! Zhu Lai exclaimed, simultaneously forming a seal with his hands. Instantly, a faint golden light barrier surged forth, narrowly intercepting the fierce crimson lightning. Within the immortal monarch's secret trove, a thunderous roar echoed. Zhu Lai's complexion drained of color, yet he hesitated not, swiftly retrieving multiple array foundation stones inscribed with patterns from his storage ring, beginning to arrange the formation during the fleeting moments before the lightning struck. The last chaotic heavenly punishment had cost Zhu Lai an entire immortal monarch's treasure trove along with countless treasures. This time, he had already ensured that everything portable within this treasure trove was packed into his storage ring, leaving only a restrictive barrier to guard the alchemical furnace, without even setting up a formation. However, upon seeing that there was no heavenly punishment in the air and that it was merely a 6-9 heavenly tribulation, he couldn't help but berate himself for his earlier thoughts. The alchemical furnace of the ancient immortal monarch was, of course, an immortal-grade furnace, capable of withstanding ordinary heavenly thunder strikes, but the dustless sword body pill within it was far more fragile. Any disturbance could very well destroy the spiritual pill. Zhu Lai wished he could slap himself, but at that moment, he had no time for any actions other than hastily completing the formation. Boom! Just as he laid down a few array foundation stones, another massive bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down, striking the alchemical furnace with tremendous force. The previous protective barrier around the furnace barely held for an instant before dissipating into motes of light. The remaining heavenly lightning continued its relentless assault on the furnace. With a resounding tremor, the alchemical furnace managed to withstand the strike. Having faced a chaotic heavenly punishment even once was already a stroke of misfortune. How could he possibly endure it a second time? I must be bewitched. Now, with the formation still incomplete, the third bolt of heavenly lightning was already descending. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand. A black flag, soaring into the air, conjuring a tidal wave of energy to meet the lightning. Above the tribulation, Leaf Ju lay amidst the tribulation clouds, parting a gap to stealthily observe the happenings below. The sight of the black flag soaring towards him ignited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It was an artifact of celestial quality. Inside it resided a trace of the primordial spirit imprint left by the ancient immortal monarch. Now usable by Zhu Lai. The primordial spirit imprint. A sly grin emerged on Leaf Ju's lips. Moments ago, he had intended to unleash a heart demon tribulation, attempting to invade Zhu Lai's consciousness. However, Zhu Lai was not a tribulation bearer, and the heart demon tribulation could not take effect on him. Yet now, this fellow had summoned forth a celestial artifact imbued with a primordial spirit imprint to shield the dustless sword-body pill from tribulation, thereby placing himself within the very heart of that tribulation. Without hesitation, Leaf Ju unleashed the heart demon tribulation as the heavenly lightning fell, infiltrating the celestial artifact. Although the primordial spirit imprint within the artifact belonged to the ancient immortal monarch, Zhu Lai was not a true reincarnation but retained a remnant of his former soul, thus sharing a common root and origin. Following the thread of the primordial spirit imprint, the heart demon tribulation instantaneously took effect on Zhu Lai. It was the heart demon tribulation. The moment the heart demon invaded, Zhu Lai sensed it. A mere heart demon tribulation dares to disturb this immortal monarch's state of mind. Within the 6-9 heavenly tribulation lay a heart demon tribulation. And Zhu Lai was well aware of it, having always been on guard that in an instant, his spirit stirred as he activated the Taishu divine technique, envisioning the boundless expanse of the Taishu realm. At that moment, Zhu Lai's consciousness transformed into a vast cosmos, unfathomable and expansive, resisting the heart demon that intruded upon his mind. As a reborn immortal monarch, Zhu Lai's cultivation realm was diminished, and his spiritual state had slightly declined as well. Yet he remained at the third level, embodying the unity of knowledge and action. This state of mind allowed him to see through illusions, and combined with the Taishu divine technique, he was unafraid of the heart demon. Ordinary heart demons, once they invaded Zhu Lai's consciousness, would become lost within the envisioned Taishu realm. Yet now, Zhu Lai faced Leaf Ju, the Taishu divine technique. How interesting. I too have practiced it. Not only have I practiced it, but I have also identified its flaws and vulnerabilities that in almost an instant, he discovered the weakness in Zhu Lai's consciousness and transformed into a heart demon to invade. Zhu Lai felt his vision blur, promptly finding himself amidst a picturesque landscape of verdant mountains and flowing waters. Here, within the forest of the back mountain of the immortal spirit mountain, a 10-year-old child crouched down, picking up a seemingly unremarkable, rusted ring from the ground. Zhu Lai, no, he should be referred to as the ancient immortal monarch, stared blankly at the scene before him. This was precisely 8 years ago when the 10-year-old Zhu Lai had unknowingly discovered the ancient ring that housed the spirit of the ancient immortal monarch. Suddenly, the child Zhu Lai looked up, his youthful face twisted with resentment, his voice hoarse and piercing as he shouted, "Ancient immortal monarch, we had a pact. You would aid me in becoming an immortal, and I would help you restore your physical form. But why have you betrayed our agreement, seizing my body and erasing me from existence?" As he spoke, Zhu Lai transformed into a shadow, lunging toward the ancient immortal monarch. Chapter 029. Soul Seed. The ancient immortal monarch's eyes narrowed slightly, and he scoffed, "A mere heart demon dares to disrupt my state of mind. Taishu divine technique, suppress all demons." Boom. The ancient immortal monarch's consciousness surged, once again manifesting as a vast expanse, descending upon the heart demon to suppress it. Leaf Ju, embodied as the heart demon, stood aside, momentarily bewildered. I haven't even made my move yet. How did this fellow fall into madness by himself? A reborn immortal monarch, possessing the unity of knowledge and action, could still give rise to a heart demon. How did he ever ascend to the rank of immortal monarch? The child Zhu Lai was not a manifestation of Leaf Zhu, but rather the ancient immortal monarch's own heart demon, that in truth. This was indirectly orchestrated by Leaf Zhu. With the ancient immortal monarch's spiritual realm, he would not develop a heart demon simply due to the minor breach of agreement with Zhu Lai. However, the previous chaotic heavenly punishment had genuinely terrified him. The ancient immortal monarch could not fathom why he had attracted such a legendary heavenly tribulation, ultimately attributing it to the act of seizing Zhu Lai's body. First, he had violated his promise to Zhu Lai, and then he had attempted to defy fate, which had brought about the chaotic heavenly punishment during the concoction of the 9 transformations spirit-forging pill. Yet, the heart demon had not fully formed prior. It had merely been a nascent sprout. Earlier, Leaf Zhu had invaded his consciousness with the heart demon tribulation, and the heart demon, nourished by the strength of the heart demon tribulation, had taken shape. Nonetheless, this heart demon was by no means a match for the ancient immortal monarch, as their first encounter resulted in its immediate suppression. That a flicker of thought crossed Leaf Zhu's mind. Since there is already a heart demon present, there is no need for me to intervene directly. In the next instant, the power of the heart demon tribulation erupted once more, rapidly augmenting the heart demon's strength. In an instant, the heart demon's power surged, transforming into a colossal shadow that bore an aura reminiscent of the chaotic heavenly punishment, enveloping the Taishu realm envisioned by the ancient immortal monarch. Simultaneously, Leaf Zhu exited the ancient immortal monarch's consciousness, returning to the heavens above, surveying the entirety of the immortal monarch's secret trove. This fellow had certainly learned his lesson, as he had taken away all the treasures within this moment. The entire secret treasure trove of the immortal monarch lay desolate and barren, with only a few scattered items remaining, starkly contrasting with its previous opulence. That Yi Jin's gaze shifted towards Zhu Lai, who had his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed, fully immersed in his consciousness, battling against his inner demons. Yi Jin observed that Zhu Lai wore 3 rings on his fingers. One was a ring exclusive to the core disciples of the Sword Sect, while the other 2 piqued Yi Jin's interest. With a flicker of his mind, a slender crimson lightning flickered slightly, drawing the 2 rings up into the tribulation clouds above. Goodness! This storage ring is at least an immortal artifact, capable of containing the entirety of Lingxi Peak. Yi Jin regarded one of the storage rings with a sense of astonishment. Within this ring lay a plethora of treasures, immortal artifacts, magical tools, and countless elixirs. Clearly, Zhu Lai had packed all the treasures from the immortal monarch's secret trove into this storage ring. However, given the capacity of this storage ring, it was still insufficient to accommodate all the treasures within the immortal monarch's trove, leaving some behind. Feeling satisfied, Yi Jin tucked away this storage ring and turned his attention to the second one. This ring appeared somewhat tattered, yet exuded a faint aura of antiquity. Yi Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. Atop the tribulation, the secrets of this ring became apparent. This a teleportation ring. Yi Jin discerned at a glance that this unassuming ring bore engravings of 9 small teleportation arrays, each leading to a different immortal monarch's trove. It is. This ring was crafted by the ancient immortal monarch Gulen, using his own flesh, bones, and a fragment of his soul. It is his soul seed. No wonder immortal monarch Gulen could be reborn after death. It turns out there exists a soul seed. Aside from immortal monarch Gulen, no one else could utilize this soul seed ring. Moreover, Yi Jin discovered that there was not just one such soul seed ring. Even if Zhu Lai were to perish, immortal monarch Gulen could resurrect through another soul seed, continuing to seize control of others and re-enter the realm of immortals. In light of this, it was unwise to eliminate Zhu Lai just yet. Capturing him was a rare opportunity that Yi Jin contemplated for a moment and ultimately abandoned the idea of killing Zhu Lai immediately. Keeping him alive would allow for further exploitation that if he were still the peak immortal monarch. Relying on the heart demon of the alchemical tribulation, I would indeed find you formidable. But you are merely a nascent soul cultivator at this moment. With this thought in mind, Yi Jin pointed a finger, and an even more ferocious heart demon tribulation surged into Zhu Lai's consciousness. The heart demon, empowered by the heart demon tribulation, experienced a sudden surge in might, seizing control over the entire consciousness. This is not good. Immortal monarch Gulen was taken aback. In the final moments, he could only exert all his strength to operate the Tai Suyu Shinjing, safeguarding the last remnants of his consciousness to prevent being consumed by the heart demon. In the next instant, Zhu Lai opened his eyes, their depths shrouded in darkness, devoid of any whites, as he grinned malevolently. I have finally reclaimed my body. At that moment, the heart demon seemed to realize something. Hastily kneeling towards the tribulation clouds above, little demon pays respects to the Lord of the Way of Heaven. Yi Jin replied, I am merely one who oversees tribulations, not a Lord of the Way of Heaven. In truth, Yi Jin's current state bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal and elusive Way of Heaven from legend. However, Yi Jin's authority as the Way of Heaven could only be exercised amidst tribulations. Away from them, he remained that frivolous young master. Yi Jin flicked his finger, and the soul seed ring fell into the hands of the heart demon, then inquired, Can you utilize this ring? The heart demon accepted the ring and shook its head. In response to the Lord of the Way of Heaven, I am but the resentment of Zhu Lai after his demise, combined with the negative emotions of a mortal monarch Gulen. This soul seed ring can only be activated by the primordial soul of a mortal monarch Gulen. I cannot use it. Yi Jin felt a twinge of regret. As expected, it was as he had surmised. The contingency left by a dignified immortal monarch could not be wielded by a mere heart demon. After a brief contemplation, Yi Jin spoke. Here is the plan. You will feign defeat and allow yourself to be overwhelmed by immortal monarch Gulen. Then, conceal yourself within his consciousness and monitor his every move. Once the task is complete, I shall transform you from a heart demon into a true being. The heart demon's dark eyes suddenly brightened, and it hurriedly expressed gratitude. I shall dutifully obey the Lord of the Way of Heaven's decree. The heart demon was filled with joy. It was merely a manifestation of immortal monarch Gulen's negative emotions and the resentment left by Zhu Lai before his demise. Such a heart demon had only two possible fates, either to be refined by immortal monarch Gulen or to perish alongside him. With immortal monarch Gulen's demise, the heart demon would naturally cease to exist. Now, Yi Jin had offered it a chance to become a true being. Continue. Then, as he spoke, Yi Jin once again infused a portion of the heart demon tribulation's power. The heart demon, empowered once more, found its grip over immortal monarch Gulen's consciousness growing more adept. It pretended to falter, allowing immortal monarch Gulen to regain the upper hand. Finally, the demon has been vanquished. Immortal monarch Gulen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as his consciousness gradually returned to his body. Then, he beheld a massive bolt of lightning crashing down upon him, and after that, all went dark. Chapter 030. The dustless sword body as the first light of dawn broke. A small crimson sparrow perched on a branch atop Lingxi Peak chirped joyfully, as if relishing its own accomplishments. Clearly, it was quite pleased with the events of the previous night. Su Ran finished her morning exercises and, after circulating her cultivation technique through 36 great cycles, stepped out of her quarters. She glanced at Yi Jin's abode. Curiosity piqued. Sister Ing Luo, has the peak master been cultivating diligently since last night? At that moment, the ambient spiritual energy continuously converged towards the residence, accompanied by faint ripples of spiritual power emanating from within. Were it not for this, Su Ran might have thought the occupant was merely asleep. Her impression of Yi Jin did not align with such diligence. Ing Luo replied earnestly, The young master has always been hard-working. It is just that outsiders are unaware. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly become so formidable? While cultivation can be enhanced with elixirs, the realm of sword intent and sword domain can only be attained through personal endeavor. Su Ran scratched her head and then wandered off to play with the sparrow. Little sparrow, what mischief did you get up to when you ventured out of the immortal spirit mountain last night? As she observed the little phoenix pecking at roasted meat atop the branch, she smiled and inquired. Feng Chinga. Chirp, 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 Su Ran. Within the residence, Yi Jin's consciousness had returned from the tribulation, back to his original self. Before him floated a pill of pale gold, exuding a fierce sword intent. The dustless sword body pill. It has the power to forge a cultivator's physique into the fabled dustless sword body. The dustless sword body is pure and untainted, with a heart attuned to the sword. A cultivator possessing this physique will have a mind as clear as crystal, harmonizing with the sword, enabling their comprehension of any sword-related divine abilities and techniques to be 100-fold that of ordinary cultivators. More importantly, the dustless sword body can serve as the eye of a formation, allowing for the evolution of sword arrays. Yi Jin did not hesitate for a moment and swallowed the pill whole. He had verified atop the tribulation that this was indeed the genuine dustless sword body pill. Without a doubt, yes, for immortal monarch Gulen, he should now be lying in that empty, immortal monarch trove, silently nursing his wounds and reflecting on his actions. Yet, how he would feel was of no concern to Yi Jin. After all, the heart demon had already been planted within immortal monarch Gulen's consciousness. With the aid of the heart demon tribulation, the heart demon wove a false memory for immortal monarch Gulen, depicting that after the heart demon took control of Zhu Lai's body, it sought revenge against immortal monarch Gulen, destroying the immortal monarch's trove and even ruining the storage ring of immortal-grade quality that he possessed. As for how the heart demon accomplished this, let immortal monarch Gulen inquire the heart demon himself. It bore no relevance to Yi Jin at this moment. Yi Jin, feeling justified, consumed the dustless sword body pill, experiencing an extraordinary sensation as his body was forged by the surging medicinal power. Unsure how much time passed, Yi Jin opened his eyes, and in an instant, 2 beams of brilliant sword light erupted from his gaze. Following this, a more piercing sword aura radiated from him, shredding his garments to tatters that Yi Jin's physique became translucent, as if sculpted from celestial crystal, resembling a peerless, immortal sword. The dustless sword body had finally manifested. Yi Jin sensed that within his true essence flowed strands of sword aura, transforming into an even more formidable sword essence. Moreover, Yi Jin's understanding of various sword techniques and sword paths deepened, reaching an entirely new level. This was the essence of the dustless sword body. Yi Jin licked his lips and retrieved a set of garments from the storage ring to don. With the dustless sword body, he could now unleash the final innate ability of the Sword Extermination Immortal, the Extermination Sword Array. However, this Extermination Sword Technique, Extermination Sword Intent, and Extermination Sword Array, along with the Eternal Inferno Divine Fire, were all Yi Jin's trump cards, not to be used lightly. The next moment, Yi Jin's consciousness stirred, and the power of the 9 heavens thunder descended, suppressing the essence of the dustless sword body just as it had quelled the aura of the spiritual root. My spiritual cultivation level, remains at the first realm, calm and unperturbed. The power of the mind has indeed seen a slight enhancement. Leaf Jin mumbled a few words, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction, for his cultivation level. Due to Leaf Jin's celestial spirit root and the support of the collective will of all beings, his progress has been relatively swift, now nearing the late stage of foundation establishment. However, the strength of his mind could only be cultivated gradually through his own efforts. At this moment, Leaf Jin's mental prowess was more than doubled compared to before he practiced the Void God technique. With this thought in mind, Leaf Jin stretched languidly and stepped out of his secluded quarters. It was already past noon. In the courtyard, a grand barbecue feast was likely underway, laden with an array of grilled meats. The little phoenix had already burrowed into the belly of a whole roasted lamb. Meanwhile, Sor Jussian observed as a rusty blade suddenly split open, resembling a gaping mouth, which voraciously bit off a substantial chunk of grilled meat. Ling Luo maintained a calm demeanor as she continued to grill the meat. Su Ran's eyes widened in disbelief at the extraordinary scene before her. What the heck? Can swords eat meat? Has this sword come to life? Leaf Jin was momentarily taken aback that this moment, his mental acuity allowed him to hear Su Ran's innermost thoughts. Her thoughts were light and agile, carrying an oddly familiar essence, starkly contrasting with the youthful voice of Su Ran. That wasn't this voice the one that had delivered a superior foundation establishment pill to him the night before? It merely lacked a touch of coldness to Su Ran. Is it truly you? The corners of Leaf Jin's mouth twitched, and he leaned closer, gently patting Su Ran's shoulder, conveying through thought, "Thank you," still engrossed in the astonishing notion of a sword eating meat. Su Ran was startled when Leaf Jin tapped her shoulder, exclaiming, "Thank you for what?" Leaf Jin continued to communicate telepathically, "For your superior foundation establishment pill." Su Ran's eyes widened further, returning the thought, "How do you know it was me?" Leaf Jin stroked his chin and replied through thought, 10 years ago, my mother took me to Yunzhou to visit friends. and along the way, I was abducted by a little bandit disguised as a boy. That little bandit's father was none other than the first celestial thief in the immortal realm, the Lord of Tianyuan City, Ran Qingshan, that if Elder Ran knew that his daughter had changed her surname. Su Ran quickly interjected through thought, "You really recognized me." Leaf Jin wore a mischievous grin. "Initially, I only found it familiar. It is only now that I am certain that at that time, Leaf Jin was still quite young, and he had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation. Many details had faded from his memory. Yet ever since he obtained the Nine Heavens Thunder Deity Palace, especially during the calamity of the Heavenly Tribulation, those once hazy memories began to crystallize. Reflecting on the events of a decade ago, it was evident that Leaf Jin's mother had orchestrated it deliberately. Otherwise, how could she have left a mere 6-year-old child behind? It was during that incident that Leaf Jin spent 3 months in Tianyuan City. Upon returning to the Sword Sect, he successfully established his connection to the heavens and became a practitioner of the Qi refining stage. Ran Qingshan scratched her head and responded through thought. "There was someone with the surname Su who came to the Sword Sect to stir up trouble, so I took advantage of the situation to assume his identity." Leaf Jin had ceased reading her mind and asked telepathically, "So you are my guardian? Was yesterday's incident with the Dazhuang also arranged by you?" Chapter 031. The bandit's daughter Ran Qingshan nodded. "The idea was mine, but the specifics were arranged by Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan was the lord of Lingyu Peak, one of the 7 main peaks of the Sword Sect, and a peak practitioner of the Cave Void realm, second only to Zhang Daoquan among the protectors." The doubts in Leaf Jin's heart finally unraveled. Leaf Shishin was well aware of his dwindling time and the slim hope of surviving the Heavenly Tribulation. Thus he had made numerous arrangements. Otherwise, why would Situ Yin discuss rules with Leaf Jin instead of directly taking him captive to threaten Leaf Shishin? Even during the 3 days when Leaf Jin was gravely injured and unconscious, Situ Yun's men had attempted to abduct him, only to be thwarted by none other than Nan Xiangwan. Noticing Leaf Jin's expression, Ran Qingshan hurriedly communicated, "By the way, you must keep my identity a secret, and no one can know about your connection to Tianyuan City, or we'll both be in deep trouble." The people of Tianyuan City, who referred to themselves as celestial thieves, were notorious in the immortal realm, having robbed countless immortals and earning a reputation that made them targets of universal disdain. The leader of these celestial thieves, Ran Qingshan, was an unparalleled, ruthless figure, having even robbed the prince of the celestial court, leaving the celestial emperor helpless but to pay a ransom. Thus, Tianyuan City remained unshaken in the immortal realm. However, if it were revealed that the daughter of Ran Qingshan was within the Sword Sect and that the young master of the Sword Sect had significant ties to Tianyuan City, there would be no need to wait for the emergence of the legendary Sword Immortal. The entire 3,000 miles of Immortal Spirit Mountain would be flattened by the Immortal's Point 10 years ago. When Leaf Jin's mother sought assistance from Tianyuan City, it was also under the pretense of having Leaf Jin abducted by Ran Qingshan. Presently, Ran Qingshan had also utilized the identity of the surname Su to infiltrate the Sword Sect. Had Leaf Jin ignored Ran Qingshan's gaze at the asking immortal platform the day before and not accepted her into Lingxiu Peak, she would have been taken by Nan Xiangwan to Lingyu Peak. Suddenly, Ran Qingshan produced a pill bottle from her bosom and handed it to Leaf Jin. "This is for you to take this moment. The Tianyuan Affinity Pill could reconstruct one's spirit root, transforming your mixed spirit root into a celestial spirit root." Leaf Jin gazed at Ran Qingshan in a daze. Ran Qingshan, feeling somewhat displeased, communicated, "Actually, according to my father's plan, he should have procured a 9-transformation spirit refining pill to directly forge a celestial spirit root for you. However, my father searched for 10 years without finding the 9-refined immortal herb. Now that Uncle Leaf is in trouble, we can only make do with this Tianyuan Affinity Pill that I end the life of a cultivator. One could only reconstruct their spirit root once." Ran Qingshan's father aimed to create the finest celestial spirit root for Leaf Jin, hence the delay until now. Leaf Jin remarked, "You call this making do? This is a miraculous pill capable of forging a celestial spirit root. It will also face a pill tribulation upon completion. It is sufficient to make many prominent figures in the immortal realm vie for it for their descendants. While the celestial spirit root surpasses the heavenly spirit root, the latter is still quite rare in the immortal realm. The spirit root determines the lower limit, aside from the utterly useless mixed spirit root. The remaining spirit roots can all lead to immortality. Even a 5-element spirit root, given sufficient talent, diligence, and resources or opportunities, can achieve immortality. This is the immortal realm, not the realms of the 3,000 great worlds. Though the heavenly spirit root may not be as potent as the celestial spirit root, its lower limit is still the tribulation transcending realm. Successfully transcending tribulation allows one to ascend to immortality, while failure results in obliteration. The same holds true for celestial spirit roots, though their extraordinary nature is fully realized after one becomes immortal. Leaf Jin bit his lip and finally posed the pressing question. What is my mother's connection to Tianyue City? Where is she now? Simultaneously, he activated his mind-reading ability. Ran Qingshan communicated, I do not know either, but if you can attain immortality, you will be able to see your mother. In terms of connections, my father wishes to take you as a son-in-law, which would make us in-laws. Ugh, what am I even thinking? Ran Qingshan felt her cheeks warm, but her current appearance was disguised with an immortal artifact. So outwardly, there was no sign of her embarrassment. Leaf Jin cleared his throat and put away the Tianyuan affinity pill. Attaining immortality. If he became immortal, he could reunite with his mother. It seems his mother's identity is indeed extraordinary. No wonder his father has been tight-lipped all these years. Ran Qingshan added, by the way, in a while, you should visit Luzhou Prefecture and challenge the Tongtian Tower, that if you conquer the 9th level of the Tongtian Tower, you will obtain a treasure capable of changing your spirit root. My items cannot be exposed, so you need a valid excuse for changing your spirit root. Ran Qingshan, being the little princess of Tianyue City, understood that both the Tianyuan affinity pill and Leaf Jin's celestial spirit root were not to be revealed. Leaf Jin nodded. All right, I will go to Luzhou Prefecture in the next few days. This future fiancé, Eve, has seemed quite reliable. Wait, they hadn't even settled on a marriage yet. What was he thinking? Unaware of Leaf Jin's thoughts, Ran Qingshan continued, you don't need to worry about Uncle Leaf. The night before last, I already sent him healing pills. Upon learning of Uncle Leaf's predicament, my father personally went to the Medicine Immortal sect and instead of robbing, sought out a healing immortal pill from the sect master. As the two whispered telepathically, Jingyu came running from the South Mountain. Noticing Jingyu's arrival, Sword Jiaoxian, who was in the midst of devouring meat, instantly fell to the ground, transforming into a rusted sword. Hey, I say, Peak Master. Jingyu entered with an irritated tone. No wonder you wanted me to stay at the South Mountain. It turns out you meant for me to be your gatekeeper. The South Mountain was adjacent to the mountain gate of Lingxiu Peak. Yet Leaf Jin had no intention of making him a guard. After all, other disciples flew directly to Lingxiu Peak on their swords. Who would bother with the mountain gate? Nevertheless, Leaf Jin coughed lightly and replied, our Lingxiu Peak has few people. We must have some division of labor. Jingyu pointed at Ran Qingshan, looking somewhat disgruntled. And what about her? Ran Qingshan confidently declared, I am responsible for taking care of the Peak Master's daily needs. Cooking, cleaning the courtyard, and such. Would you prefer to take my place? Jingyu's expression froze, stammering, no need. This arrangement works just fine. He also has a menial servant who can take care of tasks like guarding. And since Yi Jin is unaware of their identities, this arrangement poses no issue. Rather, it allows him to reap significant benefits. Ying Luo pursed her lips in amusement as she handed a roasted spirit chicken to Jingyu. Jingyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it, taking a hearty bite and exclaiming, so delicious. Ever since he began fasting at the age of 6, Jingyu had not consumed grains or meat, relying solely on elixirs. After a brief pause, he seemed to recall something and said, by the way, there are 3 old fellows looking for you down the mountain. Yi Jin's heart stirred. 3 old fellows? Instantly, 3 figures flashed through his mind. Yesterday, the Lord of Luzhou, Yu Qianxiu, the head of the Gongsun clan, Gong Sun Yu, and the sect leader of Kingman, Meng Zhaixing, had come to observe the ceremony at the sword sect. Yi Jin was somewhat familiar with these 3, as they were the 3 titans of Luzhou, all of whom had been previously trampled by his father. Last night, Situ Yun had feared that these 3 would disrupt his plans. Hence he detained them at Tianjin Peak, only releasing them now. However, the individuals Situ Yun sent to Yunhu City had gone completely silent at this moment. Yu Qianxiu, Meng Zhaixing, and Gong Sun Yu had come with the aim of courting Yi Jin. Thus they were quite courteous, sending Jingyu to inform him rather than barging in directly. Chapter 032. Descending the mountain before the gate of Lingxi Yufeng, Yu Qianxiu, Gong Sun Yu, and Meng Zhaixing appeared outwardly amicable. Yet each harbored their own motives as they quietly awaited developments from Lingxi Yufeng. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the three within its glow. Celestial light. Yu Qinxiu, the strongest among them, was the first to react, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is the celestial light of an immortal. There is actually an immortal within the sword sect." Both Ming Zhaixing and Gongsun Yu quickly regained their composure, their expressions shifting dramatically. In the next moment, a clear and gentle voice emerged from the celestial light. "I am Su Ryu of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, here to invite the three of you for a cup of tea." Before the trio could protest, the celestial light swiftly enveloped them, whisking them away at Tianjin Peak. The Grand Elder Situ Yun gazed toward Lingxi Yufeng, his eyes deep with contemplation. Just moments ago, he had received confirmation that the individuals dispatched to Yunhu City had been intercepted midway by birds. No less. Clearly, Lu Zhen had anticipated such a turn of events that, to his astonishment, the immortal had personally intervened. Yet wasn't that immortal supposed to bear the surname Nangong? Why now did he claim to be Su Ryu of the Seven-Star Sword Sect? Situ Yun quickly pieced together the situation. The immortal had not concealed his actions. Even Situ Yun had heard the disturbance, indicating a deliberate ploy to obfuscate the truth and draw Su Ryu of the Seven-Star Sword Sect into the fray. If Situ Yun's deductions were correct, this conflict over celestial treasures involved the Seven-Star Sword Sect as well, a sect renowned throughout the celestial realm. Situ Yun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. While he had failed to detain Yu Qinxiu and the others, the immortal backing him would not easily allow Yi Jin to be swayed by others that for courting Yi Jin. This immortal had previously sought out Yi Zhaoxian, but discovered that Yi Zhaoxian had acquired a portion of the legacy, necessitating his demise. Now, many eyes were fixed on Yi Jin, and since Lu Zhen had long been on guard, it seemed that other means would have to be employed to eliminate Yi Jin. Just yesterday, Yi Jin's display of talent at the Immortal Inquiry platform had genuinely frightened him that if someone were willing to reconstruct his spiritual roots, it would be a stroke of fortune. Now that the Nangong Immortal had stepped in to intercept Yu Qinxiu and the others, Situ Yun naturally felt compelled to act swiftly. Convey my decree. Meanwhile, at Lingxi Yufeng, Mu Wuxing arrived at Yi Jin's courtyard, his expression one of despair as he beheld the courtyard filled with roasted meat, causing his skin to twitch involuntarily. However, after being soundly chastised by Jingyu the previous night, he had come to a clear understanding of his role as a menial servant and dared not resist. Peak Master, the three elders are likely no longer at the foot of the mountain. They must have already departed. He remarked at why Yi Jin paid him no mind when the celestial light descended and took the three away. The little phoenix, Yi Zhaoxian, as well as Ran Ran and Jingyu, had all sensed that Yi Jin had taken Mu Wuxing into Lingxi Yufeng solely to prevent the reincarnation of the legendary First Sword Immortal from falling into the hands of the Grand Elder, which would only complicate matters. Seeing that Yi Jin ignored him, Mu Wuxing stood silently behind Jingyu, not daring to utter a word. Jingyu's background was formidable. By clinging to this powerful ally, he might just soar to great heights and shed his identity as a menial servant. Suddenly, a bright decree unfurled in the air, and the Grand Elder's voice resonated from within it. Our sword section iron mine in the western part of Luzhou has suffered an attack, resulting in severe losses. Yi Jin, as the son of the sect leader and the master of Lingxi Yufeng, you are duty-bound to contribute to the sword sect. Therefore, the upper echelons of the sect have decided that you, Yi Jin, the master of Lingxi Yufeng, shall set out immediately for Xian Iron Mountain to guard the mine, and you must not falter. Though the value of Xian iron is not high, it is a primary material for crafting low-grade flying swords. Within the sword sect, where all are sword cultivators, the significance of Xian iron is self-evident, particularly for the outer sect disciples, whose flying swords are all forged from Xian iron. In recent years, the sword sect has expanded significantly, with the number of outer sect disciples increasing accordingly. Currently, Yi Zhaoxian was in seclusion, nursing his injuries, preparing for the impending Heavenly Tribulation. Losing a Xian iron mine at this juncture would be a devastating blow to the sword sect. Yi Jin was momentarily stunned. No wonder the immortal had taken Yu Qinxiu and the others away. It was a blatant attempt to remove him from the sword sect and eliminate him. If Yi Jin were to refuse, Situ Yun would have yet another excuse to act against him. Jingyu cleared his throat and said, "Peak Master, should we not go?" The Grand Elder's maneuver was clearly aimed at eliminating Eugene. Perhaps that celestial treasure, which had caused a stir in the clan, truly lies within the sword sect. However, Eugene was indeed quite amiable, assigning a menial servant to attend to him. Rest assured, I shall not let you perish. If that celestial treasure is indeed within the sword sect, I shall be relying on you. Ran, with a fierce expression, sent a message to Eugene. Should I take action to deal with the Grand Elder? I want to kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Eugene coughed lightly and then shook his head slightly, that if it were possible to eliminate him, he would have long since called upon Feng Qinga and Jian Juxian for assistance. Behind Situ Yun, while an immortal seemingly stood in the open, who knows what other cards he has hidden? Currently, Yi Jin's meager strength could not possibly contend with him. Situ Yun, you best ascend to immortality before I break through to the Orange Sky realm. Otherwise, I shall unleash the weakest heavenly tribulation upon you, tormenting you for 1,000 or 800 years until you perish slowly. However, since you wish for me to leave the sword sect, it presents a perfect opportunity for me to visit Luzhou and explore that so-called Tower of Heaven. Although the Tianyuan spirit transformation pill that Ran gifted him might not be of immediate use, Yi Jin certainly remembered this kindness, that he indeed required an excuse to alter his spiritual roots. Initially, Yi Jin had been waiting for Yu Qinxiu to send him the means, but alas, the Grand Elder moved too swiftly, leaving them no opportunity to make contact. Let us depart for Xian, Iron Mountain. Yi Jin rose, seizing the rusted Qingfeng sword, and declared with great gusto, such a splendid opportunity to make a name for myself shall not be squandered. Jingyu was taken aback, incredulously asking, the Grand Elder clearly intends to kill you, and you still wish to go? Mu Wuxing, on the other hand, wore a hopeful expression. If Yi Jin were to perish, he would be liberated. Yi Jin, brimming with confidence, replied, this peak master still is guardians. Ing Luo, go to Rinjian Peak. Ing Luo stood up, her face alight with determination, declaring, this servant shall inform Elder Lu Jun at once. With that, she swiftly exited the courtyard, soaring on her sword toward Rinjian Peak. At this moment, Lu Jun had indeed discovered a method to break the first level of the restrictions. Yet, the restrictions set by Yi Zhaoxian consisted of 3 layers. After dismantling the first layer, she was now stymied by the second. Currently, she sat before the door of the inner treasury, her face contorted with rage as she attempted to breach the second level of restrictions. The entire Rinjian Peak was enveloped in a suffocating tension, signaling the sect master's extreme displeasure. Chapter 033, Breaching the Tower of Heaven. Then proceeding to Xian Iron Mountain, the oppressive atmosphere grew increasingly intense, ultimately engulfing the entirety of Rinjian Peak. The true essence of a harmonization realm expert is sufficient to communicate with the heavens and can influence the surroundings for dozens of miles. At this moment, all disciples atop Rinjian Peak could feel the almost wrathful emotions permeating the air. Situ Yun, keeping a close watch on the movements at Rinjian Peak, coldly smirked to himself. Is she in a hurry? Lu Jun, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. We shall take our time. That maid from Lingxi Yufeng has actually gone to Rinjian Peak. That as time passed, Lu Jun grew, increasingly agitated. How is this possible? How could I have no clue about how to break through this second restriction? She had exerted her utmost effort and sacrificed greatly to finally dismantle that accursed restriction, expecting to immediately access the inner treasury and obtain what she desired. Yet to her dismay, another layer of restrictions awaited her. Moreover, with respect to this second barrier, Lu Jun found herself utterly at a loss, rendered completely helpless. Her thoughts had long been exhausted by the first barrier, and now, confronted with this second, far more intricate barrier, she felt as though she might explode. Taking a deep breath, she pointed a finger and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy onto one of the barrier's intricate patterns. Suddenly, a faint azure glow erupted from the second barrier. In the next moment, Lu Jun's entire being was enveloped by this radiance, vanishing from sight. A seal. This was not merely a barrier. It was a seal. Lu Jun was taken aback. The second barrier protecting the inner treasury was, astonishingly, an immensely powerful seal. Caught off guard, she found herself trapped within this seal, disappearing without a trace, with Lu Jun sealed away. The oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the sword and human peak dissipated instantaneously. Sita Tian furrowed his brows. Has she left the sword sect to personally guard Yi Jin? This is perfect. I shall eliminate you both. Gu Qingze, Zhang Daoquan. It is time for you two to take action. Ying Luo circled around the sword in human peak a few times before stealthily capturing a red spirit sparrow. After mumbling to herself for a while, she flew back to Ling Xiu Peak on her sword. Upon her return, she discovered Ran Ruan alone, tidying up the courtyard, cleaning up the remnants of the campfire and leftover roasted meat bones. But Yi Jin was nowhere to be found. Ying Luo hurriedly inquired, Su Shidi, where has the young master gone? Ran Ruan replied, a hint of frustration in her voice, he has gone to Jiuxian Mountain, leaving us to look out for the place. Though Ran Ruan wished to accompany Yi Jin, someone had to guard Ling Xiu Peak. Sita Tian evidently intended to take advantage of Yi Jin's absence to occupy Ling Xiu Peak. Furthermore, that Jing Yu also seemed to have some ulterior motives. Ying Luo wore a displeased expression, sitting quietly by herself, fully aware that her presence would only serve as a burden. Ran Ruan, noticing her demeanor, offered words of comfort. Do not worry, with that protector present, Yi Jin will be safe. Although Ran Ruan was indeed Yi Jin's protector, there was another, even more enigmatic beast-taming expert by Yi Jin's side. Just last night, that seemingly ordinary little sparrow had single-handedly eliminated all the powerful individuals sent by Sita Tian to Yunhu City, and that sword, which had gained sentience and feasted on flesh, was undeniably peculiar. With that sword and sparrow at his side, Ran Ruan felt little concern. Her sole responsibility was to guard Ling Xiu Peak for Yi Jin. Suddenly, an idea struck Ran Ruan, and she leaned closer to Ying Luo, asking mysteriously, Ying Luo, do you know where the treasure vault of the Grand Elder's family is located? Yi Jin was holding a rusted green sword with a fluffy red spirit sparrow perched on his shoulder. As he leisurely made his way toward the sword sect's gate along the mountain path, that he refrained from using his sword, opting instead for a steady walk. Naturally, this drew the attention of the disciples of the sword sect along the way. Yesterday, Yi Jin's performance on the Inquiry Immortal platform had already won over the majority of the sword sect's disciples. Despite his mixed spiritual roots, he was able to comprehend the mountain-dwelling sword intent, compelling the first protector, Zhang Daoquan, to bow his head today. As soon as Yi Jin left Ling Xiu Peak, he instantly attracted countless gazes. Seeing him walk alone toward the gate, an inner sect disciple could no longer contain himself and called out, Peak Master Yi, where are you headed? Yi Jin halted his steps, smiling as he replied, by the decree of the Grand Elder, I am going to Jiuxian Mountain to guard the Xian iron mine. Upon hearing Yi Jin's answer, everyone was taken aback. No one expected that, with the Grand Elder's decree just issued, Yi Jin would venture alone to Jiuxian Mountain. Was this not akin to courting death? Not to mention the numerous dangers that awaited at Jiuxian Mountain, the Grand Elder himself harbored ill intentions. Although only a select few high-ranking members of the Sword Sect were privy to the matters concerning the sect's celestial treasures. The news of the sect leader being gravely injured and unable to withstand the Heavenly Tribulation was already common knowledge. Following the demise of Yi Zhixian, Sita Tian had effectively become the next sect leader, a fact that was as good as settled. The Grand Elder's recent actions evidently aimed to eliminate the sect leader's only son ahead of time. And just yesterday, Yi Jin had displayed his extraordinary swordsmanship talent, showcasing the mountain-dwelling sword intent, while continuously fending off Zhang Daoquan's attacks, compelling the sword sect's first protector to yield. The Grand Elder was undoubtedly eager to see him dead. Perhaps something truly was amiss at Jiuxian Mountain. But once Yi Jin departed from the sword sect, he would be on a one-way path to doom. Was Yi Jin truly oblivious to the dangers, or did he possess enough confidence to remain unafraid? Yi Jin, however, was unconcerned with the opinions of those around him. Throughout this journey, he had garnered enough attention, and the collective will of the crowd, converging from all directions, brought a smile to his lips. At that moment, a figure suddenly approached, exclaiming, I wish to accompany Peak Master Yi. Yi Jin looked at the newcomer in surprise. It was Yi Dezhuang, an outer sect disciple. I will go too. The Xian iron mine at Jiuxian Mountain is the property of our sword sect. As disciples of the sword sect, how could we shrink back? I wish to follow the Peak Master and go to Jiuxian Mountain to protect our sword sect's mine in an instant. Dozens of disciples gathered, and the numbers continued to swell. That white Yi Jin glanced around and noticed that among these disciples were both outer and inner sect members. including Ling Chu from Ling In Peak. Within moments, the original group of dozens had swelled to several hundred. Yi Jin couldn't help but smile even more broadly. My father has led the sword sect for 100 years. How could it fall into the hands of the Grand Elder just because he was injured? A warm feeling began to swell within him. Although the higher-ups of the sword sect might have been intimidated by the celestial being behind Sita Tian and dared not resist, these disciples remained steadfastly loyal to Yi Zhixian. Previously, Yi Jin's wayward reputation had deterred many disciples, leaving them disheartened. However, after Ran Ruan's arrangement yesterday, Yi Jin's image had been transformed to in truth. As long as Yi Jin displayed a modicum of determination, he would still be regarded as the rightful heir of the sword sect. Those disciples who had once distanced themselves from Yi Jin would now flock to his side. This is the sword sect. The place where I grew up, my home. All disciples of the sword sect are my family. Sita Tian, should you dare to betray the sword sect, do not blame me for being impolite. With that thought in mind, Yi Jin took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, my esteemed fellow disciples, my protector has already gone ahead to Jiuxian Mountain. My purpose in this journey is to the Tongtian Tower in Luzhou Prefecture. It is said that within the Tongtian Tower, there are treasures that can alter one's spiritual roots, so I intend to take on the challenge. After navigating the Tongtian Tower, I will then head to Jiuxian Mountain." Upon hearing Yi Jin's intention to venture into the Tongtian Tower, the gathered disciples of the sword sect became increasingly agitated. Every prefecture under the Celestial Court housed the Tongtian Tower, serving as a trial ground. Countless treasures lay within, and even celestial artifacts could be found. Successfully passing through the appropriate levels would grant access to these treasures. The Tongtian Tower was established by the Celestial Court specifically for gifted individuals, providing a glimmer of hope for those once overlooked, including those with poor qualifications but exceptional comprehension. The celestial realm is vast, with prodigies as numerous as the stars in the sky, and countless gifted individuals have been lost to obscurity. Thus, the Tongtian Tower emerged as a trial ground. The Tongtian Tower tests not merely cultivation, but rather talent and comprehension that a powerful celestial being may not progress far within the tower, but a cultivator with high talent and keen insight would undoubtedly go further. Of course, the challenge of the Tongtian Tower is exceedingly daunting. Yi Jin's father, the foremost expert of Luzhou, Yi Zhixian, had once ventured into the Tongtian Tower as a youth, passing the 7th level before reaching a standstill at the 8th. Currently, the sword sect's greatest talent, Zhu Lai, had only managed to reach the 6th level. Yi Jin, having comprehended the mountain-dwelling sword intent during the Foundation establishment stage, was perceived by many as possessing greater talent in swordsmanship than Zhu Lai. Had it not been for the limitations of his spiritual roots, Yi Jin would likely be regarded as the sword sect's top genius. It was believed that Yi Jin would surpass Zhu Lai in the Tongtian Tower. Feeling the increasingly potent collective will of the crowd converging from all directions, Yi Jin's smile grew ever brighter. He possessed the ability to read minds, allowing him to perceive the thoughts of the many disciples of the sword sect present. Yi Jin chuckled and added, "Moreover, the Xian Iron Mine at Jiuxian Mountain is protected by powerful individuals from our sword sect, so there will be no issues. As a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, my presence there is but a formality that I kindly ask all my fellow disciples to return." As he spoke, Yi Jin offered a slight bow to He Dezhuang and the others. Those disciples who had initially been swept up in their fervor to accompany Yi Jin to Jiuxian Mountain began to come to their senses. If something truly were to happen at Jiuxian Mountain, it would be a protector or even an elder who would go in his place to at that moment. A familiar voice resonated within Yi Jin's mind. "Peak Master Yi. Just a moment ago, my master left the sword sect, so you must be cautious." The voice belonged to Ling Chu. Yi Jin looked over in surprise, noticing that Ling Chu was averting her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, Yi Jin smiled and replied telepathically, "You wouldn't mind if I switch masters, would you?" Ling Chu's expression froze momentarily as Yi Jin fell silent, a long laugh escaping his lips. Grasping the Qingfeng sword, he strode purposefully towards the gates of the sword sect, the dusk deepening around him. Clad in a flowing blue robe and wielding a 3-foot-long Qingfeng, he gradually receded into the horizon, bathed in the golden-red hues of the setting sun. His departure immediately captured the attention of the elders and guardians atop the major peaks. Sai Tu Yun cast a glance in the direction Yi Jin had vanished. A trace of derision flickering in his eyes. Did he intend to challenge the Tower of Heaven? He would first need to survive the journey to Luzhou Mansion. Did he truly believe that a mere Lu Chun could protect him? Upon Lingxiu Peak, Jing Yu stood at the southern mountaintop, gazing at Yi Jin's retreating figure, a sigh escaping his lips that it was unsurprising that Yi Jin had not invited him. After all, he was unaware of Jing Yu's true identity. Remaining within the sword sect was not without merit, as it afforded him the freedom to investigate the matter regarding the celestial treasure. As he spoke, Jing Yu flipped his hand, revealing a sword-shaped token that materialized in his grasp. The Xianling Mountain, stretching for 3,000 miles, was the foremost immortal mountain in Luzhou. Before the gates of the sword sect, a colossal sword-shaped stone sculpture stood resolutely, its blade thrusting into the earth. Towering over 10 zhong, the statue, imbued with an ancient and grandiose aura, was said to have existed long before the sword sect itself. That moment, beneath the statue, a solitary figure sat slumped, appearing utterly despondent and forlorn. None other than Zhu Lai. The corners of Yi Jin's eyes twitched slightly as he observed Zhu Lai, who was now a picture of confusion and frustration, devoid of the grandeur that once accompanied his reincarnation as an immortal lord. After a brief contemplation, Yi Jin approached with a smile, inquiring, "Brother Zhu Lai, what brings you here?" Zhu Lai lifted his gaze, his expression blank as he retorted, "Do not bother me." Indeed, Zhu Lai was engulfed in existential doubt. Having attempted to refine the fabled elixir of defiance against the heavens twice, only to fail on both occasions and lose 2 immortal treasures, he felt utterly defeated. The first failure could be excused, attributed to the chaotic heavenly punishment, which Zhu Lai accepted. However, this morning he had been utterly overpowered by a mere heart demon, which had audaciously emulated the chaotic heavenly punishment. The chaotic heavenly punishment was the source of the heart demon's emergence in the ancient Lan immortal lord, representing his deepest fears. The moment the aura of the chaotic heavenly punishment manifested, the ancient Lan immortal lord's psyche crumbled, leaving him vulnerable to the heart demon, which seized control of his body. Of course, the chaotic heavenly punishment was but a counterfeit, merely a whisper of its essence. Yet, the fear it instilled was profound, reaching the very depths of his soul. Under the heart demon's influence, the Wuchan sword body pill was reduced to ashes beneath the heavenly tribulation. And once the tribulation concluded, the heart demon dissipated. Reflecting on the events of that morning filled Zhu Lai's heart with a profound sense of shame and defeat. The heart demon had clearly exploited his fear of the chaotic heavenly punishment to humiliate him. Following this incident, Zhu Lai's fear of heavenly tribulations intensified, even leading him to contemplate abandoning his path of cultivation altogether. After all, forsaking cultivation would also mean evading the tribulations. However, such thoughts were merely the machinations of the heart demon, which had grown immensely powerful, nourished by the tribulations that Yi Jin, having transmitted the flaws of the Tai, Suyu Xinjing, to the heart demon, allowed it to effortlessly locate the vulnerabilities in the ancient Lan immortal lord's psyche. Lurking undetected within his consciousness that in his previous life, Zhu Lai had perished beneath the heavenly tribulations, and now, in this life, he was tormented repeatedly by them, without suspicion of any other cause that Yi Jin observed Zhu Lai intently, silently employing his mind-reading technique. Although Zhu Lai had reincarnated as an immortal lord, he currently possessed only the cultivation of the transformation into infancy realm that Yi Jin's heavenly path reading technique allowed him to glimpse Zhu Lai's thoughts, akin to perceiving those of an ordinary practitioner of the same realm. Heavenly tribulations are terrifying. I never wish to witness them again. I long to give up, to abandon my path of cultivation. But I cannot. Those 2 wretches are still alive. They are currently residing in my celestial palace, spending my celestial crystals, utilizing my celestial treasures, reveling in the immortal realm. I must rise again, become an immortal king, and make those 2 scoundrels pay the price. Yet, the heavenly tribulations are so fearsome. Yes, the legacy of the first sword immortal of all ages. If I obtain this legacy, I shall no longer fear the heavenly tribulations. Yi Jin mused. This reincarnated immortal lord possesses quite a rich inner world. Suddenly, Yi Jin's brow arched as he detected a second voice among Zhu Lai's thoughts. Heart demon, lord of the heavenly path. You have come to visit your little demon. Chapter 035. Night Raid. Eugene paused momentarily, having initially believed that contact with this heart demon could only occur under the conditions of the Heavenly Tribulations. Yet, to his surprise, by activating the Heavenly Path reading technique to access Zhu Lai's thoughts, he was also able to perceive the presence of this heart demon in that instant. Eugene experienced a moment of clarity. The two abilities he had acquired through the will of all beings, the summoning of Heavenly Tribulations and the Heavenly Path reading technique, were evidently capabilities possessed after merging with the Heavenly Tribulations. When Eugene merged with the Heavenly Tribulations, he would naturally open the eye of heavenly punishment, enabling him to peer into the thoughts of those undergoing tribulations. This was not merely a divine power of the Heavenly Path, but an instinctive ability that, of course, after merging with the Heavenly Tribulations, Eugene's powers extended far beyond this, though he had yet to realize it. Thus, if I continuously manifest my presence before others, garnering the will of all beings, even without merging with the Heavenly Tribulations, I can wield the might of the Heavenly Path as a being of flesh and blood. The Heavenly Path, too, requires sufficient authority to inscribe itself into the marrow of living beings, instilling reverence and awe. Yet, gazing at the divine statue within the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace, the halo of condensed will from the beings was merely a faint outline, and one could only wonder how many layers of halos lay behind that divine figure. The path of manifestation is long and arduous, requiring further effort. This moment, the heart demon within Zhu Lai's consciousness was brimming with excitement that had received the heart demon's empowerment from the Heavenly Tribulation. Reaching the pinnacle of heart demons, a step further would lead to the realm of celestial demons. The celestial demon, in essence, was an independent entity, no longer dependent on the ancient law and immortal Lord for existence. Immediately, the heart demon declared, "Rest assured, Lord of the Heavenly Path, I shall do my utmost to sway and destabilize the heart of the ancient law and immortal Lord, striving to lead him to destroy his soul seed. Offering all his treasures and secrets to you, Lord of the Heavenly Path." Eugene nodded slightly, though he remained silent, but he could hear the heart demon's voice through the Heavenly Path reading technique. Yet he could not engage in conversation with it. Zhu Lai, in a state of agitation, noticed Eugene standing there with an odd smile and couldn't help but huff dismissively before rising to leave. This insufferable young wastrel dares to be a nuisance before this immortal Lord. Does he truly believe I lack the courage to eliminate you? Once I obtain the legacy of the first sword immortal of all time, I shall ensure that this insignificant sword sect is reduced to ashes. As Zhu Lai departed, Eugene's lips twitched slightly, to ensure that this insignificant sword sect is obliterated. We shall see who meets that fate first. Eugene looked up once more at the imposing sword-shaped statue before him. The Sword of Celestial Extermination had once stated that this statue was, in fact, the last remnant of sword intent left by Mu Changsheng before his demise, coalesced from the stones and earth of the mountain. Within it lay the key to unlocking Mu Changsheng's legacy. Zhu Lai had naturally recognized that this statue bore significance. However, the sword intent within the statue had long since been taken. The individual responsible for extracting that sword intent was none other than Eugene's father, Yi Xian. Yi Xian had survived the ambush of an immortal and retained the fortitude to confront the Heavenly Tribulations due to the presence of this strand of sword intent. This sword intent was also a key to unlocking the legacy. Eugene lingered momentarily before the sword-shaped stone sculpture, then summoned his sword light and soared into the sky, heading westward towards Luzhou Mansion. At that very moment, the trio of Yu Qinxiu, Gong Sun Yu, and Meng Zhaixing, who had been invited for tea by an immortal, received the news. Their expressions were tinged with bitterness, yet they dared not act out of line in the presence of the immortal. With a flicker of his consciousness, Yu Qinxiu discreetly dispatched a communication talisman. The immortal before him sensed Yu Qinxiu's subtle actions but hesitated to intervene, as this talisman was specifically designed for use within the Heavenly Court. The Xianling Mountain lay to the east of Luzhou, approximately 30,000 miles from Luzhou Mansion in the heart of the region. In the dead of night, near a desolate mountain forest over 1,000 miles from Xianling Mountain. A small campfire flickered while Eugene tossed aside a charred rabbit he had been roasting, a frown marring his features. Had I known, I would have brought Luo along. Now I can't even enjoy a roasted rabbit. Eugene was ultimately a pampered young master, accustomed to having his needs catered to, and this was his first experience traveling alone. Meanwhile, the little phoenix chirped incessantly. Chirp, 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 chirp. Yi Jin replied. Speak in human language. The little phoenix quickly corrected itself. Young master, would you like me to transform into human form to serve you? While at the sword sect, having a living person suddenly appear beside Yi Jin would surely attract attention. Transforming into a sparrow, however, provided a convenient guise under the pretense of being a guardian spirit. That why Yi Jin cast a sidelong glance at Feng Qingge, retorting, make sure you can articulate human speech properly first. Feng Qingge chirped, chirp, chirp, understood. In recent days, Feng Qingge had commanded countless avian creatures, having witnessed the sword sect and the entirety of Luzhou, and thus had grown accustomed to speaking in bird language. At that moment, the previously silent Jin Zhuxian suddenly spoke. Young master, they are coming. Feng Qingge glanced in a specific direction and added, 36 disciples of the Xian Yuan sect are disguised as celestial thieves in the front, with the strongest among them being a practitioner of the transformation into infancy realm, Jiu Qingze and Zhang Daoquan, accompanied by 3 cultivators from the Xian Yuan sect in the Dongshu realm and 5 from the Lianshan realm. Utilized a terrestrial grade formation to thoroughly seal off the surrounding area. The Xian Yuan sect is a formidable power in Luzhou, rivaling the Qingge sect and only second to the sword sect. Furthermore, the Xian Yuan sect and the sword sect are archenemies. Having been locked in conflict for several millennia, with neither side able to gain the upper hand a century ago, Yi Zhixian became the strongest in Luzhou, taking command of the sword sect, which gradually began to suppress the Xian Yuan sect. However, in recent years, the Xian Yuan sect has been engaging in continuous underhanded maneuvers. Yet, no one anticipated that Sita Yun, Gu Qingze, and others would become embroiled with the Xian Yuan sect. After Feng Qingge became the Heavenly Tribulation envoy of Yi Jin, she appeared to indulge in daily revelries, but in truth, she had already become the sovereign of all demonic birds in Luzhou, with her network of spies spanning the entire region. The general movements of the various cultivators in Luzhou could not escape her notice. Last night, Feng Qingge ambushed the individuals sent by the Grand Elder to Yunwu City, who were indeed cultivators from the Xian Yuan sect. Yi Jin nodded and said, you two handle those behind. Keep Gu Qingze and Zhang Daoquan. That a glint of fierce determination flashed in Feng Qingge's eyes as she crisply replied, second, let us depart. Sword Zuzhen. He transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from sight. That a flying sword, about a foot long and radiating a faint golden glow, hovered before Yi Jin. This was the top-grade celestial sword named Ting Yuding, prepared for him by Yi Zhixian. Originally, with Yi Jin's cultivation level, he would not have been able to wield a top-grade celestial sword. Yet within his storage ring, he possessed nearly 80 flying swords and magical artifacts of various grades. Nevertheless, this top-grade celestial sword, Ting Yuding, was undoubtedly the most formidable. Now, with Yi Jin comprehending the sword intent and possessing the pure sword body, the sword essence within him flowed, allowing him to unleash the power of the top-grade celestial sword. At this moment, Yi Jin felt a subtle anticipation. Although he had battled countless tribulation beasts during the Heavenly Tribulation, for Yi Jin, those encounters were merely ordinary sparring sessions and training, devoid of any life-and-death pressure. This marked Yi Jin's first genuine life-and-death struggle. He slowly rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the dense forest shrouded in darkness. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as dozens of piercing sword energies instantly shredded the void. Descending upon Yi Jin, the attack arrived before its wielder, devoid of any preamble. The battle commenced in an instant. Chapter 036. Slaughter 036. Yi Jin invoked the sword technique, and immediately, a brilliant sword radiance erupted from the blade of Ting Yuding. Spring brings the fragrance of plum blossoms. In an instant, the sword light cascaded down like plum petals and snowflakes, enveloping a 10-zhang radius. The surging assault was shattered by Yi Jin's single sword strike. A top-grade celestial sword. A voice filled with astonishment and delight rang out. Indeed, a plump sheep. Brothers, let us all join forces and slay this fat sheep. As the words fell, 36 figures surged forth from the shadows. Clad in black stealth attire, masked with black veils, and employing concealing talismans to obscure their presence. Each bore a sinister white skull insignia upon their chests. These were the infamous band of celestial thieves known as the White Bone Alliance. Notorious throughout Luzhou, Pingzhou, and Lizhou, the White Bone Alliance's methods were ruthless, committing heinous acts and evading capture, prompting a joint manhunt by the three regions. Now, the cultivators of the Xianyuan sect disguised as members of the White Bone Alliance clearly aimed to sow confusion and lure out Yi Jin's protectors. No one believed Yi Jin would venture out alone to meet his demise. In the next moment, an even more ferocious onslaught surged toward Yi Jin. Dozens of flying swords and magical artifacts, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, crashed into the Four Seasons sword realm. Yet, Yi Jin merely paused for a moment. The attacks, including that of the nascent soul realm cultivator, appeared overwhelming, yet they bore no real strength, failing to impose the life-and-death pressure Yi Jin had envisioned. Moreover, Yi Jin observed clearly that their offensive techniques primarily relied on the inherent power of their flying swords and magical artifacts, lacking the application of their own unique powers and techniques. The strongest among them, a nascent soul cultivator, would likely be no match for Ling Chu even within the same realm. How had this individual attained the nascent soul stage? In truth, Yi Jin, a novice in the realm of cultivation, was unaware that Luzhou was one of the most barren and remote regions in the immortal realm, a desolate place that had never birthed an immortal. The cultivators of Luzhou were only slightly stronger than those from the vast world beyond the immortal realm. Yi Jin had chosen his sources of power from the most fertile lands of the immortal realm, inhabited by beasts and divine beings of immortal lineage. The disparity between these individuals and Yi Jin was immense. For the Sword Sect, under Yi Zhixian's century-long stewardship, it had also acquired the foundation of an immortal sect. The recent mountain opening ceremony had indeed instilled fear in the three powerful figures, Yu Qinxiu, Meng Zhaixing, and Gong Sunyu. The inner disciples of the Sword Sect were stronger than many core disciples of top-tier cultivation sects within the same realm. They were convinced that, even without Yi Zhixian, the Sword Sect would still reign as the foremost power in Luzhou if the Sword Sect lacked sufficient strength. Even if Yi Zhixian ultimately ascended to immortality, the sect would not become an immortal sect. The might of an individual does not guarantee the strength of a sect. The foundation of an immortal sect is not merely defined by the prowess of a single individual, but by the collective potential of its practitioners to ascend to immortality. Just as Yi Jin was lost in thought, the relentless barrage of attacks was already upon him. Yi Jin steadied his mind, and Ting Yuding abruptly flew into his grasp, radiating a golden sword light over 10 feet long. He then unleashed his sword once more. Spring brings the fragrance of plum blossoms. Summer wind stirs the lotus. Autumn night condenses the moon. Winter snow severs the bridge. In that instant, the 36 cultivators found themselves ensconced in an illusion, as the wondrous scenes of the Four Seasons unfolded before their eyes, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. Then, in the next moment, the shifting scenery transformed yet again. The ever-changing wonders of the Four Seasons suddenly surged upward, coalescing into four awe-inspiring sword lights. Simultaneously, a clear and resonant voice echoed in their ears. Four Seasons sword intent. Reincarnation. The four beams of sword light merged in the void, forming a 10-zhang-long blade, within which the cyclical wonders of the Four Seasons evolved into a unique sword intent. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the flying swords and magical artifacts hurled toward Yi Jin were effortlessly cleaved into fragments by the colossal sword light. The 36 cultivators felt their bodies grow weak, collapsing to the ground in an instant. He is truly a foundation establishment realm cultivator. How can he be so powerful? The leading nascent soul cultivator stared blankly at the young man before him, momentarily stripped of any thoughts of resistance. Their flying swords, along with their confidence, had been utterly shattered by that earth-shattering sword strike. Yi Jin looked down upon these cultivators, activating his mind-reading technique. Are you members of the White Bone Alliance? The nascent soul cultivator jolted, regaining his composure before whispering. Indeed, we are members of the White Bone Alliance. This time, we acted foolishly and inadvertently offended you, that we are willing to offer sufficient spirit stones and treasures in exchange for our lives. So this is Yi Jin. No wonder the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect sought to eliminate him. The Ancient Protector and the others should still be dealing with Yi Jin's guardian, the Sword Sect's second elder, Lu Jin. For now, let us continue to masquerade as members of the White Bone Alliance, and by some time until the ancient protector deals with Lu Jin. That will be the end for Yi Jin. Suddenly, a rotund object plummeted from the sky, rolling to a stop before the nascent soul cultivator. It was the severed head of a middle-aged man. And in the flickering light of the distant campfire, the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect could clearly see that it was the head of the ancient protector. In the next moment, several more heads rolled forth, all belonging to powerful members of the Xian Yuan sect. The nascent soul cultivator collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Feng Qingge landed on Yi Jin's shoulder. Chattering excitedly, "Young master, it's all taken care of. What shall we do with these people?" She then glanced at the 36 despondent disciples of the Xian Yuan sect. The Yi Jin tilted his head and smiled, saying, "Why should we kill them? They are members of the White Bone Alliance, and the 3 great regions have been offering bounties for centuries. Delivering them to Luzhou would be a great accomplishment." As his words fell, the 36 disciples of the Xian Yuan sect were taken aback, that a few hastily exclaimed, "We are not members of the White Bone Alliance. We are disciples of the Xian Yuan sect." Yi Jin tilted his head, a smile playing on his lips. "Ah, I see it. In a wonder the 3 great regions have been unable to locate the lair of the White Bone Alliance for centuries. It turns out the Xian Yuan sect is the White Bone Alliance." The faces of the Xian Yuan sect disciples turned pale, that if the Xian Yuan sect were truly identified as members of the White Bone Alliance, there would be no refuge for them in Luzhou, Pingzhou, or Lizhou. The sword body of Sword Zhuzhen trembled, a tremendous aura sweeping over the area and instantly rendering these individuals dazed. The Xian Yuan sect had enmity with the Sword sect, and now they were colluding with the Grand Elder to stir trouble. The forces at Jiuxian Mountain must also be instigated by the Xian Yuan sect. The Lord of Luzhou was not seeking to recruit them. Was he? Let us observe whether he dares to take action against the Xian Yuan sect, thus demonstrating his sincerity. Did I end the next moment? Yi Jin turned his gaze towards the 2 individuals from the Sword sect. Gu Qingze and Zhang Daoquan, that at this point, both had been suppressed, rendered utterly immobile. They had finally come to realize that Yi Jin's backing was not merely Lu Jin. Lu Jin could not possibly possess such formidable strength, having not even shown her face, yet managing to render them defenseless with just a bird and a sword. The force they faced was at least that of a calamity transformation, perhaps even an immortal. Of course, Feng Qingge and Jian Zhuxian both stood at the pinnacle of the Dao combined realm. However, one was an eternal purgatory fire phoenix, and the other a sword demon of the celestial sword. The individuals brought by Gu Qingze and Zhang Daoquan were utterly insignificant in their presence. The Yi Jin looked at Zhang Daoquan, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Guardian Zhang, it appears we meet again." Zhang Daoquan cast a glance at Yi Jin, sighing, "Young Master Yi, I am also coerced by the Grand Elder. I had no choice but to comply. That in truth, I wish to show you mercy during the grand ceremony. Cursed be Sita Yun. I once thought that following an immortal would lead to great fortune and opportunities for ascension. Yet here I am, merely a pawn doing all the dirty work while you reap the benefits at the immortal side." That little rascal Yi Jin, much like his mother, is ruthless and cold-hearted. He is unlikely to let me off so easily that I must keep him calm. Preserving my life is paramount should I survive this ordeal. I shall personally eliminate that little scoundrel. Yi Jin furrowed his brow and turned his attention to Gu Qingze's side and spoke. "The Grand Elder is accompanied by an immortal. You should exercise caution." He then closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. The Yi Jin's protector must be an immortal. Thus the sect leader should be able to weather this calamity, if it were not for the immortal threatening his life. Would I have betrayed the sect leader? Alas, betrayal is betrayal. I have ultimately failed the sect leader's great kindness. Such thoughts are pointless. The Yi Jin chuckled softly and murmured, "Ling Chu, it seems you truly need to find a new master." He then swiftly struck with his sword, aiming for Zhang Daoquan's head. Zhang Daoquan's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that Yi Jin would strike directly, granting him no opportunity to react. In the next instant, a faint golden divine spirit soared into the sky, fleeing towards the sword sect. However, Jian Zhuxian was swifter, and a flash of green sword light cut through the air, reducing that divine spirit to ashes. Gu Qingze remained with his eyes closed, a hint of sorrow flickering across his face. Then he heard Yi Jin's voice. "Upon your return, inform the Grand Elder that Lu Jun has acquired a portion of the sword sect's celestial treasures, and her power has surged." You are no match for her. Jiu Qingze opened his eyes in disbelief, asking, "You won't kill me?" Yi Jin merely scoffed. Were it not for the Heavenly Tao's mind-reading technique, he would have indeed eliminated Gu Qingze as well. The Heavenly Tao's mind-reading technique delves into the very essence of a being's thoughts. Even if someone attempts to fabricate their inner voice, the technique would tear through the facade, revealing their true intentions. This is no ordinary divine power. Naturally, Gu Qingze was unaware that Yi Jin possessed the ability to read minds. That's why Yi Jin glanced at Feng Qingge, who understood his intent and infused a strand of eternal purgatory fire into Gu Qingze's body, thereby gaining control over his life and death. Although Gu Qingze was coerced, he had ultimately betrayed Yi Zhaoxian. That Jiu Qingze immediately sensed the presence of something within him that could take his life at any moment. He recalled Yi Jin's two maidservants, who had been incinerated alive, and bitterly smiled. Such a tactic is unlikely to escape the notice of the immortal beside the Grand Elder. The little phoenix was somewhat displeased and opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Jin. If it cannot be concealed, is that not better? Try seeking out that immortal and see if he can discern or negate what lies within you. Gu Qingze pursed his lips, refraining from further comment. That it was fear of death that had led him to betray the sect leader. Now, facing such a fate, he could only blame himself, since death was inevitable. He might as well take a gamble, betting that the immortal behind the Grand Elder could not see through the flames within him. He picked up a shattered flying sword from the ground and stabbed it into himself several times, inflicting severe wounds before leaving in a disheveled state. Once Gu Qingze departed, Yi Jin inquired, "Feng Qingge, can that immortal truly not see through the eternal purgatory fire within him?" The little phoenix puffed out her chest, her eyes gleaming with pride. "Rest assured, young master, it cannot be seen through. That individual from the sword sect is merely a celestial. Perhaps in the past he could have detected some clues, but now, I am the young master's tribulation envoy. How could such a minor celestial penetrate the means of the tribulation envoy?" Becoming Yi Jin's tribulation envoy naturally brought countless benefits, and both Feng Qingge and Jian Zhuxian experienced a transformation in their innate abilities and vary with the formidable presence of the two peak experts. The little phoenix and sword extermination immortal, dawn was imminent, and they were poised to arrive at Luzhou Prefecture. Feng Qingge had already bound the 36 members of the Xianyuan sect, clad in dark garments adorned with the emblem of the White Bone Alliance, into a single line, casting them onto the deck of the treasure ship. Moments later, the ship levitated, seamlessly merging with the night, and set its course towards Luzhou Prefecture. Within the ship, Yi Jin seized every fleeting moment to cultivate. As the Tai Su Huanyu Jing circulated, the sword essence surged within him, initiating his practice of the Nine Heavens' indestructible scripture. Simultaneously, his consciousness delved into the Taichu Yushin Jing, honing his mental state. His thoughts had already fused with the Heavenly Tribulation as he sought out the Tribulation beasts for combat. The Yi Jin divided his essence into three while on the Heavenly Tribulation. Two of them entered a state of cultivation, while the remaining one wandered through the Tribulation, searching for the Tribulation beasts burdened by karma. By slaying those entwined with their past misdeeds, he could garner a substantial amount of sentient willpower, rivaling the acclaim he received in his more flamboyant moments. Before long, a night slipped by, and the first light of day broke forth. Luzhou Prefecture loomed near, a city that stood as the foremost stronghold in Luzhou, governed by the Celestial Court. From a distance, a dense cluster of buildings stretched for miles, yet the most striking features were the three towering pagodas that soared into the clouds, far surpassing any other structure within the city. These were the famed Tongtian Towers. In every state capital of the Celestial Realm, 3 Tongtian Towers were erected, bestowed by the Celestial Court as opportunities for the denizens of the Celestial World. At this juncture, Yi Jin's ostentatious golden treasure ship approached the city. Gradually descending in the Celestial Realm, cities lacked walls, as both cultivators and immortals possessed the ability to fly, rendering the existence of walls utterly meaningless. However, gates did exist amidst the absence of walls. A colossal celestial grade formation enveloped Luzhou Prefecture. All who wished to enter or exit the city were required to pass through its 16 openings, the city gates. Anyone attempting to breach Luzhou Prefecture's defenses from the air without the Celestial Court's permission would face the wrath of the celestial grade formation. Naturally, once within the city, flying was permitted, Otherwise, traversing the sprawling city on foot would take an eternity. This was not Yi Jin's first visit to Luzhou Prefecture, as the city also housed the sword sect's interests. As the most notorious prodigal son of Luzhou, Yi Jin enjoyed considerable fame. Upon the arrival of his signature treasure ship, word quickly spread throughout the city, the city gate. Yi Jin secured his ship and strode into the city with an air of nonchalance. Many took note of the rope in his hand, the other end neatly binding the 36 cultivators. These individuals, clad in black night garb with their faces obscured, bore the insignia of the White Bone Alliance prominently displayed on their chests. At that moment, the 36 disciples of the Xinyuan sect were engulfed in utter despair that if they were identified as the celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance, it would spell disaster for the entire sect. Yet, their powers were sealed. They could neither escape nor even consider self-termination. The guards at the city gate were taken aback by the spectacle, and the gate officer, donned in deep azure armor, hurried forward, cautiously inquiring, "Young Master Yi, who are these individuals?" Yi Jin gestured towards the 36 captives, stating, "On the way here, I encountered some roadblock robbers who identified themselves as celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance." The gate officer's eyes widened in shock as he hastily scrutinized the emblem on the captives' chests, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance." The emblem worn by the thieves was unique to the White Bone Alliance. Impossible for other cultivators to counterfeit. The Xinyuan sect had managed to procure such emblems after previously vanquishing a group of White Bone, celestial thieves, and stripping them of their insignias. However, this was a secret kept within the sect, and they had not exchanged the corpses of the celestial thieves for a bounty. Instead, they had masqueraded as members of the White Bone Alliance to ambush disciples of the Sword Sect, until they inadvertently fell into Yi Jin's hands. Chapter 038. The Three Tantian Towers. The gate officer's revelation sent ripples of commotion throughout the area. Despite the early morning hour, a considerable number of cultivators were passing through the gates. In an instant, Yi Jin felt the subtle flow of sentient willpower converging from all directions, coalescing within the halo behind the deity statue in the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace. Empowered by this substantial influx of sentient willpower, his cultivation surged forward, breaking through to the late stage of the second realm of Qi Shao, equivalent to the late foundation building stage. Yet, within him, the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace suppressed all, concealing his true essence. Whether it was his celestial roots, the unblemished sword body, or his newly attained late foundation building cultivation, all were hidden by the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace. What he projected to the outside world remained the early stage of foundation building. At that moment, no one would believe that these celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance had been captured by Yi Jin. However, the spectacle of Yi Jin entering the city, leading over 30 celestial thieves, was itself a noteworthy affair. That why Yi Jin regarded the gate officer, tossing the rope into his hands casually, instructing, "Take these individuals to the celestial court for thorough interrogation, and the bounty shall be yours." The gate officer was momentarily taken aback, hastily responding, "Young Master Yi, want you accompany us?" Yi Jin waved his hand dismissively. "This young master intends to challenge the Tantian Tower. I have no time for such trivial matters." The gate officer beamed with joy, leaving 2 guards behind while leading the rest of his subordinates to escort the 36 Xinyuan sect disciples aboard the flying treasure ship, heading towards the celestial court within Luzhou Prefecture. The bounty for the celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance was indeed substantial. Upon entering the city, Yi Jin also boarded his flying treasure ship, setting his sights on the Tantian Tower. It was only at this moment that the cultivators at the city gate grasped what Yi Jin had just said. Where was he intending to go? It seemed he mentioned the challenge of the Tantian Tower. To challenge the Tantian Tower? The Tantian Tower was renowned as the trial ground for exceptional talents. Surely, Yi Jin would struggle to clear even the first level. The crowd at the city gate initially laughed off the idea, but soon lost interest and went about their own business. After all, Yi Jin was the most notorious wastrel of Luzhou, possessing only a mixed spiritual root. Challenging the Tantian Tower, it was likely he wouldn't even manage to enter the door of the Tantian Tower. The news of Yi Zhaoxian being gravely injured and unable to undergo the Heavenly Tribulation had already spread throughout Luzhou. Now Yi Jin had appeared here, undoubtedly indicating he could no longer sustain himself within the Sword Sect. However, the events that transpired during the Sword Sect's grand ceremony had not circulated. The information had been tightly sealed by the Grand Elder. Amidst the crowd, a figure's gaze flickered, summoning a beam of sword light and vanishing from the city gate. The Kong family was among Luzhou's most distinguished clans, second only to the Gongsun family. That moment. In the back garden of the Kong family estate, a strikingly handsome youth with long dark blue hair, tall stature, and adorned in an opulent robe, elegantly sipped tea. Upon hearing the report from a nearby cultivator, he couldn't help but chuckle derisively. That waste Eugene intends to challenge the Tontian Tower? Let's go and witness the spectacle. As he spoke, he beckoned. Summoning a white, bone-carved flying sword into his grasp, he gently caressed the bone sword before propelling himself in a beam of white sword light toward the Tontian Tower. This blue-robed youth was none other than Kong Wei, the third son of the Kong family patriarch, a prodigious talent renowned throughout Luzhou. At the tender age of 50, he had already attained the realm of spirit refinement and had successfully cleared the 4th level of the Tontian Tower. Among all of Luzhou, few could surpass him. Of course, 50 was considered an age of wisdom in the mortal world, but in the realm of cultivation, it was merely the beginning of one's journey. However, for the immortal cultivators blessed with longevity, it is a time of youthful vigor. Kong Wei, who has always prided himself on his righteousness, naturally holds a strong disdain for Yi Jin, the most notorious dandy of Luzhou, and has been eager to find trouble with him. Yet during other occasions when Yi Jin visited the Luzhou prefectural city, he was always surrounded by a retinue and protected by formidable sword sect experts, leaving Kong Wei with no opportunity to act. Additionally, his father, the head of the Kong family, had forbidden him from causing any trouble for Yi Jin. Now, with Yi Jin's fall from grace and his solitary arrival in Luzhou, Kong Wei could hardly let this opportunity slip by. The Tontian Tower is located in the southern part of the central city. With the speed of Yi Jin's top-tier flying vessel, he quickly reached his destination. The Tontian Tower consists of 3 towering structures, aligned in a row, piercing the clouds and seemingly endless. The first tower is named Tower of Immortals, standing 10,000 stories high. The second, Tower of the Tao, reaches 10,010 stories, and the third, Tower of Swords, boasts 10,086 stories. Each of the 3 towers corresponds to a distinct path, yet all assess the innate talents of living beings. Some individuals, despite possessing extraordinary talents, are hindered by their spiritual roots and physical constitution, preventing them from embarking on the path of immortality and fully realizing their potential. Thus, the existence of these 3 towers. In every prefectural city across the realms of the immortal world, 3 Tontian towers stand resolutely. In truth, there are only 3 actual Tontian towers, located within the immortal capital. The others in various prefectural cities are mere projections of these towers. No one knows who left behind these 3 towers, but there is no doubt that they're the most powerful artifacts in the immortal realm. There have been figures of imperial caliber who sought to shake the Tontian towers and claim them for themselves, only to vanish into thin air when the towers trembled. Standing beneath the 3 Tontian towers, Yi Jin gazed upward, murmuring, "In the past, my father conquered the 7th level of the Sword Tower, becoming the first person in Luzhou's history to do so. A record that remains unbroken to this day." Each tower naturally corresponds to different talents. The Sword Tower tests the aptitude of sword cultivators. The Tao Tower evaluates various arts, such as alchemy and artifact forging, while the Immortal Tower pertains to the conventional path of cultivation. In the past, Yi Zhixin, wielding a single sword, breached the 7th level of the Sword Tower, halting at the 8th, thus earning the title of the first person in Luzhou's history to achieve such a feat. Although the Sword Tower comprises 10,086 levels, only the first 9 levels test the cultivators. Passing the 7th level is a testament to exceptional talent, marking one as a potential sword immortal. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Jin took a deep breath and stepped toward the leftmost sword tower. At that moment, the surroundings of the Tontian Tower were eerily quiet, devoid of any other cultivators. Though the Tontian Tower is a sacred place, in Luzhou, the number of individuals capable of confronting it is exceedingly rare. Just as Yi Jin approached the sword tower, a figure clad in azure suddenly descended from the sky. Blocking his path, the newcomer, adorned with dark blue hair and a magnificent blue robe, was none other than Kong Wei. A faint smile adorned Kong Wei's face, imbued with an air of superiority, as he declared, "A vile and despicable person like you is unworthy of stepping into the Tontian Tower." That would be a desecration. That why Yi furrowed his brow, regarding the youth before him with confusion. Who are you? Kong Wei, taken aback, responded incredulously. You do not know who I am? Yi Jin, genuinely perplexed, replied, Am I supposed to know you? Kong Wei inhaled deeply, sneering. I forgive your ignorance. Listen well, I am Kong Wei. Kong Wei is me. Yi Jin, still bewildered, asked, And who is Kong Wei? Kong Wei, observing Yi Jin's innocent demeanor, realized that he was entirely unfamiliar with him. This was hardly surprising, as Yi Jin was a frivolous young master, disinterested in matters that did not pertain to him. Moreover, being a waste with mixed spiritual roots, those around him would never trouble him with such concerns that up to this point, Yi Jin had not even recognized the geniuses of his own sword sect. So how could he have the leisure to know someone named Kong Wei? Of course, Yi Jin was acquainted with some prominent figures in Luzhou, such as the prefect Yu Qinqiu, the head of the Gongsun family, and the sect leader of the Qinghe Gate. After all, Yi Jin had been in the company of Yi Zhixin, interacting with the elite of Luzhou, including some junior members of their factions, and thus had some impression of them. However, the Kong family, while a second-tier family in Luzhou, was overshadowed by the top-tier Gongsun family, which held a higher standing before the sword sect. Such families were hardly worthy of Yi Zhixin's attention. Any interactions between the sword sect and the Kong family were handled by protectors, and Yi Jin would never have had the chance to know this third young master of the Kong family. Kong Wei's gaze turned increasingly dangerous as he looked at Yi Jin. Suddenly, he grinned, a mocking glint in his eyes. Yi Jin, do you wish to enter the Tantian Tower? Then you must crawl beneath my legs. As he spoke, the aura of a spirit refinement cultivator erupted from him, pressing down on Yi Jin like a heavy mountain. At the same time, he spread his legs, regarding Yi Jin with a playful expression. If an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator were to be subjected to the pressure of a spirit refinement cultivator, they would likely collapse to the ground, forced to crawl through his legs. Yet Yi Jin remained standing, unmoving. The sword in his hand, Zhu Xian, exuded a faint aura, shielding him from Kong Wei's oppressive presence. Seeing Yi Jin stand resolutely, Kong Wei was momentarily taken aback before intensifying his aura, making it even more formidable. At that moment, Yi Jin finally moved. He stepped forward, his body swaying, and in an instant, he was before Kong Wei. How swift! Kong Wei's expression shifted, but before he could react, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his groin. Ah! Kong Wei let out a near, inhuman scream, clutching his groin, his body soaring into the air, tracing a perfect parabola as he flew backward, away from Yi Jin. The Yi Jin retracted his foot, muttering under his breath. A senseless person, seeking death for no reason. Without looking back, he continued toward the sword tower. Behind him, 20-odd feet away, Kong Wei's body crashed heavily to the ground, but he still clutched his groin, his body twitching and convulsing, emitting high-pitched whimpers as foam dripped from the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a low hum resonated through the AI, in an instant. All the cultivators in Luzhou sensed it, turning their gazes toward the Tantian Tower. Someone is attempting to breach the Tantian Tower. The Tantian Tower is a sacred ground in Luzhou Prefectural City, and few possess the qualifications to challenge it. Each time someone attempts to enter the tower, it causes a stir. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the 3 Tantian Towers, where brilliant lights erupted from the leftmost sword tower. This signifies that the Tantian Tower has acknowledged the challenger, granting them the right to enter. The Tantian Tower is not something anyone can simply approach. One must gain its recognition, which requires exceptional talent or unparalleled potential. Now, the Tantian Tower was ablaze with light and resonating with a deep hum, indicating that the entrant was indeed extraordinary. Who could it be? Who dares to challenge the Tantian Tower? For years prior, when the third young master of the Kong family attempted to breach the tower, he did not create such a commotion. Could it be Yi Jin? Some recalled the scene at the city gate, where Yi Jin had proclaimed his intent to challenge the Tantian Tower. Realizing this, many hastily took to their flying swords or vessels, racing toward the tower. Who is that? Why is he lying there? Upon nearing the Tantian Tower, many recognized the figure curled on the ground, hands clutching his groin, frothing at the mouth. The commotion surrounding the Tantian Tower naturally drew the attention of the Kong family, who immediately recognized their third young master, Kong Wei. Young master. Kong family cultivators rushed forward, attempting to assist him. Yet at that moment, Kang Wei could only maintain his position. His body nearly frozen, that Yi Jin's kick had been overwhelmingly forceful, that it was not just his own strength. Both the Little Phoenix and Zhu Xian had secretly channeled additional power into that kick. Had it not been for the Earth-grade defensive spiritual armor Kang Wei wore, that kick could have claimed his life. With no other options, the Kang family cultivators resorted to administering healing pills, forcibly feeding them to Kang Wei. "Young master, who has harmed you?" Kang Wei's face turned ashen, his breath faint, yet his eyes burned with resentment as he weakly declared, "Yi Jin, I will kill him." Surrounding onlookers, witnessing the once lofty and imperious Kang Wei brought low, could not help but engage in hushed whispers, reveling in his misfortune. It is true that Kang Wei was no debauched scoundrel, yet his haughty demeanor had irked many. However, when they heard Kang Wei's words, they were left momentarily stunned. That Yi Jin, that untalented little wastrel, dared to injure the distinguished Kang Wei of Luzhou to such an extent. No, it must not be Yi Jin. It was his sycophants or perhaps other formidable disciples from the Sword Sect who were responsible. The members of the Kang Wei family of cultivators naturally shared this sentiment. The Sword Sect, how audacious to bully the young master of the Kang Wei family. Summon reinforcements, surround the Tower of Heaven, and once Yi Jin emerges, seize him immediately. Yi Zhaoxian is on the brink of death, yet that Yi Jin still fancies himself the exalted young master of the Sword Sect. The Kang Wei family of cultivators could not suppress their cold laughter. The other cultivators in the vicinity stepped back a few paces, unwilling to involve themselves in such matters. Not far away, a girl clad in a pale yellow dress. Her figure graceful and her beauty striking, around 17 or 18 years of age, glanced at the grievously injured Kang Wei, a glint of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. "Well done. Kang Wei has finally received his comeuppance. That wretched Kang Wei had the audacity to claim I was the reincarnation of his deceased wife and sought to forcibly wed me. Were it not for my master being the lord of the estate, I might have truly fallen prey to that villain. However, it is said that in recent years, in his quest to find his lost wife, he has taken in 17 or 18 concubines, seeing in each a resemblance to his departed spouse." At this thought, the girl in the yellow dress could not help but shudder. Chapter 040. Are you alive? Yi Jin's foray into the Tower of Heaven indeed stirred quite a commotion. Almost all cultivators within Luzhou City turned their gaze towards the Tower of Heaven, with countless cultivators rushing over to witness the spectacle that, of course, given Luzhou's status as a remote corner of the immortal realm. If it were a more prosperous region, there would be individuals daring to challenge the Tower of Heaven daily, rendering it a mere triviality. Only in the presence of peerless prodigies capable of reaching lofty heights would it draw concern. The uproar outside had no bearing on Yi Jin, who had already stepped into the first level of the Sword's Tower. This space was an expansive hall, approximately 100 feet in diameter, with a towering stone tablet shaped like a sword standing in the center, reaching an impressive height of 10 feet. Upon this tablet were inscribed countless names. Those of cultivators from Luzhou, who had previously challenged the Sword Tower. At the forefront stood the name of Yi Jin's father, the head of the Sword Sect, Yi Zhaoxian, in the 7th level of the Sword Tower. The second name was that of Zhu Lai, a fellow disciple of the Sword Sect, who had reached the 6th level. Upon seeing Zhu Lai's name in the second position, Yi Jin's gaze darkened. Zhu Lai had entered the Tower of Heaven. Without being possessed by the ancient immortal Jun, the Tower of Heaven did not assess spiritual roots or physical constitution, but rather the most fundamental talents of cultivators. Something that Jun could not bestow. In other words, had Jun not existed, Zhu Lai would have undoubtedly shone brightly, emerging as the foremost prodigy of his generation in the Sword Sect, a future pillar of the sect. Jun had merely unleashed Zhu Lai's inherent talent prematurely and altered his physique to be suitable for possession. Jun, since you have destroyed the future pillar of my Sword Sect, then let your wealth and your very life serve as recompense. Yesterday afternoon, as Yi Jin departed the Sword Sect, many disciples wished to accompany him to the 9 profound mountains. Under Yi Jin's mind-reading abilities, he could clearly perceive their true intentions. From that moment on, Yi Jin's mindset underwent a profound transformation. As the young master of the Sword Sect, he had to consider the well-being of the sect and its disciples. Yi Jin was unaware of Zhu Lai's character. But the fact that Ling Chu, who had trained alongside Zhu Lai, stood up yesterday afternoon spoke volumes. Yi Jin sighed, clearing his mind of distractions, placing his right hand upon the stone tablet before him. With a hum, a radiant white light flashed. The myriad names upon the tablet vanished instantaneously, replaced by Yi Jin's own information. Yi Jin, male, 16 years of age, mixed spiritual roots, ordinary physique, cultivator of the Luzhou sword sect. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Upon seeing the information inscribed on the tablet, a smile involuntarily graced Yi Jin's lips. Indeed, even the Tower of Heaven could not discern the truth concealed beneath the veil of the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace. As for the Tower of Heaven, being an artifact of the Celestial Court, and the Sword Sect being a sect under the Celestial Court, all of Yi Jin's information had been documented since birth. Yi Jin slowly closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness within the sword-shaped stone tablet. Tio challenged the Tower of Heaven. He had, of course, made ample preparations. This stone tablet was the true test within the Tower of Heaven. Yi Jin's spirit traversed through the sword-shaped structure, arriving in an infinite expanse before solidifying into a brand new body. This body bore no spiritual roots, no cultivation, seemingly an ordinary physique. Yet Yi Jin could distinctly sense that this body could showcase all of his swordsmanship talents to their fullest extent. Liberated from the constraints of physical constitution and spiritual roots, allowing his innate gifts and comprehension to manifest entirely. This was the talent assessment of the Tower of Heaven. The challenger, regardless of method, must defeat me to pass the first level of the sword tower and receive its rewards. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. Unbeknownst to Wen, a black-clad man wielding a long sword appeared before Yi Jin. The man's face was as chiseled as if sculpted from stone, his brows sharp as blades, exuding a formidable aura that he gazed at Yi Jin, enunciating each word. If you were slain by me, it is deemed a failure. Yi Jin was taken aback. Defeating you counts as clearing the level? The black-clad man remained silent, merely observing Yi Jin. A flying sword materialized abruptly before Yi Jin. Though the black-clad man had stated that Yi Jin could use any means to defeat him, within this realm, only swords were permitted. Yi Jin clasped his hands in respect towards the black-clad man, then pointed at the flying sword before him. The sword quivered, emanating a multitude of sword lights, and then a single strike was launched towards the black-clad man. With this strike, the seasons turned and a flicker of astonishment crossed the black-clad man's otherwise impassive face. Sword intent. As the sword in his hand was just raised, he was enveloped by the effects of Yi Jin's strike, dissipating like smoke. In the next moment, Yi Jin's consciousness returned to his original body. The sword-shaped stone tablet vanished, replaced by the staircase leading to the second level of the sword tower. Yi Jin gazed at the steps before him, muttering softly, "Does this count as cheating? After all, this talent is not truly mine." Yi Jin's original talent, of course, was less than commendable, even inferior to his mixed spiritual roots. Yet he had advanced rapidly through trials in the Heavenly Tribulation, even mastering sword intent. This was not solely the endowment of the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace, but also a fusion of the talents of the two Heavenly Tribulation deities, Feng Qingge and Jian Juxian, both of whom possessed top-tier talents in the immortal realm. Now, with their combined gifts concentrated within Yi Jin, he could rightfully be considered a prodigious existence. Yi Jin bore no psychological burden whatsoever. After inspecting the first floor, he found no sign of the purported reward, concluding that it must lie within the second level of the sword tower. Thus, he stepped onto the staircase, arriving at the second level. The layout of the second level mirrored that of the first, with another 10-foot-high, sword-shaped stone tablet in the center. However, this time, the names inscribed upon it were significantly fewer, clearly indicating that those who had not passed the second level would not have their names recorded. Before the stone tablet stood a table upon which rested a vial of top-grade elixir, the Fusion Essence Pill. Cultivators at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment could consume this pill to directly enter the condensation realm. What a marvelous item! Yi Jin's eyes gleamed, and he pocketed the Fusion Essence Pill. What he lacked most at present were elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Yi Jin was unconcerned with foundations. He simply wished to swiftly break through to the Orange Sky realm and assist his father in overcoming his tribulation. Although Yi Zhaoxian's injuries had been healed by the healing elixir from Ran Ran, the immortal within the sword sect would not allow Yi Zhaoxian to successfully face his tribulation. When the day of the tribulation arrived, there would surely be further complications. The most secure approach was for Yi Jin to personally oversee his father's heavenly tribulation. Yi Jin placed his hand upon the second-level sword-shaped stone tablet, and his consciousness instantly entered the trial space of the second level. This time, the black-clad man awaited him. There as Yi Jin's spirit materialized into a body. He directly inquired, "You possess sword intent?" Yi Jin nodded, "Indeed." After a pause, he countered, "Are you alive?" Chapter 041. Anxious. The black-clad man refrained from further unnecessary dialogue, maintaining his previous formulaic demeanor. "Challenger, defeat me to pass the second level of the sword tower and obtain the reward of this level. Should I slay you, it is deemed a failure." As the words fell, a flying sword once again materialized before Yi Jin, identical to the one from the first layer. Yi Jin raised an eyebrow slightly and muttered, "Indeed, it is dead." That he did not take the sword, but instead scrutinized the figure in black before him. The black-clad individual emanated a profound aura, filled with a sharp intensity that suggested he was not a genuine living being, but rather an entity composed entirely of sword energy. This figure from the second layer exuded a significantly stronger presence than that of the first layer. Thus, if I continuously defeat these figures in black, I can ascend through the Tower of Heaven. Is it truly that simple? With this in mind, Yi Jin refrained from seizing the sword before him. Instead, he extended his fingers like a sword and pointed toward the black-clad figure. Buzz! A sword shadow extending 10 zhong pierced through the void, striking at the black figure. The black figure's expression, previously devoid of emotion, cracked once more. He had yet to make a move before being reduced to ashes. In the next moment, Yi Jin returned to reality. This was the test of talent. Using talent as a sword, slaying enemies with 1's innate gifts. There was no need for combat experience or mystical techniques. Merely showcasing 1's swordsmanship talent sufficed to condense into a sword of talent, vanquishing that black figure. Swordsmanship talent? As Yi Jin's divine envoy, Sword Exterminator, had transformed, his swordsmanship talent could be deemed unparalleled in the celestial realm. Even the legendary first sword immortal, Mu Changsheng, could not rival his talent in swordsmanship. And now, the talent of Sword Exterminator was, in essence, Yi Jin's own. For Yi Jin, traversing the sword tower posed no challenge whatsoever. Thus, he leisurely descended the steps of the second layer, making his way to the third layer. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Heaven, countless cultivators had gathered. The members of the Kong family, originally poised to confront Yi Jin, gazed in astonishment at the sword tower. The third layer had illuminated. This signified that the individual inside had successfully navigated the first and second layers and was now attempting the third layer. However, this was astonishingly swift. From the moment the Tower of Heaven exhibited anomalies until now, it had scarcely been more than 20 breaths to traverse the first and second layers of the sword tower in just 20 breaths. Those who had ventured through the Tower of Heaven understood that only after clearing the preceding layer would the path to the next layer become visible. Could it truly be Yi Jin within? Many gazed inquisitively at the cultivators of the Kong family. The Kong family cultivators appeared equally bewildered. They could not ascertain whether the individual inside was indeed Yi Jin. Kong Wei had merely stated that Yi Jin had injured him, but had not mentioned that Yi Jin was challenging the Tower of Heaven. After all, Yi Jin was notoriously known as weak, possessing not only a mixed spiritual root, but also being a notorious idler, lacking any real skills that if he possessed such talent to conquer the first 2 layers of the sword tower in under 20 breaths, Kong Zhishin would have long since sent him to attempt it. Moreover, the only witness to Yi Jin entering the Tower of Heaven, Kong Wei, had already been carried back to the Kong family. His injuries far too severe, especially in his lower regions, which had nearly been obliterated by a single kick. Furthermore, he had sustained significant internal injuries. Everything would have to wait until the individual inside emerged. News of the Tower of Heaven quickly spread throughout Luzhou Prefecture. Naturally, the cultivators stationed in the prefecture for the sword sect received the news and swiftly relayed it back to the sect. The expression of the Grand Elder darkened ominously at that moment. The second elder, Gu Qingze, lay on a sickbed, barely clinging to life. Had it not been for the celestial being behind him, discovering Gu Qingze collapsed 50 li from Xianling Mountain and rescuing him. This second elder of the sword sect would have perished long ago. In truth, Gu Qingze had also orchestrated this himself. Since death was inevitable, he recklessly gambled, nearly ending his own life. Yet this had inadvertently earned him the trust of Situ Yun and the celestial being. Otherwise, had everyone else perished while Gu Qingze remained sprightly, even if he were gravely injured, it would have aroused suspicion. However, now that Gu Qingze was on the brink of death, even if the celestial being discovered the flames within him, he could explain their origin. Nevertheless, as Yi Jin had remarked, the celestial being had not detected that strand of flame filled with an aura of boundless destruction, which relieved Gu Qingze. After awakening the previous night, Gu Qingze had faithfully recounted Yi Jin's teachings to Situ Yun at this moment. Upon hearing that Yi Jin was allegedly challenging the Tower of Heaven and had cleared 2 layers in under 20 breaths, Situ Yun was eager to rush to Luzhou Prefecture himself and crush Yi Jin. Although the people of Luzhou Prefecture could not confirm whether the individual in the Tower of Heaven was truly Yi Jin, Situ Yun was certain that it was indeed him. Yi Jin's talent had already been validated on the day of the sect's founding ceremony, were it not for his monstrous swordsmanship talent. Even with a millennium of cultivation, he would never master sword intent. Should Yi Jin truly conquer the 9th layer of the Tower of Heaven and obtain the artifact to alter his spiritual root, Situ Yun could not help but feel a shiver of dread. While Yi Zhuxian had only ascended to the 7th layer, he had comprehended sword intent during the condensation realm, a talent Yi Zhuxian could not surpass. Suddenly, Situ Yun's lips curled into a sly smile. Bring Zhu Lai to me, at the Tower of Heaven in Luzhou Prefecture. 10 breaths later, the 4th layer of the sword tower illuminated. Another 10 breaths passed, and the 5th layer glowed. Soon followed the 6th and 7th layers. The onlookers outside were left in shock. Years prior, when Yi Zhuxian had traversed the 7th layer of the Tower of Heaven, it had taken him 3 full hours. Yet now, the individual within had reached the 7th layer of the sword tower in merely 60 breaths. Another 10 breaths elapsed, and the 8th layer of the sword tower lit up. The entire Luzhou city erupted in commotion. Countless cultivators mounted their swords, circling the 3 towers of heaven, eagerly awaiting to discover the identity of the individual inside, that I in the 8th layer of the sword tower. Yi Jin collected his rewards from the 7th layer, and placed his hand upon the stone tablet, that I in the trial space of talent. The familiar black-clad figure awaited him. The black figure spoke. Receive. Before the words were fully uttered, a massive sword shadow cleaved through the void, annihilating the black figure. However, this time, after the black figure was vanquished, Yi Jin's consciousness did not return to reality, that I in the next instant. The black figure reformed. Yi Jin's heart skipped a beat. Does killing him once not suffice? He then pointed his sword again, unleashing another sword shadow toward the black figure. The black figure looked at Yi Jin, his brow furrowing slightly. It seemed he wanted to say something, but he only managed to utter the word receive before turning to ash once more. Yet, the black figure reappeared again. Receive. Swish. Annihilated. Then, the black figure reemerged. You swish. Annihilated. Reappearing, the black figure said. You swish. Annihilated. Reappearing, the black figure pronounced. Listen. Swish. Annihilated again. Reappearing, the black figure declared. Swish. The black figure continued. Say, swish. The black figure concluded. Then swish. Yi Jin's brow furrowed and his expression soured. Truly difficult to kill. No wonder my father could not surpass this challenge back then. Persevering, if one attempt does not suffice, I shall slay him 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, until I completely eradicate him. Thus, after Yi Jin repeatedly struck down the black figure 99 times, it ceased to reappear. Yi Jin waited a moment longer, confirming that the black figure's presence was no more, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. This time, I must have passed, yet in the next moment, a voice resonated through the void, tinged with exasperation. Can you bloody let me finish speaking? Chapter 042. The 9th layer. Upon hearing this somewhat exasperated voice, Yi Jin scratched his head, stammering, You aren't dead? It was only at this moment that the black figure's form reappeared within the 8th layer of the trial space, that he regarded Yi Jin warily, and after confirming that the latter had no intention of attacking again, he sighed in relief, though his tone remained ungracious. Next, you must utilize your talent to develop a sword technique within this layer's trial space that if, within 3 hours, the sword technique you create reaches the lower tier of the profound rank, you will pass this layer. By the way, your father, Yi Zhuxian, took 3 hours to create a superior grade yellow rank sword technique, falling just short of passing this layer. As the words were exchanged. The figure cloaked in black gradually dissipated. Shortly thereafter, a sword-shaped stone tablet materialized at the heart of the talent trial space, identical to the one outside, soaring to a height of 10 zhang. Yet devoid of the myriad names inscribed upon it, that if Yi Jin could imprint his sword technique upon this stone tablet, it would signify that he had met the necessary standards. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin could not help but pause in surprise. The creation of a profound-level sword technique, if attempted in the outside world, was a task insurmountable for an ordinary cultivator. However, within this talent trial space, a cultivator's innate gifts would be fully unleashed, enabling them to shine in their fullest potential. Thus, crafting a sword technique of at least the inferior grade of the profound level was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Yi Jin recalled that in years past, Yi Zhanxian had developed a superior grade yellow-level sword technique here, which now served as the foundation for the seasonal sword cannon. Presently, the seasonal sword cannon had ascended to the intermediate level of the profound grade, becoming one of the primary sword techniques practiced by the inner disciples of the sword sect. The fact that Yi Zhanxian had not succeeded did not imply that Yi Jin was incapable. Ran, the youngest daughter of the Lord of Tianyue City, was a true prodigy of the immortal realm. That it was she who had proposed that Yi Jin challenge the Tower of Heaven, suggesting that in her eyes, Yi Jin's innate talents far surpassed those of Yi Zhanxian, that he would undoubtedly conquer the 9th level of the sword tower. However, how could one determine whether the sword technique he executed was an original creation or merely a borrowed style? Yi Jin could not help but murmur softly to himself. That no sooner had he spoken than the voice of the figure in black echoed. This is the land of talent trials. The sword technique you create will naturally be rooted in your innate gifts, manifesting your unique talents. Should you employ another sword technique, it would fail to resonate with your innate abilities, thus not unleashing the true power of your gifts. Of course, if you have previously crafted a sword technique of at least the inferior grade of the profound level, it would also suffice for you to pass this stage. That Yi Jin suddenly understood that a sword technique of his own design would naturally be the most suitable, allowing him to showcase his talents at their peak. Conversely, while another's technique might be formidable, it would invariably contain elements that did not align with his own abilities, preventing the true expression of his innate gifts. Yet, this predicament was non-existent for Yi Jin. The sword techniques he currently practiced, as well as the mind cultivation method known as the Taishu Yushinjing, had been refined during his tribulations and had long since achieved perfect harmony with his being. Innate sword technique. Yi Jin mused, stroking his chin. I indeed possess a form of innate sword technique. With that, he aligned his fingers and thrust forth, a crimson sword shadow stretching 10 zhang, instantly slicing through the void toward the nearby, sword-shaped stone tablet. First form of the extermination sword technique. Entrap immortals. With a thunderous roar, the stone tablet was cleaved in twain by this sword shadow. The sword shadow receded. The figure in black reappeared, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, with a single strike, you have severed the stone tablet. This sword technique must be at least of the immortal grade. How did you accomplish this? Though Yi Jin had previously shattered him into pieces with a mere sword strike, this stone tablet was designed to assess sword techniques, and ordinary attacks could leave no trace upon it. The higher the grade of the sword technique, the more profound the marks it would leave. Thus, to cleave it in half with a single blow indicated that it was at least an immortal grade sword technique. Yi Jin chuckled, offering no answer, instead inquiring, does this mean I have passed? The expression on the figure in black was no longer able to maintain its previous severity. He inhaled deeply and remarked, I never imagined such a monstrous talent would emerge from this humble Luzhou. You have passed the 8th level of the sword tower. Outside, amidst the astonished yet elated gazes of the crowd, the 9th level of the sword tower lit up. That he has passed. The person inside has actually succeeded in the 8th level of the sword tower. Luzhou has finally produced an extraordinary figure who has conquered the 8th level of the Tower of Heaven. There are 3 towers in the Tower of Heaven: the Tower of Immortals, the Tower of Tao, and the Tower of Swords. Aside from the Tower of Swords, the highest record for the other 2 towers was set at the 6th level, akin to the initial achievements of Zhu Lai. Certainly, for a tower with over 10,000 levels, reaching the 6th level hardly holds significance. However, within the resource-scarce Luzhou, a cultivator reaching the 6th level was already deemed extraordinarily gifted. On this day, witnessed by countless cultivators throughout the Luzhou prefecture, A cultivator from Luzhou had finally ascended to the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven. Upon reaching the 8th level, Yi Jin claimed his reward, a piece of immortal crystal. In a place as resource-deprived as Luzhou, the importance of such a crystal, formed from condensed immortal spiritual energy, surpassed that of even immortal artifacts. Yet, Yi Jin wore a look of disdain. He had no need for immortal crystals. Having seized 2 secret treasures from the ancient Lan immortal monarch, he had amassed an overwhelming surplus of immortal crystals. However, the treasures acquired from the preceding levels seemed of little use to him. Primarily consisting of pills for meridian condensing and body sculpting, or those for enhancing aptitude. Now that I have passed this level, I can proudly display my high-grade spiritual roots, he contemplated with that thought. Yi Jin placed his hand upon the stone tablet of the 9th level. The familiar figure in black reappeared. He gazed at Yi Jin, a smirk that seemed half mocking and half playful adorning his face. Yi Jin, do you believe that having arrived here, you are now the foremost individual in Luzhou and feel a sense of pride? Yi Jin nodded candidly. To cleave the stone tablet of the 8th level with a single sword strike is indeed a source of pride. The figure in black replied, how am I to respond to that? To forge an immortal-grade sword technique with the body of a Foundation establishment cultivator. How many can achieve this in the immortal realm? Aside from a few exceptional talents from the core regions, the figure in black, adhering to his usual practice of testing Yi Jin's temperament, momentarily overlooked the fact that this young man indeed possessed grounds for pride. The black-clad figure quickly regained his composure, coldly scoffing, pride. The first 9 levels of the Tower of Heaven are merely the basics. Beyond the 9th level lies the true testing ground for geniuses. Standing on this 9th level, you remain at the very bottom of the immortal realm, gazing at the sky from the depths of a well. Yi Jin regarded the figure in black, solemnly stating, so, what are the rules for this level? To create an earth-grade sword technique? Or shall I continue to vanquish you? The figure in black replied, defeat me using the sword technique you just created. Before he could finish, a crimson sword shadow descended upon him. First form of the extermination sword technique. Entrap immortals. With a single strike, the figure in black was once again reduced to ash. Unable to react in time, his strength was constrained by the rules of the Tower of Heaven, and the power he could exhibit at each level was predetermined that I end the first 9 levels of the Tower of Swords. Yi Jin's displayed talents left the figure in black with no chance of victory. As the scene shifted, Yi Jin found himself once more in the realm of reality. Before him lay the staircase leading to the next level. Without hesitation, he ascended to the 10th level of the Tower of Swords. Identical in layout to the previous 9 levels, before the sword-shaped stone tablet stood a table, upon which rested a small pill bottle. To his astonishment, it contained the Earth Origin Spirit-Infusing Pill. Yi Jin's eyes lit up. The Earth Origin Spirit-Infusing Pill could forge an Earth-grade spiritual root for a cultivator. Earth-grade spiritual roots were considered high-grade among cultivators. Many techniques or divine abilities, such as the Taishu sword cannon, required at least an Earth-grade spiritual root to cultivate. Now that Yi Jin had obtained the Earth Origin Spirit-Infusing Pill within the Tower of Heaven, he need no longer conceal his abilities and could confidently showcase his power. After acquiring the pill, he glanced at the sword-shaped stone tablet before him, feeling no attachment, and turned to leave. Continuing to challenge the Tower of Heaven? For Yi Jin, that was merely a waste of time, that he would rather seek out tribulation beasts amidst the heavenly tribulations for a good fight. The talent trial, as the name implies, was merely a place to test one's innate gifts. Lacking the capacity for cultivation, one cannot even consider themselves to have undergone true trials. Even within the 8th layer, where one could forge sword techniques using innate talent, departing from the realm of gifted trials leaves any developed sword technique as little more than theoretical musings. Merely residing in the mind, that Tio genuinely manifests such a sword technique. One must undergo countless rehearsals and practical applications in the corporeal world. That in his youth, Yi Jin ventured into the Tower of Heaven and conceived the embryonic form of a superior yellow-grade sword technique in the 8th layer. However, the true four-season sword cannon was only established after Yi Jin ascended to the position of the sword sect's leader, becoming the foremost powerhouse of Luzhou. Talent remains merely talent. It does not equate to strength that if innate abilities cannot be realized, they hold no value. The treasures Yi Jin acquired from the 1st to the 9th layers were intended to unlock his potential. Yet, aside from a high-grade heavenly fusion pill, The rest of those treasures bore little significance for him. Yi Jin not only possessed the dustless sword body and immortal spirit root, but also seized two secret treasures from the ancient immortal lord. He lacked for such trinkets. However, had a true cultivator with a mixed spirit root and ordinary physique traversed the first 9 layers of the Tower of Heaven and obtained numerous treasures, it would have been sufficient to transform their being and propel them to great heights. Meanwhile, within the void of the 10th layer's gifted trials, a man clad in white awaited with anticipation. Unlike the previous figure in black, his countenance bore a gentle smile, and his eyes shimmered with expectation that it was unexpected that such a prodigious talent could emerge from the barren and remote Luzhou. With merely the initial cultivation of the Foundation Establishment realm, he could forge an immortal-level sword technique. Once Yi Jin entered, I shall personally take him as my disciple. How curious. Why has he yet to step inside? At that moment, Yi Jin had already exited the Tower of Heaven. The instant he departed, he sensed a deluge of collective will from all beings converging from every direction, merging into the heavenly palace of 9 heavens. In that moment, Yi Jin felt a tremor throughout his body as his cultivation surged, achieving the peak of the late stage of the 2nd realm of red sky, only a step away from the 3rd realm. Closing his eyes, he carefully contemplated his current state. The collective will could aid in cultivation, but only facilitated breakthroughs within minor realms. Unable to transcend major ones, to ascend to the 3rd realm of red sky, one must cultivate independently or consume a fusion pill. Previously, Yi Jin advanced from the 1st to the 2nd realm of red sky through a high-grade Heavenly Foundation Establishment pill delivered by Ran. During his challenge through the 1st layer of the Tower of Heaven, he acquired a high-grade Heavenly Fusion pill that by consuming that fusion pill, his cultivation would immediately elevate him to the 3rd realm of red sky, which corresponds to the condensation realm and the path of cultivation. Yet should my cultivation reach the 3rd realm of red sky, each time I receive the collective will, I could choose to enhance my cultivation or integrate the will into the halo behind the divine statue, thereby exchanging it for heavenly divine abilities that Yi Jin's cultivation permitted him to trade for a heavenly divine ability only upon crossing a major realm. The previous summoning of Heavenly Tribulations and the Heavenly Mind-Reading Technique were divine abilities corresponding to the 1st and 2nd realms of red sky. Now, even with the collective will, it would not suffice to exchange for a single heavenly divine ability, even if he were to break through to the 3rd realm, standing before the Tower of Swords. Yi Jin pondered his cultivation realm. Outside, countless cultivators erupted in fervent discussion that it was indeed Yi Jin, the one who had traversed the Tower of Swords' 9th layer, etching his name into Luzhou's history. Truly the infamous Yi Jin. Is it not said he was a good-for-nothing wastrel? How has he suddenly become so formidable? Many stared in disbelief, their souls questioning the transformation before them. Yes, he was a wastrel, but who claimed he was without knowledge? The son of Luzhou's foremost powerhouse could not possibly be without learning. In my view, the past Yi Jin was merely playing the part of a fool, concealing his extraordinary talent while remaining low-key and patient. Now that Yi Zhixian is injured, he can no longer afford to be discreet. What do you mean by discreet? Yi Jin is a good-for-nothing wastrel? Isn't that the narrative perpetuated by the Sword Sect? Pray tell, who has witnessed Yi Jin oppressing cultivators like those other wastrels in the city? As the discussion continued among the surrounding cultivators, 3 figures suddenly descended before Yi Jin. The foremost among them regarded Yi Jin with a somber tone, inquiring, "Are you Yi Jin?" Yi Jin lifted his gaze, perplexed by the trio before him. All 3 were of the refinement realm, and their aura and attire bore resemblance to the previous figure, Kong Wei. Before Yi Jin could respond, they commanded, "Seize him." Instantly, the 3 cultivators from the Kong family struck simultaneously, conjuring rope-like artifacts to bind Yi Jin. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant snow-white sword light descended from the heavens, severing the ropes with ease. The expressions of the Kong family cultivators shifted dramatically. Who dares to obstruct the Kong family's affairs? In the next breath, a gleaming white sword descended, embedding itself mere inches before Yi Jin. A striking figure in a red dress floated down, landing gracefully on the sword's hilt. She appeared to be in her 20s, radiant and captivating, yet her peach blossom eyes now glinted with an icy demeanor. How dare the ants of the Kong family show disrespect to my sword sect's young master? As she uttered the word die, The sword beneath her erupted with a myriad of sword lights. The three Kong family cultivators barely had time to utter a word before they were obliterated, their remains scattering into a crimson mist. In the midst of the sanguine haze, the figure in red appeared even more enchanting. Sister, upon seeing the mesmerizing red dress, Yi Jin's eyes brightened instantly. Chapter 044. Qing Xiu Shui. I have a dream the surroundings fell into a profound silence, that no one had anticipated the red-dressed woman to be so decisive, swiftly eliminating the Kong family cultivators, prompting all to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Though the Kong family was merely a second-rate faction in Luzhou, they were still considered a dominant force within the city. Her raven hair billowed like clouds, and her skin was as fair as snow. She turned to Yi Jin, her smile illuminating her coldly beautiful face. Junior brother, well done. The iciness melted away, revealing a radiant glow. This woman was Qing Xiu Shui, the sole disciple of Yi Jin's mother, Jiang Qin, and the foremost practitioner among the younger generation of the sword sect. At merely 23, she had already transcended the refinement realm, reaching the void realm. Nonetheless, debates lingered within the sword sect regarding who among Qing Xiu Shui and Zhu Lai was the true prodigy of their generation. Qing Xiu Shui had never ventured through the Tower of Heaven to validate her prowess, while now, the two had become distinct. Zhu Lai remained the prodigy of youth, whereas Qing Xiu Shui had matured into a formidable force, capable of shouldering the sword sect's burdens and dominating her domain. Despite her advancement to the void realm, Qing Xiu Shui had not taken on the role of protector of the sword sect, choosing instead to remain a disciple. When Yi Zhixin's mother, Jiang Qin, departed from the sword sect, Yi Zhixin had intended for Qing Xiu Shui to assume leadership of Lingxiu Peak, but she had declined, willingly ceding it to Yi Jin in the wake of Yi Zhixin's grave injuries. The sword sect was thrown into disarray. Their interests scattered throughout Luzhou faced the scrutiny and suppression of other factions, placing them in a precarious position. Qing Xiu Shui emerged from the immortal spirit mountain, clad in crimson, swiftly restoring order. Her decisive actions and fierce demeanor earned her the moniker of the sword sect's demoness within a mere fortnight. Last night, as she was stationed at the Luzhou border, Qing Xiu Shui learned of Yi Jin's intent to challenge the Tower of Heaven and hastened to Luzhou City overnight. However, she had not anticipated that Yi Jin would truly conquer the ninth layer. She patted Yi Jin's shoulder, smiling. Let us head to the Sword Hall. The Sword Hall was the sword sect's largest establishment in Luzhou City. Attempt to flee? Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air. A swarm of cultivators arrived on flying swords from all directions, encircling the two. You two shall not leave after injuring our Kong family's young master and slaying our cultivators. Then, elder-clad in luxurious robes emerged from the crowd, exuding an aura that intertwined with the heavens. Unmistakably a pinnacle practitioner of the void realm, the Kong family cultivators surrounded them. Onlookers promptly retreated, wary of the Kong family's notorious arrogance within Luzhou City. Disregarding all but the ruling Yu family, Qing Xiu Shui's gaze turned cold. The Kong family truly did not know their own demise awaited them. As she spoke, the sword light, as pure as snow, coalesced in her hand, transforming into a white flying sword. Upon the blade's edge, the sword energy crystallized, resembling flurries of snowflakes. The exquisite flying sword of the heavenly tier, the listening snow pavilion, shared its origins with the listening rain pavilion of Yi Jin. Ever since descending the mountain, Qing Xiu Shui exhibited a decisive brutality, never showing mercy. Faced with enemies as ferocious as wolves, she understood that even a moment's hesitation could plunge her into an abyss of despair. Before Yi Jin ventured into the Tower of Heaven, Qing Xiu Shui had already arrived here, naturally witnessing the entire clash between Yi Jin and Kong Wei. How audacious for a mere young master of a second-rate family from Luzhou to allow the sword sect's young master to pass beneath him. However, Yi Jin's retaliatory kick brought Qing Xiu Shui considerable satisfaction. When the cultivators of the Kong family emerged once more to stir trouble, she manifested herself directly to enact vengeance. Although Qing Xiu Shui acknowledged that the three cultivators of the Kong family had previously been unable to subdue Yi Jin, her inaction would only suggest that Yi Jin lacked guardians. At that moment, a fierce killing intent gleamed in Qing Xiu Shui's eyes. Since the Kong family sought death, she would grant their wish. In an instant, the sword energies surged like snow, scattering flakes in the void, tainted by her crimson dress. creating an eerie spectacle. The elder of the Kong family flashed a cruel smile. Yi Xian is on the brink of death. And yet your sword sect dares to act so arrogantly. Bring them down. No. Kill them on the spot. In the next heartbeat, hundreds of cultivators from the Kong family united their auras, preparing to strike. Just then, a feminine voice rang out. Cease at once. This is Luzhou, not a place for your disturbance. A young girl clad in a pale yellow dress stepped forth from the crowd. Upon seeing her, the aura of the Kong family's cultivators instantly diminished. This yellow-dressed maiden was none other than Su Qingyue, the prized disciple of the Luzhou city lord. Yu Qinxiu that Su Qingyue harbored significant grievances against the Kong family. Previously, Kong Wei had relentlessly pursued her, nearly forcing her into marriage. Had she not been the disciple of the city lord, she might have truly fallen into his hands. What infuriated Su Qingyue the most was Kong Wei's claim that she was the reincarnation of his deceased wife. Now, she found the Kong family utterly repugnant. Behind Su Qingyue, countless city guards assembled, their gazes sharp and predatory. The elder of the Kong family, sensing the shift, hastily exclaimed, Miss Qingyue, these two have harmed my family's cultivators. I implore you to take charge. Su Qingyue replied with a cold smirk. The Kong family deserves their fate. The elder's expression darkened instantly, yet he dared not speak further, retreating in disgrace, that if the confrontation continued, this disciple of the city lord would undoubtedly take the opportunity to intervene against them. Su Qingyue glanced at Yi Jin, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Why did her master want her to approach that little scion? However, having just conquered the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven, he did possess certain merits for alliance. Could this be a test from her master? Yi Jin stroked his chin, pondering whether Yu Qinxiu intended to betroth his disciple Su Qingyue to him. He gently tugged at Qin Xiu Shui's sleeve and whispered, Sister, let us return to the sword hall. Qin Xiu Shui reined in her sharp demeanor, casting a glance at Su Qingyue before grinning at Yi Jin. That Miss Qingyue has been watching you intently. Could it be she harbors feelings for you? Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. This enchanting beauty is undoubtedly one of the most ideal candidates for a sister-in-law. She is worthy of entering the harem of my dear junior. Sister-in-law, harem, sister-in-law, harem. Ever since childhood, Qin Xiu Shui has harbored a dream, to construct a grand harem for her cherished junior brother, filling it with 1,000 or so sister-in-laws. Tio realized this ambition a year ago. Qin Xiu Shui stealthily infiltrated a notorious sect in Luzhou, the Huan sect, slaying the sect leader's son and stealing their treasured dual cultivation technique, the blissful dual cultivation secret manual, as a gift for Yi Jin. Yet, to her disappointment a year later, Yi Jin remained a novice. Yi Jin silently tucked away his mind-reading ability, lightly rubbing his forehead. Having such a sister-in-law brings immense pressure. Chapter 045, The Third Celestial Tribulation Envoy. The chaotic dark realm Shadow Qilin 045 Luzhou City, Northern District, Sword Hall. This is the largest sword workshop in Luzhou, the premier destination for cultivators seeking flying swords. Within the Sword Hall, swords of all tiers were available. From the unremarkable Qin Feng sword to the exquisite flying swords of the Heavenly tier. Naturally, there was only one Heavenly tier flying sword, the prized possession of the Sword Hall. This Sword Hall stands as the sword sect's most significant enterprise in Luzhou City, serving as one of its financial lifelines, generating profits exceeding 1 million high-grade spirit stones annually. Once, the Sword Hall was overseen by Gu Qingze, the second elder of the sword sect. However, following the incident involving Yi Xian, Gu Qingze returned to the sect to manage the overarching situation at this moment. Although the Sword Hall lacked a leader, it remained orderly. After arriving at the Sword Hall, Yi Jin paid little heed to his surroundings and headed straight for a quiet chamber to enter seclusion. Initially, Qin Xiu Shui had wished to discuss the sister-in-law matter with Yi Jin, but upon seeing his determination, she relented, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Her junior brother had matured, finally recognizing the importance of cultivation. Having just conquered the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven and acquired treasures to refine his spirit root and alter his constitution, now was indeed the time for him to focus on seclusion. That girl, it seemed, was Su Qingyue, the disciple of the city lord. Qin Xiu Shui touched her delicate chin, lamenting softly, "What a pity! Otherwise, I would surely have brought her back as a sister-in-law, possessing mind-reading abilities." Yi Jin was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in his sister's mind. Yet, he had no time to indulge in such trivialities. Within the quiet chamber, Yi Jin retrieved the Heavenly Tier Fusion Yuan Pill. At this moment, bolstered by the collective will of all beings, Yi Jin had reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, a mere step away from the next realm, the Core Formation stage. The Core Formation stage corresponded to the third realm of the Nine Heavens Indestructible Sutra, wherein Yi Jin could once again summon a Celestial Tribulation Envoy to why Yi Jin had long since chosen a candidate for the third Celestial Tribulation Envoy. Yes, the tribulation for the third Celestial Tribulation Envoy should have descended 2 days ago, yet it remained suppressed beneath Yi Jin's dominion as the master of the tribulation. Naturally, as long as Yi Jin had not advanced to the third realm of the Red Sky. The third Celestial Tribulation Envoy would remain unable to undergo their tribulation. Having finally found a suitable candidate for the Celestial Tribulation Envoy, he did not wish for them to escape from under his watchful eye. Now, possessing the ability to control the tribulation of demon spirits, Yi Jin held the authority to either advance or delay the tribulation for this individual. Thus, without further hesitation, Yi Jin swallowed the Heavenly Tier Fusion Yuan Pill. He obtained this Heavenly Tier Fusion Yuan Pill while challenging the first level of the Sword Tower because he ascended it at the Foundation Establishment stage. Had he approached the Tower of Heaven at the Qi Refinement stage, the reward for the first level would have been a Heavenly Tier Foundation Establishment Pill. Compared to the rewards from other levels, this Heavenly Tier Fusion Yuan Pill was the least valuable, but was precisely what Yi Jin needed at this moment. In an instant, the potent medicinal energy surged within him, transforming into a robust true essence that shattered his bottleneck, that Yi Jin's cultivation surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly reaching the Core Formation stage. The Core Formation stage is a realm dedicated to refining true essence. The true essence, now extraordinarily formidable, coursing through Yi Jin's veins, was not merely true essence, but a more refined and potent sword essence. With this breakthrough, his Nine Heavens Indestructible Sutra finally reached the third realm of the Red Sky. He advanced a step closer to the Orange Sky realm. Upon breaking through, Yi Jin immediately began to circulate the Tai Su Universe Sutra, consolidating his cultivation while immersing his consciousness within the statue of the celestial palace of the Nine Heavens Thunder Deity, merging with the Heavenly Tribulation that in a vast, unknown realm of darkness. Ominous clouds loomed overhead. Crimson lightning roared through the sky. Beneath the tribulation clouds, a shadowy figure lay prostrate on the ground. It was a black Qilin, approximately 3 feet in length, entirely shrouded in darkness, resembling a mere shadow. Before the black Qilin, a small table was set, upon which offerings were arranged in a fragrant incense burner. Damn it! My tribulation should have arrived long ago. Why is it still delayed, whether I die early or late? I must endure the lightning strike, that it's better to die early and be reborn. It's coming. Sensing the arrival of the Heavenly Tribulation, the black Qilin perked up, kneeling on its front legs and vociferously proclaiming, Disciple Mo Tingxiao humbly welcomes the Lord of the Heavenly Tao. Thank you, Lord, for taking time out of your busy schedule to strike me, that I implore you to strike fiercely, allowing your disciple to die peacefully, without pain. Then, Mo Tingxiao lifted his head, casting a fawning gaze towards the ominous clouds above. Yet in the next moment he stood frozen in disbelief. The dark, shadowy scales on his body suddenly bristled upright, and he leaped 3 feet into the air, exclaiming in astonishment, Mother, the Lord of the Heavenly Tao has truly arrived. In the skies above, a pair of crimson punitive eyes slowly opened, coldly and indifferently gazing down at Mo Tingxiao. This was the mutated super-divine beast of the Qilin clan, the chaotic dark realm Shadow Qilin. Yi Jin gazed downwards at the cowardly figure beneath him, momentarily rendered speechless. Since acquiring the authority to command the Heavenly Tribulation, it was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar sight. Preparing an offering table beneath the celestial calamity, he seemed to be fawning over the Tao of heaven. Did he truly believe that the tribulation would spare him from suffering merely due to his words? Such naivete! Yi Jin had no intention of allowing him to perish. This was a mutated divine beast, the Shadow Qilin of the chaotic dark realm, a creature of the same caliber as the eternal Inferno Phoenix. Both were equally unwelcome in this world, facing certain death beneath the tribulation. Yet, it remained a mystery what extraordinary talents this Shadow Qilin possessed. Yi Jin licked his lips, observing the pitiable Shadow Qilin below. and summoned a crimson bolt of lightning that struck downwards in an instant. The sky was interwoven with lightning, cascading like raindrops towards Mo Tingxiao below in Mo Tingxiao's dark, deep-set eyes. Bewilderment mingled with despair. The shadow Qilin of the chaotic dark realm had never been known to successfully transcend its tribulation. Mo Tingxiao did not consider himself a chosen one, nor did he expect mercy from the heavens. Thus, he simply resigned himself to waiting for death in this place. However, this was excessively cruel. With his discerning eye, Mo Tingxiao could tell that such lightning would not be enough to obliterate him. At worst, it would leave him charred yet tender. No, if the lightning were plentiful enough and lasted long enough, he could indeed be ground to dust by it. Was it possible that heaven had heard his pleas and sought to torment him deliberately? Despair flooded Mo Tingxiao's mind. Finally, after an indeterminate period had passed, the black shadow Qilin lay on the ground, emanating wisps of smoke, gasping for breath. The surrounding void was suffused with an enticing aroma, the scent of roasted meat. Yi Jin couldn't help but swallow hard, murmuring, "How fragrant! Even more so than the last time I roasted Feng Qinga." Just then, the little phoenix suddenly emerged from the tribulation clouds, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she spoke. "Young master, you call for me? Oh, how delightful! I didn't expect the third one to be so fragrant. May I go down to have a taste?" "Just one bite, just one." Yi Jin swiftly swatted her aside. Irritable, "Go away! Don't cause a ruckus, that if anyone is to taste it, it shall be me first." The appearance of the little phoenix was not surprising to Yi Jin. Whenever he underwent the heavenly tribulation, Feng Qinga and Jian Juxian often came to join in the excitement, assisting Yi Jin in searching for suitable tribulation messengers. This shadow Qilin of the chaotic dark realm had been discovered by Feng Qinga. While Yi Jin was busy with the tribulation, he had little time to seek out tribulation messengers amidst the vastness of the immortal realm, which was filled with countless beings. The immortal realm was boundless, and beyond it lay 3,000 great worlds, teeming with life. The number of beasts undergoing transformation tribulations was innumerable, making the search for an appropriate tribulation messenger akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The last time he found Jian Juxian was sheer luck. He had no patience to seek another. Consequently, Feng Qinga and Jian Juxian frequently joined him during his tribulations to help sift through potential candidates. Below, the sprawled Mo Tingxiao listened intently to the dialogue above, his mind consumed with those three words. Just one bite. Did heaven intend to roast him and consume him? Yi Jin rubbed his temples, and with a flick of his finger, a crimson bolt of lightning struck the center of Mo Tingxiao's forehead. Mo Tingxiao jolted upright, his ears and tail erect, scrambling to his feet, staring in disbelief at the eye of heavenly punishment hovering above. Third tribulation messenger, Mo Tingxiao, pays respects to the Tao of Heaven. May the Tao of Heaven enjoy boundless fortune like the eastern sea, longevity surpassing the southern mountain, eternal life, and abundant blessings. May you enjoy longevity and happiness, with longevity like the pine and crane, and may good fortune come in pairs. Yi Jin, slightly exasperated by the noise, hurriedly interrupted, "If you utter another word, I shall roast you and devour you." The little phoenix nodded vigorously. Drooling in agreement, Mo Tingxiao promptly sealed his lips, blinking his large, dark eyes with an innocent expression. Chapter 046. Taking action unsurprisingly, the statue of Mo Tingxiao appeared within the heavenly palace of 9 heavens, standing alongside the statues of Feng Qinga and Jian Juxian. This statue depicted a Qilin divine beast, entirely black as ink, adorned with a single horn, enveloped in a shroud of darkness that exuded an aura of boundless majesty, so unlike the cowardly demeanor Mo Tingxiao had displayed. Yi Jin naturally acquired the innate powers of the shadow Qilin of the chaotic dark realm, a divine beast of extraordinary caliber. Mo Tingxiao possessed inherited memories, which need not be mentioned here. Additionally, the shadow Qilin had 2 remarkable innate abilities that could be deemed extraordinary. The first was shadow transformation, allowing it to meld into shadows and traverse the realm of darkness. This was an exceptional tool for both assassination and evasion. When danger approached, it could transform into a shadow, hiding within another shadow, making it impossible for even divine consciousness to detect its presence. When striking from the shadows, it could launch a surprise attack, catching its target completely off guard. Of course, this was a natural ability of living beings. not a divine power, and thus had its limitations. Each transformation into a shadow could last no more than 10 breaths. Once the time was up, it had to revert to its original form before being able to transform again. For ordinary individuals, 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. However, for powerful cultivators, 10 breaths were sufficient to eliminate an opponent hundreds of times. Over Dem O Tingxiao's second extraordinary innate ability was the Dark Realm Domain, which had a diameter of 10 zhang and lasted only 2 breaths. Within this domain, any cultivator whose power did not exceed Mo Tingxiao's would have their 5 senses and consciousness completely stripped away for the duration. Within those 2 breaths, they would be unable to hear, see, or even perceive with their divine sense. However, the 10 zhang diameter was quite limited for cultivators, essentially making it a close-quarters combat scenario. Battles between powerful cultivators typically occurred at distances of dozens or even hundreds of zhang. Utilizing flying swords, magical treasures, and divine techniques to engage from afar. Yet, when combined with the shadow transformation, the 10 zhang Dark Realm Domain became utterly terrifying and nearly impossible to defend against. After thoroughly digesting the 2 extraordinary innate abilities of the Shadow Qilin, Yi Jin settled into a meditative posture in a quiet chamber. He stroked his chin, pondering for some time before finally speaking. Feng Qingge, both you and Mo Tingxiao are extraordinary mutated divine beasts. Yet he possesses 2 extraordinary innate abilities while you only have the eternal inferno divine fire. Why is that? Yi Jin deliberately overlooked the inherited memories, as they hardly counted as an innate ability. Every divine beast had them. The eternal inferno divine fire seemed of little use to Yi Jin. Apart from incinerating a couple of maidservants, he had no idea what to do with this so-called extraordinary divine fire. The remnant within Gu Qing's body had also been planted there by Feng Qingge. Feng Qingge, though feeling somewhat wronged, reluctantly replied, "Young master, my eternal inferno divine fire is far mightier than the 2 innate abilities of the third. The eternal inferno divine fire, when fully harnessed, could incinerate an entire great world, transforming it into an eternal purgatory." Beside her, Mo Tingxiao nodded vigorously. Within his inherited memories, he recalled a powerful eternal inferno phoenix that had unleashed the eternal inferno divine fire, burning an entire world into a purgatory. Of course, the fate of that eternal inferno phoenix had been quite tragic. Before it could transcend its transformation tribulation, it was struck down by heavenly punishment. Yi Jin, being a sword cultivator, had never practiced any fire-related divine techniques, so the eternal inferno divine fire had not demonstrated its full potential in his hands. However, that did not imply that this extraordinary divine fire lacked power. Yi Jin stroked his chin, deep in thought. In the secret repository of Immortal Lord Gulan, there are texts on alchemy and artifact forging. Should I take some time to learn alchemy and forging? Upon further exploration of the little phoenix's inherited memories, he discovered that the eternal inferno divine fire not only possessed immense offensive power, but was also highly coveted by the top alchemists and artifact forgers in the immortal realm. To leave it untapped would be an utter waste. Yi Jin could certainly attempt to learn alchemy and forging. After merging with the Heavenly Tribulation, no technique or secret in the immortal realm held any secrets for him. Learning the methods of alchemy and forging was naturally within his grasp. Thus, I could venture into the Tower of Tao once more. The 3 towering spires, the Tower of Immortals, the Tower of Tao, and the Tower of Swords. After conquering the 9th level of the Tower of Swords, Yi Jin had made a significant mark, acquiring a vast amount of collective willpower and propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 2nd realm of Qi Shao. If he were to challenge the Tower of Tao again, it would undoubtedly generate another immense wave of attention. Moreover, as the heir of the sword sect, how could Yi Jin not know how to forge swords? At present, Yi Jin's cultivation was at the early stage of the 3rd realm of Qi Shao, and the remaining collective willpower was insufficient to obtain the divine powers of this realm from the heavenly palace of 9 heavens. Let us proceed to the Tower of Tao. Contemplating this, Yi Jin felt an overwhelming sense of impatience. However, upon exiting the tranquil chamber, he quickly realized something was amiss. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any presence. An indistinct yet palpable pressure pervaded the air. In an instant, Yi Jin grasped the gravity of the situation. Someone had come to kill. With this thought, he unsheathed his sword, Zhu Xian, and made his way toward the main hall. The little phoenix and the shadow Qilin, eager to follow, were abruptly halted by Yi Jin's telepathic command. Remain here and do not move. Follow my orders. The two formidable celestial tribulation envoys immediately halted their advance and concealed themselves in the shadows. At that moment, the entire sword hall was encircled. Thousands of cultivators, led by 5 formidable harmonization realm experts, surrounded the sword hall, completely. It was not only the Kong family. Other factions within the capital were also taking action. In contrast, the sword hall's forces were significantly weaker. Qing Xiu Shui stood alone, wielding the top-tier heavenly sword, Ting Shui Ting, against thousands of cultivators, clad in a striking red gown that danced with the wind. Her black hair flowed like a cloud, and her graceful figure stood tall, resembling a blood-stained sword, that a chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from her exquisite features. The remaining disciples of the sword sect wished to step forward, but were all protected behind her. Among the crowd, Kong Wei gazed at the stunning woman in the red gown and could not help but swallow hard, exclaiming, "It must be her. The woman in red is undoubtedly the reincarnation of my wife. I have finally found you at long last." Kong Wei attempted to move closer, but was abruptly pulled back by Kong Ming, an elder of the Kong family. Unlike others, Kong Ming was acutely aware of the true nature of the woman before them. Qing Xiu Shui, the sword sex enchantress, was the sole disciple of Jiang Qin, the previous master of Ling Xiu Peak. Her ruthless prowess had claimed the lives of countless Void Realm experts at this moment. Ting Shui Ting was still dripping with blood. Should Kong Wei dare approach, he would surely be struck down by her sword. A middle-aged man clad in a red long robe, having reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, soared through the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon Qing Xiu Shui, that he bellowed, "Qing Xiu Shui, in recent days, you have committed heinous acts in Luzhou," killing although he already had a very clear answer in his mind. He couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Yi Jin replied with certainty, "It's the immortal crystal." After a brief pause, he added, "It's the reward I received for conquering the 8th level of the Tower of Heaven." Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by a collective understanding that it was well known that one could obtain immortal crystals by challenging the Tower of Heaven, as stated in its rules. However, no one had anticipated that it would be such a substantial piece of immortal crystal. The young master has grown up and achieved greatness. Who would dare to label our sword sex young master as a worthless dandy now? A dandy who knows nothing would never have made it through the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven. Nor would he have earned such a magnificent immortal crystal as a reward. Many cultivators present couldn't help but feel tears welling up in their eyes, that in truth, the immortal crystal Yi Jin obtained upon conquering the 8th level was no larger than a thumb. Dwarfed by this massive piece, which was naturally retrieved from the secret hoard of the ancient Lan immortal monarch. After all, in the entire Lu prefecture, only Yi Jin had managed to conquer the 8th level of the Tower of Heaven. If he claimed this was the reward from the tower, then it was indeed so that if anyone disagreed, they could attempt the tower themselves. Qing Xiu Shui, with her strength, was naturally unable to activate the power of the high-grade heavenly array. However, with the assistance of the immortal crystal, everything became much easier. The essence of the immortal spirit is the most fundamental power of the immortal realm. As long as there is sufficient immortal spirit essence, any formation can be activated. Immortal crystals are treasures formed from the condensation of this essence, that in the bounteous lands of the immortal realm. Many intricate formations can operate autonomously as long as there are enough immortal crystals, without the need for cultivators or immortals to preside over them. Of course, while the protective formation of the Sword Hall is classified as a high-grade heavenly array, its quality is still insufficient, necessitating the direct involvement of cultivators. Qing Xiu Shui took the immortal crystal without further ado. Her figure flashed, and she moved to the foundation of the protective formation to personally oversee its operation. In an instant, the once precariously trembling defensive formation radiated with brilliant light, forming a thick barrier that repelled the attacks of the external cultivators. In that moment, the atmosphere within the Sword Hall became significantly more relaxed. However, even with the release of the defensive formation's power, no one dared to let their guard down. The endurance of a high-grade heavenly array has its limits. The 5 great families are backed by immortals, and should an immortal intervene, they could easily breach the formation in an instant. Yi Jin avoided the crowd and returned alone to the previously tranquil chamber in the city. There is an immortal who ascended approximately 30 years ago. Do you three have confidence in eliminating him? Yi Jin asked his three Great Tribulation envoys with a serious expression that Mo Tingxiao, upon hearing this, quickly responded, an immortal who ascended 30 years ago. He is merely the most inferior Earth immortal. Young master, rest assured, I will ensure he dies a most excruciating death, regretting his existence in the immortal realm. Jian Juxian added, though my cultivation is merely at the peak of the harmonized path. I possess the body of the immortal sword, that a mere earth immortal shall be sliced to pieces and presented to the young master. Feng Qinga then cautiously inquired, young master, how well done do you want the immortal roasted? Yi Jin rubbed his temples, not well done. I want it charred. He then realized this question was somewhat redundant. Each of these three tribulation envoys was a prodigy in their own right, that if the celestial being from within the sword sect posed any threat, they might have hesitated, but a mere earth immortal, who had only ascended 30 years prior, was hardly a match for them. After a moment, Yi Jin added, make a bit more noise. Yes, the three Great Tribulation envoys' eyes lit up, and they promptly vanished from their positions. Although the sword hall was shrouded in formations, a high-grade heavenly array would not act against itself. Such formations can be both offensive and defensive, capable of repelling intruders while allowing for attacks to be launched. If not for the current weakened state of the sword hall's power, and the overwhelming number of external cultivators, along with the presence of 5 peak harmonized path experts, Qin Xiushui's nature would have compelled her to lead a charge and unleash a massacre. After leaving the sword hall, the three Great Tribulation envoys swiftly located the sole immortal presence within the city. Fortunately, there was only one immortal in the city at that moment. Otherwise, given Yi Jin's recklessness and the Tribulation envoys' ruthless style, they might have inadvertently targeted the wrong individual at that moment. Within the inner hall of the Kong family, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor looked at the pale-faced Yu Qinxiu and smiled. Qinxiu, you have done quite well over these past 30 years. That Yu Qinxiu felt as though he had swallowed a fly. During his time at the Sword Sect, he had intended to win over Yi Jin at Lingxiu Peak, only to be summoned by the Sword Sect's Grand Elder for a night of tea drinking, followed by an invitation from a celestial being for another half-day of tea. After finally extricating himself, Yu Qinxiu was still unaware of the current situation when he was invited by Xiao Rui to the Kong family for yet more tea this moment. Yu Qinxiu gazed at the tea in front of him and felt a wave of nausea. Xiao Rui, the former lord of Lu Prefecture, continued to serve in the immortal court even after stepping down and was Yu Qinxiu's immediate superior. Noticing Yu Qinxiu's expression, Xiao Rui chuckled. Qinxiu, I know what you were thinking. But the waters of the sword sect run deep. Not only you, but even the person behind you lacks the qualifications to intervene. Before Xiao Rui could finish his statement, a streak of azure sword light, akin to a wave, suddenly descended from the sky, aimed directly at his body. Oh! Startled, Xiao Rui's body shone with a golden radiance, just managing to shield himself from the incoming wave-like sword light. That it was a golden protective armor. However, at that moment, the armor, which was of considerable quality, began to show signs of severe cracking. The tremendous force sent Yu Qinxiu, who was in close proximity, flying. The inner hall of the Kong family transformed into ruins. Xiao Rui's face turned ashen as he hurriedly retrieved a crimson gourd from his storage ring. Yet, as soon as the gourd appeared in his hand, the shadow beneath him suddenly stirred at a dark figure. Wielding a pair of immortal great hammers, burst forth from the shadow. With a powerful downward strike, the hammers collided heavily with Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui opened his mouth, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as the already cracked protective armor shattered into pieces. In the next moment, a black-red flame ignited from an unknown source, engulfing the entire inner hall of the Kong family in a sea of fire. Seeing this, Mo Tingxiao, clutching the immortal great hammers he had retrieved from the immortal monarch's secret hoard, fled in disarray while simultaneously transmitting a message in anger. Crazy bird, what are you doing? Feng Qinga, still in the form of the Qi Ling sparrow, replied matter-of-factly, when causing a stir, one must naturally set fire to it. The young master has stated that the bigger the commotion, the better. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Kong family, who were surrounding the sword hall, suddenly changed their expressions. Head of the family, it's bad. The residence is on fire. Chapter 048. The Kong family ascends. Kong Hao glanced toward the direction of the Kong family estate. The estate was not far from the sword hall, and he could clearly see that the Kong family residence was shrouded in thick smoke, with flames flickering ominously. However, Kong Hao remained unfazed, confidently declaring, "Do not worry. Lord Xiao Rue is a guest at our residence. Nothing will go awry." Xiao Rue, after all, was an immortal, and this was the source of Kong Hao's confidence. He then flipped his hand, revealing a flying sword that shimmered with a jade-like glow, hovering in his palm. Around him, the other four family heads gazed at the jade sword with deep envy. An immortal sword. Although it was merely the lowest-grade 9th-tier immortal sword, it was still an immortal sword, and entering the realm of the immortal was fundamentally different. This was a gift bestowed upon Kong Hao by Xiao Rue before their journey. Who would have thought that the cultivators within the sword hall could still unleash the power of a high-grade heavenly array? Yet, so what? How many strikes do you think a mere heavenly array can withstand against me? Kong Hao said with confidence that I end the next moment. His true essence surged wildly into the jade-colored immortal sword in his hand. With a resounding hum, a sword light extending 100 feet cleaved through the air, descending towards the defensive array below. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the high-grade heavenly array trembled violently, and cracks began to form upon its foundation. Qing Xiushui, who was exerting all her efforts to maintain the array, turned pale. Yet at that same moment, the head-sized immortal crystal erupted with a brilliant white light, seemingly merging another formation into the trembling high-grade heavenly array with incredible speed that in an instant, the cracks on the array's foundation vanished, and the entire formation stabilized. What is happening? Qing Xiushui stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. This the immortal crystal. The immortal crystal she had received as a reward when she conquered the 8th level of the Tower of Heaven was nothing like this. Qing Xiushui had indeed conquered the Tower of Heaven and had even surpassed the 9th level. However, she had done so in the Yun Prefecture, a land abundant with immortals. There, many cultivators had reached the heights of the tower, even those who had surpassed the 90th level. Could it be that the rewards differ based on the tower? In Lu Prefecture, no one had ever conquered the 8th level of the Tower of Heaven. So what of the immortal crystal? I cannot believe it. My junior brother must have unearthed the celestial treasures left behind by some immortal. As expected of my junior brother. I shall find a sister-in-law to reward him. Qing Xiushui smiled with her eyes narrowed, completely at ease. Within this celestial crystal, the size of a human head, was inscribed a grand celestial array. Just moments ago, the protective array of the sword hall had been violently shaken by an attack from an immortal sword, triggering the celestial array within the crystal. Now, this celestial formation had taken control of the original array and was operating autonomously. If Qing Xiushui still believed that this crystal was merely a reward for conquering the celestial tower, she would be truly foolish. As for Yi Jin, the origins of the items he possessed were rather troublesome to explain. Most importantly, the owners of these treasures were right under their noses. Yi Jin intended to resolve the issues with the Grand Elder and Zhu Lai thoroughly, and only after stabilizing the sword sect would he gradually reveal them. However, the current situation was too urgent for him to concern himself with such matters. Meanwhile, after dispatching 3 formidable celestial tribulation envoys to assassinate the immortal, Yi Jin had also arrived here. Hearing Qing Xiushui's muttering, he couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Qing Xiushui glanced at Yi Jin and, grinning, asked, "Junior brother, you must have excavated some immortal's treasures, right?" Yi Jin cleared his throat and replied, "Senior sister, you must keep this matter confidential. That immortal is right within our sword sect." Qing Xiushui's expression shifted, her gaze suddenly turning sharp. "Who is it?" Yi Jin responded, "Zhu Lai. He has undergone a rebirth through possession." Yi Jin had never intended to conceal the matter regarding Zhu Lai. However, in the current sword sect, those who could speak of this were mostly reassigned by Situ Yun, including Qing Xiushui and the 3 true disciples of Yi Zhixian. Qing Xiushui narrowed her eyes, studying Yi Jin, and inquired, "Are you certain it is Zhu Lai?" Yi Jin nodded, saying nothing further. Qing Xiushui nodded slightly, but suddenly seemed to realize something. Asking cautiously, "Junior brother, are you still wearing the jade pendant left to you by our master?" Yi Jin chuckled, reaching into his clothing to produce a circular, crimson jade pendant, shaking it before Qing Xiushui with a smile. "Rest assured, senior sister, the soul jade my mother left me has always been worn. With the soul jade's protection, no one could possess him." Only then did Qing Xiushui exhale in relief, though she coughed awkwardly. Having watched Eugene grow up, she naturally knew him well. Seeing someone who had been a cripple for over a decade suddenly become a peerless genius, any normal person would harbor suspicions. Perhaps he had encountered some extraordinary fortune. This was self-evident, and Qingxiu Shui was not one to pry too deeply. However, there was another possibility that in the celestial realm, there were numerous cases of ancient monsters seizing bodies and achieving rebirth. Thus, the existence of soul jades. The younger generations of major forces in the celestial realm all donned soul jades. The sole function of the soul jade was to protect the younger generation from being possessed by some indestructible ancient monsters. Originally, Yi Jin did not recognize the soul jade as he had always worn it since it was left by his mother. But now, having merged with the memories of two divine beasts, he naturally recognized the soul jade that in a small place like Luzhou, no one would use soul jades to protect their descendants. Their value was comparable to high-grade celestial artifacts. Outside the sword hall, Kong Hao was exhausted after swinging his immortal sword and striking the array before him with over a dozen blows. Initially, the defensive array could be shaken by the immortal sword, but gradually it became as immovable as a mountain. For someone like Kong Hao, a cultivator at the harmonization realm, wielding the immortal sword consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded from afar, shaking the very ground beneath them. Then, a terrified voice erupted from a cultivator of the Kong family. Master, it's bad. Our family estate has ascended to the heavens. The family estate has ascended to the heavens. What nonsense is this? Kong Hao was momentarily taken aback as he glanced in the direction indicated by the Kong family cultivator. Just a single glance left him dumbfounded. Before him stood a magnificent estate, akin to a palace, seemingly propelled by powerful forces, bouncing in midair. Vaguely, he could see four figures engaged in fierce combat within that massive estate. The reason the estate appeared to dance in the sky was clearly due to the shockwaves generated by the battle of those four strong beings. That, of course, the primary reason was that someone had declared an intention to create a commotion. Thus, the three loyal celestial tribulation envoys resolutely carried out that person's orders, sending the entire estate soaring into the sky. The little phoenix intended to set the place ablaze, but was met with strong opposition from Jianzhu Xian and Mo Tingxiao. The eternal inferno was far too formidable. Even they, as celestial tribulation envoys, found it hard to endure. The Kong family estate was one of the most prominent structures within Luzhou's capital, covering over 50 miles, with towering buildings resembling a city within a city. Now, having been blasted into the sky, the sight was nothing short of spectacular. That, of course, the estate was protected by formations, which allowed it to avoid immediate disintegration despite being launched into the air. Originally, the cultivators within the city were focused on the battle at the Sword Gate when they suddenly witnessed the Kong family ascending to the heavens, especially the cultivators of the Kong family, who began to question their very existence. Retreat! Protect the family! Kong Hao felt as if his head would explode. He had thought their family was secure with Xiao Rue in command. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Without hesitation, he commanded his immortal sword and rushed towards the massive estate that was dancing in the sky. In an instant, the previously orderly coalition of the five great families descended into chaos. Within the sword hall, seeing this, Qingxiu Shui couldn't help but sneer. Want to flee? Kill! Grasping the Ting Shui pavilion, she charged out of the sword hall in an instant. The other cultivators within the hall, witnessing this, excitedly shouted and followed Qingxiu Shui into the fray. Just as Yi Jin retrieved a set of shimmering crimson female celestial armor from his storage ring, intending to present it to Qingxiu Shui, he was taken aback to see his senior sister already soaring out on her sword light. He couldn't help but smile wryly that he had come here to deliver the armor to Qingxiu Shui. He had been contemplating how to explain its origins, but unexpectedly, she had directly provided him with an excuse by unearthing an immortal's treasures. It was indeed a rather good excuse. Yet just as he had found a suitable pretext, his senior sister had dashed off. Yi Jin sighed ruefully, ascended on the Ting Yu pavilion, and pursued her. Then, a powerful yet exceptionally gentle force met him head-on, sending Yi Jin crashing back. Stay put and don't go anywhere. The voice of Qingxiu Shui echoed in Yi Jin's ears. She had certainly seen the celestial armor in Yi Jin's hands. However, refining the celestial armor required time. Thus, Qingxiu Shui, wielding the top-grade flying sword Ting Yu pavilion, charged directly towards the cultivators of the 5 great families. This time, Qingqiu Shui had to retaliate. Otherwise, it would give the impression that the sword sect was cowardly, that if the sword sect showed even a hint of weakness, they would be devoured without leaving a bone behind. At the very least, those from the lineage of the sect leader would not meet a good end. The cultivators of the 5 great families. Initially witnessing the Kong family estate ascend to the heavens and seeing the earth immortal Xiao Rui besieged by 3 formidable adversaries in a desperate situation, were thrown into disarray. Just then, as Qingqiu Shui led the charge, they suffered heavy casualties. Chaos engulfed a significant portion of the capital. The Celestial Realm had never been a place of peace, although fighting was expressly forbidden in the capital. A place like Luzhou was merely a frontier governed by the Celestial Court, where management was lax. Once conflict arose, who would care about such rules? Moreover, those rigid regulations had always been used to restrain the weak. This time, the 5 great families had united to besiege the Sword Hall, acting under the orders of the previous estate master Xiao Rui, and thus cared little for these trivialities, as for the Sword Hall. With the enemy at their doorstep, they would naturally not sit idly by. Ye Jin rubbed his forehead and then communicated with the 3 Celestial Tribulation envoys. Quickly resolve this, and protect my senior sister. Don T let her get hurt. With a resounding roar, as Yi Jin's voice faded, Xiao Rui's body, along with the residents of the Kong family, was forcefully hurled back to the ground. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted instantaneously. Enveloping the sky, the entire Luzhou city trembled violently, as if the very earth itself had been shaken. Were it not for the grand formations safeguarding the city, this singular blow would have been sufficient to raise a significant portion of the city to the ground. In the air above, Yi Jin's 3 formidable Heavenly Tribulation envoys had already transformed into human forms. Feng Qingge manifested as a maiden clad in a crimson gown, her beauty unparalleled, her figure graceful. Enveloped in black flames, reminiscent of a celestial being amidst fire. The Sword of Extermination, a young man in azure robes with white hair, bore an expression of profound weariness, radiating an aura of lethal sword energy, akin to a transcendent sword of legend. Lastly, Mo Tingxiao was shrouded in an enigmatic layer of darkness, his visage obscured, exuding an air of profound mystery and power. The presence of these 3 Heavenly Tribulation envoys was as vast as the ocean. And under the enhancement of the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace, they appeared overwhelmingly formidable. Even Xiao Rui, being a terrestrial immortal, could not discern their true nature at that moment. Despair etched across Xiao Rui's face. He bellowed at the 3 figures hovering above. You 3 possess an audacity unmatched, daring to lay hands on me. Do you have any inkling of who I am? Enough of this noise. The Sword of Extermination replied with a frigid demeanor, his body leaping forth like a sword unsheathed, trailing myriad sword lights as he charged toward Xiao Rui. A flicker of despair crossed Xiao Rui's eyes. Feng Qingge and Mo Tingxiao exchanged furtive glances toward Qingqiu Shui, who, wielding her sword, dashed through the throngs like a specter, unfazed by the chaos surrounding her. Feng Qingge could not help but murmur softly. The young master's senior sister is formidable. Her style of combat is beyond what the cultivators of Luzhou can withstand. Yet, the 2 remained hidden, covertly safeguarding Qingqiu Shui from unforeseen dangers. Seeing this, Kong Hao, armed with a celestial sword and intent on rushing to assist, was taken aback and urgently shouted, "Cultivators of the Kong family, retreat." As he spoke, he swiftly approached his son Kong Wei, seizing his collar and dragging him towards the city's outskirts. The Kong family is finished. The 3 individuals before them were evidently exalted immortals, and to face 3 at once was insurmountable. Over the years, the Kong family had relied on Xiao Rui's might to assert dominance within the city, even disregarding the current Lord Yu Qinxiu. Now that Xiao Rui had fallen, even if those 3 immortals bore them no ill will, other forces within Luzhou would surely not spare the Kong family. Kong Wei, held aloft by Kong Hao, persistently glanced back, first at Qingqiu Shui, then at Feng Qingge, exclaiming, "Father, I have finally found the reincarnation of my wife. Those 2 women, they are both." Kong Wei pointed decisively towards Qingqiu Shui and Feng Qingge. "They are both the reincarnation of my wife." Kong Hao retorted, "How many times must this happen? Every time you encounter a beautiful maiden, you declare her to be your wife's reincarnation. Is this not the 18th concubine you have taken for such foolish claims? Were it any other time, Kong Hao might have indulged his son's whimsicality. However, the identities of those two were no trifling matter. One was the notorious sword sex enchantress Qin Shui, a harbinger of death, while the other could vanquish Xiao Rui with ease. Could they genuinely be your wife's reincarnation? By the time your wife was born, they had already ascended to immortality. Yet at that moment, Kong Hao could not afford to chastise his son. His sword light radiated 100 feet in length as he charged directly towards the city gates of Luzhou. With Xiao Rui vanquished and father and son Kong fleeing, the remaining cultivators of the 5 prominent families began to scatter in every direction. The once grand spectacle of battle had finally drawn to a close. Qin Shui glanced towards the side, her eyes suddenly brightening upon seeing Feng Qingge, who was also donned in a crimson gown. Ah, is that not the ideal sister-in-law I envisioned? She mused, eager to approach Feng Qingge. Meanwhile, as Feng Qingge, the sword of extermination, and Mo Tingxiao vanished like 3 streaks of light the moment the cultivators from the 5 families retreated. Qin Shui was left with a sense of regret. Her anticipated sister-in-law had slipped away, just like that in the ruins of the Kong family residence. The terrestrial immortal Xiao Rui had been utterly obliterated by the sword of extermination. Dead beyond resurrection, Yu Qinxiu lay sprawled nearby, staring blankly at the scene before him. The recent battle had unfolded like a tempest, arriving suddenly and concluding just as swiftly. Even at this moment, Yu Qinxiu's mind remained in disarray. He could scarcely comprehend the events that transpired. Xiao Rui was gone, I merely came for a cup of tea. Yu Qinxiu shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Earlier, as the entire residence was sent soaring into the heavens, he and the others had not sustained significant injuries. All attacks had been directed solely at Xiao Rui, who had not been afforded a single moment to retaliate. Were it not for Yi Jin's instructions to the 3 Heavenly Tribulation envoys to amplify the commotion, Xiao Rui would have been quietly eliminated without raising any alarm. As a celestial official of the Heavenly Court and a terrestrial immortal, Xiao Rui's demise in the public eye of Luzhou would undoubtedly stir a tempest. Furthermore, before his death, Xiao Rui had been covertly manipulating the 5 prominent families to instigate trouble for the sword sect, which could not help but raise suspicions. What Yi Jin desired was precisely this outcome. Now, the entire sword sect lay under the control of the Grand Elder, who was supported by a heavenly immortal to extricate himself and ensure his safety. Yi Jin had to stir the waters, drawing more attention to this incident. Presently, outsiders remained unaware that the legendary sword Immortal's legacy resided within the sword sect, with many only harboring suspicions. Thus, the Grand Elder only needed to focus on dealing with Yi Zhaoxian. However, Yi Jin's audacious maneuvering would undoubtedly intensify the doubts of those who merely speculated, prompting a continuous influx of inquiries. Chapter 050. The Xian Yuan sect equals the White Bone Alliance. The more chaotic the situation became, the harder it was to control. Yet the current situation lay firmly in the hands of the Grand Elder and the Heavenly Immortal, leaving them to bear the brunt of the headache. The assault on the Sword Hall by the 5 prominent families was not a significant concern. Yet the sword sect faced internal strife and external threats, with its interests scattered across Luzhou under varying degrees of attack. As the largest sword workshop within Luzhou, the Sword Hall harbored numerous resources of the sword sect, naturally making it a target of covetous eyes. However, the unexpected revelation that the former Lord of Luzhou, Xiao Rui, was behind the 5 families' assault on the Sword Hall piqued curiosity. Indeed, shortly after Xiao Rui's demise, numerous unfamiliar yet powerful presences began to appear within Luzhou. Within the Sword Hall, as Qin Shui returned, Yi Jin discreetly passed her the celestial armor. Qin Shui regarded Yi Jin with a penetrating gaze before silently inquiring, "Those 3 who killed Xiao Rui, they're your guardians, are they not?" Yi Jin nodded, not denying it. Qin Shui patted Yi Jin's shoulder, offering no further comments, and proceeded to seclude herself with the celestial armor. Observing that his senior sister did not pursue the matter further, Yi Jin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the events surrounding him were far too extraordinary to elucidate clearly as the master of Heavenly Tribulations. Yi Jin commanded the 3 Heavenly Tribulation envoys, a fact he found impossible to articulate. Just then, a cultivator from the Sword Hall approached respectfully. "Young master, the Lord of Luzhou has arrived." this moment. The cultivators of the sword sect regarded Yi Jin as a savior, although the cause of the five families' defeat was the three mysterious powerhouses who had slain Xiao Rui and obliterated the Kong family residence. Had it not been for the celestial crystals provided by Yi Jin, the Sword Hall's protective formation would have inevitably been breached, resulting in grave casualties among its cultivators. Earlier, when Yi Jin had produced the celestial crystal, he had already garnered a wave of collective willpower, albeit in limited quantity given the small number of cultivators within the Sword Hall. Now, upon hearing of Yu Qinqiu's arrival, Yi Jin pondered briefly before instructing. "Serve tea, the finest tea?" "Yes, let Ming Xian attend to him." With that, Yi Jin left the Sword Hall without looking back. Ming Xian, the burly man with a thick beard, was the vice-master of the Sword Hall. In the Sword Hall's reception area, Yu Qinqiu gazed at the robust figure before him and the steaming teacup. Lost in thought, he truly had no desire to drink tea. Fortunately, he had prepared contingencies. Instructing Qin Ruo to wait outside for that young man. Is it truly so difficult for the lord of this manor to meet someone? Within the city of the tranquility has been restored. The cultivators continue their pursuits as usual. The five great families have besieged the sword sect. The previous city lord has perished. Although this is indeed a significant event, death is a commonplace occurrence in the immortal realm, and calamities abound daily. Within and throughout the entire Lu prefecture, numerous conflicts arise intermittently, and the cultivators have long since grown accustomed to Yi Jin, grasping a rusted blue sword, had just exited the sword hall when a group approached him. At the forefront was a young maiden clad in a delicate yellow dress, her countenance charming and youthful. She was Su Qinruo, the cherished disciple of Yu Qinqiu. Su Qinruo glanced at Yi Jin, her expression one of genuine regret as she spoke. "Young Master Yi, I was compelled by circumstances earlier and refrained from intervening, that I hope you can forgive me." Her words, seemingly disjointed, were laden with an unmistakable intent to forge an alliance. The cultivators behind her were none other than the city guards of that if her master wished to court Yi Jin, why not do so herself? Did she truly think her master intended for her to sacrifice her charm? Yet Yi Jin, having conquered the 9th level of the Celestial Tower, was indeed a striking figure. So perhaps it was not a sacrifice after all. Observing Su Qinruo's earnest demeanor, Yi Jin replied, "Your intentions are more than sufficient. Young lady, that if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he began to walk towards the direction of the Celestial Tower. Su Qinruo, on a mission, hastily blocked his path and said, "Young Master Yi, please wait. My purpose in seeking you is of great importance." Fortunately, she had come with a large contingent of the White Bone Alliance's celestial thieves that morning. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for her to converse with him. Yi Jin, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Miss Su, if this pertains to those celestial thieves from the White Bone Alliance, there is no need for concern. It is but a trifling matter." Seeing him attempt to leave, Su Qinruo smiled and said, "Those thieves from the White Bone Alliance claim to be cultivators of the Xianyuan sect. That don't you wish to seize the opportunity to eradicate the Xianyuan sect?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jin's eyes suddenly gleamed with interest. The Xianyuan sect was indeed the sword sect's archnemesis. Their rivalry had persisted for centuries, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Ever since the rise of Yi Zhaoxian, the Xianyuan sect had feigned compliance while covertly seeking to undermine the sword sect. Although the sword sect had consistently targeted the Xianyuan sect, it had not yet eradicated their power. Now, with the prospect of annihilating the Xianyuan sect presented by Su Qinruo, Yi Jin's spirit was instantly invigorated. The Xianyuan sect, having allied with the Grand Elder, must surely have the backing of the celestial being behind him. In comparison, the five great families were but trifles. Noticing the change in Yi Jin's expression, Su Qinruo smiled and said, "I implore you, young Master Yi, to accompany me to the celestial court." Yi Jin responded without hesitation. "Let us go." The celestial court referred to the governing office within the 36 cultivators from the Xianyuan sect, apprehended by Yi Jin, were currently imprisoned there. These 36 individuals had already confessed their identities and admitted to impersonating the celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance to ambush the sword sect's young master. Although attempting to assassinate the young master of the sword sect was not regarded as a grave offense, given the long-standing enmity between the two sects, it was well known. However, if they were truly branded as the celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance. The entire Xianyuan sect would face dire consequences that Yu Qinqiu had resolved to win over Yi Jin and would undoubtedly exploit this situation. Moreover, he had made a series of arrangements before deciding to meet Yi Jin at the Sword Hall. As Yi Jin arrived, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect glared at him with gritted teeth. Yi Jin scrutinized them and suddenly inquired, "The troubles at 9 Xian Mountain were instigated by your Xianyuan sect, were they not?" Yi Jin had not forgotten that his descent from the mountain was intended to address the issues at 9 Xian Mountain. According to reports from the Sword Hall, the mining site at 9 Xian Mountain had indeed encountered problems. Having been attacked by a band of celestial thieves, resulting in significant losses, it now appeared that those thieves were very likely cultivators disguised as members of the Xianyuan sect. The leader among the Xianyuan sect's nascent soul cultivators scoffed. "Your sword sect has wronged many and amassed numerous enemies that it not natural for the 9 Xian Mountain mining site to be attacked. Why should you blame it on my Xianyuan sect? The mining site at 9 Xian Mountain was a gift from Situ Yuan to our Xianyuan sect. We did not initiate the attack." Yi Jin nodded. "Acknowledgement is all I require." The nascent soul cultivator was taken aback. "What have I acknowledged?" Yi Jin asserted. "You have admitted that your Xianyuan sect is indeed the celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance." As he spoke, Yi Jin produced a recording stone, which displayed footage from the previous night, capturing the moment when he apprehended these individuals, alongside their own admissions of being celestial thieves from the White Bone Alliance. "Last night, you identified yourselves as celestial thieves of the White Bone Alliance. Yet now you claim to be disciples of the Xianyuan sect. Thus, does it not follow that the Xianyuan sect is equivalent to the White Bone Alliance? No wonder you have eluded capture for centuries. It seems you have long been masquerading as a major sect in Lu Prefecture. Yet the heavens are vast and justice is inescapable. Today, your true identities have finally been unveiled." Chapter 051. Storming the Celestial Tower again. Having concluded his words, Yi Jin turned on his heel, denying them the opportunity to refute his claims. The 36 disciples of the Xianyuan sect cried out desperately, their voices rising in a cacophony. However, as they were imprisoned within the Celestial Court's dungeon, bound by array restrictions, their shouts could not escape. Outside the Celestial Court, Yi Jin tossed 2 recording stones to Su Qinruo, who awaited him. One stone recorded their admissions from the previous night, while the other captured their claim of being disciples of the Xianyuan sect. Yi Jin inquired, "Is this sufficient? Are no further evidences required?" Su Qinruo, stowing away the recording stones, replied nonchalantly, "A mere formality suffices. After all, it is not genuine." Yi Jin coughed lightly. That Su Qinruo regarded him with a serious expression and said, "Yi Jin, you are aware of my purpose in seeking you." Yi Jin nodded. "It pertains to the celestial treasures beneath my sword sect." With Su Qinruo no longer concealing her motives, Yi Jin decided to be forthright. Since Yu Qinqiu had instructed Su Qinruo to approach him, she must possess considerable knowledge of the surrounding circumstances. That Su Qinruo affirmed. "Indeed, it concerns the celestial treasures beneath the sword sect. The celestial being behind my master wishes for his disciple to join the 7 main peaks of the sword sect and become a disciple of the sword sect's main peak." Upon hearing this, Yi Jin replied with solemnity, "What benefits do I stand to gain? What shall I receive in return?" Su Qinruo was taken aback. "You have agreed. You do not wish to deliberate further?" Yi Jin chuckled. "If I do not find a reliable ally soon, I may very well be eliminated. Feng Qingge and her companions could easily dispatch a terrestrial immortal. Yet what of a heavenly immortal? If a heavenly immortal were to strike, Yi Jin would stand no chance whatsoever." Su Qinruo smiled. "You possess a keen awareness of your circumstances. As for the benefits, that celestial being is willing to become a protector for you and your father, ensuring the safety of all your lineage. Of course, should you demonstrate sufficient worth, that esteemed individual would offer you even more. However, having only conquered the 9th level of the Celestial Tower appears insufficient at present. The 9th level of the Celestial Tower is regarded as a pinnacle of talent in Lu Prefecture. Yet, in the wider immortal realm, it is merely inconspicuous. For Yi Jin and the Sword Sect to gain true recognition, he must showcase his own value. Otherwise, he would merely be expendable fodder, easily discarded. Su Qinruo was considering Yi Jin's position. Yi Jin smiled. "I intend to challenge the Celestial Tower once more." Su Qinruo looked at him with surprise. You truly believe the ninth level is not your limit? Yi Jin's expression was enigmatic as he replied, "It is premature to discuss this now. First, we must deal with the Xian Yuan sect and ascertain your sincerity. Furthermore, I require information regarding the celestial being affiliated with City Yun and their forces." That Su Qinru regarded Yi Jin, nodding slightly. After a moment, she inquired with curiosity, "Does your sword sect not intend to settle accounts with the five great families?" Yi Jin was momentarily taken aback, replying incredulously, "Surely you do not believe that with Xiao Rui's demise, the five great families have lost their support. Xiao Rui was merely a pawn for someone else. At this juncture, would it not be foolish to exterminate the five great families, as if they were not fearful of their own demise?" Yi Jin was well aware that the sword sect was already a target. Unable to evade the scrutiny of those powerful factions present, their attitude towards the sword sect was essentially twofold. One was to emulate City Yun and the celestial being behind Yu Qianxiu, seeking to cultivate the inner leadership of the sword sect, aiming for the legacy of the eternal first sword immortal. The other was to exploit the local forces of Lu Prefecture and the sword sect's conflicts to launch an assault, ultimately obliterating the sword sect. In doing so, they could avoid unnecessary trouble and directly enter the immortal spirit mountain to seek that legacy. Now, the forces behind Xiao Rui had undoubtedly made their preparations, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the sword sect. However, the Xian Yuan sect was different. They were directly attacking the celestial court of Lu Prefecture, cloaked under the guise of eradicating the White Bone Alliance. The celestial thieves of the Bone Alliance carry the official orders of the celestial court for capture at sea. Should anyone dare to interfere in this matter, they would be courting trouble. Yi Jin is set to venture once more into the Tower of Heaven, and this news swiftly spreads throughout the city of Luzhou. In an instant, a throng of cultivators converges from all directions, surrounding the Tower of Heaven. This morning, when Yi Jin breached the Sword Tower, the cultivators within the city were completely unaware of the situation. Of course, some were in the know, but dismissed it as mere jest. Yet now, with Yi Jin preparing for a second assault on the Tower of Heaven, many have gathered to witness the spectacle. After all, this morning, Yi Jin's speed in ascending the tower was astonishing. Aside from a slight delay on the 8th floor, he lingered no longer than 10 breaths on each level. His ascent was remarkably effortless, leading no one to believe that the 9th floor was his limit. Now, as afternoon wanes into evening, none anticipated that Yi Jin would dare to challenge the Tower of Heaven once more, especially after the Sword Hall had just been besieged by the five great families. Outside the tower, a sea of onlookers eagerly awaits Yi Jin's arrival. Even before he approaches the tower, an incessant flow of sentient willpower converges from all corners, surging into the heavenly palace of thunder. Yi Jin gazes at the gradually clarifying golden halo behind the divine statue, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. At long last, before the sun sets, Yi Jin arrives before the three towers of heaven once again. He has come. I knew that the 9th level of the Sword Tower was certainly not Yi Jin's limit. This morning, he left in haste, likely having obtained a treasure to change his spiritual route. I wonder how many levels he will conquer this time. The crowd is filled with anticipation. Breaching the Tower of Heaven is indeed a grand event within the city of Luzhou. At that moment, a figure suddenly descends from the sky, blocking Yi Jin's path. It is none other than the third young master of the Kong family, Kong Wei. The cultivators present are taken aback at the sight of Kong Wei. After all, when the five great families fell into disarray, the head of the Kong family, Kong Hao, had fled the city in a panic with Kong Wei in tow, witnessed by many cultivators. Yet now, unexpectedly, Kong Wei has returned. Kong Wei regards Yi Jin with a sinister expression and declares, "Yi Jin, this morning you took advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack and grievously injure me. Now let us settle this one-on-one." As he speaks, a flying sword, seemingly carved from bone, materializes in his hand, radiating a chilling white light. This bone sword was forged from the remains of Kong Wei's deceased wife. Suddenly a voice whispers, "Years ago, Kong Wei's wife died protecting him, leaving him heartbroken that he transformed her remains into a flying sword, vowing never to be separated from her. Over the years, he has nearly gone mad in his quest to find her reincarnation. However, it is said that Kong Wei's wife was not of the human race, but rather a member of the demon clan. The tale of Kong Wei and his wife is well known throughout the city of Luzhou. Many are moved by his devotion, yet his insistence that every woman he encounters is his wife's reincarnation has led others to perceive him as somewhat unhinged. Yi Jin, observing the reappearance of Kong Wei, furrows his brow and asks, "Who exactly are you? I seem to have no grievances with you. Why are you more relentless in seeking trouble with me than Qin Su?" Yi Jin believes that Kong Wei must be somewhat unbalanced. After all, he has no enmity with him. While the assault on the Sword Hall by the five great families was premeditated, Kong Wei's actions appear to be merely a pretext. However, under the scrutiny of the Heavenly Tao's mind-reading technique, Yi Jin can clearly perceive Kong Wei's innermost thoughts. This fellow is entirely unaware of the five families' plans, and his sentiments align closely with his current demeanor, at most cursing Yi Jin profusely in his mind. His motivation for seeking trouble with Yi Jin is simply his disdain for Lu Zhou's foremost playboy. Nothing more. This revelation leaves Yi Jin somewhat bewildered. Are cultivators nowadays so imbued with a sense of justice? Or perhaps Kong Wei's mind is afflicted with some grave disorder. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators, who initially planned to observe Yi Jin's challenge of the Tower of Heaven, fall into a hushed silence, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The cultivators of the five great families, particularly from the Kong family, have just suffered defeat at the hands of the Sword Hall, their family estate reduced to ruins. The Kong family's support, the former Lord Xiao Rui, was also slain on the spot. Yet, to their astonishment, the five families have quickly regrouped and returned to the city, with Kong Wei appearing as though nothing had transpired, seeking trouble with Yi Jin once again. However, it seems that the three powerful individuals who vanquished Xiao Rui are not closely associated with the Sword Hall. Otherwise, they would not allow the five families to re-establish themselves in the city. Moreover, after slaying Xiao Rui, those three have not made another appearance. Kong Wei, with his dark blue hair and clad in a blue robe, glares at Yi Jin, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. The injury he sustained from Yi Jin's kick this morning still throbs painfully. Upon hearing that Yi Jin intends to challenge the Tower of Heaven again, he rushed over without a second thought. He raises his bone sword, pointing it directly at Yi Jin, stating, "You shall soon learn my identity. Yi Jin, do you dare to engage in a fair one-on-one battle with me?" Kong Wei is aware that Yi Jin has ascended to the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven and acquired a treasure that can alter his spiritual root. Yi Jin now undoubtedly stands as Lu Zhou's premier prodigy. Yet, how could such a notorious wastrel be deemed worthy of this title? Kong Wei's heart seethes with a mix of wrath and jealousy. Wishing nothing more than to rend Yi Jin's body to pieces, Yi Jin scrutinizes Kong Wei carefully, then scoffs, "Kong Wei, your family has just besieged my sword sex hall. Our two houses are already at odds. And you dare to confront me? Very well," he continues, "since you seek a confrontation, I shall oblige." The surrounding cultivators gasp in astonishment at Yi Jin's acceptance of Kong Wei's challenge. They can clearly see that Yi Jin has reached the foundation establishment stage, with a soul aura that has undergone a tremendous transformation. Yet, Kong Wei is a formidable cultivator of the spirit refinement stage. The disparity between them is vast. Although rumors have spread that Yi Jin severely injured Kong Wei this morning, no one witnessed the full events. Now, with Yi Jin accepting Kong Wei's challenge, it appears he may be overestimating himself. In the distance, at an inn, Yu Qinxiu gazes at his young disciple with a look of exasperation, saying, "Have you not discussed anything beyond the matter at hand?" Su Qing'er blinks innocently, while Yu Qinxiu sighs in despair, that he had hoped to facilitate a budding romance between them, yet it seems they have only addressed serious topics, leaving no room for any romantic entanglements. Su Qing'er, looking at Yu Qinxiu, says with a hint of disbelief, "Master, you surely do not intend for your disciple to resort to seduction, do you? I am your treasured disciple." Yu Qinxiu merely shakes his head. "Let us see how far he can ascend the Tower of Heaven this time." In Lu Zhou, surpassing the 9th level of the tower is an extraordinary feat, indicative of potential for ascension. However, in the grand scheme of the immortal realm, it is hardly remarkable. Both Yu Qinxiu and his disciple, Su Qing'er, refuse to be confined to the narrow confines of Lu Zhou. Yet beneath the sword sect lies a celestial treasure of unparalleled significance. The powerful figure behind Yu Qinxiu has resolved to collaborate with Yi Zhixian and his son, Yi Jin. Thus, should this endeavor succeed and the treasure be acquired, the sword sect will undoubtedly align under this figure's banner, gaining their protection. In that case, Yi Jin need only exhibit a modicum of talent to receive focus cultivation for a fledgling power like the Sword Sect. This presents a golden opportunity for unprecedented advancement in the immortal realm. Those lofty figures will incite bloodshed over coveted treasures, yet would never resort to utter annihilation. Once a treasure is obtained, any individual or faction that contributed will receive immeasurable rewards. Otherwise, who would dare to assist them in the future? The celestial being behind Situ Yuan is similarly astute, choosing the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect as his ally. Meanwhile, the force behind Xiao Rui seeks to exploit the 5 great families to incite internal strife within Luzhou, thereby seizing control of the Sword Sect. All these players are mere pawns in the grand game of powerful figures that in contrast, Yu Qinxiu is but a minor facilitator, lacking any substantial weight in this affair. Thus, he hopes to see his disciple connect with Yi Jin. Yet, to his dismay, Yi Jin, notorious for his debauchery, seems to have overlooked his beautiful disciple, while Yu Qinxiu strokes his chin, murmuring, "If all else fails, perhaps I should arrange for my son to marry Qinxiu Shui." Upon contemplating this, he quickly shakes his head. Such a union would only be acceptable if Qinxiu Shui were willing. Otherwise, it may lead to enmity. Moreover, Yu Qinxiu's son is also a wastrel, that if Yi Jin can indeed breach the 10th level of the Sword Tower, then I shall ensure Qinxiu is bound to his bed, consummating their union. As Su Chuo found herself ensnared by her master's gaze, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. She timidly inquired, "Master, did you not recently take in a foster daughter?" Yu Qinxiu, with an unyielding expression, replied, "That unfilial daughter has already been cast out from my home." That Su Chu mused. Under different circumstances, Yi Jin would have dismissed this Kong Wei, perhaps even commanding Mo Tingxiao to eliminate him without a second thought. However, the situation was now markedly different. The Kong Wei before her was not merely a man, but rather a colossal embodiment of luminous collective will at this moment. The two adversaries had not designated a specific time or arena for their duel. They were set to confront each other right there in the open space beneath the towering celestial tower. With a single hand, Yi Jin summoned his sword, the Zhaoxian, and addressed Kong Wei earnestly. "You may strike first, lest the opportunity slip away." Kong Wei, upon hearing this, could not help but scoff. Arrogant. Nevertheless, he obediently launched a strike towards Yi Jin. Unexpectedly, Kong Wei's audacious challenge to Yi Jin caught everyone off guard, including the members of the Kong family who were in the midst of reconstructing their estate. While they were aware of the unfolding events, they chose not to intervene, convinced that in a fair confrontation, Yi Jin would stand no chance against Kong Wei. Meanwhile, Yu Qinxiu observed the spectacle with a leisurely demeanor, ready to intervene should Yi Jin falter against Kong Wei. At that moment, Kong Wei exuded an overwhelming aura. The formidable presence of a peak refinement realm cultivator fully manifesting in his grip. The sword forged from bone sparkled with a ghastly brilliance, imbued with a chilling murderous intent as he swung it towards Yi Jin. Yi Jin was compelled to step back. Kong Wei's prowess was evidently superior to that of the cultivators from the Xian Yuan sect. Moreover, having ascended to the 4th level of the Celestial Tower, he was regarded as one of the elite prodigies in this region. Although Yi Jin perceived Kong Wei's attacks as crude and simplistic beneath the pressure of that overwhelming refinement realm force, he still found himself retreating, albeit only slightly. Suddenly, the rusted Qingfeng sword in Yi Jin's hand erupted with a resplendent azure light, resembling a polished azure mirror slicing through the void, cleaving the world in two. The first stance of the Taishu sword cannon, one sword to open the heavens. As the bone sword's radiance met the azure sword's glow, it was utterly obliterated. Crack, crack. Almost instantly, a minute fissure rippled across the surface of Kong Wei's already refined bone sword, which was of superior earthly grade. How is this possible? Kong Wei gasped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. At this juncture, Yi Jin's aura fluctuated, and the force behind his strike bore only the mark of the condensing Yuan realm. Yet how could a condensing Yuan cultivator exhibit such strength? An immortal sword. In the next instant, Kong Wei's gaze shifted to the rusted Qingfeng sword in Yi Jin's grip, and he exclaimed in shock, "What you wield is an immortal sword." This declaration stunned the onlookers, who were taken aback that an immortal sword. That rusted Qingfeng sword was an immortal sword. Yi Jin was merely a cultivator of the condensing Yuan realm. How could he possibly wield an immortal sword? Even if it truly were an immortal sword, it was likely that before its power could manifest, Yi Jin would be drained of all his true essence. Kong Wei seemed to be seeking excuses. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Kong Wei's fury ignited. If it were merely an ordinary Qing Feng sword, how could it have shattered my flying sword? Mine is a superior earthly grade. The surrounding crowd fell into a sudden silence. That moment, Yi Jin, feeling the threads of collective will coalescing around him, smiled with satisfaction at the reactions of the onlookers. Perhaps you should exchange your flying sword, and we can test it again. Although your sword is superior earthly grade, it is forged from bone. While it appears formidable, a mere touch would shatter it. Unable to withstand my strike that opens the heavens, the Zhaoxian has yet to unleash its true might. The previous strike had been entirely a manifestation of Yi Jin's own cultivation prowess. Kong Wei, momentarily dazed, abruptly realized something, lowering his gaze to the bone sword in his hand. This sword was entirely crafted from bone, devoid of any metal or other refining materials, unless a powerful master craftsman intervened. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary craftsman to forge common bone into a superior earthly grade flying sword. However, despite the sword's grade, it was exceedingly fragile. This was the first time Kong Wei had used this sword in battle. Given his status and position within the Kong family, he typically had no need to take matters into his own hands. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream escaped Kong Wei's lips. Abin. Abin was the name of Kong Wei's deceased wife. I shall kill you. In an instant, Kong Wei brandished the bone sword, aiming a strike at Yi Jin, to his dismay, as the sword light emerged. The weapon shattered in his grip, disintegrating into a cloud of bone dust. Yi Jin couldn't help but smirk. He recognized immediately that the sword Kong Wei held was merely a decorative piece of earthly grade, utterly unsuitable for combat. Kong Wei, clutching the hilt, let out an increasingly anguished roar. With a flick of his wrist, another flying sword materialized in his hand. The next moment, a flurry of lethal sword lights intertwined in the air, forming a deadly web aimed at Yi Jin. Yi Jin retreated once more. Then, with a swift gesture, sent forth a sword shadow that transformed into a colossal blade, cleaving through the dense mass of sword lights above. The heavenly grade flying sword, listening rain pavilion, once again initiated the strike that opened the heavens. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Yi Jin, soaring high, vast as the azure sky, limitless and eternal. Taishu sword intent. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the void, and Kong Wei spat blood, his form sent hurtling backward. Yi Jin, too, was forced back several paces, yet the power of the Zhaoxian effortlessly dissipated the terrifying recoil. This was the Taishu sword intent of the sword sect. He had indeed condensed his sword intent. Even Yu Qinxiu, observing from the tavern, rose to his feet in astonishment that Yi Jin had mastered the Taishu sword intent. The Taishu sword cannon was classified as a heavenly grade, accessible only to cultivators with Earth's spiritual roots or above. Yet Yi Jin had only received the treasure to transform his spiritual root this very morning, granting him Earth's spiritual roots. And here he was merely hours later, having not only cultivated the Taishu sword cannon, but also comprehended the Taishu sword intent within it. Sword intent represents a realm of understanding. Yi Jin had already attained the realm of sword intent, that a true sword cultivator could manifest myriad forms through their sword intent, never confined to a single expression. Achieving the Taishu sword intent necessitated the Taishu sword cannon to be cultivated to perfection. Thus, it was remarkable that Yi Jin had accomplished this feat within half a day's time, refining a heavenly grade sword art to its zenith. Such prodigious talent was unprecedented. Without question, Yi Jin possessed the potential to conquer the first 50 levels of the Celestial Tower. Yu Qianqiu's gaze gleamed with fervor as he turned to Su Chu, exclaiming, "My dear disciple, I wish to arrange a marriage for you. What say you?" Yi Jin is the heir of the sword sect, endowed with unparalleled talent. Marrying him would be no loss for you. Su Chu, gazing skyward in disbelief, replied, "Master, have you considered whether he would even consent?" Yu Qianqiu, momentarily taken aback, then asserted, "With such an exceptional disciple, how could he possibly refuse?" Su Chu hung her head in silence. From her previous encounters with Yi Jin, she had discerned no hint of affection in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Jin, protected by the Zhaoxian, felt no fear of injury. With one hand gripping the Qingfeng sword, he formed a sword gesture, commanding the listening rain pavilion to strike once more at Kong Wei. The next chapter unfolds. The bird truly shatters. The listening rain pavilion appeared to cleave into two, coalescing into a black and a white sword light, both darting towards Kong Wei's flying sword, intent on annihilation. That a thunderous roar reverberated through the void. Kong Wei was propelled backward by the force of the backlash. Yet this time, Yi Jin did not retreat an inch. The azure sword in his hand radiated a hazy glow, enveloping his form. The immense backlash felt as gentle as a breeze against the might of the sword of extermination. Yi Jin's sword technique shifted, and atop the listening rain pavilion, a sword radiance stretching a full 10 zhang erupted. Striking towards Kong Wei for the third time, in an instant, the void was awash with countless sword shadows, enveloping Kong Wei entirely. The third sword of the Taishu sword cannon. 10,000 swords arise. How could this be possible? Kong Wei roared in disbelief. You are merely a condensation realm cultivator. How can you unleash the true power of a superior heavenly tier flying sword? At that moment, the true potency of the superior heavenly tier flying sword had fully manifested. Not just Kong Wei, but even the surrounding cultivators were left astounded. The understanding of the cultivators of Luzhou. The true power of a superior heavenly tier flying sword could only be wielded by those in the void realm. A condensation realm cultivator's true essence could not withstand the drain of a heavenly tier flying sword. Could it be that this was the peerless genius who had conquered the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven? The onlookers murmured among themselves, witnessing Yi Jin's explosion of power for the first time. An unprecedented feat of someone who had traversed the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven. In the tavern, Yu Qinqiu muttered, what nonsense about the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven? A condensation realm cultivator is still just that. The strength of true essence is utterly insufficient to sustain the consumption of a superior heavenly tier flying sword. This young man must possess some treasure. Involuntarily, Yu Qinqiu recalled the 3 formidable individuals who had slain Xiao Rui earlier that morning. Had he perhaps arrived a moment too late, and Yi Jin had already been courted by others? Yet, according to the intentions of the immortal backing Yu Qinqiu, even if Yi Jin had allied with other factions, there would still be opportunities for cooperation. After all, that immortal artifact was of great significance, and it would be challenging for any single faction to consume it alone. However, if Yi Jin or Yi Zhaoxian had indeed defected to another celestial faction, their negotiating power would be entirely different, allowing them to dictate terms with the immortal behind Yu Qinqiu. Yu Qinqiu's gaze fixed intently upon Yi Jin. His mind racing with contemplation. The 10,000 swords arise unfolded. The surrounding void was instantaneously enveloped by a dense array of sword light. Kong Wei let out an enraged and unwilling roar. His magical artifact clothing shredding under the brilliance of the superior heavenly tier flying sword. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, a scroll flew from his grasp. Receive, Kong Wei barked, and the scroll expanded in the air, transforming into a 20 zhang shield that enveloped Yi Jin's position. The myriad sword lights struck the scroll, causing it to tremble violently, yet the aura emanating from the scroll was unmistakably that of a heavenly tier artifact. Radiating a terrifying force of absorption, seeking to draw Yi Jin into its depths. In the battle of cultivators, the contest was not solely one of divine powers and flying swords, but also of numerous artifacts. The scroll wielded by Kong Wei was a low-grade heavenly tier artifact, capable of seizing individuals and objects, as well as suppressing and sealing. With Kong Wei's cultivation in the spirit refinement realm, he was already capable of unleashing the true power of this low-grade heavenly tier artifact. The overwhelming force of absorption surged around, enveloping Yi Jin's figure. Intent on engulfing him, Yi Jin squinted slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. You think your artifact is enough? As he spoke, he beckoned, and a furnace, a full zhang in length and radiating a golden-red hue, flew from his hand. The next moment, crimson flames erupted from the furnace, surging towards the scroll. The superior heavenly tier artifact, the Red Star Furnace. Of course, this furnace was not Yi Jin's treasure, but rather that of Mo Tingxiao. After Mo Tingxiao became Yi Jin's 3rd divine envoy of tribulation, all his possessions had consequently become Yi Jin's. Naturally, with Yi Jin possessing 2 immortal treasures from the immortal Lord Gulen, he regarded Mo Tingxiao's meager belongings with disdain. That moment, and Mo Tingxiao was nestled within the furnace. Smugly boasting, I specifically asked the scruffy bird for a bit of eternal purgatory divine fire this morning to infuse it into my furnace. The might of the eternal purgatory divine fire is not something a mere low-grade heavenly tier artifact can withstand. Of course, the color of the eternal purgatory divine fire was black-red, and Mo Tingxiao was not foolish enough to unleash such a defiant divine flame directly. He employed a minor trick to transform the eternal purgatory divine fire into a crimson hue. As the scroll of Kong Wei was scorched by the transformed eternal purgatory divine fire, it ignited instantly. Kong Wei's expression turned to one of horror as he exclaimed, "My heavenly book strategy." In the midst of his words, he attempted to retract the scroll, but Mo Tingxiao, still nestled in the red star furnace, scoffed, "Before the Lord of the Heavenly Path, a mere low-grade heavenly tier artifact dares to be called heavenly book? Watch as this divine envoy, representing the Lord of the Heavenly Path, obliterates you." As he finished speaking, an even more ferocious flame erupted from the red star furnace. In an instant, that low-grade heavenly tier artifact, the heavenly book strategy, was reduced to ashes. Kong Wei stared blankly at the fluttering remnants of the scroll, standing frozen in place. Just then, Yi Jin stepped closer and delivered a swift kick to his groin. A soft crack echoed, as if something had shattered. "Ah!" Kong Wei emitted a shriek that was anything but human, his body soaring into the air. Previously, his garments had already been tattered by Yi Jin's sword light. Now, propelled by Yi Jin's kick, many keen-eyed cultivators could clearly see that Kong Wei's pride had indeed been shattered. With a piercing cry, Kong Wei's figure traced a large parabolic arc through the air. Disappearing from everyone's sight, Yi Jin withdrew his foot and surveyed the surrounding cultivators with a smile. "I trust one have one." At his words, an uproar ensued. One. Yi Jin has truly defeated Kong Wei, a spirit refinement realm cultivator, with his mere condensation realm prowess. Such an occurrence is unprecedented in Luzhou. Sensing the overwhelming tide of collective willpower around him, Yi Jin wore a satisfied expression, but he did not immediately utilize this collective willpower to enhance his cultivation or exchange for new heavenly path divine abilities. Instead, he stored it within the luminous halo behind the divine statue. "Young master, why not simply kill Kong Wei?" Just then, the voice of the Sword of Extermination echoed in Yi Jin's mind. The Sword of Extermination had sensed the lurking threads of lethal intent targeting Yi Jin from the surrounding cultivators, evidently from the Kong clan. However, at that moment, the Kong clan did not dare to act rashly, for Yu Qinqiu's presence loomed large like a beacon in the night, unmistakably protective of Yi Jin. Yet the Sword of Extermination was filled with confusion. Yi Jin had effortlessly dispatched Zhang Daoquan and delivered the disciples of the Xinyuan sect to the authorities in Luzhou, yet he now spared Kong Wei, who had troubled him twice, which was clearly not in Yi Jin's character. Leaving Kong Wei alive will surely bring him back for more trouble, Yi Jin chuckled. After all, those are glimmering collective willpowers. Through the Heavenly Path's mind-reading technique, Yi Jin could clearly grasp Kong Wei's psychological state, an ambitious yet somewhat arrogant young genius. Such a person, having been defeated publicly by Yi Jin, would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor in the same manner. The next time Kong Wei returned, he would surely bring with him another wave of glimmering collective willpower. As for the other factions of the Kong clan attacking the Sword Hall, their enmity with the Sword sect was already irreconcilable. Whether or not to kill Kong Wei was of little consequence. Yi Jin turned to the surrounding cultivators, smiling as he inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" "Ha, young Master Yi. You jest. You are a peerless genius who has conquered the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven. We are all here merely to witness how far you can ascend the tower. Indeed, we have gathered to see how many levels young Master Yi can conquer in the Tower of Heaven." Laughter erupted from the crowd in this world. It seemed that the majority were indeed ordinary folk. Who among them would idly provoke trouble without cause? Yi Jin laughed. "If that is the case, then I shall proceed to conquer the Tower of Heaven." As he spoke, he turned and strode towards the towering edifice of the Dao Tower. Reaching a staggering height of 10,001 levels, the Dao Tower? As Yi Jin made his way towards the Dao Tower, the surrounding cultivators erupted in astonished murmurs. Shouldn't he be challenging the Sword Tower instead? Why venture to the Dao Tower? Just as confusion and speculation rippled through the crowd, Yi Jin suddenly turned back, grinning as he declared, "As the heir of the sword sect, it is only reasonable for me to test my talent in sword forging. Is it not? Sword forging. The sword sect is not only the foremost cultivation sect of Luzhou, but also the premier sanctuary for sword forging. More than half of the flying swords wielded by cultivators in Luzhou originate from the sword sect. The Sword Hall, a renowned forge under the auspices of the sword sect, has established branches not only in the capital city, but also across various other cultivation cities in Luzhou. Furthermore, the flying swords crafted by the sword sect are immensely popular in the neighboring regions of Lizhou and Pingzhou. Yi Zhixian, himself a master swordsmith, is now on his way to the Tower of Dao to test his sword forging aptitude, which has once again sparked discussions among the surrounding cultivators. Previously, upon hearing Yi Zhixian's name, their first impression was that of a dandy, followed closely by that of a wastrel. Yet now, this once notorious dandy of Luzhou, the son of a tiger and a dog, not only successfully ascended the 9 tiers of the Celestial Sword Tower, but is now set to conquer the Tower of Dao. In a distant building, clad in a striking red gown, Qingxiu Shui, exuding both cold elegance and seductive charm, wore an expression tinged with regret as she murmured to herself, "Why didn't my junior brother eliminate that Kong Wei on the spot? If he had done so, that old Koot Kong Hao would surely be unable to sit idly by and would have sought revenge. Who are those meddlesome individuals? They preemptively dispatched Xiao Rui, disrupting all my plans." Qingxiu Shui's face bore a look of deep vexation. Earlier that morning, in plain view of everyone, she had slain 3 cultivators from the Kong family, provoking an assault on the sword hall by the 5 great families. This was not a rash act born from a moment's impulse. Everything had been meticulously planned. However, before Qingxiu Shui's scheme could unfold, Xiao Rui was killed by someone else, causing the 5 great families to retreat in fear and abandon their assault on the sword hall. Much to Qingxiu Shui's chagrin. Beside her, a girl in a yellow dress spoke up, "Mistress, what should we do next? With Xiao Rui dead, his backers will surely be on high alert." Qingxiu Shui, seated comfortably, idly played with a small red spiritual sparrow nearby as she mused softly. "When did my junior brother start keeping sparrows? I thought it was a spiritual beast belonging to that mysterious protector, but it turns out to be just an ordinary little sparrow that my junior brother has grown up, becoming sensible, even gifting me a piece of top-quality celestial armor." With her eyes narrowed, Qingxiu Shui teased the little sparrow for a while before stating languidly, "Let the members of the 5 great families bounce around for a few more days. We shall head to Pingzhou's Black Fox Ridge and stir up trouble with the Bone Alliance, though we wouldn't want my junior brother to be exposed while exterminating the Xian Yuan sect." The girl in yellow was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Mistress, shouldn't we stay behind to protect young Master Yi?" Qingxiu Shui shook her head. "My junior brother has matured and no longer needs my protection. I've heard that the leader of the Bone Alliance is a woman, stunningly beautiful and graceful, perfect to bring back as a sister-in-law for my junior brother." As she spoke, Qingxiu Shui rose, leaving behind a trail of fragrant air as she departed. Feng Qingge blinked her large, black eyes, standing alone at the table in disarray. So, their actions today, killing Xiao Rui, had thwarted this lady's plans? However, it was evident that Qingxiu Shui possessed other identities, and the girl in yellow beside her was clearly not a disciple of the sword sect. In the Tower of Dao, Yi Zhu had already stepped into the first level. The layout here was nearly identical to that of the sword tower. In the midst of the vast, empty hall stood a stone tablet, not shaped like a sword but resembling the yin-yang symbol of Tai. Yi Zhu placed his hand upon the center of the stone tablet. The scene shifted, and Yi Zhu found himself in the void of talent within the Tower of Dao. "What are you doing here?" Upon entering, Yi Zhu heard a surprised voice exclaim, "The Sword Immortal has been waiting for you in the Sword Tower for a whole day. Why have you come to the Tower of Dao?" At that moment, the cold-faced man in black had his expression crack open in disbelief that he had actually spotted Yi Zhu within the Tower of Dao. A certain Sword Immortal from Xindu had been waiting for Yi Zhu in the Sword Tower. Yet here he was, daringly venturing into the Tower of Yi Zhu regarded the black-clad man with a sense of nonchalance, responding matter-of-factly, "Of course, I am here to challenge the Tower of Dao." "And who did you say was waiting for me in the Sword Tower?" The black-clad man quickly realized he had misspoken and hastily concealed his expression, saying, "It's nothing." Yi Zhu merely scoffed. Indeed, this black-clad man was not merely a figure of the tower's rules, but a sentient being with his own thoughts. Events occurring within the Tower of Dao were relayed by him. The very purpose of the Tower of Tao is to select the prodigies of the immortal realm, and everything a cultivator exhibits within the tower serves as a manifestation of their innate talent rather than their actual strength. Hence, Yi Ju felt no restraint. The sword technique he had previously executed, the extermination of immortals, was an innate divine ability of swordsmanship, naturally falling under the realm of talent, in the eyes of those prominent figures. Yi Ju, in the Foundation establishment stage, exhibited the potential to forge an immortal-level sword path, which undoubtedly piqued their interest. The black-clad man, looking at Yi Ju with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Are you truly set on challenging the Tower of Tao?" Yi Ju shot him a glance, irritated. "I am already standing here. Is that not an obvious statement?" The black-clad man pressed on. "Are you still planning to go to the sword tower?" Yi Ju replied, "It depends on my mood." "Why are you so verbose?" The black-clad man retorted. "Shall we begin now?" After casting a deep glance at Yi Ju, he stepped aside. With a hum, a dark ripple surged through the void above, gently sweeping over Yi Ju. The next moment, a searing aura emanated from Yi Ju as blazing fire elemental energy burst forth. The black-clad man stared at Yi Ju in astonishment, exclaiming, "You truly possess the talent for Tao assistance." The term Tao assistance does not refer to a mere sideline or minor path, but rather the support of the true path. Beneath the orthodox path of immortality, myriad great paths emerge to collectively bolster the immortal way. The Tower of Tao serves as a test for the talent of Tao assistance to this moment. The blazing fire elemental energy erupting from Yi Ju signified that he possessed the refining path within Tao assistance. The refining path is characterized by its foundation in fire elemental energy and encompasses alchemy, weapon forging, and the crafting of swords. The first level of the Tower of Tao is specifically designed to assess whether a cultivator has the talent for Tao assistance. Yi Ju's surging fire elemental energy indicated that he had successfully passed the assessment of the first level and could now proceed to the second level. The next moment, Yi Ju vanished from the void of talent at the first level. Returning to the real world. Much like the sword tower, the Yin-Yang Tai Chi stone tablet before him vanished, replaced by the staircase leading to the second level. Observers from the outside witnessed the second level of the Tower of Tao illuminate. Boom! In an instant, a significant portion of the capital city trembled. Yi Ju had indeed passed the first level of the Tower of Tao, proving his talent for Tao assistance, as expected of the son of Luzhou's strongest cultivator. How could he possibly be a wastrel? It was evident that Yi Ju had been concealing his true abilities. This time, with Yi Zhixin gravely injured, he had no choice but to step up and shoulder the burden for the sword sect. Cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. Simultaneously, vast and profound collective willpower emanated from these cultivators. However, the existence of the three towers of Tao was exceptionally unique. Once one entered, it was akin to stepping into another void, thus temporarily preventing Yi Ju from harnessing this immense collective willpower. He could only absorb it once he emerged from within. Upon reaching the second level, Yi Ju immediately noticed a pill bottle placed upon the table, a top-tier fire element spirit pill. This is a potent elixir capable of enhancing the fire attribute true essence, yet it bears little significance for Yi Jin himself. Within Yi Jin flows the essence of the sword, rather than the fire attribute true essence. At the first level, the power of fire essence he exhibited was entirely derived from the eternal purgatory divine fire. Naturally, with the suppression of the Nine Heavens Thunder Palace, the Celestial Tower could not detect the presence of the eternal purgatory divine fire. Nevertheless, this high-grade fire essence elixir is a valuable item. Although Yi Jin has no use for it, others can certainly benefit from it. After stowing the elixir away, Yi Jin placed his hand upon the Yin-Yang stone tablet before him. In the next instant, he entered the talent void of the Tower of Tao. The process of traversing the Tower of Tao is fundamentally similar to that of the Sword Tower. The second level tests the mastery of fire control, while from the third level onward, it presents the true trials of the refinement path. The two primary streams of the refinement path are alchemy and artifact crafting. Yi Jin opted for alchemy. Ancient Miss Celestial Monarch is a renowned master of the alchemical arts, and within his secret repository, Yi Jin discovered numerous alchemical notes and texts chronicling the experiences of this peak celestial monarch in the art of alchemy. During his tribulation, Yi Jin specifically manifested a doppelganger, a manifestation of his inner demon, and infiltrated the consciousness of a tribulation beast, committing these alchemical texts and notes to memory. Now, only practical application remains. However, amidst the tribulation, while his inner demon could hone his skills through the tribulation beast, he could not engage in alchemy within their consciousness. Thus, Yi Jin must rely on the Tower of Tao to practice the alchemical knowledge acquired from ancient myths' celestial monarch. Consequently, his progress in the Tower of Tao was rather slow, unlike his previous swift ascent in the Sword Tower, which took merely a few breaths per level. It wasn't until the following morning, when the sun transitioned from the east to the south, that the 10th level of the Celestial Tower gradually illuminated to as before. After claiming the reward from the 9th level, Yi Jin exited the Celestial Tower. The reward for the 9th level of the Tower of Tao was expected to be a rare treasure capable of altering one's spiritual root. However, since Yi Jin had already acquired an Earth Element Spirit Elixir from the Sword Tower, the reward from the Tower of Tao had changed. It manifested as a flame, naturally born and nurtured, the Qi Leaf Fire, which ranks as a high-grade treasure. Of course, this Qi Leaf Fire pales in comparison to Fengqing's Eternal Purgatory Divine Fire, which is a transcendent divine flame that has rendered the Eternal Purgatory Phoenix clan unaccepted by heaven and earth. The treasures from the remaining layers comprised alchemical herbs, including a high-grade alchemical furnace. The rewards from the Celestial Tower are at least of high-grade quality. Yi Jin spent just over a night traversing the first 9 levels of the Tower of Tao. Alchemy is notoriously time-consuming. Yet the talent void is not a genuine world. It merely serves as a venue to showcase one's talent. Outside the Tower of Tao, the cultivators of Luzhou Prefecture, particularly those from the Sword Sect who had come to inquire, had waited an entire night. They watched in awe as the Tower of Tao illuminated layer by layer. When the 9th level lit up, the entire Luzhou Prefecture was once again abuzz. Yi Jin became the first cultivator in Luzhou's history to simultaneously conquer both the 9th level of the Sword Tower and the 9th level of the Tower of Tao. In a distant tavern, Yu Qinxiu had also sat in wait for the entire night. Observing Yi Jin emerge from the Tower of Tao, he could not help but murmur, "Who dares to call Yi Jin a waste? I shall make them regret it." Yu Qinxiu was certain that Yi Jin had ample strength to continue his ascent. Yi Jin stretched languidly, feeling the overwhelming collective will of sentient beings converging upon him. A glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes, that he then harnessed this collective will to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the early stage of the 3rd realm of Qi Shao. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the consumption of collective will during the enhancement, that he would exchange it for a divine ability of the heavenly path. Yi Jin gazed at the remaining portion of collective will within the halo and made a swift decision. In the next moment, the collective will within the halo was nearly exhausted. However, to Yi Jin's astonishment, what manifested was not a divine ability of the heavenly path, but rather a supreme treasure of the heavenly path, the God's Sealing Platform. Chapter 057, Sword Snow Tower. The God's Sealing Platform. It gathers the collective will of sentient beings to seal gods and appoint generals. Yi Jin was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was not a divine ability, but a divine artifact of the heavenly path. The God's Sealing Platform stood 100 feet tall, square-shaped, adorned with ancient and profound engravings covering its surface, positioned before the main hall of the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace. The little phoenix, Fengqing, was the first to notice the addition within the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace. Instantly, her divine form transformed into an exquisitely magnificent Eternal Purgatory Fire Phoenix, circling the God's Sealing Platform. "Young Master, there is someone within the God's Sealing Platform." Suddenly, the little phoenix's voice echoed in Yi Jin's mind. "It is Zhang Daoquan, the one whom the young master defeated." Yi Jin was taken aback. Zhang Daoquan, within the God's Sealing Platform? In an instant, Yi Jin grasped the crux of the matter. Zhang Daoquan was killed by Yi Jin himself. He had assumed it was the end of the line. Yet unexpectedly, after his death, his soul had fled into the God's Sealing Platform. Could it be that the so-called sealing gods and appointing generals meant this? Yi Jin could indeed decree the deceased Zhang Daoquan as a divine general. However, he did not act immediately. Appointing a divine general required the consumption of collective will. Just moments ago, Yi Jin had used collective will to elevate his cultivation and then exchanged it for the God Sealing Platform, leaving him with scant collective will remaining. although some scattered will was beginning to coalesce around him. It was insufficient to support the use of the god's sealing platform. The peak of the early stage of the third realm of Qi Shao had consumed so much collective will. It seemed that cultivating by oneself would be more cost-effective in the future. At the beginning of Yi Jin's cultivation, collective will was indeed a powerful tool for enhancing cultivation. However, after breaking through to the third realm of Qi Shao, the effect of collective will on his cultivation had been drastically reduced. Yi Jin then realized that cultivation must be pursued step by step. The role of collective will should be to activate heavenly divine abilities and heavenly supreme treasures. Regardless, Yi Jin maintained a positive mindset. With over 20 days remaining until Yi Zhixin's tribulation, Yi Jin had already reached the third realm of Qi Shao, drawing closer to the Orange Realm. There are various methods to enhance one's cultivation, not solely through collective will. This time, Yi Jin's journey through the Tower of Tao was as much about showcasing his prowess as it was about practicing the art of alchemy, enabling him to concoct elixirs that would aid in his cultivation. As for the foundation, he would first assist his father with his tribulation before considering that matter. Moreover, possessing the dustless sword body and celestial spiritual root, Yi Jin need not worry excessively about his foundation for the time being. After exiting the celestial tower, the man in black remained standing in place on the 9th level, seemingly lost in thought. What manner of creature is this? The man in black murmured. He is not merely traversing the Tower of Tao. He is clearly utilizing it for cultivation, as long as he desires. He can continue his ascent at any time. Should I report this matter to the master of the Tower of Tao? In the next moment, a peculiar smile crept across the man's face. Reporting is indeed necessary, that if he were a prodigious youth hailing from a great power, it might be excusable. But a wild genius from a small place like Luzhou must be reported to those old monsters of the immortal court. However, since he is favored by the master of the Sword Tower, let the masters of the Sword Tower and Tower of Tao discuss it amongst themselves that Yi Jin possesses the talent to establish an immortal-level sword path in the Foundation Establishment realm, as well as the talent to create an immortal-level alchemical formula in the Condensation realm. Whether in sword cultivation or alchemy, he is certainly not being overlooked. With this thought, the figure of the man in black gradually faded away. Wait, that's not right. When he arrived yesterday morning, he was clearly in the early stage of Foundation establishment. How has he progressed to the early stage of the Condensation realm in less than a day? A complete realm shift in less than a day. Moreover, his foundation is stable, without any sign of instability that he should go and challenge the Immortal Tower again. The Sword Hall had fully restored itself, and the 5 great families had ceased their harassment towards it, largely due to the arrangements made by Yu Qianxiu. Upon Yi Jin's return, he encountered Qing Xiu Shui, donned in red celestial armor. Her demeanor transformed from enchanting to valiant. "Senior sister, are you leaving the prefecture?" Yi Jin instantly deduced her intent from her appearance. Qing Xiu Shui patted Yi Jin's shoulder, smiling. "I have matters to attend to in Pingzhou. The leader of the Bone Alliance is said to be an extraordinarily beautiful woman. I must capture her to be your wife." Yi Jin. Noticing Yi Jin's silence, Qing Xiu Shui chuckled. "I will return to protect Master during his tribulation." In the next moment, she gracefully departed. In truth, the Sword Hall in Luzhou Prefecture would encounter no trouble. Qing Xiu Shui's people had been secretly watching over it. The previous incidents were merely a ruse to lure the 5 great families into action. Now that Yi Jin had reached an agreement with Su Qianru, the celestial officials of Luzhou would naturally safeguard the Sword Hall. At that moment, Feng Qingge alighted on Yi Jin's shoulder, transmitting, "Young master, your senior sister is quite remarkable. She refined the celestial armor in less than a stick of incense's time. Previously, when you sent us to assassinate Xiao Rue, it seems we disrupted that lady's plans. Moreover, her subordinates refer to her as Tower Master." Yi Jin paused before replying with a smile. "The Sword Snow Tower is still the name I originally chose." Upon reaching this point, he could not help but feel a moment of distraction. Before encountering Ran, Yi Jin would undoubtedly have been astonished by this matter. However, ever since he learned that as long as he ascended to immortality, he would be able to reunite with his mother, it was as if the mist before him had dissipated in an instant. His mother's identity was complex. His senior sister was a disciple of his mother, hence she could not be an ordinary person. 6 years ago, Qing Xiu Shui expressed her intention to open a tavern and sought a name from Yi Jin. After pondering for 3 days and nights, he eventually settled on Jian Shuelu. the Sword and Snow Pavilion. The sword symbolizes the sword sect, while snow represents Qing Xiu Shui. Within the Luzhou city, there existed a Jian Shui Lu, which Yi Jin often frequented to enjoy free food and drink. That in retrospect, that Jian Shui Lu was certainly not a mere tavern. As for disrupting Qing Xiu Shui's plans, well, he decided to set aside such chaotic thoughts for the moment. Observing Ming Xian, the vice master of the Jian Hall, approaching him with a beaming smile, Yi Jin spoke. Ming Xian, make the necessary arrangements. I shall depart for Jiuxian Mountain today. Ming Xian, caught off guard by Yi Jin's words, halted in his tracks and exclaimed, Young master, are you leaving now? Although the 5 great families dare not stir trouble within the city, once you leave the Luzhou city, they will undoubtedly seek to harm you. Last night, Yi Jin's decisive kick had indeed incapacitated Kong Wei, effectively eliminating the source of his longing for his deceased wife. The 5 great families, particularly the Kong family, had refrained from causing immediate trouble purely out of fear of Yu Qinxiu. Once Yi Jin departed, Kong family would not miss the opportunity to at present. The influence of the Jian Hall in Luzhou city was feeble. With only a handful of cultivators at the divine refinement stage, incapable of safeguarding Yi Jin, Ming Xian had intended to report the matter to the sword sect, requesting the dispatch of formidable reinforcements. Yi Jin looked at Ming Xian and smiled. No need to worry. I have guardians by my side. Should the Kong family dare to come, they would be courting death. Chapter 058. The measure of willpower continuing to address Ming Xian. Yi Jin added, Of course, I am not leaving just yet. I haven't had my meal or my rest. After a long night of toil within the Tower of Dao, his stomach was grumbling incessantly. Yi Jin had no intention of fasting whatsoever. Sighing in relief, Ming Xian hurriedly arranged for meals to be prepared. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jin activated his mind-reading ability and wandered through the Jian Hall. To his surprise, he discovered that the Jian Hall was united in purpose, with not a single traitor among them. The cultivators within the Jian Hall, even the humble serving staff, regarded Yi Jin with the reverence reserved for immortals. 9th level of the Sword Tower, 9th level of the Tower of Dao. This is undoubtedly the greatest genius in the history of the sword sect. What Zhu Lai and Ling Chu, in comparison, are but worthless. Previously, Yi Xiao could not rival Zhu Lai due to his mixed spiritual roots and insufficient cultivation. Yet now, with his roots reforged, even the divine refinement stage Kong Wei was easily defeated. Let alone a mere Zhu Lai. Hearing these thoughts, Yi Jin felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. It seemed that upon his return, he would indeed have to engage in a contest with Zhu Lai, not only to avenge himself but also to harvest a surge of willpower. Moreover, the reason he hesitated to reveal the treasures from the Immortal Lord's secret stash was his fear that Zhu Lai might discern some clue, leading to incomprehensible deductions. Perhaps he could harness that heart demon to utterly ruin the ancient Lan Immortal Lord. Even if he could not slay him, he could reduce him to a fool, Yi Jin mused. As for the situation within the Jian Hall, it was quite reasonable. These were all arrangements made by Qing Xiu Shui. Prior to today, a significant number of cultivators from the Jian Hall had been dispatched, a maneuver orchestrated not only by the 5 great families, but also primarily by Qing Xiu Shui. Those traitors, whether spies from the 5 families or the Elder City Yun subordinates, should have been dealt with by now. Perhaps I have truly disrupted my senior sister's plan. Yi Jin scratched his head, unable to place the blame on himself, as he had been unaware. After dining, Yi Jin returned to the quiet chamber and merged himself into the statue within the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace. Processing the insights gleaned from the Tower of Dao the previous night, in terms of cultivation prowess, he could embody the heart demon, validating his strength through the tribulation beasts. However, when it came to alchemy, Yi Jin could only rely on his own gradual exploration. How wonderful it would be to apprentice a tribulation deity with a gift for alchemy. Alas, the 3 slots for tribulation deities are already filled. As for the celestial generals conferred through the information within the general summoning platform, they could only be considered as enforcers, entirely distinct from tribulation deities. They could neither bestow Yi Jin with talents nor substitute him in controlling tribulations. Regrettably, the ancient Lan Immortal Lord had concocted soul seeds. Until all soul seeds were eradicated, he would not truly perish. Otherwise, Yi Jin would have surely eliminated him and enlisted him as a subordinate within the general summoning platform. Willpower. Oh, willpower. Without willpower, nothing could be accomplished. With this contemplation, Yi Jin projected a strand of divine thought, meticulously observing the halo behind the statue to this moment. He could confirm that this halo could accommodate willpower. It was not a manifestation of willpower itself, but rather, willpower enabled its manifestation. What is this? Suddenly, Yi Jin felt a stir in his heart. He discovered that the halo bore subtle, barely perceptible gradations. These were the measures of the collective willpower. One gradation equated to 1 incense's worth of willpower. 0.1 incense's worth of willpower could summon a celestial general. Simultaneously, 1 incense's worth of willpower could also invoke the weakest of heavenly thunder tribulations. Indeed, summoning tribulations is the first divine ability Yi Jin has acquired from the Tao of Heaven. However, for now, he has yet to find an opportunity to utilize it. Could it be that before engaging in a battle, he should deliver a warning? Do not act arrogant, for arrogance invites the wrath of heaven, and then summon a heavenly tribulation to smite his opponent. That does seem feasible. With a wry smile, Yi Jin dismissed his distractions and immediately merged with the tribulation, seeking out those tribulation beasts to hone his divine abilities. Fortunately, this world was vast, teeming with countless beings. Every day, there were tribulation beasts undergoing metamorphosis. Otherwise, even if Yi Jin conceived a method to refine himself through tribulation beasts, it would be difficult to implement. Having broken through to the third stage of Qi Shao, Yi Jin was now capable of manifesting 9 avatars during tribulations, simultaneously presiding over 9 heavenly tribulations. This significantly enhanced his efficiency in self-cultivation. As night descended gradually, Yi Jin ingested several spirit-enhancing pills, forcefully elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of Qi Zhao's third realm before emerging from the quiet chamber. After exchanging greetings with Ming Xian and others, he departed from the Jian Hall under the watchful, anxious gazes of the cultivators, making his way toward the western gate of the city. Within the city, the 5 great families received the news almost immediately. Patriarch, should we act now and seize the opportunity to eliminate Yi Jin, avenging the 3rd young master? Kong Ming, the 5th elder of the Kong family, looked at Patriarch Kong Hao, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Though the 5 great families had faced defeat during their assault on the Jian Hall yesterday morning, their losses had not been significant. When Qing Xiushui led her forces out of the Jian Hall, the cultivators from the 5 families had already begun their retreat, resulting in minimal casualties. However, thanks to Yi Jin, Kong Wei's existence had been temporarily extinguished, igniting the fury of the Kong family's cultivators. Now, upon hearing that Yi Jin had left the Luzhou city, the formidable members of the Kong family, led by Kong Wei, could no longer remain idle and rushed to consult Kong Hao. Kong Hao furrowed his brow. With his son crippled, he too was engulfed in rage. Thankfully, Kong Wei had taken 18 concubines and already had heirs that Yi Jin is not foolish. His daring to leave the city alone must be backed by some assurance. We must exercise caution and not act recklessly, Kong Hao admonished, shaking his head slightly. Kong Ming hurriedly interjected, what if Yi Jin is indeed foolish? How else could he dare leave the sword sect at this time? Kong Hao cast a cold glance at him. Is Yi Jin foolish? If he were truly foolish, how could he have survived to this day in Luzhou City? Suddenly, an idea struck Kong Hao. Their current objective should be to provoke animosity with the sword sect, providing that esteemed individual with a pretext to assault the sword sect. Very well, you lead a group to eliminate Yi Jin. And be sure to bring back his head. Kong Ming's eyes lit up. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint the patriarch. With that, he swiftly departed, rallying a group of cultivators from the Kong family, within the city lord's manor. Yu Qianqiu gazed at the tea before him, his face twitching slightly before instructing, change it to wine. The servants promptly complied to a tea that moment. Su Qinwei entered from outside. She looked at Yu Qianqiu and said, Master, Yi Jin has left the city, and the 5th elder of the Kong family has followed closely behind. That a smile crept onto Yu Qianqiu's lips as he replied, Disciple, take a group to assist Yi Jin. Su Qinwei was taken aback, then pouted, her face reflecting distress. Master, are you plotting to harm your disciple? Yu Qianqiu waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. This is your chance to be the beauty who saves the hero. Su Qinwei retorted, 2 nights ago, when Yi Jin departed from the sword sect, you had secretly dispatched someone to protect him. Yet before they could locate him, he had already dealt with the elder subordinates. This time, she could not afford to miss the opportunity. Given the abilities of the person behind Yi Jin, there was no need for Su Qinyue to intervene. However, the experiences that young people go through are precisely what forge their emotions. Yu Qinqiu sent Su Qinruo away, wearing a look of serene satisfaction. Chapter 059. The hunt to Pain.it was excruciatingly painful. Above the newly constructed residence of the Kong family, the anguished wails of Kong Wei echoed. Yi Jin, aboard his flying treasure ship, passed by the Kong residence with an air of nonchalance. Listening to Kong Wei's heart-rending cries, he couldn't help but click his tongue. The shadowy techniques from Mo Tingxiao's inherited memories are indeed quite effective. Kong Wei had been wailing like a banshee for an entire day. It was bearable while he was unconscious, but once he awoke, he completely lost control. No healing or pain-relieving medicine had any effect whatsoever. This was also the primary reason why Kong Hao would acquiesce to Kong Ming's nearly foolish suggestion to assassinate Yi Jin. What father could endure witnessing his own son suffer such torment? Moreover, Kong Wei was the Kong family's foremost prodigy, deeply cherished on a daily basis. As Yi Jin's treasure ship glided past the entrance of the Kong family, the cultivators within were filled with righteous indignation, eager to rush forward and confront him. The western sky was painted in hues of gold and crimson by the setting sun. At the western city gate, Yi Jin dismounted from his flying ship, instead opting to ride a black donkey, heading westward into the sunset. Following him were several cultivators, who were left momentarily dumbfounded at the sight. The donkey, while indeed a beast of demon origin, was the lowest tier of demon creatures. Comparable in rank to the common red spirit sparrow, utterly ordinary, Yi Jin sat sideways on the donkey's back, crossing his legs, holding a rusty green sword, the tip of which was tied with a string, from which dangled a carrot in the astonished gazes of onlookers. The young man rode his donkey out of the city. Indeed, Yi Jin sighed internally. Truly, only by showcasing one's divine prowess can one garner the power of wishes. Mere antics are in vain. Nevertheless, he continued to ride the donkey leisurely westward. The distance from Jiuxian Mountain to Luzhou City was 17,000 miles, yet the donkey beneath Yi Jin was much swifter than his flying treasure ship, particularly when traveling by night. This was a donkey transformed from the chaotic dark realm Shadow Qilin, but Yi Jin had devised a strategy for himself, aiming for a high-profile approach to attract the power of wishes while presenting himself as a reckless fool. Somewhat talented, yet unable to endure impatience. This persona needed to be established. As for his trump cards, they were all concealed. For instance, his three Great Tribulation divine envoys, the eternal purgatory fire phoenix, appeared as a small sparrow. The Excalibur was transformed into a rusty green sword, and the chaotic dark realms Ink Qilin was simply turned into a donkey. But who would have thought that these seemingly inconspicuous entities, when combined, could obliterate Earth immortals? Moreover, Yi Jin had acquired a series of treasures from the secret vault of the immortal Lord Gulan, though he himself could not utilize the powerful formations, talismans, and immortal artifacts due to cultivation limitations. The three Great Tribulation divine envoys could certainly harness them. They would ensnare any enemies that approached, ensuring their demise. As Yi Jin rode the donkey, he grew ever more distant, the golden red sunset stretching his shadow. High above, hundreds of feet in the sky, a massive flying treasure ship concealed itself among the clouds, trailing Yi Jin from afar. Kong Ming stood at the bow with an impassive expression, peering downwards. Beside him, another strong cultivator from the Kong family also observed Yi Jin below, suddenly gritting his teeth. This little dandy is utterly detestable, riding a donkey so leisurely. However, Yi Jin's audacity to venture out alone meant there must be someone secretly guarding him. Once he ventured 50 miles outside the city, they must not grant him any chance to react. They must summon their strongest treasures for a decisive strike. Kong Ming remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Though the Kong family was a second-rate clan, their overall strength was not to be underestimated. Within the family, aside from Kong Hao, a harmonious path cultivator, there were also 6 Void Realm experts. For this mission to eliminate Yi Jin, the Kong family had dispatched 3 Void Realm elders and dozens of refining Spirit Realm cultivators. Their flying treasure ship was cloaked by a concealment formation, making it difficult for ordinary harmonious path cultivators to detect its presence. In a place like Luzhou, where Tribulation Realm experts were scarce and rarely seen, Harmonious Path cultivators were already considered peak combatants, while Void Realm cultivators were at the pinnacle of strength. This time, with 3 Void Realm elders and dozens of refining spirit cultivators mobilized, the Kong family believed they were more than equipped to deal with a mere Yi Jin. Naturally, they were unaware of the previous attempts made by the Sidhu family to eliminate Yi Jin. Otherwise, even with 10 times their courage, they would not dare to proceed. The donkey ambled steadily, but its pace was not slow as the last rays of light vanished below the horizon. Yi Jin finally arrived 50 miles outside the city. 50 miles may seem a considerable distance to mortals, yet for cultivators, it was traversed in the blink of an eye. Being so close to the city, no one would suspect an ambush against Yi Jin here. Even if Yi Jin had a guardian, they would likely be in a state of relaxation at this proximity. Yi Jin's hand was a communication talisman, which reverberated with Kong Ming's voice. Young master. The Kong family's cultivators are about to attack you. Understood. Keep your distance and do not accidentally harm yourself. Yes, but in the next instant, a resonant hum echoed in the void. 2 colossal beams of sword light, accompanied by dozens of powerful artifacts, descended from the heavens, cascading towards the seemingly defenseless Yi Jin below. The air was filled with a violent surge of spiritual energy. 50 miles away in Luzhou City. The sudden eruption of this fierce energy was immediately sensed that Yu Qinxiu, who had been sipping wine, leapt to his feet in disbelief. The Kong family has actually moved so quickly? His precious disciple had only just departed, and now the Kong family was already springing into action. This was utterly disgraceful. At the western city gate, Su Qinru also felt the intense fluctuations of the spiritual energy ahead, leaving her momentarily stunned. If I go now, will I even make it in time? She scratched her head, murmuring softly, even if I do, nothing significant will happen. I might as well return. Thus, she led her fellow cultivators back to the city. As for the sword hall, no one harbored any concerns. Here, 2 immensely powerful beams of sword light, along with dozens of formidable artifacts, struck down, creating a terrifying pressure. In the instant the sword light and artifacts descended, Yi Jin's form suddenly transformed into a shadow, reappearing over 10 miles away. The shadowy divine ability of the chaotic dark realm Shadow Qilin allowed him to shift through shadows. By this time, night had fully descended, and the entire world was cloaked in darkness, as the chaotic dark realm Shadow Qilin reigned as the sovereign of the night. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, shaking the earth and birthing a colossal mushroom cloud. Is he dead? On the treasure ship, the Kong family's cultivators stared wide-eyed, simultaneously unleashing their spiritual senses to scan the ground below. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in horror that 100-foot-long green sword light materialized in the void, cleaving down towards their treasure ship, Chapter 060, occupying the Kong family. The Kong family's treasure ship was undoubtedly formidable, ranking as a low-grade heavenly vessel. The ship was equipped with 2 great formations, a low-grade heavenly attack formation and a mid-grade heavenly defense formation. However, beneath the dazzlingly brilliant green sword light, all of this seemed as fragile as paper. The resounding crash, accompanied by blinding brilliance, illuminated half the sky in resplendent green. The massive treasure ship, along with its formations, was cleaved in 2. What on earth? Everything transpired too swiftly. The Kong family's cultivators were still searching for signs of whether Yi Jin had perished. But in the next moment, a gigantic sword radiance burst forth. Severing their treasure ship, the ship exploded. The Kong family's cultivators were hurled away, screaming in agony. Of course, there were a few unfortunate souls who, caught beneath the green sword light, were reduced to ashes. Buzz! Simultaneously, red, green, black, and white sword shadows flickered, forming an invisible sword formation, the Excalibur sword formation. Before the Kong family's cultivators could escape, they were ensnared within the sword formation, suppressed by the sharp sword energies. Night fell, restoring tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Luzhou City was merely a stone's throw away, yet the cultivators within remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Everything had happened too quickly. The head of the Kong family, Kong Hao, stood atop the newly constructed estate, gazing toward the west. Upon witnessing the radiant green sword light, his expression shifted dramatically. With a stern voice, Kong Hao commanded, "Kong family cultivators, follow me out of the city." In an instant, within the confines of the Kong family, Hundreds of cultivators soared into the sky, harnessing the brilliance of their swords as they flew westward. This expedition to hunt down Yi Jin involved a significant portion of the Kong family's strength, particularly the three esteemed elders of the Dongshu realm. Kong Hao felt compelled to intervene. Naturally, as a peak cultivator of the Hidao realm, and with the celestial sword in hand, he was confident even against those of the Jie Bian realm. As for the celestial being Kong Hao, he harbored no fear. Although Xiao Rui had perished, he still had a celestial being backing him. Otherwise, how could the five prominent families, including the Kong family, dare to return to the city of Luzhou? The city of Luzhou was enveloped by an immense celestial grade formation, and the cultivators of the Kong family could only exit through the city gates. Besides the cultivators of the Kong family, many others also flocked out of the city, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what had transpired in that direction. Yi Jin, casually riding a donkey and gazing skyward, immediately spotted Kong Hao leading the charge and could not help but exclaim. The Kong family's response is rather swift. Alas, I am one to strike back. In his hand, Yi Jin held a rope neatly binding 66 Kong family cultivators, 2 elders of the Dongshu realm, and 64 formidable practitioners of the Lianshan realm. This time, the Kong family had dispatched a total of 73 individuals, 3 from the Dongshu realm and 70 from the Lianshan realm, representing a significant portion of their power. Under the sword strike of Jianzhu Xian, the 5th elder Kong Ming had fallen, along with 6 other cultivators of the Lianshan realm. Reduced to ashes at this moment, despair etched itself upon the faces of every Kong family cultivator. Just as Kong Hao and the throng of Kong family practitioners emerged from the city, Yi Jin returned to the western gate of Luzhou, leading his captives. The gatekeeper was momentarily dumbfounded. Hadn't this ancestor just exited the city? How could he have returned so swiftly, and what of the individuals tethered behind him? Kong family cultivators. This situation was utterly perplexing. Before the gatekeeper could process the scene, Yi Jin and his entourage strode triumphantly into the city. Though night had fallen, the city was ablaze with light. Despite Luzhou being a remote and impoverished region of the celestial realm, it was home to many ordinary folk. However, the city itself was a stronghold for cultivators. Devoid of commoners in a cultivator's city, there were no curfews. Even at night, the streets bustled with activity, illuminated by various lighting formations and magical artifacts. As the cultivators within the city beheld Yi Jin, riding his donkey and leading over 60 captured Kong family cultivators towards the Kong family estate, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Everyone instinctively recalled the tremendous upheaval that had emanated from the west, a disturbance caused by the 2nd Elder Kong Yu and the 3rd Elder Kong Qi. How could young Master Yi have apprehended them? What on earth had transpired? Whispers of disbelief circulated among the crowd. 2 elders of the Dongshu realm and 64 practitioners of the Lianshan realm had been ensnared by Yi Jin. Tethered together, it was rumored that just the previous morning, upon his arrival in the city, Yi Jin had similarly led 36 members of the White Bone Alliance, who were celestial thieves that think that he had returned from a mere excursion. Now with 66 Kong family cultivators in tow, at that moment, a bold individual stepped forward and asked, "Young Master Yi, what has happened here?" Yi Jin, reveling in the collective will of the onlookers, replied casually, "As soon as I exited the city, these individuals came charging at me. Were it not for the intervention of a benevolent celestial being passing by, I would have been reduced to ashes." He continued, "This return is merely to seek an explanation from the Kong family." The onlookers, upon hearing this, instantly grasped the situation that a celestial had aided him. No wonder young Master Yi could capture so many formidable opponents from the Kong family. However, it appeared the Kong family was intent on a relentless confrontation with the Sword Sect, having attacked the Sword Hall the previous night, and now hunting down its young master. Meanwhile, Yi Jin remained unhurried, riding his donkey and leading the Kong family captives towards their estate. Along the way, an increasing number of cultivators gathered, drawn by the spectacle done on the other side. The cultivators of the Sword Hall, having received their orders, swiftly seized control of the Kong family estate under Ming Xian's leadership. The estate had been recently reconstructed, merely an empty shell, with various formations and restrictions yet to be re-established. Naturally, Kong Hao, as the head of the Kong family, would not leave his stronghold unguarded. He had left an elder of the Dongshu realm to oversee the estate. However, at that moment, that very elder, along with other retained forces of the Kong family, had been subdued by a small sparrow wielding a brick, all bound at the entrance of the estate to be by the time Eugene arrived at the Kong family residence. Ming Xian had already secured the entire estate. Simultaneously, 50 miles west of Luzhou, Kong Hao was leading the Kong family's strong practitioners in a thorough search. Yet despite their efforts, they found no trace of anyone. What lay on the ground was a large pit. Approximately a meter in diameter, its bottom charred, with residual fluctuations of spiritual energy indicating it had been caused by a coordinated strike from the Kong family cultivators. Beyond that, there was nothing. No signs of life. No evidence of battle. It was as if everything had vanished into thin air. Kong Hao furrowed his brow and instructed the Kong family cultivators to scatter and search the nearby 100 miles meticulously. After all, 3 Dongxu realm practitioners and 70 Lianshan realm cultivators represented the backbone of the Kong family's strength. Even if they had perished, they deserved to be found. Just then, a Kong family cultivator, in disarray, plummeted before Kong Hao while riding a flying sword. "Head of the family, it's bad news," he exclaimed. "The sword hall has suddenly attacked and taken control of the Kong family estate." "What?" Kong Hao gasped in shock. Chapter 061. Waiting for opportunity at this moment. Nearly 15 minutes had passed since the earlier battle's tumult had erupted. The messenger, gazing at Kong Hao with terror in his eyes, continued, "Yi Jin has returned to the city. The individuals we sent to assassinate him have all been captured." How could this be? Kong Hao's expression turned grave. His greatest fear had indeed come to pass. He had suspected all along that Yi Jin would not venture out of the city alone without some form of support. The messenger, wearing a bitter expression, added, "Yi Jin himself claimed that a kind-hearted celestial happened to pass by and rescued him." Nonsense! Kong Hao erupted in fury. What benevolent celestial would pass through here? There are no celestial beings in Luzhou. This place is but a shallow pond, incapable of nurturing celestial beings. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, celestials would be disinclined to visit Luzhou, a celestial passing through. Are they here for a taste of life in a slum? Historically, every lord of Luzhou who reached the peak of the Jiejie realm chose to leave for more prosperous realms in the celestial world to cultivate and await their tribulation. Only that fool Yi Xian would cling to the sword sect, seeking to become the first celestial sect in Luzhou. Taking a deep breath, Kong Hao produced a palm-sized object resembling a jade mirror. This was a universal communication artifact in the celestial realm, known as Ling Sun, superior to traditional communication talismans. However, it had yet to gain widespread use in a small place like Luzhou. Kong Hao respectfully addressed the Ling Sun. "My lord, the culprit who killed Lord Xiao Rui has emerged." He then recounted the evening's events in their entirety, then on the other end of the Ling Sun. A deep, resonant voice responded, "You should return to the Kong family with your people. I shall arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Kong Hao's spirits lifted, and he quickly replied, "Understood." At that moment, before the entrance of the Kong family estate, dozens of towering wooden stakes stood, each 30 zhang high. Men and women of the Kong family, numbering over 1,000, had all been stripped of their cultivation and bound, suspended from these towering stakes in a spectacular display. Among them was the 3rd young master of the Kong family, Kong Wei, entangled with his 18 concubines, 18 of them above, and Kong Wei below, due to a malevolent spell Yi Jin had cast upon him. A particular part of Kong Wei's body still throbbed with pain. Now, dangling from the stake, he kicked his legs in agony while letting out piercing cries. This scene left the entire city aghast. Upon receiving the news and returning to the city, Qing Xiaoshui was not particularly surprised by the sight. A debauchee. Such antics were typical of Yi Jin. However, one thing notably displeased her. She gazed at a young woman suspended from one of the stakes and muttered, "Kong family's little princess, Kong Ling, is undoubtedly one of Luzhou's most exquisite beauties. Why has my junior brother tied her up and left her hanging? He shows no regard for delicate sentiments. Shouldn't she be bound and taken to a room instead, to be wed immediately?" Qing Xiaoshui murmured softly, yet her gaze remained fixed upon the western horizon. Calculating the time, she mused that the foolish members of the Kong family should be returning soon. If her intuition was correct, the celestial figure backing the Kong family should have revealed themselves by now. Yesterday, her junior brother had thwarted her plans, yet unexpectedly, today provided an opportunity for redemption. What left Qing Xiaoshui perplexed was how Yi Jin had managed to orchestrate the Kong family's ambush against him tonight. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would understand that Yi Jin must have some backing to dare leave the city at such a critical moment. Yet the Kong family boldly emerged to carry out their attack. 3 elder cultivators of the Void Realm and 70 formidable beings of the Spirit Refinement Realm. The patriarch of the Kong family had no choice but to intervene to AT that moment. Yi Jin sidled up to Qingxiu Shui, grinning broadly. "Senior sister, I thought you knew everything." Qingxiu Shui blinked in confusion at Yi Jin's words. He continued with a smile. "The 5th elder of the Kong family, Kong Ming, is upon my father placed within their ranks many years ago that I in truth." Yi Jin was unaware that Yi Zhaoxian had embedded spies within the Kong family. But upon encountering Kong Ming, he instinctively recognized him as an ally due to his mind-reading abilities. Yesterday, he had sent someone to eliminate Xiao Rui, disrupting Qingxiu Shui's plans. So he had instructed Feng Qingge to contact Kong Ming to rectify the situation. Kong Ming was not originally a member of the Kong family. He had earned the surname through exceptional contributions to the clan. Over the years, his status within the Kong family had risen steadily. Yet he longed to return to the Sword Sect. This opportunity presented itself perfectly. The moment Feng Qingge revealed Kong Ming's identity, Kong Ming harbored no doubts, aside from Yi Zhaoxian and Jiang Qin. No one else was privy to his true identity. Perhaps Yi Jin was also aware. Thus, this grand spectacle unfolded that night that, of course, even without Kong Ming's insider information, Yi Jin was not one to suffer losses easily. The Kong family and the other 4 major families dared to besiege the Sword Hall. As the heir of the Sword Sect, Yi Jin was determined to retaliate. Qingxiu Shui blinked, hesitantly asking, "So, you hastily intend to rope in Kong Ling as well? She is to be your future harem, and I have been eyeing her for years." Yi Jin coughed lightly, responding, "She is rather unattractive." Qingxiu Shui retorted, "Unattractive? Kong Ling's beauty could easily place her among the top 10 in Luzhou. Just how high are your standards?" Meanwhile, the hurriedly approaching Su Chua, upon overhearing their conversation, halted abruptly, and oh wonder he never glanced my way. It turns out he finds me unattractive. That Su Chua and Kong Ling's appearances were comparable, often being compared by cultivators in the city. Now that Yi Jin deemed Kong Ling ugly, did that not imply he also found her lacking? Su Chua felt a twinge of disappointment that why Yi Jin looked at Su Chua, maintaining his usual demeanor. "Oh, Miss Su, what brings you here?" Qingxiu Shui chimed in, harem. Yi Jin quickly ceased his mind-reading, realizing that his senior sister's inner monologue was far too elaborate. He must refrain from prying further. Of course, Yi Jin had not intended to invade Qingxiu Shui's thoughts. He merely hoped to glean some information about his mother, only to find her thoughts consumed with sister-in-law and harem. That Su Chua cleared her throat, stating, "The Kong family has arrived at the city gates. My master sent me to assist." Behind Su Chua stood 3 formidable cultivators of the Harmonization Realm. These 3 were officials from the Luzhou region, serving under Yu Qinxiu. Upon seeing Yi Jin, they approached and bowed. "Young Master Yi Jin hastily returned the gesture. "You honor me, esteemed seniors." The demeanor of these 3 Harmonization Realm cultivators was exceedingly courteous. Not merely for show, Yi Jin's feats of conquering the 9th levels of both the Sword Tower and the Dao Tower had already stirred considerable excitement in Luzhou. Such talent surely foretold a future of ascension. At that moment, the air resonated with the piercing cries of swords, heralding the return of the Kong family's cultivators. Upon spotting Yi Jin, Kong Hao wasted no time. His celestial sword unsheathed, transforming into a colossal sword shadow that descended upon Yi Jin with lethal intent. Kong Hao, witnessing the entirety of the Kong family, young and old, bound and displayed at the entrance of their estate, felt fury surge within him. With vengeance at the forefront, he aimed to eliminate Yi Jin, the architect of their plight. The enmity between the Kong family and the Sword Sect had become irreparable. Following the siege of the Sword Hall by the 5 prominent families, the Sword Sect would not let the matter rest. Retribution was inevitable. Thus, Kong Hao decided to strike now, intending to eradicate Yi Jin and sever the future of the Sword Sect. As a peak Harmonization Realm cultivator, Kong Hao summoned his celestial sword, unleashing an onslaught of power rivaling that of the Tribulation Realm. His true form remained some distance away, yet the vast sword light had already cleaved through half the sky, aimed squarely at Yi Jin. "Oomph!" Qingxiu Shui scoffed coldly, her pupils igniting with 2 eerie crimson glimmers. Just as she prepared to rise, Yi Jin grasped her arm firmly. Qingqiu Shui halted, swiftly restraining her own power in that brief moment. The three harmonization realm cultivators accompanying Su Chua surged forward. It appeared they had anticipated this very scenario. They united their powers, launching a barrage of strikes against the massive sword light, finally shattering it after 16 consecutive blows. At that juncture, Kong Hao had arrived alongside several hundred other formidable members of the Kong family. His aura brimmed with murderous intent as he gazed at the three harmonization realm cultivators who stood before him, blocking his path, yet he refrained from attacking. These three were officials of the Celestial Court, stationed in Luzhou. Typically, the officials turned a blind eye to the disputes within the Luzhou region, only intervening if the city itself were threatened. However, the officials' indifference did not equate to a lack of authority. The appearance of three harmonization realm officials immediately soured Kong Hao's expression. Sword in hand, he hovered in the air, confronting the three officials. Under ordinary circumstances, Kong Hao would have retreated before the officials of Luzhou. Yet today was different. The sword in Kong Hao's grasp radiated a snowy brilliance, and he emanated a chilling aura as he coldly regarded the three officials. One among the three, an elderly man with white hair clad in the official garb, addressed Kong Hao in a somber tone. "Kong Patriarch, are you contemplating rebellion?" At this, Kong Hao's pupils constricted, and he steadied his composure, replying, "Lord Yuan, what do you mean by that?" This elder, known as Yuan Chang, was the appointed overseer of Luzhou, wielding significant authority within the region. In the absence of the Luzhou lord, Yu Qinqiu, Yuan Chang would effectively be the lord. But since Luzhou had a lord, he merely served as the overseer. As Yuan Chang prepared to speak, Yi Jin's voice rang out. "The 36 members of the Bone Alliance's celestial thieves I sent to the celestial office yesterday have confessed. Your Kong family is the internal accomplice of the Bone Alliance in Luzhou." Kong Hao, upon hearing this, erupted in rage. Nonsense. Yesterday, Yi Jin had already attempted to implicate the Kong family with the Bone Alliance. And now he dared to repeat the accusation. How childish. Shang Guanqi, the official overseeing Luzhou's celestial office, also shrugged, having heard no claims linking the 36 celestial thieves to the Kong family. In fact, he had heard that those 36 were not members of the Bone Alliance, but rather cultivators from the Xian Yuan sect. Yi Jin retorted with a cold smile. "If that were not the case, I would have no grievances with your Kong family. Why then does your family persistently seek to trouble me? Is it not because I apprehended the 36 celestial thieves of the Bone Alliance? And you seek revenge for them?" Kong Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. In truth, he was quite willing to listen to Yi Jin's frivolous banter. Yuan Chang, Shang Guanqi, and Zhao Lin, who shielded Yi Jin, evidently represented Yu Qinqiu's stance. Meanwhile, the other four prominent families within the Luzhou city remained on the sidelines, hesitant to reveal themselves. Were that esteemed figure to remain absent, the Kong family's meager strength would render them utterly unqualified to contend with Yu Qinqiu. Yet that celestial being was en route, albeit his true form was not present before Luzhou. Previously, he had intended to manipulate Luzhou's affairs through Xiao Rui, but with Xiao Rui's sudden demise, he had no choice but to come in person. Kong Hao remained silent, but a formidable pressure suddenly emanated from him, bearing down upon Yi Jin. Qingqiu Shui, standing beside Yi Jin, furrowed her brow. Yet she did not intervene to shield him. This pressure, for Yi Jin, was a form of tempering, and even Yuan Chang and the others shared this sentiment. However, unexpectedly, Yi Jin appeared unfazed and suddenly spoke. "Does it even matter anymore? By now, all the cultivators in the city have likely gathered that in the name of the Sword Sect's young master, I hereby convene an auction." "What an auction?" Upon hearing Yi Jin's declaration, the previously tense atmosphere abruptly relaxed. All gazes turned incredulously towards Yi Jin. He smiled and continued, "Indeed, an auction for the Kong family heads unmentionables." As soon as Yi Jin's words fell, Ming Xian, the vice master of the Sword Hall, emerged from the Kong family residence, wielding a bamboo pole upon which dangled a pair of white undergarments. He shouted, "The Kong family heads unmentionables, untouched and unwashed, starting bid. 1 low-grade spirit stone. Who wants them? Who wants them?" Kong Hao's gaze burned with fury as he beheld the white undergarments. Cultivators, too, required clothing and the means to change attire, while the celestial realm boasted treasures such as cleansing talismans. Their cost was rather steep. The Kong family, with its vast estate, was never short of servants and maids, and naturally maintained a cleansing room. although the Kong family residence had been largely destroyed yesterday. Its framework remained intact, and cultivators could rebuild rapidly. The cleansing room had been restored, housing the garments that the family head had changed out of that evening, which had yet to be laundered. Seeing no one respond, Ming Xian could not help but reiterate, the Kong family head's unmentionables are, in fact, a mystical grade garment. At that moment, a young man weakly interjected, "What do we want with an old man's unmentionables? Yi Xiao, is Miss Kong Ling for sale?" Hearing this, Kong Hao could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Yi Jin, you seek death." As he spoke, he launched himself directly at Yi Jin. From the moment Ming Xian had introduced the Kong family's unmentionables, Yu and Chong and the others had locked their senses onto Kong. As he charged towards Yi Jin, the three formidable cultivators surged forward once more to intercept him. Meanwhile, the Kong family's warriors, incensed by the audacity of the affront, cried out in rage, "Dare to insult our family head! You will pay with your lives! You lot, go rescue our kin!" In an instant, over 300 of the Kong family's warriors moved with precision. Some followed Kong Hao's charge toward Yi Jin and the other cultivators from the sword hall, while others rushed to free their kin who were bound to wooden stakes. Kong Hao was genuinely furious. Despite being shrewd and deeply calculating, he could not endure such humiliation. It was one thing to auction his unmentionables publicly, but to include his daughters as well, and of the same untouched variety, was intolerable. To remain indifferent to such an affront would not only tarnish his reputation. Even if that esteemed figure were to arrive and obliterate Yi Jin, the Kong family would still be forever marked with disgrace. Attack! At that moment, Su Chua, standing beside Yi Jin, suddenly called out, her voice a melodic command. In the next instant, the hundreds of guards from Lu Zhou surged forth, confronting the Kong family's cultivators and keeping them at bay. Qing Qiu Shui, with a deft flick of her wrist, summoned the Shui Ting, which floated before her, emanating a shimmering, snowy sword aura. She stood resolutely beside Yi Jin, prepared to thwart any who might attempt to breach their defenses. Qing Qiu Shui turned her head slightly towards Yi Jin and whispered, "Was this part of your plan?" Yi Jin surveyed the chaotic scene of the Lu Zhou guards entangled with the Kong family's warriors and frowned. "I had no such plan. However, since Miss Su represented the city lord in our collaboration, it seems only reasonable that she would come to my aid in times of distress." That Su Chua, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes. "What do you mean by distress? You are the one who has stirred up trouble." Prior to this evening, the dynamics within Lu Zhou had reached a precarious balance. Although Xiao Rui had fallen, the five prominent families, led by the Kong family, undoubtedly had other backing. Yu Qinqiu was well aware of this, as he too had his own support. Thus, the past day had passed in relative peace. Who could have anticipated that Yi Jin would emerge at this moment, creating such turmoil that Lu Zhou was thrown into disarray? Though Su Chua and the members of the five families were oblivious to the underlying events in Lu Zhou, it was clear that attracting the attention of celestial beings was no trivial matter. Furthermore, Yu Qinqiu had long sought to marry off his disciple to Yi Jin, which was evidently significant. Noticing Su Chua's expression, Yi Jin expressed his discontent. "This truly is not my plan, that I merely wish to conduct a proper auction." As he spoke, Yi Jin snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a soft sound of a sword resonance echoed through the air. In an instant, four sword shadows, red, blue, black, and white, spanning 100 feet, materialized and sealed the surrounding void. The sharp sword energy radiated outward in that moment. All present halted, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the four sword shadows, which unmistakably formed a terrifying sword formation, sealing the air within 100 miles of the Kong family residence. Instantaneously, a formidable pressure descended, causing the Kong family's cultivators to turn pale. The cultivators in the city, too, were rendered speechless, their expressions reflecting sheer terror as they beheld this sudden sword formation. Could this be the sword's sex array? Qing Qiu Shui's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Jin, exclaiming, "Junior brother, what is this?" Qing Qiu Shui was certain that this was not a sword formation belonging to the sword sect. Suddenly, she recalled the three powerful individuals who had slain Xiao Rui the previous morning. One of them bore a striking similarity in sword energy to this formation. Indeed, the one who had slain Xiao Rui was connected to her junior brother. Cough. Yi Jin cleared his throat, frowning as he chided. "What are you all doing? I am here to hold an auction. not to engage in bloodshed. Just as the sword formation began to take shape, the Kong family's cultivators sensed the danger and frantically attempted to flee outward. Yet, only a select few, including Kong Hao, managed to escape the formation's grasp, while the rest were suppressed to the ground by the overwhelming might of the sword formation. Kong Hao's face turned ashen as he gazed at the four sword shadows above, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. Not only Kong Hao, but even Yuan Chong and the others, along with their entourage of city guards, managed to evade the formation, though it allowed their escape without further suppression. At that moment, Yi Jin's voice rang out once more, the Kong family head's untouched undergarments, starting bid. 1 low-grade spirit stone. Who wants them? Yi Jin's clear voice instantly rekindled the thoughts of all present. This abrupt shift left everyone struggling to keep pace with Yi Jin's rhythm. However, the cultivators beneath the sword formation were pleasantly surprised to discover that, while the formation exuded an extraordinarily fierce aura, it only suppressed the Kong family's warriors without causing harm to the innocent. Were they truly auctioning the Kong family's heads unmentionables? Suddenly, a robust middle-aged woman, eyeing the white undergarments dangling from Ming Xian's bamboo pole, swallowed hard and said, 1 low-grade spirit stone? Yi Jin nodded affirmatively. Just 1 low-grade spirit stone. The woman quickly responded, I'll take it. Kong Hao, as the head of the Kong family, held a prestigious status and possessed an imposing appearance. Many female cultivators in the city harbored secret affections for him. The stout woman cast a furtive glance at the pallid Kong Hao outside the formation, first throwing him a flirtatious glance before sweetly declaring, Rest assured, Kong family head, I will certainly redeem your unmentionables and ensure they do not fall into the wrong hands. In a state of utter shock, Kong Hao, upon hearing the woman's words, spewed forth a mouthful of blood. He instantly recognized her as Gui Fong, the infamous madam of the renowned Tianxiang Tower in the capital. That moment, several unidentified female cultivators joined in, competing with Gui Fong in bidding. What initially began as a modest offering of a single low-grade spirit stone for a pair of original flavor undergarments quickly escalated to an astonishing 100 mid-grade spirit stones within a mere span of a few breaths. And the bidding showed no signs of slowing. It is worth noting that Kong Hao's undergarments were not just any ordinary item. They were a defensive treasure of the mysterious tier, truly valued at several thousand high-grade spirit stones. Thus, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, equating to a mere 10 high-grade spirit stones, was nothing short of an affront to Kong Hao's dignity. Ultimately, the undergarments were claimed by Gui Fong for the sum of 250 high-grade spirit stones. The lady of the boudoir, Ming Xian, eagerly snatched the undergarments from the bamboo pole and tucked them in her bosom before scampering away in delight. Young Master Yi, when will the auction for the original flavor undergarments of the Kong family's little princess commence? The young cultivators in the city gazed at Yi Jin with eyes aglow, while Yi Jin rubbed his hands together and replied with a grin. There's no rush. The undergarments of the Kong family's little princess will naturally be revealed later. At that moment, Kong Ling, who had been suspended from a wooden stake, regained consciousness. Upon hearing the conversation below, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted once more. Qiong Qiu Shui's expression darkened. She poked Yi Jin's arm and whispered, Are you truly planning to sell her? She believed that Kong Ling, being a beauty of the highest order in Luzhou, should be taken back to serve as a sister-in-law to her disciple. If Yi Jin were to auction off her intimate garments publicly, it would signify that he held no intentions toward Kong Ling. Yi Jin scoffed. The Kong family and my sword sect are at odds, destined for a relentless feud. My mother once said, when one kills, one must strike at the heart. After a moment's thought, he added, the implication being that before slaying an enemy, one must strip them bare and deliver 100 slaps to the face. Qiong Qiu Shui could not suppress an eye roll, having never before heard such an interpretation of that phrase. Fine, as long as my junior brother is pleased. With an exasperated sigh, Qiong Qiu Shui ultimately chose not to voice any further objections. It was a pity, for the little princess of the Kong family was indeed quite lovely. Though somewhat headstrong, she could be gradually trained. As she contemplated this, Qiong Qiu Shui lifted her gaze towards the four sword shadows that spanned the heavens, red, blue, black, and white, forming an immensely vast and formidable sword array. Yet, she could detect no fluctuation of celestial energy emanating from this array. Nonetheless, she was certain that the individual who had set it up was one of the three formidable figures who had slain Xiao Rui just the day before. Thus, the one who had killed Xiao Rui was not an immortal. Were they a guardian of her junior brother, or merely someone seeking collaboration? Qiong Qiu scratched her head, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. Yi Jin stepped forward, surveying the surroundings. The exterminate immortal sword array enveloped a radius of 100 miles, within which countless cultivators resided, particularly those who had rushed over to witness the spectacle. However, the sword array did not assault them, and at this moment, Yi Jin was conducting what he referred to as an auction, which encouraged a number of daring souls to remain. Of course, many others had retreated from the area. Watching from a distance, Yi Jin was unconcerned. His intent was to strike at the heart, to tarnish the Kong family's reputation before annihilating them, ensuring that those who dared oppose the sword sect witnessed the consequences of their defiance. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "All right, the original flavor undergarments of the head of the Kong family were merely an appetizer. The upcoming auction items are the main course, presenting the 18 concubines of the third young master of the Kong family." Though Yi Jin's voice was not loud, it reverberated through the array, quickly spreading throughout Luzhou City. Instantly, the city was abuzz. Even Yu Qinxiu, far off in the distance, was left momentarily dumbfounded, not selling undergarments anymore, but rather the 18 concubines of Kong Wei. In his prime, Kong Wei had been an unrivaled figure within Luzhou City, exuding confidence with arms crossed. However, following the untimely demise of his wife, he had succumbed to despair, losing his former vigor. Eventually, he encountered a young and beautiful maiden, reminiscent of his late wife. He forcibly brought her back to the Kong family, hastily creating a situation. Yet, Kong Wei soon realized that this girl was not the reincarnation of his deceased wife, as the rhythm was simply off. Nevertheless, adhering to a sense of responsibility, Kong Wei accepted her as a concubine, providing for her within the Kong household. From that point onward, he seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Each time he encountered a young and beautiful maiden, he would declare her the reincarnation of his late wife, forcibly or seductively bringing her back to the Kong family, only to later lament that he had mistaken her identity. Yet, Kong Wei was one to shoulder his responsibilities, consistently accepting the mistaken maidens as concubines. Over time, he acquired 18 concubines. Now Kong Wei had emerged from the shadows of his late wife's death, regaining his former bravado and once again crossing his arms. Oblivious to challengers, that he vowed that he would traverse the immortal realm in search of his late wife's reincarnation. Initially, many believed that Kong Wei had been driven mad by his longing for his deceased spouse. Gradually, however, it became apparent that he was merely a lecherous fiend, seizing women under the guise of seeking his late wife, even setting his sights on the disciple of the city lord. Yet, the Kong family wielded significant power within the city, swiftly suppressing such negative sentiments, leaving the populace too intimidated to voice their anger. Now, Yi Jin intended to auction off Kong Hao's 18 concubines. All eyes turned involuntarily towards Kong Wei, who was currently suspended beneath his 18 concubines, kicking and wailing. However, the pain he had been enduring had lessened considerably. Upon hearing Yi Jin's words, he roared, "How dare you!" Yi Jin disregarded his outburst, continuing, "The starting bid for each concubine is 1 low-grade spirit stone. The highest bidder prevails, 0.18 in total. Choose as you wish." Having just acquired Kong Hao's original flavor undergarments, Gui Fong promptly returned, her hands clutching spirit stones, exclaiming with glee, "1 low-grade spirit stone each. I'll take all 18. At that moment, Gui Fong's excitement was palpable, her thick layer of makeup beginning to slide off her face as she joyfully declared, "I bid 1,800 high-grade spirit stones for all 18 of these maidens." As she spoke, her gaze fixated on one particular concubine, a delighted smile gracing her lips. "Mo Xian, did you ever imagine you'd find yourself in this predicament? Were it not for me rescuing you back then, you would have perished in the wilderness. Young Master Kong redeemed you, and you willingly accepted, so I let you go. But you ungrateful wretch have turned around and used the power of the Kong family to suppress Tianxiang Tower. You voluntarily became a courtesan, and now you blame Tianxiang Tower for your misfortunes. That I swear, once you return, I'll have your skin flayed for this ingratitude." Suspended from the stake, Mo Xian's eyes glimmered with despair. But her mouth had been sealed shut, rendering her unable to utter a word. She could only shake her head vigorously. Tianxiang Tower was the largest brothel in Luzhou City. The women within were categorized as either Qingguan, who sold their art without selling their bodies, or Hong Guan, who offered companionship. Mo Xian, one of Kong Wei's 18 concubines, had once been the star courtesan of Tianxiang Tower, mistakenly recognized by Kong Wei as the reincarnation of his late wife, leading to her redemption with spirit stones. Now a concubine of the Kong family's young master, Mo Xian harbored lingering resentment toward her past, repeatedly stoking tensions between the Kong family and Tianxiang Tower, resulting in significant losses for the latter. Gui Fong had been the first to bid on the head of the Kong family's undergarments precisely for this reason. Kong Hao, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Gui Fong and roared, "Old hag, if you dare to touch Mo Xian, I'll raise your Tianxiang Tower to the ground." Gui Fong sneered, "You'd best mind your own affairs." She then turned her attention back to Yi Jin. Yi Jin glanced around to find no one else willing to place a bid, and with a hint of regret, he said, "Very well, they're all yours by 18. Get 2 free. That includes Kong Wei and the Pillar." Typically, the Kong family was accustomed to being arrogant within the city. Even though Yi Jin humiliated them today, while many were eager to jeer, very few dared to participate in the bidding. With Kong Hao still alive, a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, who would dare to provoke such a wildfire? Gui Fong, emboldened by her position, stepped forward without hesitation. She commanded her men to carry the pillar and, with a beaming smile, said, "Young Master Yi, the next time you visit Tianxiang Tower, I'll grant you a discount." Yi Jin chuckled. "A promise is a promise." The notorious scion of Luzhou, Yi Jin arrived in the capital city, and it was only to be expected that he would indulge in a visit to the pleasure quarters. However, each time he set foot inside, he was promptly dragged out by someone following closely behind. Kong Hao's gaze was intensely fixed on Gui Fong and his entourage, waiting for them to step beyond the confines of the sword array before he would strike, determined to reclaim his son. Chapter 065. The Malevolent Merchant. Yet this time, Gui Fong did not depart. Instead, he remained, anticipating the continuation of the auction. It was only at this moment that everyone began to believe that Yi Jin was indeed earnest in hosting a legitimate auction. Previously, no one had bid against Gui Fong, as disbelief clouded their minds regarding the authenticity of the event. Witnessing Yi Jin actually sell Kong Wei's 18 concubines to Gui Fong, along with Kong Hao's son, solidified their conviction. This was, without a doubt, an auction. The Kong family, merely a second-rate clan, relied on Xiao Rui's prowess to maintain their standing in the capital. Naturally, they had numerous enemies in Luzhou as well. At this juncture, the previously indifferent cultivators suddenly had their eyes gleaming with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Yi Jin's next auction item. Of course, Yi Jin's initial offerings, the Patriarch's undergarments and the Patriarch's concubine, were met with disdain. Yet under Yi Jin's circumstances, such action seemed entirely reasonable. Although he had successfully reshaped his public persona, shedding the label of a waste, his most prominent identity remained that of a debauched scion. As a reckless libertine, his actions now seemed entirely justified. It was evident to all that Yi Jin was exacting revenge on the Kong family, employing the methods of a ruffian to humiliate them, while simultaneously warning the other 4 great clans. Yi Jin reveled in the collective will of the gathered crowd, clearing his throat as he announced the next auction item. The front gate of the Kong residence. With a thunderous crash, Ming Xian huffed and puffed as he tore down the grand entrance of the Kong estate. Although the Kong residence had suffered a catastrophic blow the previous day, its structural integrity remained intact, for in the realm of immortals, the foundation was upheld not by earth, but by formations. As long as the formation stood, the estate could be effortlessly rebuilt. These 2 gates, however, boasted a history of several centuries and were crafted from precious materials, qualifying as low-grade magical artifacts. When the estate was destroyed, the gates had miraculously survived unscathed. Yi Jin shouted, "Come, come." The Kong family gate starts at a single low-grade spirit stone. Highest bidder wins. Upon hearing that Yi Jin intended to auction off the Kong family's gate, the surrounding cultivators gasped in shock. This young master seemed poised to dismantle the Kong family entirely. However, these cultivators quickly regained their composure and began to bid fervently. These gates were not only a symbol of the Kong family's pride, but also 2 low-grade magical artifacts. Even the most ordinary low-grade magical artifact was valued at over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yet here, Yi Jin's starting bid was merely 1 low-grade spirit stone. Those who had previously shown little interest in Kong Hao's undergarments and Kong Wei's concubines suddenly joined the fray, eager to partake in the bidding. Perhaps it was simply that they did not find the earlier items appealing, as the majority of beings in the immortal realm were still of sound mind. Kong Hao's eyes burned with fury, wishing to charge into the sword array and tear Yi Jin limb from limb. Yet faced with the fearsome sword formation, he lacked the courage to do so. Had it not been for the might of the celestial sword in his possession, he would not have escaped at all. Once that great figure arrives, I shall ensure that Yi Jin suffers a fate worse than death. Kong Hao's chest heaved violently. At this moment, all notions of composure and decorum were cast aside. With his pride trampled and his family humiliated, it was impossible for Kong Hao to remain indifferent. At that moment, another figure appeared at Kong Hao's side. Startled, he looked up to see Yu Qinxiu standing there, hands clasped behind his back. Yu Qinxiu regarded Kong Hao with a gentle smile and said, "Fear not, I shall not make a move against you." He understood Yi Jin's intentions, to establish his authority and intimidate the restless factions in Luzhou if he, as the lord of the estate, were to intervene and subdue Kong Hao. The situation would become convoluted. Kong Hao's hands dug into the blue stone slabs beneath him, crushing the paving stones in his rage. Yu Qinxiu cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "Damaging public property in the capital will require compensation." Kong Hao, after a fierce bidding war, ultimately saw the 2 heavy gates fall into the hands of the Han family for 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. The true worth of these gates was no less than 15,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yet once the Han family entered the fray, few dared to contest their bid. Indeed, this was the Han family, the very clan that had allied with Kong Hao to besiege the Sword Hall just the day prior. Their rationale for purchasing the gates was ostensibly to restore dignity to their allies, yet no one believed such claims. Once the gates were secured, the Han family promptly returned them to their estate. Whether or not they would ever be returned to the Kong family was a matter for another time. Following this, Yi Jin began to dismantle and auction off everything within the Kong residence that could be sold. Ranging from the legitimate to the absurd, the Kong family's meditation chambers, foundational formations, cleansing rooms, and even Kong Ling's boudoir. All these items started at a base price of merely 1 low-grade spirit stone. When Kong Ling's boudoir was announced for auction, it sent shockwaves throughout Luzhou's capital. The cultivators, as if invigorated, hastily covered their faces and employed concealment talismans to mask their presence before fervently bidding, the intensity surpassing even that of the previous gates. Suspended upon a wooden stake, Kong Ling nearly spat blood in her fury upon hearing that Yi Jin was auctioning her own boudoir. Ultimately, it was a masked man who acquired Kong Ling's quarters for 12,000 high-grade spirit stones. Nearby, Yuan Chong, Sheng Guanqi, and Zhao Lin watched with twitching eyes. That Su Qianru frowned at Yi Jin and remarked, "Yi Jin, this is somewhat excessive. After all, Kong Ling is a woman." Yi Jin shot her a glance and scoffed, "A woman? Excessive? She is literally hanging there. What is wrong with auctioning off her boudoir?" He shrugged and continued, "This young master is not one to extend mercy to adversaries." Having inherited the memories of Feng Qingge and Mo Tingxiao, Yi Jin had witnessed countless events and understood that showing mercy to enemies was akin to cruelty to oneself. He had no intention of leaving any survivors among the Kong family. Even those 18 concubines sold to the Tianxiang Pavilion and Kong Wei himself must meet their end fact, all those suspended on stakes from the Kong family, regardless of age or gender, bore a trace of eternal hellfire sown by Feng Qingge within their dantians. As long as the Kong family persisted, the cultivators of Luzhou would continue to believe that the sword sect was an easy target. Moreover, the greatest blunder of the elder was allowing Yi Jin to escape from the sword sect. Within the sword sect rested a celestial being, causing Yi Jin to exercise caution. However, now he was akin to a dragon returned to the sea, or a tiger unleashed upon the mountain that he could wreak havoc as he pleased. That, of course, Yi Jin kept his own trump cards well hidden to To this day. No one was aware of the existence of Feng Qingge, Jian Juxian, and Mo Tingxiao. The imposing and terrifying sword formation only served to enhance Yi Jin's enigmatic aura. That it was likely that even the powerful figure behind Kong Hao could not ascertain who truly stood behind Yi Jin. Su Qianru regarded him, pouting slightly, truly a rogue. She felt a pang of sympathy at the humiliation of Kong Ling, a peer she had once regarded with equal standing. That Su Qianru harbored a deep-seated aversion to the Kong family. Had she not been Yu Qinxiu's disciple, she might have already become Kong Wei's 19th concubine. Yi Jin shook his head. At present, This young master is a malevolent merchant. Just then, someone inquired Yi Xiao, now that the Kong family's young princess's boudoir has been sold. What of this young princess herself? The question came from the madam of Tianxiang Pavilion. The Yi Jin was taken aback, realizing that they truly perceived him as a trafficker. That moment, the agitated Kong Hao suddenly spoke up. Yi Jin, what is it that you desire? As long as you spare my Kong family, I will agree to any terms. The great figure had yet to make an appearance, leaving Kong Hao's heart chilled to the bone. Chapter 066. The servant, the head of the Kong family, was, in essence, begging for mercy. Though his words were laced with venom and he longed to swallow Yi Jin whole, a glimmer of desperation flickered in his eyes. Despite the distance of several dozen miles, Kong Hao, a peak harmonization realm cultivator, easily projected his voice. That Yi Jin activated his mind-reading ability, channeling the will of the crowd burning within the halo to enhance his powers. In an instant, his gaze pierced through the void, landing squarely on Kong Hao, and no matter what demands he might make, even if it meant having me kneel and call him ancestor, I would temporarily acquiesce. Once that great figure descends, I shall ensure that the sword sect faces utter annihilation. This was the true sentiment echoing in Kong Hao's heart at that moment. That Yi Jin stroked his chin, retracting his gaze and deactivating his mind-reading ability, that he continued, the next auction item. The Kong family's latrine. That as soon as the words left his mouth, a chorus of derisive murmurs erupted from the surrounding cultivators. A latrine? With such a grand estate, the Kong family would hardly expect everyone to fast. Thus a latrine would naturally exist. But who would desire to purchase such a thing? On that particular day, the brothel keeper Gui Fong of Tianxiang Tower wore an expression of utter disdain, pinching her nose and retreating repeatedly. That moment, everyone comprehended that Yi Jin intended to confront the Kong family to the bitter end. Even if the head of the Kong family were to concede, he would remain indifferent, continuing to humiliate the Kong family through the auction. Many astute cultivators, witnessing this, suddenly had a revelation. They hurriedly produced handkerchiefs, changed into fresh garments, and wrapped themselves tightly, subsequently applying concealment talismans to mask their aura before joyfully attending the auction. The head of the Kong family was still alive and a peak harmonization realm powerhouse. No one wished to offend him. Yet the chaotic yet earnest auction conducted by Yi Jin was simply too enticing. The earlier auctioned items, such as the purification chamber, meditation room, and even the boudoir of the Kong family's young lady, were all sold with accompanying formations. The formations within the Kong family were generally of superior yellow grade to inferior mysterious grade. Given that Kong Hao was still alive, glaring menacingly from outside the sword formation, very few dared to participate in the bidding, and the prices remained low. Except for Kong Ling's boudoir, the rest of the items fetched prices significantly below their usual worth. More crucially, it was likely that the Kong family's treasury had also fallen into Yi Jin's hands. Perhaps this young scion would auction off the true treasures hidden within. The Kong family had existed for nearly a millennium, amassing considerable wealth. The fortune of a family cannot rest solely upon the family head, as a lineage requires continuity, and the head would not be the only one that otherwise, if wealth were concentrated solely in the hands of the head or the strongest member. The family would face utter decline should those individuals fall. Thus, neither families nor sects would allow their wealth to rest upon a single person. They would establish a treasury, fortified with formations, restrictions, and various barriers. The Kong family's treasury lay deep underground. The previous day, the entire estate had ascended without harming the treasury. Prior to this, Mo Tingxiao had already transformed into a shadow, infiltrating the treasury and extracting its contents. Mo Tingxiao's innate divine ability to become a shadow rendered him immune to many defensive formations. That as long as there was a shadow, he could disregard formations and leap instantaneously. Present, the Kong family's latrine naturally went unsold. Even though it contained an inferior yellow-grade formation, no one was willing to bid. Given its unpleasant nature, that Yi Jin felt somewhat regretful. Subsequently, Yi Jin produced numerous personal items or private belongings of significant members of the Kong family for auction, prompting waves of cheers throughout Luzhou Mansion. Kong Hao's expression darkened ominously that he scrutinized each participating cultivator, attempting to memorize their faces. But alas, apart from Gui Fong of Tianxiang Tower, each individual was thoroughly concealed, employing concealment talismans to shroud their auras. In the aftermath, Even if Kong Hao wished to retaliate, he would have no idea whom to target. Ultimately, he could only glare at Yi Jin with eyes full of murderous intent. Within a mere half hour, nearly everything of value within the Kong family's estate had been auctioned off by Yi Jin, netting him over 100,000 superior spirit stones. A truly effortless game at that moment. Gui Fong of Tianxiang Tower spoke up again. Young Master Yi, will you sell the female members of the Kong family? Indeed, will you sell them? Young Master Yi, we have prepared our spirit stones. As soon as Gui Fong's words fell, many echoed her sentiments. Of course, utilizing talismans to alter their voices to avoid exposure, the Yi Jin licked his lips and scoffed. I dare to sell. Do you dare to buy? Gui Fong proudly proclaimed, as long as young Master Yi dares to sell. I shall dare to buy. Just then, other madams or proprietors from several brothels in the city chimed in, assuring, rest assured, young Master Yi, we will certainly offer a price that satisfies you. Those who could run a brothel in the immortal realm rarely lacked backing. Brothels like Tianxiang Tower, which flourished throughout the immortal realm, were said to be backed by a celestial lord. Naturally, such a celestial lord would not cast their gaze upon a mere Luzhou's Tianxiang Tower. It was merely a small pawn under their command at that moment. Another voice rang out. This young lady is in need of a maid. Young Master Yi, how about selling that Kong Ling to me? In the next instant, celestial music resounded from the heavens as a small treasure ship descended gracefully, anchoring just outside the Zhanxian sword formation. Upon the ship stood two figures. One was a maiden clad in an egg-yellow silk dress, her face veiled in light gauze, exuding an ethereal grace. Though her features were obscured, she radiated a stunning beauty. The other was a seemingly mundane servant steering the vessel. Yu Qinqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. This small flying treasure ship did not pass through the city gates. Instead, it traversed directly through the air, indicating that its owner was of celestial origin. However, as the Lord of Luzhou, Yu Qinqiu had not received any news of celestial cultivators visiting Luzhou. Qinqiu Shui gazed at the yellow-clad maiden aboard the treasure ship, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she murmured, Sister-in-law Yi Jin, still bound to the wooden stake and not yet removed from this location. Muttered, she must be the reincarnation of my wife, A.S. for the little princess of the Kong family. Kong Ling, despair flickered in her eyes. How could she, a dignified young lady of the Kong family, be sold into servitude? Kong Hao suddenly shivered, glancing at the servant beside the yellow-dressed maiden, stammering, Is it you, my lord? Kong Hao could scarcely fathom that the exalted figure behind Xiao Rui had become another servant. The servant cast a dispassionate glance at Kong Hao, feeling utterly vexed that on the journey to Luzhou, he had encountered this young lady and thus became her servant. His own aura had long been transmitted to Kong Hao through spiritual messages. At this moment, Kong Hao's emotions were a tumultuous mix. He could not comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Why had that originally lofty figure become another servant? Moreover, why had this figure's master not eradicated Yi Jin, but instead sought to purchase his daughter? Kong Hao could only lower his head, not daring to utter a word. Above, the celestial music gradually faded. This music had emanated from the treasure ship during its flight, and now that the ship had stabilized, the melody naturally ceased. Yi Jin looked up at the yellow-clad maiden in the sky to end his hasty departure. He had forgotten to bring attendants. Fortunately, there was a trafficker present selling people. The girl named Kong Ling appeared quite decent and was a well-bred young lady. With a bit of training, she would suffice as a maid. Without someone to attend to her, enduring the hardships of travel would be unbearable. All this was due to that fool Su Yuan, who had been robbed midway through his journey, forcing me, as a sister, to come out and clean up his mess. The maiden's gauzy veil concealed her features, yet her cool gaze remained fixed upon Yi Jin. A thought stirred within Yi Jin.Su Yuan, robbed midway. He immediately recalled Ran, who had indeed robbed someone named Su along the way, usurping his identity to infiltrate the sword sect. Of course, when Ran entered the sword sect, she had introduced herself as Su Yuan, but upon meeting Yi Jin, she revealed the name Su Ran, evidently testing Yi Jin to see if he would recognize her. However, Su Yuan had a notable background, as evidenced by the demeanor of that young lady servant. Yi Jin's heart-reading technique surprisingly failed to discern the other's thoughts. Clearly, this individual possessed cultivation levels far exceeding Yi Jin's. Even if Yi Jin expended all his mental energy, he could glean no information. Young master, that servant is a spirit immortal, came the voice of the Zhanxian sword in Yi Jin's mind. Immortal ranks correspond to the 9 tribulations of heavenly calamity: earth immortal, heavenly immortal, spirit immortal, true immortal, upper immortal, golden immortal, mysterious immortal, supreme immortal, saint immortal. Surmounting the 9 tribulations leads to becoming a celestial lord, immortal king, or immortal emperor. The yellow-clad maiden in the sky had not yet attained immortality, but her possession of a spirit immortal as a servant indicated her formidable background. Qingxiu Shui beside, Yi Jin wore a similarly astonished expression. She gazed at the spirit immortal servant accompanying the yellow-clad maiden and found herself bewildered. How could the esteemed lord of Qingzhou, Murong Quan, have become another servant? Qingzhou was the largest and most prosperous region in the Qingshan territory of the northern frontier of the immortal realm, and Murong Quan, the servant of the yellow-clad maiden, was none other than the lord of Qingzhou.